Hi there. Imagine a world where software doesn't just follow instructions. It creates, it writes codes, it designs images, it composes music, it analyzes business data, and it even builds entire application with simple prompts. That's the power of generative AI. We are currently living through one of our best technology shifts since the internet revolution. Just like Excel became a must-known skills for professionals in the 2000s, generative AI is becoming a must-known capability of a modern workforce. That's why Simplilearn brings you a complete end-to-end full course on generative AI. This course is built for all the students exploring future-ready skills, a working professional looking to stay relevant, a developer building AI-powered system, or a business leader driving automation and efficiency. Understanding generative AI is no longer optional, it's strategic. In this complete course, we will go from fundamentals to advanced implementation. You will learn how large language models actually work, what happens behind the tools like GPT and Gemini, prompt engineering techniques, AI agents and automation workflows, multimodal AI systems, real-world business use cases, ethical considerations, and future scope. This course is structured step by step, beginner to advanced, so that by the end, you won't just use generative AI. You'll understand it, you will design with it, and you will build with it. Let's begin your generative AI journey. Having said that, let's take a look at today's agenda. We will start off with Module 1, which is Introduction to Artificial Intelligence, followed by Module 2, which is Foundations of Generative AI. Then we have Module 3, which is Large Language Models or LLMs. Then we will move on to Module 4, which is Prompt Engineering, followed by Module 5, which is Generative AI Tools Ecosystem. Then we have Module 6, which is Multimodal AI, followed by Module 7, which is Building with Generative AI. Then we have Module 8, which is Generative AI for Business and Productivity, followed by Module 9, which is Ethics, Bias, and Responsible AI. And at last, we have Module 10, which is Future of Generative AI. Hope I made myself clear with this agenda. That said, if these are the type of videos you would like to watch, then hit that subscribe button with the bell icon to get notified whenever we host. Also, just so that you know, if you want to upskill yourself, master generative AI, and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various generative AI training and professional certification programs. Simplilearn offers a variety of master's, certification, and postgraduate programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities. Through our courses, you will gain knowledge along with work-ready expertise in skills like Python, Agentic AI, AI automating systems, LLMs, and over a dozen others. That's not all, you'll also get an opportunity to work on multiple projects led by industry experts working in top-tier service-based and product companies. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into an AI and machine learning role as a fresher or moved on to a higher paying job and profile. If you're passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comments and in the description box to find a generative AI and agentic AI programs that fits your experience and areas of interest. So let's get started with Generative AI Full Course with a small quiz. What does LLM stands for? Is it Large Learning Machine, Logical Language Model, Large Language Model, or is it Linear Learning Method? Please let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now over to our training experts.
Meet Emma, a graphic designer working on a new project. One day, her colleague mentions a tool that helps create designs, images, and text using AI. Intrigued, Emma wonders how AI can create something from scratch. Her curiosity grows, and she decides to dive deeper into this new technology called Generative AI. Generative AI refers to a type of artificial intelligence designed to create new content, such as text, images, music, and videos. Unlike traditional AI, which analyzes or categorizes data, Generative AI produces original content based on patterns learned from vast datasets. Essentially, it generates new, unique material. These models are often trained on large amounts of data and use sophisticated algorithms to mimic human creativity. Tools like ChatGPT or DALL-E can create art, write essays, or simulate conversations by generating outputs based on user prompts. Generative AI has a wide range of applications. Content creation. Tools like GPT-4 generate text, blog posts, stories, and essays from simple prompts. Art and design. AI models such as DALL-E generates unique images and designs based on text descriptions, transforming creativity in art. Music and audio. AI can compose music or replicate voices, offering new possibilities for musicians and audio engineers. Healthcare. Generative AI simulates disease progression or creates synthetic medical data, helping doctors gain faster insights for research. Let's take image generation as an example to explain how generative AI works. Data collection and learning. AI models like DALL-E are trained on large datasets of images paired with text descriptions. These datasets teach the model to recognize different objects, colors, styles, and how to associate text with corresponding images. The more data the AI learns from, the better it can generate accurate and diverse images based on user prompts. Neural networks and transformers. When Emma inputs a prompt like a cat wearing sunglasses, the transformer model processes the text, recognizing words like cat and sunglasses, and links them to images it learned from during training. Transformers help the AI decide how to combine these elements into a coherent image. Tokens and context. The text input, such as a cat wearing sunglasses, is split into smaller parts called tokens. The AI processes each token and understands their relationship. For instance, it knows the sunglasses should be placed on the cat, creating a contextually accurate image. Feedback mechanism. Generative AI models improve through feedback. After generating an image, users provide feedback on the accuracy or quality of the output. If Emma's generated image shows the sunglasses floating beside the cat, she can mark it as incorrect. The model uses this feedback to improve future image generations. Reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning further enhances the AI's ability. The model is rewarded when it generates accurate images and corrected when it makes mistakes. For example, when Emma describes a sunset and the AI produces a vibrant sunset image, it receives positive reinforcement. Over time, this method refines the model's ability to generate better images. Data science and AI models. Data scientists curate the training data and define the parameters that help the AI generate accurate images. The more varied the dataset, the more versatile the AI becomes in generating diverse types of content. Advanced models use billions of parameters, which are settings that guide the AI in processing data and generating outputs. Generating original content. Once trained, the model can generate original images. For example, Emma might describe a futuristic cityscape, and the AI would produce a unique image based on what it learned. The generated image isn't just a copy of past data, but an entirely new creation, showcasing the AI's ability to combine learned patterns and creativity.
It's a jaw-dropper to start with. Job postings for generative AI skills have exploded from just 55 in January 2021 to nearly 10,000 by May 2025. That's a growth of almost 200 times in just 4 years. Generative AI engineers have gone from niche specialists to some of the most sought-after professionals in tech. In the US, average base salaries now sit around $116,000, with top earners making as much as $179,000. And that's before bonuses and stock options. So, if you're looking to break into this field, you need more than hype. You need the right skills. In this video, I'll take you through the top 10 must-know skills to become a generative AI engineer in 2025 and beyond. Each skill is backed with real-world relevance, surprising data, and examples you can relate to. Let's dive in. First up, at number 10, Python programming. Python is the universal language of AI. It's clean, versatile, and has libraries like NumPy, Pandas, PyTorch, and TensorFlow that make building AI systems possible. Imagine trying to train a large language model without Python. It's nearly impossible. Even the world's biggest AI projects, from OpenAI's GPT to Meta's Llama, are built with Python at their core. Here's the kicker. Almost every AI-related job posting in the US lists Python as a required skill. Not optional, required. That makes it the single most indispensable tool in your toolkit. At number 9, we have machine learning fundamentals. Generative AI might sound advanced, but at its heart, it's still powered by the basics of machine learning. This includes supervised and unsupervised learning, decision trees, regression models, and understanding critical concepts like bias, variance, and overfitting. Why is this important? Because without strong ML fundamentals, you'll struggle to explain why your generative model is producing certain results, or worse, failing. And trust me, in an interview, that's where many candidates lose out. But here's a data twist. The US Bureau of Labor Statistics projects a 32% increase in data science jobs between now and 2033. That's nearly 4 times faster than the average growth rate across all occupations. So yes, ML fundamentals are your entry ticket to a booming career. Number 8 is deep learning and neural networks. These are the power engines of generative AI. Without them, we wouldn't have tools like ChatGPT or Stable Diffusion. You need to know how CNNs work for vision tasks, how RNNs process sequences, and most importantly, how transformers have revolutionized the entire field. Here's a wild stat. Job postings for AI engineers shot up 143% in a single year. Companies don't just want someone who knows the terms, they want someone who can explain backpropagation, activation functions, and attention mechanisms with confidence. If you can do that, you're already ahead of the curve. At number 7, natural language processing, or NLP. This is all about teaching machines to understand, process, and generate human language. You'll need to master tokenization, embeddings, and how models like BERT and GPT handle context. Remember, language is messy. Sarcasm, slang, typos, and even cultural context all matter in NLP. And here's the surprise. The NLP market is projected to reach $43 billion by 2025. Salaries follow the trend. Mid-level NLP engineers can make up to $170,000, while top experts earn $231,000 or more. So if you can build systems that actually understand language the way humans do, you won't just be in demand, you'll be in the top salary bracket. Number 6 is computer vision and generative models. This is where AI creates images, 3D models, or even video content out of thin air. We're talking about GANs, diffusion models, and autoencoders, the technologies behind tools like Midjourney and DALL-E. And the demand is massive. Meta pays up to $230,000 for skilled computer vision engineers, while Tesla averages around $161,000 for similar roles. Why? Because visual AI isn't just for art. It powers autonomous cars, medical imaging, and augmented reality. In short, if you can make machines see and create, you'll always be in high demand. Halfway down the list, we land on number 5, transformers and large language models. Transformers changed the game. They're what make ChatGPT, Claude, and Google's Gemini possible. Knowing how LLMs are trained, fine-tuned, and deployed is no longer a nice to have. It's mandatory. Here's a stat that proves it. US AI-related job listings grew 25% year over year in Q1 2025. And the median salary for AI roles is now close to $157,000. That's proof that companies are investing heavily in LLMs and the people who can work with them. At number 4, we have prompt engineering. Think of this as the art and science of talking to AI models. Small changes in wording can completely transform the output of an LLM. This makes prompt engineers incredibly valuable. And here's the jaw dropper. Salaries for prompt engineers in 2025 now range from $95,000 to $270,000. Just a few years ago, this job didn't even exist. Now it's one of the fastest growing roles in tech. If you can design prompts that are efficient, reliable, and reusable, you'll stand out in interviews and at work. Number 3 is data engineering and ML ops. Why does this matter? Because even the best AI models are useless without clean, structured data and smooth deployment pipelines. That's where ML ops comes in, handling training workflows, monitoring models, and automating retraining when things go wrong. Here's the surprise fact. AI-related jobs are twice as likely to offer parental leave and 3 times more likely to include remote options compared to traditional tech roles. That shows how companies are competing to attract and keep AI talent. And number 2 is responsible AI and ethics. This is about making sure your AI isn't biased, unsafe, or harmful. Think of cases where AI misclassifies patients in healthcare, or where models generate offensive content. These aren't just technical issues, they're legal and reputational risks. By 2025, nearly 47% of large organizations reported having experienced at least one AI-related issue tied to bias, fairness, or privacy. That's why companies now look for engineers who can ensure their models are trustworthy and compliant. Being skilled in responsible AI makes you more than just a developer. It makes you a leader. And finally, the number 1 skill for 2025 is agility, the ability to keep learning and adapting. Generative AI is evolving faster than any technology in history. What you learn today might be outdated in 6 months. The best engineers are not just coders. They're constant learners, experimenters, and adapters. Here's the kicker. Generative AI job postings in non-tech roles grew 7 times from 2022 to 2024, while broader IT roles saw a 35-time growth. That's proof that agility is the most valuable skill of all. Because no matter how the field shifts, adaptable engineers will always thrive. To wrap this up, the median salary for AI engineers in the US is now around $145,000, with top talent making $200,000 to $250,000 or more. So if you're building your career in 2025, these 10 skills are your roadmap. Python, ML, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, transformers, prompt engineering, ML ops, responsible AI, and agility. Which of these skills are you working on right now? Let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear your story.
Let's start by understanding what is generative AI. Now, generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that is designed to create something new. It doesn't just repeat information, it learns patterns from massive amounts of data and then generates fresh content, text, images, code, music, and even video. You can think of ChatGPT, Midjourney, or DALL-E. You give the prompt and then they create an output. If I say, write me a bedtime story about space traveling cat, it will instantly write one. That's generative AI in action. So let's talk about how it works. That is the model structure. Now, the heart of generative AI is something called large language model, LLM. This is like the brain of the system. So it's trained on billions of words from books, Wikipedia, and online articles, so it understands how languages work. The model uses something called transformer architecture, which basically breaks down text into smaller units called tokens and learns the relationship between them. And using probability, it can predict the next word, sentence, and even image pixel based on patterns it has seen before. So in simple words, it's a super-powered autocomplete. But instead of just predicting the next word, it can generate entire essays, code snippets, or even pictures. So let me show you a demo of how ChatGPT works. So now I have ChatGPT here and I'll be just giving a prompt that write a 100-word story about a space traveling cat. Okay, now I'll just hit on enter. So now you can see it's giving feedback on a new version of ChatGPT. We have two responses here. So the first response is a bit shorter as compared to the second one. So from here, you can see how instantly it creates a unique story. This is called generative AI in action, acting as a content creator. So from here, you can select any of the response which you like. So you can just select on response to. Yeah, that's it. Talking about the key characteristics, it's great at creativity. You can see from here, it's great at writing, designing, summarizing, coding, but it do have some limitations. That is, it does not understand real facts and it can also hallucinate. Now let's talk about the AI agents. Generative AI is just like a brain that writes, but what if we gave that brain some hands and tools? Now that's where AI agents come in. So an AI agent is a program that not can only generate answers, but also take action. It uses generative AI as its brain, but it's connected to external tools, APIs, or memory. So instead of just answering your question, it can perform a specific task for you. So let's talk about the model structure and how it works. So at the center, you'll again find the LLM, which is the brain, just like in generative AI. This is the part that understands and generates language, but here's the twist. The brain isn't working alone. Around it, the AI agent is connected to tools and APIs that can call whenever needed. Let's say, for example, it might connect to a flight booking system to check tickets, a calculator to solve math problem, or a database to pull out stored information. Think of these like extra gadgets the brain can use to get the job done. And on the top of that, the AI agent has a bit of short-term memory. This means while it's in the middle of the task, it can remember when it just did and what it needs to do next. Let's say, for example, if you ask it to book a flight, it remembers the destination, the date, and your budget during that particular conversation. So now that you know what AI agents act as smart assistant and a short-term notepad, it's more capable than just generative AI because it doesn't stop at creating answers. It can actually take action using that tools. I'll show an example of using GitHub Copilot in VS Code. So I've used this agent mode from here, you can see, and I asked it to generate a sample data set for product analysis in Jupyter Notebook, and it gave me an answer, and it also generated the code for me. You can see from here this live code. And it also gave me the output. And then I also wanted scatter plot. Then I asked it about the scatter plot. It showed me the graph, the scatter plot relationship between the stocks, units sold, and the product. So you can see that I don't need to even code or do anything. This AI agent itself does everything, all the tasks needed to do. You just need to give one prompt and that's it. Now this is very different from generative AI. ChatGPT alone can't do this. It can only give you the code needed, but then the AI agent can actually give you the entire code in your coding summary and everything needed. Talking about the key characteristics, the autonomy level, it's limited but real. It can decide that which code needs to be done if you want to book a flight, which flight is cheapest, it can find it for you. It's narrow and it's focused task. It's not great at complex multi-step reasoning, but it works best when the task is clear and simple. Now we'll be talking about Agentic AI, which is the autonomous orchestrator. So far, we have seen generative AI, which acted as a writer, and AI agents, the task doers. But what if you need something that can plan, reason, and coordinate multiple steps? Now that's where Agentic AI comes in. Agentic AI is just like a super-powered version of agents. It doesn't just do one task. It can manage entire workflow, make decisions, and even call other agents to help. It's designed to handle complex, multi-step goals with minimal human supervision. Let's talk about how it works. So you can think of Agentic AI not as a single tool, but as a whole system working together. At the center, we've got the LLM brain. This brain doesn't just do everything itself, but connects with different agents, and each agent has its own tool. For example, one agent might use a flight booking API, and the another agent might check the weather, and another could handle a visa requirement check. Now, who tells them what to do and in what order? That's where the planner module comes in. You can imagine it like the project manager. It decides. First,
check the visa, then look for the flights, and finally it confirms the weather. But that's not all. Agentic AI also has a long-term memory, so it remembers when it left off and keeps track of the progress. And if something changes, like the flight gets cancelled, the system uses feedback loops to adjust the plan and find another option instead of starting from scratch. So in short, Agentic AI works like a smart team with a leader, memory, and the ability to adapt on the go, making it much more powerful than just a single chatbot. Now, you might still be confused about the difference between AI agents and Agentic AI. So let's use this simple smart kitchen example. Now, you can see on the left side, we've got AI agent, and on the right side, we have Agentic AI. Now, imagine an oven that looks at the dish you have placed inside. I'm talking about in the case of AI agent. It understands what it is and then it automatically sets the right temperature and cooking mode. That's an AI agent. It's smart, but it only handles a single task. Now, in this case, adjusting oven settings. Now, on the right side, we have Agentic AI. You can think of it as a whole kitchen system working together. Here, the oven doesn't just configure itself, it talks about other smart devices. It checks your grocery inventory in the fridge, considers the time of day and energy usage, and coordinates with your coffee machine or other appliances through a smart kitchen hub. It can even suggest recipes based on what you have at home, and it automatically configures your devices to match. So the difference is very simple. An AI agent is just like a specialist, great at one specific job. An Agentic AI is like a team manager. It coordinates multiple agents, tools, and systems to achieve a bigger, smarter outcome. That's why Agentic AI feels more autonomous and powerful, because it's not just solving one problem, it's orchestrating everything together. Alright, so let's break it down in simple terms and we'll understand a side-by-side model structure comparison. We have got 3 levels of AI here: Generative AI, AI agents, and Agentic AI. So first, let's talk about Generative AI. You can think of this as a creative brain. And its core, it's powered only by a large language model or LLM. It can generate content like writing a story, creating an image, or drafting an email. But that's just about it. No memory, no external tools, just pure content creation. Autonomy here is a bit low because it only responds to your prompt and nothing more. Next, we're moving on to AI agents. These are a step up. They still have LLM as the brain, but now they're connected to tools and APIs. That means they can take action, not just generate text. Let's say, for example, they can book a flight, fetch live data, and even run calculation. They usually work with short-term memory, remembering details only while performing the task. Their autonomy level is medium, that is, they can follow through on task, but they still need your instruction for each job. Finally, we've got Agentic AI. Now, this is where things get really exciting because Agentic AI combines the LLM brain with multiple agents, a planner, and memory. It doesn't just do one task, it can plan and execute a whole workflow. Let's say, for example, instead of just booking a flight, it can plan your entire holiday, checking visa requirements, booking flights, hotels, and even scheduling activities. It works with long-term memory, so it can learn from context and adapt over time. Its autonomy is a bit high, almost like a project manager coordinating everything for you. So to summarize, Generative AI creates content, AI agents acts on tools for specific tasks, and Agentic AI plan, coordinates, and execute multi-step processes with memory. Now we'll be talking about the real-world use cases. Now, Generative AI is already being used by big companies. For example, we have Belk, which uses it to automatically write product description, while Morgan Stanley relies on it to generate research summaries for their analysts. It's just like having a smart assistant that saves time by creating text quickly. Now, when it comes to AI agents, you can see them in action with Klarna's customer support bot, which help answer customer questions, and with Zapier, where agents move data between different apps automatically. Now, these are great at handling repetitive tasks reliably. Then there's Agentic AI, which takes things to the next level. We have Shopify's Sidekick, which helps store owners manage their shop by planning and taking actions, while Bud financial users uses it for automating money transfers and financial decisions. This type of AI doesn't just follow instructions, it can plan, reason, and coordinate tasks on its own. Of course, each comes with its own cautions, but with generative AI, you should always fast check because it can make mistakes. AI agents work well, but they have a limited scope and it needs regular rule updates. An agentic AI is powerful, but it must have strong guardrails or else it might go off track when making decisions. So now that you know the difference, generative AI is like a creative writer capable of producing new text, images, or ideas. AI agents act as reliable task doers, following instructions and completing specific jobs. And then we have Agentic AI, the autonomous orchestrators that not only complete tasks but also reason, plan, and coordinate multiple steps on their own. Each level builds on the previous one, moving from simply generating content to using tools and finally to advanced reasoning and decision making.
Are you feeling like every other video, article, or tweet you see these days is about generative AI? You're not wrong. It's the tech world's current obsession. But instead of just nodding along, wondering what it all means, what if we could actually master it? In this video, we are cutting through the hype, giving you a practical step you need to truly understand. I will be breaking down the entire journey into manageable phases from fundamental knowledge to building your own Gen AI projects. Before we begin, let me tell you what generative AI or Gen AI means. As the name suggests, it is generating data. It's a technology where it uses existing data for creating new ones. It might be in the form of text, images, audio, video, code, or even 3D models. For better understanding, I will be dividing the entire roadmap into 4 phases plus one additional phase as a bonus phase for you to excel in this field. Phase 1 is all about laying the foundation, which includes the basics of AI and machine learning. Think of artificial intelligence as making computers smart enough to do things which people can do. Machine learning is just one of the ways to do it, allowing computers to learn from example instead of being told exactly what to do. It's a learning by seeing and doing it, not just by a rule book. There are 3 main types of machine learning: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning is where the computers learn with correct answers, whereas unsupervised learning involves finding patterns on its own, and reinforcement learning is about learning through rewards. You will need Python too. Key tools include NumPy for numerical operations, Pandas for organizing data, and Matplotlib and Seaborn for data visualization. These help you to work with and understand data. You need to understand data preparation, which involves cleaning and organizing data. Also, learn about the feature engineering, which is the process of selecting important parts of the data of the model. Gen AI uses deep learning. You can think of deep learning as a computer network with many layers. Understand the basic idea of how these networks learn from data. This is the key for understanding more complex Gen AI models. Moving on to phase 2, where you can start exploring the Gen AI models. Some of Gen AI models include GANs, which are 2 networks competing, one making fake data and other tries to spot it. This model works well for creating realistic outputs. The second model is VAEs. This model learns a hidden representation of data to create new or similar data. The next model is transformers, which are excellent at understanding context in sequence like text, audio, and even images using attention. The last model is diffusion model, which can create high quality data by reversing a noising process. This model is very popular for images. Apart from Gen AI models, you need to cover text generation model, which falls under natural language processing, which is NLP. These models power text creation from writing articles to translating languages. And lastly, you will cover image generation using GANs and diffusion models. In phase 3, we will focus on developing our practical skills. You can start with small projects such as generating basic images or text with small datasets. Do experiment and learn the workflow. Join platforms like Hugging Face, Reddit, Stack Overflow, and Kaggle forums to ask questions and learn from others. To showcase your work, you can use GitHub to share your projects and code. Phase 4 is truly about staying ahead. Gen AI is always changing, so you need to be aware of it. New architectures are constantly being built, so briefly be aware that more advanced models are continuously being developed beyond the basics that we have covered. I would also recommend learning about deploying models on cloud platforms like AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure, which will be useful for larger projects. Additionally, you can read research papers, follow tech experts online, whether on Twitter or LinkedIn, and stay curious about this field. Continuous learning is the key in this field. Now that you have built a strong foundation in generative AI, Phase 5 is all about mastering the future of technology. A certification course provides formal validation of specialized knowledge and skills, making individuals stand out to employees and demonstrating a commitment to professional development. This recognition often leads to enhanced credibility that improves career opportunities with specific field. Wondering which certification to go with? Don't worry, I've got you covered here as well. Explore the origin and the essence of this transformation. We'll uncover how generative AI differs from traditional AI, how it learns to create rather than just classify, and the key breakthroughs from GPT models to diffusion systems that shaped its rise. We look at the world through AI's eyes, understanding the power of large language models and neural networks that allows machines to think, reason, and create like never before. We shift from understanding to interaction. Here we learn how to speak language of AI through prompting. Every great output begins with a great question, and every question can be shaped to unlock creativity, precision, and insight. You will learn how to design effective prompts, refine them through practice, and experience firsthand how small changes in wondering can transform AI's response. This is where creativity meets control and you become the guide. You'll see how generative AI becomes a powerful ally in creation and learning. Whether it's researching complex topics, summarization vast information, or creating content from articles and visuals to fully presentation, Gen AI becomes your collaborative partner. You will explore how to use AI tools responsible, maintaining originality, accuracy, and ethical awareness. Here you will begin to realize that AI doesn't replace human creativity, it amplifies it. We'll bring everything together, learning how to apply generative AI in real world. We'll uncover how AI turns data into stories, helping us find meaning hidden within numbers. We use it to brainstorm, innovate, and design new solutions faster and smarter. You will see how AI integrates into workflows, boosts productivity, and inspires new forms of storytelling, analytics, and innovation. As we look ahead, we glimpse the future of agentic AI and autonomous systems that can reason, remember, and collaborate alongside us. From learning what AI is to mastering how to communicate with it to discover how to create and apply with it, this course takes you through every stage of generative AI journey. Because the future of intelligence is no longer about machines that follow. It's about the machines that co-create, and you are about to learn how to shape the future. Not long ago, the ability to create art, music, or stories belonged solely to humans. Today, algorithms can draft poems, paint lifelike portraits, compose melodies, and even hold natural conversations, reshaping our notation of creativity. Uncover how generative AI evolved from basic pattern recognition to a groundbreaking systems powering creativity at scale. We will reveal how these technologies learn not just to analyze but to imagine and generate new content that touches business, education, entertainment, and daily life. Generative AI or Gen AI is a special branch of artificial intelligence that does not just analyze information, it actually creates new things from it. It can write essays, generate realistic images, produce videos, compose music, and even help design new products. You might have already experienced it without realizing, like when you use ChatGPT to help you writing something, or when an app turns your selfie into digital painting using AI. Now, how do we define generative AI? Generative AI is a branch of artificial intelligence that focuses on creating new content or data based on patterns and knowledge it has learned from existing data. Unlike traditional AI, which primarily analyzes, classifies, or predicts outcomes, generative AI can generate original outputs such as text, images, audio, video, or even code. Generative AI learns from lots of data to see patterns and relationships. Using this knowledge, it can create new content that makes sense, is relevant to the context, and feels original. Similar to how a chef studies countless recipes to invent a new dish, or how a musician listens to many songs to compose a unique melody, Gen AI can write stories, generate artwork, compose music, or even produce realistic images, all based on what it has learned. In simple terms, generative AI is an AI system capable of imagining and creating, rather than just recognizing or analyzing. Okay, now you have an idea of what generative AI can do. But how do you think this is possible? Imagine AI as a magical robot with brain that can learn from everything it sees and hears. Just like we humans learn by reading books, listening to music, or even watching videos, AI learns from huge amount of data. It notices patterns, figures out relationships, and remembers what works together. Now, this robot has different superpowers for different tasks. The first power will be the text power, which writes stories, emails, or even code. For example, we have ChatGPT. These kind of models are called text generative models. The second superpower is image power, which creates drawing, illustrations, or even realistic photos. And some examples are DALL-E and Midjourney, and these models are called image generation models. The third superpower is audio power, which composes music, voices, or even sound effects. These models are called audio generation models. The next superpower is video power, which makes animations or even short films. And these kind of models are called video generation models. And the final power that the robot has is the code power, which helps the programmers write or complete code quickly. And some of the examples are GitHub Copilot. These models are called code generation models. But powers alone aren't enough. Every superhero needs tools. AI tools are the technologies that makes this power work. Let's see which tools generative AI uses along with its power. The first one being neural networks. They are like the robot's brain cells. They help in recognizing patterns and connect ideas. The second one is large language models, which are LLMs. They are kind of language brain that understand text, context, and can generate coherent writing. And the third one is generative adversarial networks, which is GANs. They are the artistic eye that help it create realistic or imaginative images. The next one is variational autoencoders, which are VAEs, which help AI handle complicated structure and organize complex information. And the last one is foundational models. They are the general purpose based models that can be trained for many tasks, from text to image to data analysis. So whether AI creates something like a story, a picture, music, video, or even code, it's using its power with these tools. The powers decide what to create, and the tools make sure it can learn, understand, and produce something original and meaningful. In short, generative AI is like a magical robot friend. It learns from the world, uses its powers, applies its tools, and brings ideas to life. Now that we understand how generative AI works, let's see what it can do for us and what we need to be careful about. Generative AI brings incredible opportunities, but it also comes with some risks. On the bright side, it can save time, boost creativity, and help people solve problems faster. Businesses can generate reports, marketing content, or even product design in minutes. Students and educators can get help with research, learning, and personalized tutoring. Artists, writers, and musicians can experiment with ideas they might never have imagined. But AI isn't perfect. Sometimes it can make mistakes like giving wrong information or creating content that does not make any sense. There are also ethical concerns like copying someone else's work, spreading false information, or even invading privacy. And that's why it's important to use AI responsibly, making sure it's fair, transparent, and respects people's rights. Generative AI is already making a huge impact across many sectors, such as business, which helps companies write emails, create ads, design products, and even automate customer services. In education, it's helping provide personalized tutoring, generating practical exercises, and helps explaining complex topics in simple ways. While in entertainment, it is helping create music, movies, video games, and artwork, giving creators new ways to express themselves. And some of the other sectors include healthcare, finance, research, use AI to analyze data, generate reports, or assist in discovering new solutions. Generative AI isn't just a futuristic idea anymore. It's a tool that's already shaping how we work, learn, and create. Have you ever been frustrated by AI's unexpected answers? What if the secret to getting better AI response lies not only in the machines but how we ask? This is where prompt engineering comes in place. We will unlock the power of effective prompting, which is the key to steering AI towards answers that are precise, creative, and truly useful. We'll dive into the art and science of prompt engineering, which are the skills of crafting instructions that guide AI to produce accurate, relevant, and creative outputs. You'll also learn not just what prompts are, but also structure them effectively, experiment with different approaches, and troubleshoot when the results aren't quite good. Through hands-on practice, you'll also get to see these techniques in action on platforms like ChatGPT, GitHub, Copilot, and other Gen AI tools that are gaining the confidence to interact with AI like a pro. A prompt is nothing but essentially a set of instructions you give to the AI. Think of it as a way you guide a student, an artist, or a chef to create exactly what you want. The better the instruction, the better the output. Every prompt has a few key parts. The first part is instruction, which says what you want the AI to do. And the second one is context, which are any background or information that the AI needs. The third one is the input data, which are nothing but the raw materials the AI should use. And then we have the output format, which is how you want the final results to look alike. Without these components, it's like asking someone to cook dinner without telling them the ingredients or what cuisine you want. Now let's see why prompts matter. If your instructions are vague, the AI can give you a random or useless answer. But a clear, structured prompts give you exactly what you want. For example, if I give a very simple prompt, which is write a story about a robot. So let's see what it generates. Notice it's very vague. The AI doesn't know what kind of a story we want, how long it should be, or what details to include. Now let's refine the prompt. We will add instructions for the current prompt. We'll say write a story about a robot learning how to paint. Now what are the conditions? I'll say make it 5 sentences long and include a funny challenge that the robot faces while painting. Now, in the third condition, let's say end it with a positive or surprising twist. Now, here in this prompt, we have added instructions. The robot is learning paint. We want exactly 5 sentences, a funny challenge, and a positive twist by the end. By giving more context and structure, we guide the AI to create something much more specific and engaging. And check out the results, it's much better. By refining our prompt with context and instructions, we get a story that's interesting, funny, and exactly the length we wanted. Prompt engineering is all about asking better questions. Here are some strategies. The first one is to be specific. Instead of write an email, say write a professional email to a client explaining a delayed shipment. And the second strategy is set the role. Ask the AI to act as a teacher, coach, developer, or a designer. For example, you're a marketing expert. Write a catchy slogan for a vegan snack brand. And the third strategy is use few short examples. Show the AI few examples of what you want before asking it to generate something new. So for example, we have fast food logo which can be done with red and yellow burger icon. And for a tech company logo, you can add blue and white abstract design. Now try creating a logo for a fitness brand yourself. The fourth strategy is system messages. Explain high-level instructions to guide the AI's behavior. For example, in ChatGPT, you can give always respond in a friendly tone. Now let's apply whatever we have learned and create a simple chatbot that can answer questions about movies. So let's give some clear instructions. You can use ChatGPT or any other LLM model for this. So first, let's specify the role. Let's say you are a movie guide. And the instructions being you should provide a 3-sentence summary and one fun fact. And then we have to provide the context. So let's do that. Let's say the user might ask. Let's specify how our output should be, which is keep it concise and engaging. So as you can see, it has updated the memory. So it's asking us to feel free to ask about any movie. So it has automatically changed to a chatbot that acts like a movie guide. So let's say I ask about a movie. Can you describe the movie Inception? Let's ask about the movie Inception. So as you can see, it is providing me a concise explanation of what the Inception movie, which is shot in 2010. And it has given me a fun fact also, which is Christopher Nolan. The director used a unique visual effect in Inception. The folding city scene by creating a practical set allowed buildings to bend, blending practical effects with CGI to create a surreal dreamlike experience. So without any coding, your chatbot is ready to use. By giving a clear instruction, a clear prompt, the GPT understood its assignment. Even experts don't get it perfect results on their first try. Sometimes the AI misunderstands what you mean, gives you incomplete answers, or goes completely off track. And that's totally normal because working with AI is an iterative process. And for this, you can experiment with different prompt versions, adjusting wording, adding examples, and checking how each change influences the results. This process helps you understand what makes the AI think better. Suppose you write a very vague prompt, such as write about a climate change. So let's see what the ChatGPT gives us. Observe that AI gives an explanation which is not wrong, but it's not focused either. There is no clear goal or format. This happens when our prompt lacks direction. Now let's consider another example, which is explain AI. Now again, this will give a vague answer because there is no proper instructions or any context given to this. When prompts are too general, AI doesn't know what level of detail or tone to use. It is unclear if this is for a child, a researcher, or a business audience. Now let's alter one of the prompts and make it even more clear for the model to understand. Instead of writing about a climate change, let's give a more detailed prompt. For example, let's give explain climate change for a 10-year-old student using simple language and one example. Here we have added context, who the audience is and what level of language to use, and the response is short and clear explanation. Now let's give the same prompt with some structure, like let's say explain the climate change for a 10-year-old student again. For a 10-year-old student in 3 short paragraphs, where the first one will be what is it? Second one will be what causes it? And the third one will be what you can do about it. This kind of prompt help organize the response in a more readable way. The response will be neatly formatted in 3 sections. Another way is to specify the output format. For example, again, let's go with the same example. Let's say explain climate change for 10-year-old student in bullet points with emojis. Let's say with 1 emojis. At the start of each point, we are telling the AI exactly how to present the answer, bullet points, emojis, and the tone. Watch how clearly it follows our instructions now. The output is neat and engaging with emojis. Now compare this version to the first one which we have received. Clearly, you can see the difference between the first prompt and the final version of it. The output is more clear, structured, and engaging. Now, sometimes even when your prompt is clear, the AI still makes mistakes. Let's look at few common cases and how to fix them. The first scenario is where the output is too verbose. For example, if you give the prompt, suppose explain Python function, the prompt which we have given is clear prompt. The answer would be too lengthy for you to go through. So in such cases, keep it under 4 sentences for the summary, which will give you a more concise version of it. So let's give the prompt. So here you go. It will generate exactly 4 sentences to summarize the functions of a Python. The second scenario is where the answer is being off topic or irrelevant. So consider the prompt to write a story about data. So let's just give write a story about data. This prompt will give you random topics which is irrelevant to the data. So in such cases, you can write prompt like 100-word story about the data scientist. Let's say about a data scientist. Discovering a pattern. Now this will make sure that the topic is not irrelevant. The last scenario is missing detail or creativity. For example, let's give the prompt of describe a city. Now the answer is very plain description. Whereas you can modify the same prompt and say describe a futuristic city. So let's do that. Describe a futuristic city in 2050. Focusing on technology and nature. This will give us more creative answer of how 2050 city will look like purely from the imagination of the AI. In a world moving faster than ever, how we can learn, research, and create content efficiently. AI as your partner to accurately discover, amplify creativity, and craft high quality work in less time, all while maintaining originality and ethics. That's exactly what generative AI can do when used for research, learning, and content creation. This module will show you how to use AI not just as a chatbot, but as a true research and creative partner. AI can help you discover information faster, learn better, and create smarter. In this module, we'll cover 4 key areas. The first one is AI enhanced research. How to use Gen AI to search, summarize, and organize research materials or data. Second, we learn AI for learning. How AI can act as a study partner, explaining topics, answering questions, or creating personalized learning materials. And the third one is AI for content creation. How to generate articles, scripts, images, and presentations using AI tools. And the fourth one is advanced prompting for content. How to design prompts for specific needs like SEO, social media, or even academic writing. And the fifth one is tool comparison. A quick look at some of the best AI tools for research, for creating, like ChatGPT, Bing, Copilot, Gemini, and others. Now let's compare two of the LLM models and see the difference. I'm here going to compare ChatGPT versus Perplexity. So let's give a prompt to ChatGPT, which is summarize recent research paper. Let's say research on LLM memory architectures. It will give you a clear overview covering techniques like retrieval augmented generation, episodic memory, and vector database. Now, the same thing, I'm going to compare it with Perplexity Pro. So, I'm going to enter the same prompt. So, let's see what's the difference. You will see it provides the same content but live web citation, making it more credible for academic references. Once we find research papers, the next challenge is to summarize and synthesize them. There are two types of AI summarizations. The first one is extract summarization, which selects key phrases or sentence directly from the text, while abstractive summarization rewrites the context in its own words, preserving the meaning. Let's consider an example. Let's take an abstract of a research paper and paste it in the ChatGPT and ask to summarize this paper on transform efficiency in 5 bullet points. You will see a concise summary with methods, findings, and limitation. Then ask it, rephrase it in a structured note format with sections, objective, method, results, and limitations. This turns unstructured text into usable research notes into perfect for academic or even professional documentation. Now, if you ask me how LLM models are able to do this is because they perform summarization using attention mechanism, which is identifying the most contextual relevant tokens in the text. That's how they can understand which part matters the most. Research is not just about reading, it's about connecting ideas. AI can help to organize knowledge into themes, tables, and concept maps. Now, suppose if you have 5 research papers about AI in education, let's ask ChatGPT to create a table summarization, each paper with columns. So, first, you can upload all the 5 research papers, and give this a prompt saying, create a table summarizing each paper with columns, and the columns would be author, and then followed by topic, followed by key insight, and then research gap. So let's give this. So as you can see, the model generates a structured comparison instantly. Here are some of the tools you can use. The first one is Notion AI for turning notes into organized databases. Then you can use Scholar C, which is automatically summarizes PDFs and highlights important sections, and reuse earlier notes for continuity. AI doesn't just store data, it helps in knowledge structuring, a crucial skill for both academic and professional research. Large language models or LLMs are incredibly versatile at generating written content, whether it's an email, blog post, essay, or video script. These models understand context, tone, and audience, which means you can customize output easily. For example, let's give a prompt which says write a 200-word blog on AI in education in a professional tone. So let's see what it generates. Tone. Your output will be ready. If you want to refine it further, you can just ask it, make it sound more professional. Let's say persuasive. Make it sound more persuasive. Add a call to action and format it in Markdown. Now, here the LLM adjusts vocabulary, tone, and structure to match the prompt. The next essential part is visual storytelling, which is another domain revolutionized by AI. Text-to-image models like Midjourney, DALL-E, and Adobe Firefly can convert text prompts into realistic or artistic visuals. Now let's give a prompt to ChatGPT, which has inbuilt DALL-E for creation of images. Let's ask the ChatGPT to create an image of a futuristic classroom where AI tutors students, let's say digital holograms on walls, and let's add a cinematic lighting. In seconds, the AI generates stunning images. You can modify your prompt to control. Say the style, you can set it to realistic, anime, or even watercolor. And lighting also, you can change it for cinematic or even soft light. And also perspective also you can change by mentioning if it's a top view or a close-up. Now let's talk about multi-modal tools like Canva AI, Tome, Gamma, and Slides AI. These platforms merge text, visuals, and design, automatically generating complete presentations from single prompt. Now let's consider Canva AI. Now let's give a very simple prompt to Canva AI, such as create a 5-slide presentation on, say, the topic, the future of AI in healthcare. So let's just generate. So here it is asking which type. So let me go with minimalistic. And here you can see it is asking me what is the flow of the PPT presentation. So you can do changes here also so that you don't face any issues further. So you can modify it. If everything seems all right, you can just generate design. Now, as you can see, within seconds, the AI generates a title slide, key insights, data charts, images aligned with the theme. Now think about this, a presentation that might have taken hours of work, hours of creation, hours of ideas to align this kind of presentation just took about few minutes. The effectiveness of your AI output depends on how well you craft your prompts. Different formats need different prompting style. For example, the CEO prompt should be something like write a SEO blog on AI tools for students with keywords. Let's add some AI learning assistant. Let's say productivity. And even one more, study tools. And this is how easily you can create a blog. Whereas if you want any social media prompt, you can just say create 3 catchy. Let's create LinkedIn. About AI in content creation. Now here you go. You can just copy and paste it in your LinkedIn, and here you have viral 3 posts just created within seconds. Or if you want an academic prompt, you can just say summarize this paper in API format with a text citation. So you can just add a document and ask it to summarize this paper in APA format with text citation. Now, what about if you want to generate a script? You can just mention write a YouTube script explaining ethics in generative AI in an engaging tone. And there you go, you have an entire YouTube script that you can just read it and get your content creation done in a matter of few seconds. Always specify audience, length, and format. This gives the model clear direction. To take your results from good to great, use advanced prompting methods. Some of them are chain of thought prompting, which is ask the model to think step by step. The second one is role prompting, which is to give prompt as to act as a research assistant summarizing a scientific paper. And the third one is output format control, which is to provide results in a markdown table or return output in JSON format. These help in making the results structured, reusable, and consistent. Now let's put all our knowledge that we gained and let's identify new trends in healthcare in India, how to do it with the help of ChatGPT and Perplexity. Let's say I need to identify new trends in healthcare in India. So first I will choose Perplexity because its AI is connected to a live web, so it's ideal for up-to-date trend identification. In Perplexity AI, I will give a prompt which says, what are the latest emerging trends? In India healthcare sector? Let's mention the range also, let's say from 2023 to 2025. Here you can see you get live news insights, report from WHO, NITI, Ayog, and also Indian Ministry of Health. You also get citation from trusted sources which will be mentioned. Let's say these are the general trends that we have obtained. Now to explore more deeper, give more prompts such as explain the growth of AI and digital health startups in India. So it is answering all the questions. It's giving role of AI, healthcare, digital health, subsegments, modules, policy infrastructure, and demand drivers, challenges, and future related things. Now let me ask a questions. What are the current challenges? So what are the current challenges in telemedicine? Adoption in India. Again, it will give more and more information. So here you can see it is about telemedicine, clinical and trust-related concern, data privacy regulation, governance, operation, and demand-side issues. And let me just summarize this. Summarize recent governmental initiatives for digital healthcare in India. The more prompting questions you ask, the deeper knowledge of each point. So these are the insights that we have received from Perplexity. Now you can just copy and paste these insights to ChatGPT. So let's just copy the entire insights that Perplexity has given. Let's open a new chat. Let's just paste it there. And let's just ask ChatGPT to organize these healthcare trends from India into 3 major categories. Group them into, let's say, group them under headings such as technology, policy, infrastructure, and patient care. And also ask it to explain each trend briefly. Now, this is asking ChatGPT to summarize or tabulate trends for easier visualization. Now, you want to create a table based on this information. So, you can just mention over there as a prompt, create a table summarizing key healthcare trends in India. With columns, let's also name the columns so it is neat. The first one, let it be trend. Then let's say description. Later impact. And let it add an example. And also I need the source. This will give you a clear comparative overview you can use in the report or even in a PPT. So let's just copy and paste it in Canva AI. And mention create a 5-slide presentation on emerging healthcare trends in India. Let's give it 2025 outlook. Let's also provide with some instruction, which is include key categories such as digital, health, AI diagnostics, telemedicine, and policy reforms. So again, it's going to ask us which type. I'm going with minimalistic and submit. Here you can see style is minimalistic, audience professional, and length is 1 to 5. And again, we have the overview. If you want any changes, make sure to adjust it here. So we have introduction page where so much information will be there. Digital health and Ayushman Bharat digital mission is given. AI diagnostic transforming healthcare, telemedicine, policy reforms, everything is mentioned. So I think it's good to go. So let's just generate the design. So as you can see, Canva AI here have already given you a clear PPT for you to ready to present. This entire process will take few minutes and we have a list of top 5 to 7 emerging healthcare trends in India, a structured table summarizing key insights, impacts and examples, a short blog or report on emerging healthcare trends in India. Optionally, a 5-slide Canva presentation for visuals. This would have taken weeks of research and analysis, which was achieved in just minutes, and that's the power of generative AI. Now imagine transferring raw data into compelling stories that drive smarter decision and spark innovation. Generative AI is not just about creating content. It is about being a powerful partner in analyzing information, uncovering insights, and streamlining workflows. Think of this as moving from using AI for creativity to using AI for decision making and innovation. You'll learn how to turn raw data into meaningful insights, how to communicate those insights through storytelling, and how to use Gen AI tools to design better workflows and automate part of your work. We'll also take a look at what's coming next, the future of agentic AI, autonomous assistance, and how we can build innovation responsible as AI becomes more capable and independent. So, by the end of this module, you'll know not just how AI creates, but how it thinks with you and help you analyze, narrate, and innovate with purpose. Let's begin with one of the most powerful ways to apply generative AI, which is turning data into insights. Now, we all deal with data, whether it's survey responses, sales reports, student feedback, or even social media analytics. But raw data by itself doesn't tell a story, it's just numbers and text. The real value comes when we can interpret the data, when we can find meaning, patterns, and even insights that guide better decisions. That's what we call moving from data to insights. And the exciting part is generative AI makes this process faster, simpler, and more accessible than ever before. When we say data to insight, it simply means the process of taking raw information, cleaning it, understanding it, and drawing meaningful conclusions. For example, imagine you have a dataset of customer reviews. The data might include names, ratings from 1 to 5, comments or feedback text. By itself, that's just information. But once you analyze it, you might find that 70% of the customer love your service speed while 30% complain about pricing. That insights helps you make decision. It may be adjusting pricing or add a discount strategy. That's exactly what generative AI help us to do, which is quickly move from a pile of information to something we can actually act upon. To understand how AI helps, let's first know the two main types of data. The first one is structured data. This is a neat, organized, like a spreadsheet, with rows, columns such as customer ID, sales, amounts, dates, etc. The second type is unstructured data. This data is messy and doesn't fit into tables, for example, things like emails, reviews, social media posts, or even video transcripts. Traditionally, analytic tools like Excel or SQL are great for structured data, but unstructured data, especially large volumes of text, takes hours to analyze manually. And that's where generative AI shines. It can read, summarize, and extract patterns from both structured and unstructured data, even thousands of lines at once. One of the first steps in analysis is data cleaning. You might have missing values, duplicates, and even inconsistent formats. Let's begin with one of the most powerful ways to apply generative AI, which is turning data into insights. AI tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, or Claude can help you detect and fix such issues instantly. For example, you can paste a messy dataset and say the LLM clean this table, remove duplicates, correct spelling errors, and summarize the missing values. Or if you have a CSV file, you can just upload it and ask, can you identify any anomalies or incorrect entities? So let's do that. So I have a file which I can upload, or I'll just copy and paste this data set and ask it to clean the table, remove duplicates, correct those spelling errors, and summarize missing values. So as you can see, within seconds, AI can flag issues like mismatched dates, duplicate names, or even outliers, saving hours of manual work. So AI becomes like your data assistant, handling the repetitive parts while you focus on the decision making. After cleaning comes the analysis part. Here, generative AI can perform descriptive summaries, detect patterns, or even suggest hypotheses. Now, let's say you're analyzing sales data. So, let's upload the sales data and you can ask ChatGPT what are the top performing products by region in this data set. So, let's ask, So as you can see, it has given us top performing products by religion. Repeat, religion. So as you can see, it has given us top performing products by region. And this is done in few seconds. Now let's take another example where we have to summarize key themes and customer sentiments in the feedback form. So let's say I'm running a business and I have a feedback of 50 customers. So I'll just copy and paste the feedback and ask ChatGPT to analyze this customer feedback and list the top 3 recurring themes. Also, I'll ask it to suggest a positive improvement. Now, here AI scans through 50 or even thousands of entities and instantly summarizes results. Like here, you can see it is mentioning the website and checkout experiences. Many customer commented on the website navigation, checkout process, and issues like freezing or on the checkout page. It is also talked about product quality and description, customer service, and support. And it's mentioned these are the recurring themes, highlighting the importance of improving user experience both online and post purchase to maintain customer satisfaction. So instead of just reporting numbers, AI helps you understand the story behind them. That's a complete insight derived automatically from unstructured text. Now you can ask a tool like ChatGPT or Gemini to create a short summary paragraph I can use in management report. Now with these insights, you can ask ChatGPT or any other LLM model to create a short summary paragraph so you can use it to management report. So let's give the prompt. Report. Now you can see AI has produced something like customer feedback highlights key areas of improvement, including the website and checkout experience, product quality and description, and customer service. Many users expressed frustration with the checkout process, slow customer support, and issue with product description and packaging. To enhance customer satisfaction, it is recommended to streamline the checkout process, improve product description and packaging, and implement live chat support for quick use. Addressing these concerns will help improve overall customer experience and retention. But here's the big deal. Storytelling isn't about words. Visuals play a huge role. AI tools like Canva, Magic Write, Beautiful.ai, or even Power BI Copilot can automatically generate chats that explains your trends, visually summarizes that key highlights, key metrics, and even slide decks ready to present. Example, you can say create a presentation summarizing the sales trends by region in 3 slides. So I've already uploaded the sales data set. And again, it will ask which kind of presentation. Again, I'm going with minimalistic since it's a professional way. And here you can see the timeline. What are the slides that will be added? You can add or delete a section. And let's go with generate. And there you go. AI will design professional looking visual narrative with title chats and talking points. This saves time and ensures that your story is not only accurate but also visually engaging. One simple way to build your AI driven story is using this 3-step framework. The first one is context. What was the question or goal? The second one is insight. What did the data reveal? And the third one is impact. What should we do next? You can even prompt AI like this. Based on this data set, generate a story following this structure, which is context, insights, and impact. This way, your report feels logical, human, and actionable. So, AI powered storytelling transforms raw analytics into communication that drives understanding and decision. You no longer need to be a data scientist or a designer to explain insights beautifully. With generative AI, anyone can tell stories that blend logic with creativity, facts with feelings. In the next section, we'll take this one step further and explore how generative AI helps us go beyond communication into innovation and problem solving, where AI becomes our partner in brainstorming and creating new ideas. Now that we have seen how generative AI can analyze data and tell compelling stories, let's talk about the part that really excites most people, which is innovation and problem solving. This is where AI becomes more than just a tool. It becomes a thinking partner, helping us come up with new ideas, designs, solutions, and make work faster and smarter. When we talk about innovation, we often imagine big inventions like self-driving cars or ChatGPT itself. But in reality, innovations can be as simple as finding a smarter way to solve an everyday problem. Generative AI helps us to do that by expanding our creativity. It doesn't replace our ideas, it enhances them. It gives us more perspective, faster feedback, and even helps test those ideas before we build them. So let's start with brainstorming. Earlier, brainstorming needs teams in rooms, sticky notes, and a lot of time. But now tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, or other LLM model can help you brainstorm 24/7. You can just give the prompt like, give me 10 creative ways to reduce food waste in college cafeterias. And instantly, AI will come up with ideas like smart portion prediction app, leftover recipe generate, gamified zero waste challenge, food waste tracking system, donation program, student cooking classes, etc. Instead of hiring a developer, you can just directly ask ChatGPT to write a basic chatbot flow for a crop price checking. It generates the flow, suggests sample dialogues, and even produce the initial code for you. If you use no-code tools like Glide, Bubble, or Notion AI, you can turn that concept into working prototypes in just few hours, not just weeks. AI shortens the distance between idea and action. Innovation isn't about creating new products. It's also about improving how we work. For example, if you are a marketing manager, AI can automate repetitive tasks like writing emails, summarizing campaign, or even scheduling posts. If you are a researcher, AI can help you organize literature reviews and summarize academic papers. Even in operations, AI can automate workflows such as converting meeting transcripts into action items or generating weekly reports automatically. This kind of everyday innovation frees up time for strategic thinking, the part humans do best. Here's a simple framework to move from idea to implementation using AI. Step 1 is to use AI to generate ideas. Step 2 is to use AI tools to prototype or simulate the ideas. And step 3 is to use AI analytics to measure performance or feedback. This cycle of generate, test, and learn can repeat quickly, and that's what makes modern innovation so fast and accessible. So, innovation and problem solving with generative AI isn't about being a coder or a genius. It's about asking the right question and letting AI accelerate your creativity. From brainstorming and rapid prototyping to workflow automation, AI helps us to turn ideas into impact faster than ever before. Up next, we'll explore how to integrate these AI tools into your daily workflows so you can make Gen AI a natural, productive part of your routine. Alright, now we have seen what generative AI can do. But the real question is, how do you make it part of your day? This section is about practical integration, how to blend AI tools with the way you already work so they become your silent co-pilot in productivity, not just a fancy experiment. When we say integrate AI into workflow, we mean embedding AI into steps of your daily tasks. For example, a researcher using ChatGPT to summarize every paper before reading it, a data analyst using AI to generate Python code or SQL queries, a teacher using AI to prepare lesson summaries and quizzes. Instead of opening AI tools only when you need them, you make them a part of your natural workflow like checking email or using Excel. The first step to integrate AI is to look at your repetitive tasks, things to do every week that consume time but don't need deep creativity effort. For example, writing routine reports, formatting documents, and even summarizing meetings. Ask yourself if AI can do it faster or better. You will be surprised how many daily tasks can be automated or streamlined using simple AI prompts or connected tools. Let's look at how this plays out across different tools. So, ChatGPT and Gemini can be used for drafting content, writing summaries, or explaining code, whereas Notion AI is for automatically generating task updates or Teams notes. Microsoft Copilot or even Google Duet AI, which is directly integrated inside Word, Excel, or Gmail for writing and data analysis. Zapier plus OpenAI to create automated workflow like when a customer submits feedback on Google Form, summarize with ChatGPT to email the manager. This kind of integration means you don't have to switch between apps constantly. AI works quietly in the background. Let's take a real world example. Imagine your marketing manager preparing a weekly campaign report. Normally, you would collect performance data from multiple platforms, copy paste into Excel or PowerPoint, and write a summary manually. Now, with AI, you can just connect tools like Google Analytics to ChatGPT via an integration platform. Ask AI to summarize campaign data and highlight top 3 performing posts. Then use Canva Magic to write and generate a branded presentation in minutes. In short, what earlier took hours can happen in a few prompts and even a clicks. Integrating Gen AI isn't about tools, it's about mindset. The best results comes when you treat AI as a collaborator, not as a shortcut. Instead of thinking, can AI do my job? Think, how can AI help me do my job better and faster? This shift from tool user to AI powered professional is what defines the next wave of digital productivity. So, to sum up, integrating Gen AI into workflow means finding the task where AI can save time, choosing the right tools for your context, and building a daily habit of collaboration with AI. Once you do that, your productivity compounds because AI becomes part of your thinking process. Next, we'll look at the future directions where this journey is heading. Agentic AI, autonomous assistance, and responsible innovation. As we come to the final part of this module, let's look ahead. Generative AI today can write, design, and analyze, and even automate. But the next wave is even more exciting. We are moving from AI as a tool, as an agent system that can reason, plan, and even act on their own. These are called agentic AIs or autonomous assistants, and they are shaping the future of how humans and machines will work together. Agentic AI means AI systems that don't just respond to prompts. They can take initiative, remember goals, and make decisions towards completing them. Think of it like difference between asking ChatGPT to write an email and telling an AI assistant handle all my customers' follow-ups emails this week. In the second case, the AI acts as autonomously. It plans, executes, and updates you, almost like a digital teammate. Projects like OpenAI's GPT's, Leta, and MemGPT are early examples of this direction, which can also remember context, follow multi-step goals, and interact with external tools. So how does this autonomous assistance actually work? It combines three major abilities. The first one is memory. to recall previous interaction and learn over time. And the second one is reasoning, to decide what actions to take next. And the third one is tool use, to connect with apps, database, or even web complete real world tasks. For example, imagine an AI research assistant. You can tell it, find the latest papers on sustainable energy, summarize the key findings, and prepare the slide deck. It will search, summarize, visualize, and present all by its own. That's the direction we are heading. AI as a true collaborator, not just as a chatbot. In this future, the focus shifts from automation to augmentation, where humans and AI combine their strengths. Humans bring creativity, ethics, and emotional intelligence. AI brings speed, precision, and memory. Together, they create what many call the collaborative intelligence model. For example, a teacher using AI to personalize lessons for each student, and a doctor uses AI agents to summarize patient history before diagnosis. And a designer uses AI to generate hundreds of prototypes, then refines the best one manually. The goal isn't to replace people, it is to elevate human potential. But as we move towards this, the power of new phase, we also have to talk about responsible AI innovations. Because when AI can act on their own, we must ensure they do it safely, ethically, and transparently. This means building AI systems that are fair, not biased against any group, ensuring privacy, especially when handling user or company data, maintaining human oversight, which is AI shouldn't assist, not decide everything. Many organizations are now adopting frameworks for responsible AI, focusing on accountability, transparency, and sustainability in AI development. The final part of this journey is about continuous learning. Generative AI is evolving every month, so the best skill you can have is the ability to keep learning and adapting. Stay curious, experiment with new tools, follow trends like multimodal AI, AI governance, and agentic ecosystem, because these will define the careers and innovations for the next decade. So that's a wrap. The future of generative AI is about empowerment. It's about creating intelligent systems that think with us, not for us. As we step into the era of agentic AI and autonomous assistance, our role isn't shrinking, it's transforming. We become directors of intelligence guided by AI to amplify creativity, insights, and positive impact. And that's the mindset that will prepare us for the next wave of AI driven innovation. Generative AI is no longer just a tool, it's a mirror to human imagination. Every prompt, every idea, every creation is a conversation between the thought and possibility. We stand at the edge of a new era where creativity has no boundaries and intelligence is no longer confined to machines or minds alone. The future will belong to those who know how to create with AI, not just use it.
Everyone is talking about large language models, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, and a lot more. But once you move beyond chatting, you quickly realize something more important. Models alone don't build real applications. Real applications need memory, tools, workflows, monitoring, reliability, and a lot more. That's exactly where LangChain comes into the picture. LangChain is not just a library, it's an ecosystem designed to help developers and teams build reliable, controllable, and production-ready AI applications, especially those based on LLMs. In this session, I'll explain what LangChain actually is, why it exists, how it helps build reliable AI agents, and the key products in LangChain ecosystem, which are LangChain, LangGraph, LangSmith, and Deep Agents, all in simple and practical terms. So let's start with what is LangChain. At its core, LangChain is a framework for building applications powered by large language models. But thinking of it as yet another AI library, think of LangChain as a glue layer between large language models, your data, external tools, business logic, and real users. When people first use an LLM, they often write a single prompt and get a response. That's fine for demos, but real-world applications require much more. Things like multi-step reasoning, calling APIs, fetching data from databases, remembering past interactions, handling errors, and behaving consistently over time. LangChain gives you structured building blocks to do exactly that. Now, why LangChain exists could be a question. Large language models are powerful, but also unpredictable. They can hallucinate, they can give you different answers to the same question. They might remember, or most of the cases, they don't remember things unless you design a specified memory for that. They don't naturally follow workflows. LangChain exists to turn probabilistic models into deterministic systems. Instead of hoping the model behaves correctly, LangChain helps you control how the model is used, break tasks into steps, and add the guardrails, track what happens under the hood, and a lot more. This is what makes AI systems usable in real products and not just experiments. Now, let's go through the core idea of LangChain. So we have three: chains, tools, and agents. LangChain is built around these three core ideas. So let's go through them one after the other. First, chains. A chain is simply a sequence of steps. For example, take input from user, reformat it, send it to an LLM, post-process their response, and lastly return a final answer. Instead of writing messy, unstructured code, LangChain lets you define the flow cleanly. Chains make your AI logic easier to debug, easier to test, and easier to extend. Now the second core component, which are tools. Tools allow a large language model to interact with the outside world. For example, we have search engines, databases, APIs, calculators, and some internal company systems as well. Without tools, a model can only talk. With tools, it can act. That's the important difference. LangChain provides a standard way to define tools so the model knows what tools are existing in the system, when to use them, what inputs they require to process a request. Now the third core component, which is agents. An agent is where things get interesting. Agents allow the model to decide what action to take, choose which tool to use, observe the result, and decide the next step. In simple terms, agents add decision-making ability, but agents also introduce risk, because now the model is in control of execution. This is why reliability and observability becomes critical, which brings us to the LangChain's ecosystem. Now, how LangChain helps build reliable agents? Agents are powerful, but unreliable agents are dangerous. LangChain tackles this problem in several ways. One of those is structured control. Instead of letting the model to do anything, LangChain enforces defined tools, defined input and output formats, controlled execution paths, and a lot more. This reduces randomness. Another one is state and memory management. LangChain provides built-in support for conversation memory, session state, long-term context, and a lot more. This ensures that the agent behaves consistently across interactions instead of forgetting everything. Now, another one is deterministic workflows with LangGraph. This is where LangGraph comes in. LangGraph allows you to design agent workflows as graphs, not just loose loops. You can define states, transitions, conditions, failure handling, and a lot more. Instead of the agent decides everything, you design how the agent is allowed to think. This is critical for enterprise systems, compliance-heavy applications, multi-step automation, and a lot more. Now, the next stage is where we discuss open source frameworks in the LangChain ecosystems. Let's talk about the key open source components. First one, LangChain, the core framework. This is the foundation. LangChain provides prompt templates, chains, memory abstractions, tool interfaces, LLM wrappers, and a lot more. It allows you to switch models easily from OpenAI to Anthropic to open source models and a lot more without having to rewrite your entire application. Think of LangChain as the backend framework for LLM-powered applications. The second one is LangGraph. LangGraph is built specifically for AI agents and workflows. Instead of linear chains, you define nodes, edges, conditions. This makes AI agent behavior predictable, debuggable, and safer. LangGraph is especially useful when multiple agents collaborate, long-running tasks are involved, and you need human-in-loop approvals. Now comes the third one, deep agents. Deep agents focus more on autonomous, multi-step reasoning systems. They are designed for research assistance, planning systems, complex decision makings, and a lot more. Deep agents emphasize iterative reasoning, reflection, goal-driven execution. But again, the key idea is control, not blind autonomy. LangSmith is for observability, evaluation, and deployment. Now, let's talk about LangSmith, which is a critical part of the ecosystem. LangSmith is not just a logging tool. It's an AI observability and evaluation platform. What LangSmith solves when an AI agent fails? You need answers. What prompt was used? Which tool was called? What did the model think? Where did it go wrong? And a lot more. LangSmith gives you visibility into traces, tool calls, model inputs and outputs, latency and errors, and a lot more. This is essential for production systems. Now, let's focus on evaluation and testing. LangSmith allows you to run automated evaluation, compare prompt versions, test model changes, measure quality over time. Instead of guessing whether your agent improved, you can measure it. Deployment and agent builder. LangSmith also supports deployment workflows, agent configuration, version control for prompts, and logic. This turns AI development into an engineering discipline, not trial and error. Now, let's focus on why LangChain matters in real-world applications. LangChain is widely used because it addresses real pain points. Companies use LangChain for customer support agents, internal knowledge assistants, data analysis copilots, workflow automation, and research tools, and also a lot more. The reason it works is simple. LangChain respects the limitations of LLMs instead of ignoring them. It assumes models can fail. Prompts need iteration. Systems need monitoring. That mindset is what makes it production ready. Now, let's go through some final thoughts and a quick summary. LangChain is not about hype. It's about engineering discipline for AI systems. LangChain gives structure. LangGraph gives control. Deep agents give autonomy with guardrails. LangSmith gives visibility and confidence. Together, they allow teams to move from let's try an AI demo to let's run an AI system in production. If you are serious about building reliable, scalable, and maintainable AI applications, understanding LangChain is no longer optional. It's foundational. Now that we understand what LangChain is and why it exists, the next logical step is to apply these ideas into a real problem. In theory, we talked about chains, tools, agents, and observability. But these concepts only start to make sense when you see them working together in actual use case. So in this project, we are going to build an AI content creating agent for social media platforms using LangChain. The goal is simple and practical. Instead of manually brainstorming post ideas, captions, hashtags, and content angles every day, we will design an AI agent that can understand a content brief, analyze the target platform and audience, generate platform-specific content, iterate and refine outputs based on simple rules. This project is not about building a flashy bot. It's about learning how to structure an AI system that behaves consistently and produces usable content. As we build this agent, you will see how chains help break content creation into clear steps. Tools allow the agent to fetch context and guidelines. Agents decide what type of content to generate, and observability helps us understand why the agent made certain choices. By the end of this hands-on exercise, you won't just have an AI that writes posts. You will understand how to design, control, and improve an AI agent using LangChain skills that directly translate to real-world AI applications across industries. Now, let's move on from concepts to code and start building. Before we look at the actual code, it's important to understand the basic project structure. These supporting files may look simple, but they play a critical role in making the AI agent stable, secure, and reproducible. First, we have the VenV, the virtual environment. The VenV folder represents a virtual environment. In simple terms, it is an isolated workspace for this project's Python dependencies. Now, why this VenV space matters? Different projects often need different versions of the same library. Installing everything globally can break other projects. A virtual environment keeps this project clean and independent for this LangChain agent. All LangChain related libraries like LLMs, SDKs, supporting utilities are installed only inside this particular virtual environment. Think of VenV as a sandbox or virtual machine where this AI agent can run without interfering with anything else on your system. Now, the second one is .env file. So this particular .env file or environment configuration file is used for storing sensitive and environment specific information. Typically, it includes API keys from OpenAI, Gemini, etc., model configuration values, environment flags like development or production. Now, why this is important? You never hard-code secrets into your code. You can change configurations without touching the logic. It keeps your code safe and portable. For this project, the .env file allows the AI agent to authenticate with the language model provider, access external services securely, and in short, .env separates the configuration from logic, which is the best practice in production systems. The third one is requirements.txt, the dependency definition. The requirements.txt file lists all the Python packages required to run this project. This usually includes LangChain model, SDKs, utility libraries like python.env, etc. Now, why this matters? Anyone can recreate the same environment. Deployments become predictable. Version mismatches are avoided. If someone clones this project and runs pip install requirements.txt, they get the exact setup needed to run the code context generation agent. This file ensures consistency across machines, teams, and environments. Now, at last, we have our main file, which is socialgen.py, the core application logic. This is where the actual intelligence lives. The socialgen.py file contains the LangChain setup, prompt logic, chains and agents, tool definitions, execution workflow, and content generation. Everything we discussed in theory, chains, tools, agent workflows, comes together in this file. You can think of socialgen.py as the brain and execution engine of the AI content generation agent. All other files exist to support and safely run this file. Now, the big picture. Together, these files create a clean production-ready system. WhenV is for isolation and stability, .env for security and configuration, requirements.txt for reproducibility, socialgen.py is for business logic and intelligence. Once this foundation is clear, reading and understanding the code becomes much easier because you know where configuration ends and execution begins. Now, we can step into socialgen.py and start breaking down the actual agent logic one section at a time. Now, let's start with the code. So here, let's select all the imports we have. Let me select this. Let's start through the snippet slowly and practically, focusing on each line exists rather than just what happens with the imports. This section is mainly about setting up the environment and core building blocks before the AI agent does anything. So here we have from future import, import argparse, import OS, systems, and a lot more. This line is about future-proofing the code. In simple terms, it allows Python to treat type hints as plain text instead of immediately evaluating them. This helps avoid circular reference issues and improves compatibility with modern Python features. Now, why it matters here? LangChain-based projects often use complex objects and type hints. This import ensures the code remains clean, flexible, and compatible as the project grows. You can think of it as prepare Python to understand modern structured code. Now, the standard library imports. These are all built-in Python tools and each one serves a practical purpose. argparse. It is used to read inputs from the command line and allows you to run these scripts like Python, social, gen, py, platform, Instagram, topic is AI, right? This will be the final command that we will be delivering to get our output. Now, why this matters? It makes the AI agent reusable and configurable. You don't have to hard code values like platform or content type. The next one is OS. This command helps to interact with environment variables and operating systems commonly used to read values from the .env file. Now, example use cases, fetching API keys, checking environment settings, etc. Now, the next one is sys. It gives the access to Python's runtime information, often used for error handling, exiting the program safely, debugging execution issues, and a lot more. This is more about control and safety with AI logic. The next one is path from pathlib, a modern way to work with file paths, cleaner and safer than string-based paths, and why it matters could be a question. It makes the script platform independent, ensures file handling works the same on Windows, Mac OS, or Linux. Now the third one, LangChain core components. So here we have from langchains.chains, import LLM chain, from langchain.prompts, import prompt template, and a lot more. This is where LangChain enters the picture. Prompt template. This defines how prompts are structured. Instead of writing raw prompts repeatedly, a template defines placeholders, ensures consistency, and makes prompts reusable. In this project, prompt templates will control how social media content is requested. This avoids vague and inconsistent instructions to meet model. Think of it as a form that AI fills every time. Now we have LLM chain. An LLM chain connects a prompt template, a language model, optional memory, or output parsing. This is the simplest form of a controlled AI workflow. In plain English, input goes in, prompt is formatted, model response, output comes out. For a content creation agent, this is the core execution unit. Now the fourth one, Google Gemini model integration. From LangChain, Google GenAI import chat Google Generative AI. This line connects LangChain to Google's Gemini models. And why is this important? LangChain itself doesn't provide models. It provides standardized way to use different models. With this import, you can swap models later without rewriting the entire logic. The agent becomes model agnostic. In simple terms, LangChain handles the how and Gemini handles the thinking. Now the fifth one is environment variable loading. The code is from.env import load.env. This allows the script to read API keys, load configuration from the .env file. Why is this critical? It keeps the secrets out of the source code, makes the project safer to share or deploy. When load.env function is called, the API keys become available for the program. The model can authenticate successfully. Now the big picture view. The entire snippet is about preparing the ground before the agent runs. It sets up the safe configuration handling, clean prompt construction, a controlled AI execution workflow, connection to the LLM. Nothing intelligence happens yet, but without this setup, nothing reliable can happen later. Once this foundation is in place, the rest of the file can focus purely on content generation logic. Now, we will select the next line, which is about the platforms. So we will be dealing with the platforms which are Meta, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. So our agent will help us write content for these 4 platforms as of now. But we can also customize this to more based on our future requirements. Now, let's go through the code of definition, right? So the entire code section, let me highlight it for you. This is really important. Here is where we define everything for YouTube, for LinkedIn, for Instagram, and for Meta. Let's go through this one step at a time. These are the templates for us. This function is the first layer of control in your content generation agent. What this function is, it is trying to solve different social media platforms behave very differently. What works on LinkedIn and Instagram, Twitter cannot be generated using the same prompt. This function exists to accept a platform name from the user, validate it, prepare the ground for platform-specific prompt, and in other words, it prevents the AI agent from generating generic or incorrect content. Huge signature. We have definition platform, prompt, platform string, and prompt template. This tells us 3 important things. The function expects a platform name as input. The input should be a string. The function will return a prompt template. So this function's job is not to generate content. It's to prepare the instruction for content generation. Cleaning the input platform is equals to platform.strip method. This line removes extra spaces, accidental formatting issues, and why this matters? Users may pass space Instagram instead of just Instagram. Without this, valid inputs could fail validation. This is a small step, but it improves robustness and user experience. Now, next one is platform validation. If platform is not in platforms, here the function checks whether the platform is supported or not. Platforms are likely predicted, such as the list we have, which is Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. Right? Now, why this is important? AI agents should not guess platform behavior. Unsupported platforms may lead to incorrect tone, length, or format. This is a guide rail. Next is clear error handling. Raise value error, unstop platform, choose one of the joint platforms. This particular code segment is really important. Instead of failing silently, the code stops execution immediately, explain what went wrong, tells the user what values are allowed and what are not. From a systematic design perspective, this is crucial. Errors are caught early. The agent never runs the invalid assumptions. In simple terms, if the input doesn't make sense, don't let the AI continue. Why this matters for an AI agent? This function demonstrates a key principle of reliable agent design. AI systems should validate inputs before invoking a model. AI systems should validate inputs before invoking a model. By doing this, you reduce hallucinations, you improve consistency, you maintain control over inputs and outputs. This function ensures that AI agent always knows which platform is writing for. The prompt logic that follows is platform aware. The big picture role in the workflow. At a high level, this function helps you take user inputs, cleans it, validates it, prepares for a platform-specific prompt. It's a small function, but it plays a big role in reliability. Once the platform is validated here, the next part of the code can safely focus on how to write the content, not whether the input was correct or wrong. Now, let's focus on the next code segment. So I have highlighted the code segment here. This is a very important part of the project because this is where the agent behavior is actually shaped. I'll explain this in plain execution focused terms. So what is the code is doing here at a high level? This block defines platform specific prompt instructions instead of asking the AI. Write a social media post about X. We are telling it who to act as, what platform is it writing for, what tone to use, how the output should be structured, what to include and what to avoid. Now this is the difference between random content and controlled usable content. The templates dictionary, Python templates dictionary string. This is a dictionary where the key is the platform name like Meta, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and the value is a detailed prompt template for the platform. Think of this as a prompt library. Each platform has its own audience behavior, its own content style, its own format constraints. Each template reflects that. Now, why is this approach important? Now, instead of writing separate functions for each platform or hard coding prompts through the code, we centralize everything in one structured map. This gives us consistency, easy maintenance, clear separation between logic and content. If you want to improve Instagram content later, you can update in one place. Now, understanding this prompt structure, each platform template follows the same idea, role assignment. For example, here we have text, you are social media writer. This tells the model who it is supposed to be. LLMs to respond how much better when a clear role because it narrows their behavior. Now the second one, task definition example. Text to write Meta or Facebook about the topic, and here the topic is the placeholder. It will be filled dynamically at the runtime. This allows the same template to work for any topic. Now the third one, tone control. Each and every platform has its own tone. Platform tone defines explicitly friendly and community first for Meta, energetic and punchy for Instagram, professional and credible for LinkedIn, and clear and retention focused for YouTube. This prevents tone mismatch, which is one of the greatest and most common failures in AI content generation. Now the fourth one is format constraints. This is the most critical part. Each template clearly specifies the number of lines or paragraphs like hooks and CTAs, emojis and hashtag limits, character constraints. For example, Instagram allows many hashtags, LinkedIn restricts emojis, YouTube requires structured output with titles and chapters. These constraints reduce ambiguity for model and dramatically improves the output quality. Now, why the YouTube template is more structured? You will notice the YouTube prompt is very strict. For example, on the page here, text return exactly this format. This is intentional. YouTube content is often passed further, displayed in dashboards, used for SEO and automation, and a lot more. By enforcing a fixed format, the output becomes machine readable. Downstream processing becomes easier. This is a good example for designing prompts for systems, not humans. Now, the next one is returning the prompt template. So here we have the code segment. Python return prompt template, input variables is equals to topic, template, and templates is equals to platform. This line converts a plain string into LangChain prompt object. What this does? It tells LangChain that topic is a required input, makes the prompt reusable, ensures the model always receives structured instructions. In short terms or in simple terms, this is the final step where strategy becomes executable. Now the next one is how this fits into an agent workflow, end to end. This block starts in this way. First, it selects the right platform. Second, applies the platform specific rules. Third, creates a reusable prompt template. And fourth one, feeds clean instruction to the LLM chain. This is prompt engineering done correctly. No vague repeats, no platform confusion, no random formatting. Now, some key takeaways from this particular code segment is the code is where the quality of your AI agent is decided. The model hasn't generated anything, but you have already defined its role, set its boundaries, controlled its output. That's exactly how you build reliable production-ready content agents with LangChain. Now, let's go through the next code segment, which is parse args. Now, I'll just select or highlight this particular code segment, and now we'll go through this line by line. This function is for the execution of your project. Everything we discussed earlier, templates, platforms, models, comes all together here. I'll explain this step by step, focusing on the execution flow, not just code syntax. Now, first one, what this function does at a high level. So we have the code segment here which says Python def generate post, topic string, platform string, API key string, etc. This function takes a topic, what the content is about, a platform where the content will be posted, and an API key to act as the language model. And it returns a ready to use social media post as a string. In simple terms, give me a topic and a platform and I'll generate the platform appropriate content. Why these parameters are keyword only? The star in the function signature enforces keyword only arguments. That's the reason. And why this matters? It prevents accidental misordering of values, makes function calls self-documenting, reduces runtime mistakes, and a lot more. Now we also have an example here which says Python generate post, top is equals to AI marketing, platform is LinkedIn, and API key is the key, right? And talking about the API key, we are using the Gemini 2.5 model, which is light, and this gives you 15 executions per minute. If you're going with the latest version, it will give you 5 executions per minute. So if you're going with a free model, then you should use the lighter version because it will get a higher cycle. So I'd recommend to go with the lighter version. So here we have the .env file. So this is the API key generated for the light version. So I'm using the version which is mentioned here. I think I had commented it. So here's the one. So the cursor AI will have global ignorance. So that will create a lot of ambiguity. So whenever you add the .env file with all the Gemini API keys, automatically it goes to a mode where features are disabled, file in global ignorance. You need to make sure that it is getting avoided, and to get multiple redundancies or multiple trials of executing this code in a free version, go with 2.5 flash light, which I've mentioned here. So it will give you 15 iterations per minute. So that is the best part to go with. If you're using a paid version and the latest model, then you don't have the problem of running out of resources. Now let's continue with the next one. This improves clarity and reliability, especially in larger systems. So we'll go through this step by step. The first step is initializing the language model. So here we have a code snippet which says Python LLM is equals to chat Google Generative AI, and the model is 2.5, which we checked right a moment ago, 2.5 flash light. And we are measuring the temperature to 0.7. So here you can see the temperature. So what is the temperature? So basically when you code this generative AI model, if you keep the temperature very less, then it will give you robotic answers. If you keep it somewhere around 0.7 or 0.6, it gives you some human type of output, which is a little, friendly, and so it will have a little bit of aura catching you, your thoughts and everything. So keeping the temperature ideal between 0.5 to 0.7, it will give you human-like outputs from the AI model that you have created. Now let's go to the next one. This block sets up the thinking engine and model selection. Is Gemini 2.5 flashlight is optimized for speed, cost efficiency, short form content generation. This is a smart choice for social media platforms. Now, explicit API key parsing. This particular model is optimized for speed, cost efficiency, and short form content. This is a smart choice for social media posts. And now we will look at the explicit API key parsing. So we have a code snippet here which says Python Google API key is equals to the actual API key. And instead of relying on environment variables, the key is passed explicitly. And why is this important? This avoids hidden dependencies, makes behavior predictable, and easier to test and debug. This aligns with production-grade coding practices. Now, the most important part, you might be seeing temperature is equals to 0.7 here. We already discussed this. But again, so if you keep the temperature too low, we will have robotic output. If you keep it too high, then the inconsistent tone can be seen. If you have an ideal value, something ranging in between a 0.5 to 0.7, then it balances the creativity, control, and brand safety. Now, let's go into the step number 2, which is about the fetching the platform-specific prompt. So in the code snippet, like Python prompt is equals to, here the platform is validated, the correct prompt template is selected. This ensures the model receives clear instructions, the output matches platform expectations, and all the parameters are achieved. At this point, the system knows what's it writing about, where it will be posted, how it should sound. Now we have the step number 3, creating the LangChain execution flow. So we have a code snippet, Python chain is equals to LLM chain method, and inside that we have LLM is equals to LLM and prompt is equals to prompt. This is where LangChain shines. You are explicitly defining the input, which is the topic, processing, which is prompt plus model, and output, which is the final generated content. No magic, no hidden steps. Think of LLM chain as a controlled pipeline for text generation. Now, we have the step number 4, which is about running the chain. We have a code snippet, Python return chain dot the topic and the script method. This line does several things. First, it injects the topic into the prompt template. Second, sends the final prompt to the model. Third one, it receives the generated output. And the fourth, cleans up the extra white space. And lastly, returns the final content. At this point, the agent has completed its job. Now, why this design is strong? This function demonstrates good AI system design principles, clear inputs, explicit configurations, platform-aware prompts, controlled creativity, simple, testable execution. There is no agent over-engineering, just clean, deterministic chain. Now the big picture of this execution flow, end to end. Now this is what happens. First, user provides topic and platform. Second, platform rules are applied. Third, prompt is constructed. Fourth, model generates content. And last, fifth step, output is returned cleanly. This is exactly how you move from LLMs are powerful to LLMs are usable in real applications. Now let's go through the key takeaways. This function is a bridge between theory and results. It shows how LangChain reduces complexity, improves reliability, makes AI behavior more predictable. From here, you can easily add logging with LangSmith, convert this into an AI agent, expand to multi-step workflows. Now, let's go to the next code segment here. I'll highlight that. So this function is about how a human interacts with your AI agent. Up to now, we focused on prompts and models. Here, we focus on usability, safety, and control, especially when running the script from the command line. Let's break it down. So the first one, what this function does at a high level. So we have a code snippet here. This function reads command line inputs, validates them, converts them into a structured object. In simple terms, this is how we tell the AI agent what to do. Instead of hard coding values inside the script, this allows you to run it dynamically. For example, bash python socialgen.py, you can give a topic name like AI healthcare and a platform which can be anything like LinkedIn that we have in our list. Why command line arguments matter? Here, using command line arguments make the script reusable, enable automation, fits well into pipelines and CI/CD. This is a small step towards production readiness. Now let's go through a few steps. Step number 1, creating the argument parser. So here we have a sample script. Python p is equals to argparse.argument parser function and description is equals to generate platform specific social content using any of the LLMs like Gemini. This line initializes a parser and describes what the script does, automatically generates helpful usage messages, and if someone runs the script incorrectly, Python will guide them instead of failing silently. Now, step number 2, topic argument. We have a sample snippet. Python p add argument and topic required is equals to true, help is equals to topic for post, example AI in healthcare. This defines the core input for content generation. Why it is required? The AI cannot generate content without a topic. It avoids meaningless or empty prompts. The help text also improves clarity for users. So you can see a help text written right here. And now the step number 3, platform argument. So we have a sample argument here. Python p add argument, platform required is equals to true, choices given the platforms, help target platform which can be Meta, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube that is specified in our code segment. This is critical reliability feature. By using choices, that is the given platforms, only supported platforms are allowed. Invalid inputs are rejected immediately. This works together with platform prompt function to enforce platform correctness at multiple levels. In plain English, you can't ask the agent to write for a platform it doesn't understand or if we haven't mentioned in the selection. Now we have the step number 4, which is API key argument. So here we have the line which says what happens if omitted, right? So if Google API is omitted, you can read the variable from the .env file. This gives flexibility in how API key is provided in two supported modes. The first one, pass the key directly via CLI, which is command line interface, or store it securely in a .env file or environment variables. Why is this good design? It works in local development, works in cloud or CI environment, and most importantly, keeps the secrets out of the code. Now comes the step number 5, which is parsing and returning the arguments. This line reads the actual command line input, validates everything, returns a clean namespace object. Now we have a sample code here, Python args, topic args, platform args, API key. This structured format makes the rest of the code cleaner, easier to read, and less error prone. Now how this fits into the overall workflow. This function sits on the very start of the execution. The flow looks like this. First, the user runs the script. Second, arguments are validated. Third, clean inputs are passed to generate the post. And then the fourth and last one, AI generates and delivers the content. By the time the AI model is called, all the inputs are already valid, clean, and expected. This is how you build predictable AI systems. Now, let's go through the key takeaways. This function doesn't touch the AI logic, but it is still critical. It ensures human-friendly interaction, input validation, and safer execution. In AI systems, good input handling is just as important as good prompting. Now, we have the last code segment, which is the main method. Let me highlight that. Now, this particular main method is the final orchestration layer for your project. Nothing new is being invented here. Instead, everything you already built so far is wired together cleanly and safely. I'll explain you how the whole system actually runs. What main method represents, which is definition, main, argument, list of strings, int, and this function is the entry point of the application. Its responsibility is not to write prompts, talk to the model, or generate content. Its job is simple. It is to prepare the environment, validate the inputs, call the AI logic, handle failures gracefully, and return a proper exit code. This separation is intentional and professional. Now let's go through the steps. Step 1, loading the environment variables safely. This line loads the env file only if it exists. Key design choices here are: the path is resolved relative to the script itself. It does not depend on the current working directory. The script does not crash if .env is missing. Now, why this matters? It works consistently across machines, supports local development and production environments, and it avoids it works on my machine problems. Now, step number 2, passing command line arguments. At this point, user input is validated. Required values are guaranteed to exist. Platforms are already restricted from here onward. The code can assume inputs are well formed. Now comes the step number 3, which is about resolving the API key. This line implements a clear priority order. We can use the API key passed via command line interface, otherwise use the environment variable. Now, why is this a good design? Explicit inputs override implicit configuration, flexible across environments, no hidden dependency across globals. Now comes the step number 4, failing fast. If the API key is missing, instead of letting the model fail later, the script detects the issue early, prints the clear error message, exits with a non-zero status code. This is a classic fail fast principle. AI systems should never attempt execution with missing credentials. Now comes the step number 5, which is executing the AI logic. This block protects the system from prompt errors, model errors, network issues. Instead of crashing, errors are caught, a clear message is printed, execution stops cleanly. This is especially important in command line interface tools and automation pipelines. Now we have step number 6, which is handling output encoding correctly. This section exists for very practical reason. Social media content often includes emojis. Some systems, especially Windows, struggle with Unicode by writing UTF-8 explicitly. Output remains readable. Emojis don't break execution. The tool behaves consistently across all platforms. The fallbacks ensure the scripts still work even in constrained environments. Now comes the step number 9, which is about exit codes and script entry point return 0. Returning the numeric exit codes allow shell scripts, CI pipelines, automation tools to understand whether the command succeeded or failed. Now, this line ensures the script runs only when executed directly, passes command line interface arguments into the main method, and exits cleanly with the correct status code. This is a standard professional Python application structure. end-to-end execution workflow in a big picture. Here's what happens when someone runs the script. Environment variables are loaded, inputs are parsed and validated, API credentials are resolved, platform-specific prompt is selected, Gemini model is initialized, LangChain executes the chain, and output is printed safely. Each step is isolated, predictable, and easy to debug. This is exactly how reliable AI tools should be built. Now the final takeaway. This main function is what turns a collection of AI components into a usable production-ready tool. It demonstrates an important lesson. Good AI systems are not just about prompts and models. They are about input handling, configuration, error control, and execution discipline. At this point, you've completed a clean end-to-end LangChain project that moves smoothly from theory to hands-on execution. So we will be discussing about what exactly is LangChain, LangGraph, LangFlow, and LangSmith, and where can we use them and what makes them different from others. So this is the major agenda for today's session. Let's begin with LangChain. So what exactly is LangChain? LangChain is an open source framework designed to help developers build applications powered by large language models by providing tools and abstractions to simplify the process of integrating LLMs with external data sources and workflows. Now, imagine you're building an AI application where an LLM model like GPT-4 is needed to generate an initial response to your query. Llama 3 or other versions to refine that response. A custom-built AI agent to decide whether it can answer the query without a hiccup or if it has to fetch external sources to generate a response. Most importantly, a solid memory to store all previous user interactions. Without LangChain, managing all these components manually would require extensive coding. You need to write a custom code snippet to handle API calls to your LLM like GPT, Llama, create and maintain a dedicated memory space, and most importantly, a fully customized decision-making capable AI agent. Yet in scenarios where you can see an opportunity to scale it up, the possibilities are questionable. This approach leads to a lot of boilerplate code and makes the system complex. LangChain simplifies this by providing an open source framework that helps developers build applications powered by large language models. It enables training prompts, interacting with external data, and adding memory for contextual understanding. Now, let's discuss some of the key features of LangChain. Firstly, LLM support. It works with both closed source GPT-4 and open source models like Llama 3 with simple API integrations. Prompt templates. It allows dynamic prompt customization instead of hard coding queries. Third one is chains. It helps connect multiple tasks like querying an LLM, retrieving data, and processing responses in a seamless workflow. Fourth one is indexes. Supports document loaders and vector databases to pull in external data. Fifth one is memory. It enables applications to retain past interactions, improving contextual awareness. And lastly, the agents. It uses LLMs as reasoning engines to dynamically decide the next step in the workflow. With LangChain, developers can efficiently build AI-powered applications without reinventing the wheel. You can have a detailed briefing on LangChain on the official website. Also, should you wish to try it out, take a quick look at Quick Start page to steps to follow to set up the environment and run LangChain in your local system. Now, let's proceed with the next one in this tutorial, which is LangGraph. So what exactly is LangGraph? By definition, LangGraph is a library within the LangChain's ecosystem. It is a framework for building and managing complex stateful multi-agent LLM applications by modeling workflows as graphs, where nodes represent tasks or states and edges represent a transition between them. Now, let us imagine this. You are in a situation where you need to work with not one, but multiple agents in parallel. But LangChain can just assist you with one. You need much more enhanced platform for this. That's where LangGraph comes into the picture. LangGraph is built upon the existing LangChain and designed for managing agents and multi-agent workflows. While LangChain is excellent for chaining prompts, LangGraph excels at handling structured interactions between multiple agents. If you are building a system where multiple agents collaborate, such as a research assistant or an automation workflow, LangGraph is a great choice. So let's discuss these core components of LangGraph. First one, state. A state is a shared data structure that stores user inputs, agent outcomes, and workflows history. Now, the next one is nodes. You can have one node or also multiple nodes. These nodes are individual components or actions that execute LLM calls, run functions, or interact with external tools. Now, let's go to the third part, which is edges. Edges are nothing but connections between nodes that define execution flow. Unlike traditional directed graphs, nodes in LangGraph can dynamically decide which node to call next. That means the control flow can go in both ways. LangGraph is ideal when you need agents to interact in cyclical workflows or collaborate on complex tasks. You can have a detailed briefing on LangGraph on the official website. Also, should you wish to try it out, take a quick look at the quick start. Using LangGraph is straightforward. You just need to install the package, import it onto your project, and then using the provided classes, you can straightly access LangGraph. Now, let's proceed to the next one, which is LangFlow. Now, what is LangFlow? LangFlow is a visual, low-code framework built upon top of LangChain, enabling developers to easily design and test AI applications, especially those involving multi-agent systems and retrieval augmented generation or RAG. Now, imagine building AI-powered applications like chatbots or data processing tools without writing any code. LangFlow makes this possible with the drag and drop interface. LangFlow is built upon top of LangChain and provides a visual interface for designing LangChain workflows. It is perfect for prototyping LLM applications, allowing users to quickly design workflows, chains, and agents and test them. However, it is not intended for production use, but it is excellent for MVPs, which is minimum viable products. LangFlow is designed to simplify AI-powered app development by providing a drag-and-drop interface. It enables developers to visually design, experiment with, and test LangChain-based workflows. Now, what makes LangFlow different from LangChain and LangGraph? Why use LangFlow? So, there are three major reasons. Firstly, no coding required. Perfect for prototyping AI applications without having to write any code. Second one, visual workflow builder. You can easily design chains, agents, and integrations. Thirdly, quick prototyping. Best suited for MVPs, experimentation, and non-production use cases. So there are two main ways to use LangFlow. First one, via DataStax, a paid cloud-hosted option. Second one, self-hosted. Install locally or on your own cloud server. So once deployed, LangFlow provides a UI where you can drag and connect various components, enabling you to build and test AI workflows seamlessly. You can have a detailed briefing on LangFlow on the official website. Also, should you wish to try it out, take a quick look at Quick Start to work on setting up LangFlow in your local environment. You just need to install the package, import it onto your project, and start using the provided classes. Now, let's move on to the last one, which is LangSmith. So what exactly is LangSmith? So LangSmith is a platform developed by LangChain, designed to streamline the development, testing, debugging, and monitoring of LLM applications, offering tools for observability, evaluation, and prompt engineering. The LLM GenAI AI agents, all the hype was a huge hit. Everybody is interested in developing a custom AI agent to automate and optimize all the redundant CRM tasks and much more. But building an LLM-based application or AI agent is just the beginning. Monitoring, testing, and optimizing are equally crucial. LangSmith is designed to help developers at every stage of an AI application's lifecycle, from prototyping to production. Now, why use LangSmith? So there are three important reasons. Firstly, performance monitoring. It tracks API calls, token usage, errors, and latency. Second one, debugging and evaluation. It ensures models return expected results and avoid unnecessary API costs. Lastly, independent framework. It works with any LLM framework, not just the LangChain-based ones. If your application requires extensive monitoring, debugging, or optimization, LangSmith is a great tool. However, for simple applications without complex tracking needs, it might not be necessary. To integrate LangChain, install the package, set up the environment variables, and use traceable annotations in your code. The LangSmith dashboard provides insights into performance metrics, including token usage, call trends, and error rates. For more details on LangSmith, visit the official page of LangSmith. Also, should you wish to try it out, take a look at the quick start to work on setting up LangSmith in your local environment. You just need to install the package, import it into your project, and start using the provided classes. So how do you run LLMs locally? So there are a wide variety of options out there for your LLMs. You can either go with DeepSeek, Mistral, ChatGPT, or the latest Gemma, or the Llama from Meta, right? A wide variety of all these LLMs is now present for free of use for you to run locally. Now with that, let's go with a quick question. Which one of these is the newly released LLMs on Ollama? Please let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now with that, let's go to Ollama. Now that's it. Let's get started with downloading the Ollama software for your local system. You just need to quickly do a quick sign in for your account and then press on the download button. And apart from that, make sure that you choose the right operating system that you're logged in. For now, I'm logged in into the Windows operating system, so I'll just go with download for Windows option here. Now once you're downloaded with that software, and while the Ollama for Windows is getting downloaded, you can quickly take a look on the library of Ollama to understand what are the open source LLMs available for you. So we have DeepSeek, Gemma 3, and Gemma 3 and Gwen 3, and a lot of new versions out there. You can also choose the size of these particular LLMs and get started with. And for the quick library version of the same, you have the GitHub link over here. So I will drop all these 3 links in the description box below. So you have the same Gemma 3 versions here, and you have all the same models available here. The Gemma 3, QWQ, DeepSeek R1, Llama, Phi, Mistral, and everything. And one quick tip for you is make sure you choose the right model based on the size or the space available in your local system. So you can see the same Gemma is available in 3 different sizes. The 1 billion parameter comes with 815 MB of size, and the same Gemma 3 is also available in 27 billion parameters with the highest size of 17 GB. So you might want to take a quick look at the size and space available in your local system, and based on that, choose your model. So these are the models and their spaces accordingly. And right next to them, you have the download command readily available for you right here. So now let's assume that you have downloaded your Ollama for your Windows. The quick way to run it is really simple. So I've already downloaded it, and here I can see it's running as well. So here you can see a small Ollama logo here. This is the one. So that is running right now in the server mode. So to get access to it, what you need to do is just press on Windows R button and then type in CMD and hit enter. So you'll have your command prompt right here. What you can do is just type in Ollama, and there you go. You have all the Ollama options or the commands available right here. So this particular screen is an indication that you have downloaded Ollama successfully, and here you have a wide variety of options. The first one, which is serve, which will give you access to the server side of this particular Ollama and give you the IP address where the Ollama is currently running. For example, let's quickly check that Ollama space serve. So this will give you the IP address on which Ollama is currently running. This is the one. And apart from that, you can also check the currently available LLMs in your local system. So for that, you just need to type in Ollama list. I think I have 2 or 3. So I have 2. So I have DeepSeek R1 with 1.5 billion parameters. And another one is Llama 3. And the size of that is about 4.7 GB. And the size of DeepSeek is about 1.1 GB. So let's say I want to get access to DeepSeek. So what I can do is just type in Ollama run DeepSeek -R1. So it is currently downloading the latest version. I think there must be some updates on that. So it will download and let us know. And meanwhile, you can also type down to check the latest version of Mistral or Llama that we have downloaded. So there you go. We have complete access to Llama 3. And also, if you take a look at the previous manifest, it says the model you are attempting to pull requires a newer version of Ollama. So I think I missed out to update my Llama. Once it's updated, I think I'll have a good access to DeepSeek R1. Not a big trouble. Now let's run some queries for Llama. Let's say, hi, Llama. So it responds to you, hi. That's good. Now, let's say if you want to exit this particular Llama and get started with a different LLM in your model, you can also do that just by typing down by. So let's wait for a moment while it's typing down a response for us. There you go. It was a little late, but not bad. Better late than never. So it says, ears perked up. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. And how about you today? A very wide way to answer. Let's say I want to quit this particular LLM and I wish for a different one. All I can do is just type down by and it will like this LLM. It's really simple. All I need to do is type down, it will close. There you go. And as soon as I close, I can also go ahead with the same version of DeepSeek R1 once I update Llama. Or let's say if I go back to the list, I have DeepSeek R1 and Llama. Let's say I want to download the latest version of Gamma, right? So what I can do is I can use the same Llama run command, go back to GitHub. So right now I'm on GitHub. So I would like to go ahead with this particular version. So Llama run Gamma 3 :1 billion parameter version. So I can just copy this, come back to command prompt and I can just paste it here and hit enter. And it will manifest and pull this particular LLM for me and download and get it ready for me. So you can see it is getting downloaded. It might just take a couple of moments. It's just about 800 megabytes, not even big. Let's wait for a moment. Yeah, the download is pretty much done and we're ready for texting. Let's type down hi there. You can see Gemma 3 1 billion parameters is relatively faster than the previous LLM we had. So based on your requirements, based on the speeds that you're looking for, you can go ahead with any of the models available there. And comparatively, even this is a little bit smaller or monumentally smaller than the previous version we had, right? And just like any other LLM, you can just quickly type down / and by to exit from this LLM and quickly switch to any of the pre-existing LLMs or the ones you have just recently downloaded. So that's how you can run.
So first let us start and know the basics and the advanced level of LLMs. So what is LLMs? LLMs stands for Large Language Models, which are powerful programs like ChatGPT that understand and generate human language. They can answer questions, chat, write stories, translate and summarize, all by predicting the next word based on a prior text. So there are a few techniques that are used of how to achieve this. We'll come on to that later. For now, let's see some of the real world example of LLMs. So firstly, we have ChatGPT by OpenAI, which is known for conversational brilliance. Then we have Claude by Anthropia, stands out for reasoning abilities. And then we have Google's Gemini, is all about advanced language insights. These showcase the wide applicability and transformative power of LLMs. Let's learn how our LLM is trained. So a large language model is built using a transformer neural network which was inspired by a real human networking system in our brain, which was introduced by Google in 2017. It uses self-attention to focus on important words in any position. LLMs are trained on trillions of words, books, websites, and articles. Training an LLMs is like teaching a child the rules of language, but not an extraordinary scale. Through this training, they grasp grammar, reasoning, factual knowledge, and even general world understanding. Imagine a student reading millions of books and synthesizing all the knowledge to answer questions or generate ideas. That's what happens during LLM training. It's what gives them the ability to speak and reason with such fluency. While LLMs are extraordinary, they have limitation. Their context window restricts how much they can remember at once, and they do not retain memory unless explicitly designed to. And even they hallucinate by producing false information.
Additionally, biases from training data can surface in their outputs. Now let's learn about the memory of LLMs. Memory is essential for coherent interactions. Without it, every message starts anew, devoid of context. LLMs needs memory to stimulate long-term recall, hold relevant facts, and tailor their intelligence to user goals. It's secret ingredient for making AI feel like a human. Let's move on with what are the types of memory in LLMs. So there are two types where you can distinguish. One is based on ownership and the second one will be based on duration. So for based on ownership or scope, memory in LLMs can be categorized by ownership or scope, showing who uses the memory and how. For instance, we have conversational memory, which keeps track of ongoing chats, helping both you and the bot maintain continually. Then we have personalized memory, which remembers user-specific details like names, preferences, and making interaction more tailored. Then we have shared memory, which acts as a collaborative space shared by multiple users or agents like a shared project file. Agent memory reflects what AI knows about itself, such as its role and purposes. Lastly, we have task memory, which tracks steps during a specific task, ensuring smooth goal compilation. Next, based on duration or functionality, majorly it is divided into short-term memory, long-term memory, and editable memory. So let's get inside the short-term memory. Short-term memory in LLMs refers to temporary context visibility during the current conversation. Think of it like a chat bubble. It's limited by the model's context window, which may range from 8K to 128K tokens. Once the bubble is full, older messages drop off, making room for newer inputs. While short-term memory enables quick and responsive interaction, it's inherently ephemeral, disappearing as soon as the chat ends. Next, we have long-term memory. Long-term memory in LLMs takes the concept of recall to the next level. Using external storage like databases, vector stores, or memory APIs, it stimulates human-like remembering across sessions. Long-term memory allows continuity such as recalling your name or preferences, days, weeks, or even months later. It's foundation for building persistent, personalized, and context-aware agents capable of truly engaging long-term relationship. Next, we have editable memory. Editable memory enables users to develop, to add, update, or delete stored information in LLM's memory. This makes interaction more dynamic and accurate by allowing corrections, updates, and removal of sensitive or outdated data. Editable memory is critical for correcting the mistakes in what the LLM remembers. Then we have updating facts such as changing someone's name or location. Then we have forgetting sensitive data to improve users' trust. This ability allows LLM agents to remain adaptive, avoid overload, and deliver personalized experience aligned with real-world needs. Now let's see why editable memory matters. Firstly, it improves user trust and control. And then we have enables more personalized long-term agents. And then we have prevents memory overload and confusions. It is critical for real-world applications such as AI tutors, assistants, and copilots. Let's see how chatbots to anonymous agents transformation happen. So chatbots are reactive. They respond to comments, back deeper understanding. Autonomous agents, on the other hand, are proactive. They use short-term and long-term memory to complete multi-step tasks and achieve goal dependently. For example, a chatbot might tell you the weather while the agent might offer you to reschedule your outdoor meeting due to the rain. This leap from static response to dynamic reasoning, defining the shift from chatbots to true intelligent agents. So here there is few of the differentiate of how chatbots will respond versus how agents will respond. Let's move on with the agentic loop. So agents operates through a structured cycle known as the agentic loop, where the first step is to plan, which is determine what needs to be done. And next we have observe, which is check the result of actions. And the third one is to act, which is execute steps such as using tools or querying APIs. Then lastly, we have learn, update memory or refine the process if needed. This loop allows agents to continually improve, making them highly adaptive and capable of solving complex problems. Next, we have reactive versus proactive system. Now, reactive systems wait for instruction, responding only when asked. In contrast, proactive systems anticipate user needs and act independently and rely on memory for last context. For example, a reactive system might schedule a meeting when prompted, while a proactive system suggests the times based on everyone's availability. This evolution enables proactive agents to function more like collaborators rather than tools. Now let's get into self-editing, memory, and implementation. Now self-editing enables agents to refine their knowledge dynamically. It's not about just storing information, it's about revisiting outdated or incorrect data and deleting what's no longer irrelevant. Then this feature essentially for long-term agents such as assistants or customer services bot, which needs to keep up their memory organized and accurate. By self-editing, agents avoid clutter and contradictions, ensuring they remain effective over time. Let's see some of the importance of self-editing long agents. Imagine a AI personal assistant, research agent, or customer service bot interacting with your over a long period. Without self-editing memory, their stored information would become outdated, cluttered, and prone to errors. Self-editing allows these agents to dynamically revise their memory, clean up inaccuracies, and adapt new realities. This is capable of vital for ensuring long-running agents remain accurate, efficient, and trustworthy over time. For example, if a user moves to another city, the agent detects this change and updates the memory seamlessly. Next, we'll see how LLMs can modify their own memory. Self-editing empowers LLMs to revise stored data during or after conversation. Here's how the process works. The first step is to detect. The LLM identifies what needs to be changed, such as a user moving to a new city. Then we have step 2, which is to decide. Using reasoning, it determines what to update. For instance, replace the old address with a new one. And third step being write. The LLM rewrites or replaces the relevant memory part, ensuring the update information is accurate and usable. These steps ensure adaptive learning while maintaining consistency and relevance in interaction. So what are some of the challenges in early implementations? Implementations of self-editing memory brought about significant challenges followed by innovative solutions to address them. So one of the hurdles being trust issues. Users were cautious about giving LLMs the ability to modify their memory, fearing unintended consequences or loss of control. The second being accuracy versus over-editing. Striking a balance was difficult. Over-editing could erase relevant data, while under-editing risked leaving outdated or incorrect information untouched. Next, we have change tracking problems. Early systems lacked mechanisms to properly track what was being updated, making it hard to ensure consistency in memory revisions. Now, what are the few solutions for these? Firstly is building the trust mechanism. By introducing transparency like memory logs or edit histories, user could see what changes were made, and by forecasting confidence, which is memory versioning. Next, we have validating layers. Add pre-edit. Validation checks helped ensure memory updates were accurate and aligned with agent's goal. Nextly, we have version control system, which is robot version controls allow agents to track edits, revert changes, and maintain accountability for memory modifications. These innovations laid the groundwork for effective self-editing memory in long-running AI agents ensuring adaptability while maintaining user trust. So let's create a chatbot with a editable memory feature and see how this works. So for any chatbot, we should import few things. So we'll start with OpenAI. So let's import OpenAI from a local module. This will be connecting to OpenAI server. So we have from helper as the server. Next, I will also import OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. So here we have. And also I'll import JSON, which is a must and should for any chatbots. Now let's call the OpenAI key function. This will allow to connect to the OpenAI securely. After this, we should create a client object which can communicate with the OpenAI's module using the API key. So let's create the client. So we have client is equal to OpenAI. Now this is done. Now let us set what module we are going to use, like what module of ChatGPT or OpenAI's. I'm going to use GPT's 4.0 mini version. So the model will be equal to GPT. You can just Google what is the. And then now let's create a memory box which is creating a dictionary with two types, which is human and an agent, both starting empty. Firstly, I'll just run this and there is a error, and the error here should be OpenAI, so this I should be in capital. Let's see now, and yeah, we are good. So coming back, we are creating a memory box with two keys, which is human and agent. Both will give it for now. Let's initialize it as empty. Human is 1. And then the second one will be next, let me give a base system prompt. Okay, so we're giving a system prompt. It should be system. You can give whatever information that you need your system to keep it in the mind for the entire conversation. You can just close it. Now, since the system prompt is ready, we need a way to actually update the chatbot's memory while chatting. This is conversational memory, if you remember. And let's define a function that can add a piece of text to a specific section in the agent memory. First, let me just run it and it's good to go. So we have, let's give core memory. You can give your names. Then for this, let's give agent memory. So let's run this to make sure there are no errors, and there are no errors. Now here comes the part where you should tell the bot how to use the memory too. So coming with core memory and save. Let's give type and function also. what else we can give? We can give description also. So description. On, let's give another description. Okay, sorry. Put in double quotes, descriptions. So the second description, I'm keeping it as must be either human or an agent. Must be either human or an agent. Let's say memory to save in this section. After this, let's close this. Be careful with the parenthesis because you might not really know which parenthesis you're closing. And section. Let's check for any errors. There is errors. So in 14th line there is an error. So let's check for that. So here there is repeated double quotes. So just let's put it in line 6. So let's just check. Okay, so there is a spelling error here. So I have missed N here and N here, it's function. And now let's run it. There is still the same error anywhere else. Let's quickly just check if there is any other error. Okay, there's a semicolon missing and let's run it now. So here it is showing the error, so let's check. So this sentence is fine and okay, I've added a full stop extra. Let's remove that and now run it. There is another error which is in the same line here. Okay, so here there is a comma missing. This is the 9th line. It's okay if you are getting errors, just rectify them because there will be very small errors. So here I've not given a comma, so let's give that and run it again and we are good to go. Now since the memory is there, now we have to improve the agent's decision making. Like something important is said, the bot might call the core memory, save the tool automatically instead. So for that, let me give system prompt OS, which I'll be assigning it to the existing system prompt. Plus I'll give another description which will be the condition will be you must or write after this. Okay. And we are good to go. Next, let's define a function agent step that takes the user message and handles a complete round of interaction. So an entire definition should be done. Function should be built. So we have, let me give the function as agent step user message. For this is for user messages. Firstly, role system should be given, then content, system OS role system and then give system. Next, you can also give the memory to it. So it will start with role system. Let's add it up with so that there is no complications here. User content user. Let's close it up. So let's check for any errors. Okay, so now let's run it. We are good to go. Next, we need to start a while loop to call a tool and generate the user reply. So let's give while, and now we should send a message and the tool to the model and wait for the response. So for that, I'm giving chat completion dot create let's give messages. So at last we can just close it up. We need to return a message from the model as a reply. This should be here. So here I've just missed the braces. So let's get back and close it. And as I told, we need to return the message. So we have dot message dot tool calls message dot content. Next, if the model decided to say something, then we need to extract the arguments and run the tool. So we have else. The arguments will be according to JSON so that we don't get any syntax error. JSON dot loads response dot message and also dot function and then core memory. After saving the memory, we need confirmation. So let's see how to give the confirmation. For confirmation, we just can append the messages. So we have messages, also tool ID. Now tools, let's call the function. So let's run this and see if there are any errors. And there are errors. Okay, this should be top. Okay, now let's just run. There is no reference, so I'm adding the reference of response. So I think now it should work. So now just let's run it, and still we are getting an error saying return is outside the function. Now I've put the return function inside the loop. So yeah, now we are good to go.
So let's start with executing this program now. So let's execute. So we have usual way of executing with the main function. I think all the Python people who know Python will know the statements. Now let's give a welcome statement for initial starter. So we have print, and what's the message? Chatbot is started. And then let's give a warning, which if you type exit, you will be out of the loop. Okay, so I have to give single colon since it is a print statement. Exit and close it up. Now let's give a loop for continuous conversation, which is while loop, which should be running. And then we need a prompt to take the response from the user, right? So let's put user input. What should be the user input? Is equal to input. Initially, you can just type when you see this U, and let's give a space. Next, if the user has entered exit, we should break out from the loop. So for that, we'll create another if loop. So if user input dot lower exit, if the user by mistakenly puts an exit, then we need a break off from that, and we need to send the user message to the bot and reply in the store in responses. So let's keep response is equal to agent. We're calling the function step, agent step, and giving the user input. Now let's just print the chatbot's reply, which we have got from the other side. So we have print. So you go to which format? Like bot, and here like this, and response. Yeah, this is the output. So let's see if there are any errors. Yes, there is an error. So let's just check. Valid syntax. There's a syntax error here. So I think there are no more errors. So let's run it, and you can see the output. You can enter the message, and here you can see a message of chatbot with memory is started, and you can give exit. So let's give it an input of my favorite color is blue. Let's see what it does. There is an error, so let's resolve it. So here's the error. So the while loop should have been under the agent step. So since we have cleared that, let's run the cells. So this is done, and run it, and run it. So here again, now I can see my favorite color is blue. Now it should probably give us a response of got it, your favorite color is blue. And if there is anything else you want to fix here, so you can just write my name is Sheila, and it will update in the memory. It is replying, nice to meet you Sheila, how can I assist you today? So this was a small example of how you can modify your memory, which is editable memory.
Now let's get into MemGPT. Now what is MemGPT? MemGPT is a cutting-edge research project addressing the limitation of context window in LLMs. Inspired by operating system, MemGPT enables models to store, retrieve, update, and even forget information dynamically. This structured memory management lays the foundation for building smarter, long-term AI agents capable of handling complex tasks and interactions seamlessly. So what is a OS-inspired memory management? So MemGPT handles memory much like a computer's operating system, which includes core memory and archival memory. So core memory, similar to RAM, it offers faster access storage for immediate tasks during active uses, whereas archival memory is compared to a hard drive. It stores long-term information that's less frequently accessed. By dividing memory this way, MemGPT ensures efficient data retrieval while maintaining organized long-term storage. Next, what are some types of memory in MemGPT? MemGPT's memory hierarchy mimics computer systems using core memory and archival. So one core memory, we already know it's a fast access and frequently updated for active conversation. And then we have archival memory, which is slower, large-scale storage used for long-term knowledge. This design balances speed and persistence, ensuring MemGPT remains efficient during complex tasks. So let's see memory flow and hierarchy of the same. So the memory system in MemGPT operates the cycle of think, use, store, and forget. So the information from the archival memory, which is a long-term storage, to core memory, which is active use when needed. After use, the data is either updated and saved back or discarded if irrelevant. This efficient process keeps the system focused and prevents unnecessary memory clutter. Next, we have function calls for memory operation. In MemGPT manages a memory through specific function calls enabling intelligent data handling, which includes insert memory, which saves new information into storage, and we have search memory, which retrieves past knowledge for use during the task, and then we have update memory, which revises stored data to ensure accuracy. And lastly, we have delete memory, which removes outdated or irrelevant information. These operations allow MemGPT to maintain an intentional and organized memory system. Now let us know what LETA framework is. LETA framework simplifies building memory-enabled LLM agents with system prompts, memory models, and tool integration. LETA allows developers to craft highly intelligent and responsive agents, whether managing tasks or personalized interaction. LETA helps create adaptive AI systems for real-world application. Let us see what are the components of agent in LETA. LETA agents are constructed using three essential components, which is system prompts, tools, and memory modules. So in system prompt defines the agent personality, behavior, and the goal. And in tools equip the agent with functional capabilities like search and data updates. In a memory modules, we have stored and retrieve critical information, allowing the agent to adapt and learn. These components work together seamlessly, forming the foundation for versatile intelligent agents. Now, how to create an agent from scratch? LETA offers a step-by-step approach to creating agents. First one being define system prompts, which is to shape the agent's personality and objective. Second one is to attach tools and memory modules, which is to equip the agents with functional capabilities. Then we have test and refine response using LETA's interface. Then we have set memory loose, which is customizing what to save, update, or forget. This process ensuring the creation of adaptive agents ready to perform complex tasks. Now, how does the interaction with the agents happen? LETA provides an intuitive interface for seamless interaction with your agent. Here's what it offers. Firstly, we have chatting with your agent. Test how the agent responds to various prompts and observe its behavior in real time. Then we have tool calls and memory logs, which monitors the tools the agent uses and check how memory is being inserted or updated during the conversation. Then we have adapting over time, which is watch as the agent learns and adjusts its memory dynamically, refining its performance for further tasks. This interactive approach helps developers evaluate and fine-tune their agents, ensuring they behave as expected and deliver meaningful results. Now, how is the managing of memory in LETA? We have memory management in LETA is flexible and developer-friendly, which includes customizable memory rules. which is define what the agent remembers, how long it persists, and when outdated information should be updated or removed. Then we have focus on the relevance. By fine-tuning memory parameters, agents remain sharp, responsive, and effective. Then we have multiple memory types, which is from temporary chat memory to persistent long-term memory. Letta offers solution tailored to every need. This versatility ensures agents are both effective in the moment and reliable over the time. Let's see some of the memory in Letta. What are the types? So Letta allows developers to define when to use each type depending on what agent needs to remember. So majorly there are two kinds, one being the chat memory, which is temporary memory used only during the current conversation, which vanishes afterwards. Then we have persistent memory, which is a long-term memory saved across sessions, helps the agent to remember important information. Let's see how programming agent memory, which is programming agent memory, involves defining custom behavior to manage the information an agent remembers, updates, and forgets over time. Here's how it works. The first thing is remembering key user inputs. Agents can store important user details like preferences or frequently asked queries to enhance personalization. Next, we have forget outdated information. When data becomes irrelevant or incorrect, memory can be cleared to maintain accuracy. Then we have updating of facts dynamically. Agents revise their memory in real time as new data comes in, ensuring their knowledge remains current. Developers use tools such as save memory, update memory, and delete memory to implement these functionalities. This level of customization ensures agents are adaptive, efficient, and reliable in long-term application. Let us see what are the step-by-step agent with memories. Creating an agent with memory in Letta is a structured process that ensures the agent can effectively store, update, and retrieve information. Here's a step-by-step approach. The first being defining a system prompt. Shape the agent's personality and objectives by clearly stating its goal and behavior. Second is to create or import memory tools. Equip the agents with tools like save memory or retrieve memory to handle memory operations. Third, we have add memory savings logic, which is customizing how and when the agent should save or update memory based on interaction. Fourth being to interact and validate the memory behavior. We have test agents in various scenarios to ensure its memory operates as intended. Fifth one, we have deploy or iterate on improvements. Once validated, deploy the agent or refine its memory capabilities further based on user feedback. This systematic approach ensures agents with memory are both reliable and adaptable, ready to handle dynamic real-world tasks. Let us see some of the tools used for memory management. Memory management in Letta relies on specialized tools designed to handle data efficiently and adaptively. Here's how each tool functions. Firstly, we have core memory save. This stores active memory used for immediate short-term tasks. Second, we have archival memory, which moves information to long-term storage, preserving critical data for further retrieval. Third, we have retrieve memory, which brings previously stored data into active conversation context when needed. Fourth, we have delete memory, which removes outdated or irrelevant information, keeping the agent's memory clean and focused. These tools give developers full control over how agent remembers, updates, and forgets information, ensuring efficient performance across a variety of tasks. Let's see core versus archival memory in Letta. Letta agents uses two-tier memory systems that mirrors human-like recall. Each type of memory serves a specific function. So coming to core memory, functions as short-term memory for live interaction and active tasks. It is also small and fast, frequently updated to handle immediate queries or dynamic situations. And then it is also cleared or replaced often to stay efficient. Whereas coming to archival in Letta, it acts as a long-term memory, sorting important facts, histories, and user performances. Large or slower accessor only when required during the conversation or task execution. Persistent unless specially deleted, ensuring continuity across the sessions. This balance between core and archival memory allows Leta agents to perform real-time tasks while maintaining long-term reliability and personalization. Let us see what is Agentic RAG. So what is Agentic RAG? Agentic RAG is Agentic Retrieval Augmented Generation, which is RAG, takes the basic principle of RAG and enhances them with reasoning and planning capabilities. Unlike traditional RAG system that simply fetch relevant data, Agentic RAG enables agents to plan, reason, and integrate. Whereas in plan, they determine what data to retrieve and why based on task at hand. And in reason, they analyze retrieved information to make informed decisions. Thirdly, to integrate tools and memory, they use external tools and stored memory to process complex queries. This advanced approach allows agents to perform tasks autonomously, scaling efficiently for real-world applications that require both intelligence and adaptability. Why is this importance of RAG for scalable agents? So RAG is crucial for creating scalable, intelligent agents, and here's why. Firstly, handling complex tasks. RAG enables agents to manage large and dynamic tasks by offloading knowledge retrieval, ensuring efficiency without overwhelming memory. Secondly, we have real-time knowledge access. By retrieving up-to-date information from external source, RAG reduces reliances on fixing training data, allowing agents to stay current in rapidly changing environments. Third, we have overcoming context window limits, which is RAG extends an agent's capability beyond limited context window, enabling them to process integrated vast amount of data efficiently. With RAG, agents become smarter, faster, and better equipped to take real-world challenges while maintaining accuracy and relevance. What is the role of external memory in LLMs? External memory is a game changer for LLMs, acting like a person database that extends their capabilities beyond the limitation of context window. And here's why it matters. Firstly, we have functionality. External memory stores facts, documents, and interaction, enabling agents to access information beyond their immediate context. Coming to capabilities, it enhances long-term recall, personalization, and dynamic learning, making agents more adaptable and context-aware. Thirdly, we have efficiency. Similar to how humans use nodes, external memory ensures the agent retrieves only what is needed, reducing the need to hold vast data in active memory. This approach allows LLMs to operate more effectively in complex real-world scenarios requiring both precision and adaptability. How can we implement Agentic RAG with Leta? So implementation of Agentic Retrieval Augmented Generation, which is RAG in Leta, involves a structured 3-step process. First one, including setup. Configure inbuilt memory tools such as retrieve memory to manage data effectively. It also integrates external document stores to ensure scalability and seamless data access. Next, we have queries, which defines what data agent needs to fetch and when queries should be triggered. Customization tools to streamlining query handling, making an agent more dynamic and efficient is also part of this query. And lastly, we have results. To process the retrieval data to actionable reasoning steps, use the information to generate intelligent, context-aware responses that meet the user's need. This workflow combines Leta's robust memory management capabilities with real-time data retrieval, enabling agents to reason autonomous and perform complex tasks with precision. Let's see what multi-agent orchestration is. So multi-agent orchestration involves coordinating multiple agents to work collaboratively on a complex task. This approach enables seamless execution and distribution of intelligence, ensuring efficiency and scalability. So some of the key benefits here if you use multi-agent orchestration is enhanced scalability. which is distributing workloads across agents makes it easier to track larger tasks. Second, being distributed intelligence, which is agents specialize in specific functions such as data retrieval, reasoning, or user interaction, creating a modular and efficient system. Thirdly, we have flexibility and modularity. Agents can be updated or replaced independently, making the systems adaptable to evolving needs. What are some of the applications here used is we have data retrieval from vast database, collaborative reasoning for problem solving, and also complex workflow involving task delegation and coordination. Multi-agent system redefine the possibility of intelligent orchestration, delivering solutions that are smarter and faster. Let us see how agents as services work. Agents as services involves multiple agents working together, each providing specific functionalities to accomplish tasks efficiently. This modular approach ensures flexibility and ease of development. And some of the key features includes modularity, which is each agent handle a specialized role such as data retrieval, reasoning, or user interaction. Then we have ease of update, which is individual agents can be updated or replaced without disturbing the entire system. Even also including scalable development, agent can also develop across various platforms and systems, enabling seamless interaction. And some of the benefits includes efficiency. Modular design enhances task execution by delegating responsibilities to specialized agents. And also in troubleshooting, isolating specific agents make identifying and resolving issues simpler. This architecture allows developers to build dynamic, robust systems tailored to complex real-world applications. Now let's see what is cross-agent communication. Cross-agent communication enables agents to work collaboratively by sharing insights and coordinating tasks in real time. This capability is achieved through standardized protocols and message passing systems such as API or shared queries. Some of the key benefits include improved efficiency, which is agents can quickly exchange relevant data, reducing delays and optimizing workflows. Secondly, we have streamlined collaboration. Tasks are divided and delegated effectively among agents, ensuring smooth execution. And third include enhanced coordination, which is by synchronizing their action, agents avoid conflicts and redundancy, boosting overall system reliability. Cross-agent communication is a backbone of multi-agent system, ensuring the individual agents operate cohesively to achieve shared goals. Next, we have shared memory blocks. Shared memory blocks act as a central data repository accessible to multiple agents within the system. They enable effective collaboration and streamline task execution by facilitating data persistence, which is ensuring critical information remains available for all agents throughout the task lifecycle. And second, we have enabling real-time updates, which is allowing agents to update, retrieve shared information in real time to maintain synchronization and avoid conflicts. Thirdly, being preventing redundancy by storing data centrally. Shared memory blocks eliminate the need for duplicating information across agents, improving systems efficiency. This capability is particularly valuable in multi-agent orchestration, where coordination and communication are essential for managing complex collaborative tasks. Let's see some implementation of multi-agent orchestration. Implementation of multi-agent orchestration involves a step-by-step framework that ensures a seamless collaboration and task execution among multiple agents. First step is design the framework. Here we have to define agents' role and specific interaction, and also assign tasks such as data retrieval, reasoning, and response generation to specialized agents. Second, we have set up communication challenge, which is to ensure seamless information exchange through APIs or messaging systems, which also include establishing standard protocols to enable smooth cross-agent communication. Step 3 includes integrate shared memory, which is to create central data stores accessible to all agents. And this shared memory ensures updates, retrievals, and synchronization across agents, enabling cohesive workflows. And the last step is testing and scaling, which is to validate the framework's functionality by testing it on real-world scenarios. Scale system to handle complex tasks and larger dataset for optimization, performance, and reliability. By following these steps, developers can unlock full potential of multi-agent orchestration, creating intelligent systems that are scalable, efficient, and capable of tackling complex challenges.
So what are LLM benchmarks? LLM benchmarks are standardized tools used to evaluate the performance of large language models. They provide a structured way to test LLMs on a specific task or question, using sample data and predefined metrics to measure their capabilities. These benchmarks assess various skills such as coding, common sense reasoning, and NLP tasks like machine translation, question answering, and text summarization. The importance of LLM benchmark lies in their role in advancing model development. They track the progress of an LLM, offering quantitative insights into where the model performs well and where improvement is needed. This feedback is crucial for guiding the fine-tuning process, allowing researchers and developers to enhance model performance. Additionally, benchmarks offers an objective comparison between different LLMs, helping developers and organizations choose the best model for their needs. So how LLM benchmarks work? LLM benchmarks follow a clear and systematic process. They present a task for LLM to complete, evaluate its performance using specific metrics, and assign a score based on how well the model performs. So here is a breakdown of how this process works. The first one is setup. LLM benchmark come with pre-prepared sample data, including coding challenges, long documents, math problems, and real-world conversation. The task span various areas like common sense reasoning, problem solving, question answering, summary generation, and translation, all present to the model at the start of testing. The second step is testing. The model is tested on one of the three ways. Few shot, the LLM is provided with a few examples before being prompted to complete a task, demonstrating its ability to learn from limited data. The second one is zero shot. The model is asked to perform a task without any prior examples, testing its ability to understand new concepts and adapt to unfamiliar scenarios. The third one is fine-tune. The model is trained on a dataset similar to the one used in the benchmark, aiming to enhance its performance on the specific task involved. The third step is scoring. So after completing the task, the benchmark compares the model's output with the expected answer and generates a score, typically ranging from 0 to 100, reflecting how accurately the LLM performs. So now moving forward, let's see key metrics for benchmarking LLMs. So LLM's benchmark uses various metrics to assess the performance of large language model. So here are some commonly used metrics. The first one is accuracy or precision. Measure the percentage of correct prediction made by the model. The second one is recall, also known as sensitivity. Measure the number of true positive reflecting the correct prediction made by the model. The third one is F1 score. Combines both accuracy and recall into a single metric, weighing them equally to address any false positive or negatives. F1 score ranging from 0 to 1, where 1 indicates perfect precision and recall. The fourth one is exact match. Tracks the percentage of predictions that exactly match the correct answer, which is especially used for the tasks like translation and question answering. The fifth one is perplexity gauges. Here it will tell you how well a model predicts the next word or token. A lower perplexity score indicates better task comprehension by the model. The sixth one is BLUE, bilingual evaluation understudy. Is used for evaluating machine translation by comparing n-grams, sequence of adjacent text element, between the model's output and the human-produced translation. So these quantitative metrics are often combined for more through evaluation. So in addition, human evaluation introduces qualitatively factors like coherence, relevance, and semantic meaning, provide a nuanced assessment. However, human evaluation can be time-consuming and subjective, making a balance between quantitative and qualitative measures important for comprehensive evaluation. So now let's moving forward see some limitation of LLM benchmarking. While LLM benchmarking are valuable for assessing model performance, they have several limitations that prevents them from the fully predicting real-world effectiveness. So here are some few. The first one is bounded scoring. Once a model achieves the highest possible scores on the benchmark, that benchmark loses its utility and must be updated with more challenging tasks to remain a meaningful assessment tool. The second one is broad dataset. LLM benchmark often rely on sample data from diverse subject and tasks. So this wide scope may not effectively evaluate a model's performance in edge cases, specialized fields, or specific use cases where more tailored data would be needed. The third one is finite assessment. Benchmark only tests a model current skills, and as LLMs evolve and new capabilities emerge, new benchmarks must be created to measure these advancements. The fourth one is overfitting. So if an LLM is trained on the same data used for benchmarking, it can be lead to overfitting, where the model performs well on the test data but struggles with the real task. So this result is scores that don't truly represent the model's broader capabilities. So now what are LLM leaderboards? So LLM leaderboards publish a ranking of LLMs based on the variety of benchmarks. Leaderboards provide a way to keep track to the myriad LLMs and compare their performance. LLM leaderboards are especially beneficial in making decisions on which models to use. So here are some. So in this you can see here OpenAI is leading and GPT-4 second and the Llama third with 405 parameter B and 3.5 Sonnet is there. So this is best in multitask reasoning. What about the best in coding? So here OpenAI O1 is leading. I guess this is the Orion one, and the second one is 3.5 Sonnet, and after that in the third position there is GPT-4. So this is in best in coding. So next comes fastest and most affordable models. So fastest models are Llama 8B parameter, and the second one is LLAMA Llama 70B. But the third one is 1.5 Flash. This is Gemini 1. And lowest latency. Here it is leading Llama again. In cheapest models, again Llama 8B is leading. And in the second number, we have Gemini Flash 1.5. And in third, we have GPT-4o Mini. Moving forward, let's see standard benchmarks between Claude 3 Opus and GPT-4. So in general, they are equal. In reasoning, Claude 3 Opus is leading, and in coding, GPT-4 is leading. In math, again GPT-4o is leading. In tool use, Claude 3 Opus is leading, and in multilingual, Claude 3 Opus is leading.
So we will initially start with what is LLM app development. So LLM app development is a process of building applications that utilize large language models like GPT-3 or GPT-4 to understand, generate and process human language. So these applications can perform tasks that require language comprehension such as question answering, summarizing text, creating content, or even having conversations. So imagine you have a smart assistant on your phone. You ask it, "What's the weather like in New York tomorrow?" And within seconds, it gives you a clear human-like response. That's the powered by LLM app development. But it's not just limited to the weather updates. LLM apps can do much more. So let's dive deeper with examples. So first we have customer support chatbots. Imagine you are visiting an e-commerce site and have a question about your order. So instead of waiting for an agent, you instantly get a response from an automated chatbot. It's able to answer questions, solve problems, and even guide you through the buying process. That's an example of LLM app in action. Then we have writing assistants. Think about tools like Grammarly or GPT-powered writing assistants. You are writing an email or a report, and the app suggests improvements or even completes sentences for you. It's like having a virtual editor by your side. Then we have code generation tools. So imagine you are coding and you don't know how to create a specific function. You type your request like create a Python function that adds the two numbers, and instantly the tool generates the code for you. LLMs can help developers code more efficiently by suggesting or writing based on the natural language instructions. Then we have document analysis. Imagine you need to read a long legal contract, but you don't have time to go through every clause. You can upload it to an LLM-powered tool and it will summarize the key points for you. It reads and understands documents like a human would. So now let's move on and understand what is LangChain. So LangChain is a powerful framework that helps developers build applications using large language models like GPT-4. It allows you to easily connect LLMs to the real-world data, tools, external systems to create more advanced, interactive, and intelligent applications. think of LangChain as a toolkit that helps you build the smarter apps powered by LLMs. It makes it easy to work with the language models. It retrieves data from the documents or databases. It automates task and decision making. It keeps track of the context or memory in a conversation. Now, moving on, we will understand the core components of LangChain. So LangChain is designed with several core components that make it flexible and powerful for building the LLM-powered applications. So here's a simple breakdown of the core components. First, we have models that generate text or handle language tasks. Then we have prompts that define how to ask the model questions or request actions. Then we have chains that combine the multiple tasks in sequence or the workflows. Then we have memory that keeps the track of the past interactions for context. And finally, we have agents that make decisions on what actions to take dynamically. Then we have tools, that is the external systems, that is the APIs, databases, etc. that can be accessed by the agents. Then we have retrievers, that is a search and the pull relevant information from the large datasets. And then finally we have output parsers, structure the model's free form output into useful data. These components work together to create intelligent, flexible and modular LLM-based applications that go beyond the simple text generation. So, we'll understand how LangChain in LLM app development actually helps. So, LangChain is like a toolkit that makes it easier to build smart applications powered by the large language models like GPT-4. So, here's how LangChain helps you develop the powerful LLM apps. First is easier integration of LLMs. So LangChain makes it super easy to plug in models like GPT-4 or GPT 3.5 or others. You don't need to worry about the complicated setup processes or coding everything from scratch. Then, for example, imagine you want your app to use GPT-4 to generate text or answer questions. So with LangChain, you can set this up with just a few lines of code. Moving on, number 2, we have automate some multiple steps like the chains. So in traditional app development, you would have to manually combine different steps like asking a question, processing the answer, and handling data. So LangChain simplifies this by allowing you to chain actions together, automating multiple processes. For example, if you want to build a chatbot, LangChain helps you chain steps such as getting user input, then sending it to the LLM for processing, and then finally returning the response to the user. So this makes development faster and less error prone. Now moving on to the third one, we have easy data retrieval. So imagine your LLM needs to pull information from a huge pile of documents or data. So LangChain makes this easy with retrievers. You can set up systems to search through documents or databases and bring back the most relevant information. For example, if your app needs to answer questions about the company's quarterly report, LangChain can help you automatically pull the most relevant sections from the report using a retriever. Then we have memory for smarter conversations. So when building apps like the chatbots or virtual assistants, it's important to remember previous interactions. LangChain gives you the ability to add memory to your app. So this means your LLM can remember what was said earlier and respond in a more context-aware way. For example, if you're chatting with a virtual assistant and ask, "What did we talk about yesterday?" the assistant can refer back to your earlier conversation, and thanks to LangChain's memory. Now moving on, we have decision making with agents. LangChain also provides agents that can make decisions based on the information they receive. So these agents can decide what actions to take, such as querying a database, calling an API, or another question all on their own. For example, if a user asks, "What's the weather in Paris?" an agent could decide to fetch the weather from a live API, ensuring the answer is accurate and real-time. Then we have tool integration for added functionality. So LLM apps often need to interact with the external tools like the APIs, databases, or websites. So the LangChain makes it easy to connect these tools to your app, enabling the LLM to take actions based on the real-world data. For example, if you want to build an app that helps users book flights, LangChain can help you integrate the flight booking APIs so the LLM can make the real-time bookings for users. Then we have point number 7 as simplifies the complex tasks. So LangChain takes care of the complicated parts of the app development for you. So you can focus on building the core functionality of your app. So whether it's chaining steps, integrating external tools, or managing memory, LangChain simplifies everything and helps you develop more advanced LLM apps with less effort. So it's a game changer for the developers who want to create intelligent, real-world applications using LLMs without having to build everything from the ground up. Now, let us understand why is LangChain preferred. So LangChain has become the go-to framework for developers working with LLMs because it offers a lot of advantages that make app development faster, easier, and more powerful. Here's why it's preferred. The first one is modularity and flexibility. So LangChain is designed to be modular, meaning you can pick and choose the parts you need for your app. You don't have to use everything, just the components that suit your specific needs. So whether you need a model, a memory system, or an agent, LangChain lets you mix and match components seamlessly. Why it is good? You can actually build only what you need and make your app more customizable. Then let's move on to the next point. We have faster development and prototyping. So with LangChain, you can get from idea to working app quickly. It comes with the pre-built components that you can use right away, like chains, prompts, agents, and memory. So this makes it easy to prototype and test your ideas without reinventing the wheel. So why it's good? It saves your time and allows you to develop the features faster. Then we have built-in tools for the external integrations. So the LangChain makes it easy to connect your LLMs to external tools like APIs, databases, and external data sources. So whether you need to query a database, use a web search API, or interact with the custom tools, LangChain has you covered. So now moving on, we have memory handling for the context-aware apps. Most LLMs don't have memory, meaning they forget everything once the conversation ends. So LangChain lets you store and manage memory, which is essential for the building apps like the chatbots or virtual assistants that need to remember the past interactions. Then we have decision-making agents. So LangChain's agents are a powerful feature. So these agents can decide what actions to take based on the input they receive. So whether it's querying a database, calling an API, or asking for more information. So this makes your app smarter and more autonomous. Then we have, it simplifies the complex workflows. So with LangChain's chain, you can automate multiple step processes that combine prompts, models, and tools. This is especially helpful when you need your app to follow a sequence of actions. It's good because it allows you to build the complex workflows easily without having to manually stitch everything together. Then we have active community and open source. So LangChain is open source and has an active community of developers constantly improving it. So this means you have access to the new features, updates, and support from the other developers as well. So in short, LangChain makes LLM app development simpler, faster, and more powerful. It gives you the tools you need to build advanced, smart apps without having to code everything from the scratch. So now let's move on to the next chapter and see the core components in action. So there are various components that work together. So the first one is models. So let us see what are models. In the world of LLM app development, a model is essentially a smart program that has been trained to understand and generate the human language. So these models are built using huge amounts of data like books, websites, articles, etc. to learn how language works, including grammar, facts, reasoning, and context. In simple terms, a model is like a brain that can read and write language. You can ask it questions, give it prompts, or provide it with information, and it will respond in a way that makes sense based on what it has learned. For example, let's consider an example with GPT-3 or GPT-4, two popular language models developed by the OpenAI. You ask, what's the capital of France? The model processes it. It understands that the question is about geography and recognizes the capital and France in the context of the countries. Then it responds to the question as the capital of France is Paris. In this example, the model, like GPT-4, has learned from all the text it has trained on that Paris is the capital of France. The model uses its language understanding to generate a human-like response. Now moving on, we'll understand what are prompts. So in the world of large language models like GPT-4 or GPT-3, a prompt is simply the input or instruction you give to the model. It's like a question or a request that helps guide the model in generating a response. Think of a prompt as a way of asking the model to do something. So whether it's answering a question, completing a sentence, or even writing a story. Then we have a very few examples of prompts and what the model would respond with. So the first example is simple question prompt. That is, what is the capital of Japan? The model's response would be, the capital of Japan is Tokyo. Then we have an example for the creative prompt. The prompt is, write a short story about a cat who loves to swim. The model's response would be a creative story about a cat learning to swim and having fun. Then let us understand what are output parsers. An output parser is a tool that helps to process and structure the text generated by a language model. When a language model generates, it might be in the form of a long paragraph, sentence, or even free from text. But often we need to extract the specific pieces of information from that text, clean it up, and format it into something useful. Then we will see all this in action. So regarding the OpenAI API pricing, you can go directly to this openai.com API pricing wala website, and then when you scroll down, you will see and explore the detailed pricing, and you go there and you will basically find all the latest models with the input, the cached input, and the output as well. So in this course, we are using the GPT 3.5 Turbo, and its input is $3 and the training is $8. And if you contact the pricing, you will see it cost $0.5 and the output is $1.50. You can basically take up any API that suits well in your project. So what's happening in this code is pretty straightforward. So first, the OS and the OpenAI libraries are imported over here. OS helps us work with the operating system, and here it's used to grab the environment variables like the API keys, while OpenAI is the library that lets us interact with the OpenAI's model. So next, the .env library over here is brought in. This is super helpful because it allows us to store the sensitive information like the API keys in a .env file. So instead of hard coding them into the code, which would be very risky. So the find .env function looks for the .env file, and the load.env loads its contents into the environment. This is crucial because it makes the API key from your .env file available to the Python code as an environment variable. So finally, the OpenAI API key is pulled from the environment using the os.envir OpenAI API key, and it's assigned to the OpenAI API key attribute. So any calls to the OpenAI's API are authenticated using that key. So this way you can actually use the OpenAI's services like generating text without exposing your sensitive keys directly in your code. So let's run this. So in the next code over here, the code is handling the deprecation of an LLM, that is a large language model, by checking the current date and the setting the model version accordingly. So it first grabs the current date using the datetime.datetime.now.date and stores it in the current date variable. Then it defines a target date of the June 12, 2024 as the point after which the model should switch to a new version. So in this case, GPT 3.5 Turbo. The code checks if today's date is after the target date. So if it sets the model to GPT 3.5 Turbo. So if the date is still before June 12, 2024, it continues to use GPT 3.5 Turbo 0301, which is an earlier version. So this allows the code to basically automatically adapt to the deprecation of the older models. So by switching to a newer one when the target date arrives. Then let's run this and move on to the next code. So this function, that is getCompletion, takes a prompt and a model with a default value set to the LLM model variable to generate a response from the OpenAI API. It starts by formatting the input prompt into a message that's structured in a way that OpenAI API understands, with the user's message as the content. So then it sends this message to the OpenAI chat completion API using the OpenAI.chatCompletion.create method, specifying the model, the message, and a temperature setting of 0, which means the model will give more deterministic, less random responses. So basically, it returns the model's response by accessing the first choice in the response and extracting the generated text content. This function especially sends a user's prompt to the model and then returns the answers it generates. So we will run this. Now here, when you call that getCompletion, what is 1 plus 1? The function sends the prompt, what is 1 plus 1, to the OpenAI model. So this model then processes this prompt and generates a response. Since the default model is set to LLM model, it uses that model to compute the answer. The function then returns the model's response, for example 2, which is extracted from the API response. The function essentially asks the model to calculate 1 plus 1 and then return the result. Let's run this and you can see 1 plus 1 equals to 2. Let's now move on to the next one. Now here the variable customer email is assigned a multi-line string using the triple quotes. So which contains a playful pirate themed message from a customer. The message describes the frustration of the customer whose blender lid flew off, creating a mess, and they are upset that the warranty doesn't cover the cleaning cost. So the backslashes are used to break the string into multiple lines for readability, but the string will still be treated as a single continuous piece of text. So essentially this is just storing a customer's complaint in a variable with some fun pirate language. So let's give this as input. So here the variable style is being assigned to a multi-line string that describes a style guide for writing. So the string specifies that the writing should be used American English and be in a calm and respectful tone. So the backslash is used to break the string into multiple lines for better readability, but it still remains one continuous string. So this string might be used later to guide the tone and the style of the responses or messages in a program. So here in this code, the variable prompt is being created using a f string, that is a formatted string. So which basically allows you to embed variables directly into a string. The prompt instructs the model to translate the text enclosed by a triple backticks into a specific writing style defined by the variable style. So the customer email, which contains the customer's message, is placed between the triple backticks, which is often used to denote the code or the pre-formatted text. The F string makes it easy to insert the value of the style and the customer email dynamically into the prompt. So finally, the print prompt will output the full prompt, showing the instruction to translate the customer's complaint into the desired style. So we'll run this. And now let's see the response. Response is equal to, we'll call the get function get completion, and inside it would be prompt. So let's run this. So in this line, the function getCompletionPrompt is called with the prompt created earlier as its input. So this prompt, which asks the model to translate the customer's email into a specific style, is sent to the OpenAI model. The model processes the prompt and generates a response based on the given instructions. So the result of the API call is stored in the variable response, which will contain the model's translated version of the customer's email in the requested style. So let's move on to the next one. So here basically the variable response stores the output from calling the getCompletionPrompt function, which sends a prompt to the OpenAI model. The model then processes the prompt and returns a response such as the translated email in the specified style. So you can see I'm really frustrated that my blender lid flew off and splattered my kitchen walls. So basically it is the complaint. So here we will just see how to do this with LangChain. So here we are passing pip install upgrade LangChain, and let's see what happens. So this line of code is importing the chat OpenAI class from the LangChain.chat models module. So the chat OpenAI is a class provided by the LangChain that allows you to basically interact with the OpenAI's models in a chat-based format, making it easier to integrate the conversational AI into your application. So by importing it, you are preparing to use this class to create the chat-based interactions with OpenAI's language models in your program. So let's run this. So in this code, a new instance of the chat OpenAI is being created with the temperature set to 0.0 and the model set to the variable of LLM model. So the temperature parameter controls the level of randomness and creativity in the model's response. So by setting it to 0.0, you are telling the model to generate very predictable and deterministic answers with little to no randomness. So this makes the model's responses more focused and consistent. So the model is set to use whatever model is specific in the LLM model variable, which could be something like GPT 3.5 Turbo or another version. Now you basically can see the output. So in this code, the variable template string is assigned a multi-line formatted string. So this string is structured to ask the model to translate the text enclosed by the triple backticks into a specific style, which will be dynamically inserted using the style. The text placeholder is also used to represent the actual content that needs to be translated, and both style and text will be filled in the values passed to the template. So the backslashes are used to break the string across multiple lines of readability, but it remains one continuous string when executed. So this template will be useful when you need to generate a prompt with specific content and style dynamically. So in this code, the chat prompt template class is imported from the LangChain prompts to create a prompt template for chat-based interactions. So the from template string method is used to create a prompt template using the previously defined template string. So this method takes the string with the placeholders and turns it into a reusable template that can be dynamically filled with the specific values from generating prompts for the model. So this allows for consistent and flexible prompt generation where you can easily customize the text and style for each use case. So in this code, the prompt template messages 0 prompt is accessing the first message in the prompt template object and retrieving its prompt. So by referencing to 0, it's selecting the first message from the list of messages in the template. Finally, dot prompt extracts the actual prompt from the first message, allowing you to see or modify the template before it gets used to generate a dynamic prompt for the model. So let's run this and you can see the first prompt. So in this code, the prompt template dot messages dot prompt dot input variables is accessing the input variables from the first message of the prompt template. So the prompt template was created using the chat prompt template, and each message in the template was a prompt with the placeholders like the style and the text. So by referencing to the input variables, the code is retrieving the list of the variable names that are used in the prompt template. So this helps you to understand which values need to be provided to complete the prompt before it's sent to the model. So in this code, the variable customer style is assigned to the multi-line string that describes a specific writing style, the American English, in a calm and respectful tone. So the backslash at the end of each line allows the string to be split across the multiple lines for readability. So it will be used when interacting with the customer, possibly for generating responses in a polite and professional manner. So let's give this as input. So in this code, the variable customer email is assigned a multi-line string containing a playful pirate themed message from a customer. So here again the backslash at the end of each line provides you to split the string across for readability, but it remains one continuous string when stored in the variable. So this message is designed to simulate a humorous complaint, like for testing or demonstration purposes, with a fun pirate content. So let's run this. So here the prompt template.format messages method is being used to fill the placeholders in the prompt template with specific values. So the style equal to customer style and text customer email are passed as arguments, which means the placeholders, there is a style and the text in the prompt template, will be replaced with the contents of the customer style, that is the writing style, and the customer email, that is the customer's complaint. So the result stored in the customer's messages is a formatted message where the dynamic values are inserted into the template, creating a customized prompt that can be sent to the language model. So this basically allows you to generate the context specific messages based on the input variables. So let's print this. And basically you can see, you can print the type of customer messages. You can see there's a list and customer messages 0. That is the first message. It is LangChain.schema human message. Now let's see the first customer message we have. So now basically you can see, now here it is basically the call to the large language model to translate the style of the customer message. So let's run this. And now let's see the response that is changed. Oh man, I'm really frustrated that my blender lid flew off and made a mess of kitchen. And now basically you can see the difference. So here basically the variable service reply is assigned to a multi-line string that represents a service response to a customer's complaint. So the message is written in a direct and somewhat casual tone as well, explaining the warranty does not cover the cleaning expenses. So this reply provides a straightforward explanation, although it's a bit blunt, but yeah, part of mock or example response. This is as well an example. So the variable service style pirate is assigned a multi-line string that describes a specific tone for the communication. So again, it sets the stage for generating the responses that are both courteous and the pirate-like manner. So let's run this. So in this code, the prompt template dot format messages method is used to gain a format new message, but it's time for the service reply. The style is equal to service style pirate and the text equal to service style reply and passed as arguments so that the placeholders style and text in the prompt template are replaced with the pirate theme service style and the actual service reply. The result is then stored in the service messages. This will be a formatted message as well. So finally, print service messages 0 dot content prints the content of the first formatted message, which will display the service reply. So let's see this. So finally, in this code, service response equal to chat service messages sends the formatted service message to the chat function, which interacts with the OpenAI model. The model then processes the message and generates a response based on that particular prompt. The resulting response is stored in service response. Finally, we are printing it, is used to basically output the content of the model's response in the service response.content, which will be translated service reply generated in the specific pirate tone and displayed for you to see. So now here we will begin with the output parsers and we'll see how it plays. So this code is a JSON object, that is JSON means JavaScript object notation, that contains some data represented in the key value pairs. Key value pairs. Here's what each part means. Gift : false indicates that the item is not a gift, and false is basically a boolean value. So delivery days equal to 5, which means the delivery time for the item is 5. Price value is equal to pretty affordable, provides a description of the price saying it's pretty affordable. Now let's run this. So basically it is a customer review and a review template, the two variables over here, and this is a multi-line string that contains a detailed review of the leaf blower, and the review is inserted into the template using text, and the model is expected to output this information in the JSON format with the specified keys as gift, delivery days, and price value. So this setup is structured to automatically extract and format the relevant details from the customer's review. So let's run this. So in this code, the chat prompt template dot from template review template is used to create a prompt template from the review template string. The review template defines a structured prompt that guides the model on how to extract the specific information from a customer review. So by calling the from template, LangChain is converting the review template string into a chat prompt template object, which can now be used to generate the dynamic prompts. So finally, we are printing the prompt template, allowing you to basically see the structure that will be used to extract and format the data from the review. So in this code, the prompt template.format messages basically formats the review template with the actual customer review text. So this set fills in the placeholder in the template with the content of the review. So next, the chat OpenAPI object is created with the model set to LLM model and the temperature is set to 0, which ensures the model's responses are more deterministic and less random. So the model generates a response and then we are printing it basically, which will be extracted information from the review. That will be a JSON format. Basically, this allows the program to automatically analyze and extract the details like whether the item was a gift, delivery time, and the price value. So now basically we are seeing the type of response.content, and you can basically see it is a string. And now let's see this. And now you can see it has shown an error. And why so? It is showing that str object has no attribute get. Now let's solve this. So now here in this code, the two classes are being imported from the LangChain's output parsers, the response schema and the structured output parser. So together these classes help manage and structure the information the model generates, making it easier to extract and use in your application. So here in this code, there are three response schema objects are created to define the expected structure for the model's output. So each schema represents a specific piece of information that the model should extract from the customer review. So we have gift schema, delivery day schema, and price value schema. So these schemas are then grouped into a list called response schemas, which will be used to guide the output parsing, ensuring that the model's response is structured and matches the expected format for each piece of information. So here the line structured output parser, this creates a new structured output parser using the response schemas defined earlier. So this parser is responsible for interpreting the model's response and ensuring it matches the structure specified in the schemas. So by passing the response schemas list, you are telling the parser what kind of data it should expect and how to organize it. So this allows the model structured text output to be automatically parsed and formatted into a structured format, just like the Python dictionary or JSON based on the schemas provided. So here in this line, the output parser.get format instructions is being used to retrieve the format instructions from the structured output parser. So these are essential guidelines for a template that tells the model how the output should be structured to match the defined response schemas. So by calling this method, you are getting the necessary instructions that will help the model generate a response that fits the expected format, making it easier for the output parser to properly interpret and organize the data later on. So in this line, we are basically printing the format instructions, and let's print this. And you can see this is a JSON file. And now here basically you can give one review template to some sort of strings, and then you can basically chat prompt template dot from template, and you can even prompt dot format messages over here, and then you can run this. And here basically you are printing the first message in the content, and you can see you have got this. So here basically you can get the response equal to chat messages, sends the formatted messages to the chat function, which interacts with the OpenAI model as I have explained earlier. So this response will be then used for further processing or display. And now here we are printing the response content, and you can see gift true, delivery days 2, price value. It's slightly more expensive than the other leaf blowers out there, but I think it's worth it for the extra features. So in the next chapter, you will see how to basically feed the memories to the model. So sometimes it's very necessary for a chatbot to remember your conversations. The previous conversations are helpful to be remembered by a customer support chat. So in this chapter, we will basically see how we can actually import memory to the models. So in this code, we are setting up the environment for our project. It starts by importing the OS module, as we have done previously, which helps interact with the operating system, and then brings in the load.env and find.env from the .env package. So these are helping to load the environment variables from .env file. Then we are having to store the sensitive information like the API keys. Then find.env function looks for the .env file, and the load.env loads its contents into the environment, so you can access these variables in your program. So let's run this. So this code is designed to handle the deprecation of a particular version of the large language model. It first imports the datetime module, which allows you to work with the dates and the times in Python. Then it gets the current date using datetime.now.date, which then fetches the current date. Then it defines the target date, which is in the case of June 12, 2024. The code then checks if the current date is later than the target date. So if it is, it sets the model to GPT 3.5 Turbo, assuming that after this date, the older model version is deprecated. So if the current date is still before the target date, it uses the GPT 3.5 Turbo 0301 older version of the model. So let's run this. So the code snippet imports components from the LangChain library, which is a powerful tool for working with the language models in more structured and interactive ways. It imports a chat OpenAI from the LangChain.chat models, which is a class that allows you to easily interact with the OpenAI's chat models like GPT-3 or GPT-4 for generating the conversational responses. Then it brings in conversation chain from the LangChain, and lastly the conversational buffer memory from the LangChain.memory is imported to handle the memory of the conversation. Basically it stores and retrieves the previous exchanges so the conversation feels more coherent and natural, with the model remembering the past inputs. So all of these components work together to build an interactive chat experience where the model can maintain the context and the flow throughout the conversation. So let's run this. So in this code, you are setting up a conversational AI experience using the LangChain library. So first, the LLM variable is initialized with the chat OpenAI class, where the temperature is set to 0.0 argument, ensures that the model's responses are deterministic, meaning it will give the same output for the same input every time, which can be used for the control interactions. The model is equal to LLM model parameter uses the model name that was defined earlier. So here then the conversation variable creates a conversation chain which ties everything together. So it connects the LLM with the memory and sets verbose is equal to true to ensure that the detailed logs of the conversation are printed out, making it easier to debug or analyze the interaction. So let's run this. So here we are sending the input, "Hi, my name is Andrew," to the model. The conversation object, which was set up earlier, processes the input and generates a response based on the context it has stored in the memory. Now you can see, "Hello, it's nice to meet you. How can I assist you today?" Behaves like a chat. And here the line sends the input, "What is 1 plus 1 to the model again?" So we will see, and you can see 1 plus 1 equals 2. Is there anything else you would like to know? So it definitely behaves like a chat. So here when you call the chat conversation.predict input, "What is my name?" you're asking the model to recall and respond with your name. Since the conversation memory is active, the model will just look back at the previous conversations to see if it has already learned your name. So if it has, it will reply with, "Your name is Andrew." And you can basically see it has been imported with memory. So here the line print memory.buffer is used to display the contents of the conversation memory. Since the memory is an instance of the conversation buffer memory, it stores all the exchanges that have taken place during the conversation. So by printing memory buffer, you can see the entire conversation history over there. Basically, you can see the whole history. Here, this is used to load the current memory variables into the conversation. So in this case, the third bracket is an empty dictionary, which means you are effectively asking to retrieve all the memory stored so far, but without any specific filtering or conditions. This can help in accessing or managing the entire conversation history stored in the memory, giving you a snapshot of what the model remembers from the interactions so far. So let's see. So it basically remembers everything. So this line basically initializes a new instance of the conversation buffer memory, which is a special type of memory used to store the conversation history. So let's run this. So here the line memory save context input high output WhatsApp is saving a new interaction to the memory buffer. So the input high represents what the user said and output WhatsApp represents the model's response. So by calling the save context, you are telling the conversation buffer memory to store this as a pair of input output so the model can refer back to them later in the conversation. So let's see this. Now finally, we are printing the memory buffer is used to display all the stored conversation history in the memory object. So since memory is an instance of the conversation buffer memory, it keeps track of each user input and output response. So by printing the memory.buffer, you are essentially showing the entire conversation long so far. This is helpful for debugging or understanding how the model is processing the conversation over time. So the line memory.load memory variables is a way to retrieve and inspect the stored memory from the conversation buffer memory object. So here the empty third slash is an empty dictionary, meaning you are just asking to load all the memory variables without any specific filters or conditions. Here we are importing conversation buffer window memory from the LangChain.memory and let's run this. So here this code basically creates an instance of the conversation buffer window memory with a window size of 1, meaning the memory will only store the most recent interaction, both input and output. The parameter k is equal to 1 defines that the window will hold just one exchange at a time, discarding the older conversation history. So this setup is helpful when you want the model to focus only on the immediate context, keeping things lightweight and efficient, especially in the longer conversations. So here basically we are saving the content, that is a key value pair, and input high, output is WhatsApp. Input is not much, just hanging. Output is cool. So let's run this. So here basically we are used to load the stored memory from the conversation buffer memory object. The empty dictionary means you are not applying any specific filters, so it's simply retrieving all the memory variables stored in the buffer. So let's run this. So this code is setting up a conversation with an AI model using the LangChain library. So first the LLM variable is initialized with the chat OpenAI, setting the temperature to 0. Which means again the model's responses will be more deterministic. Then the model is chosen based on the LLM model variable, which could dynamically switch between different versions. Next, memory is equal to conversation buffer window, k is equal to 1. Creates a memory that only remembers the most recent interaction. Finally, the conversation variable is set up with the conversation chain, which links the model. Then we have verbose equal to false argument, means that the detailed logs of the conversation won't be shown, keeping the output clean. So let's run this. So here basically we have a conversation.predict, which basically sends the input hi, my name is Andrew to the model for processing. So this model uses the most recent exchange to generate a natural relevant reply. This is how the conversation begins, with the model acknowledging or responding appropriately to the user's introduction. Then again we are sending the question what is 1 plus 1 to the model. The conversation object uses that input to generate an appropriate response. Since this is a simple math question, the model will likely respond with the correct answer as 2. This shows how the conversation dynamically builds on each exchange, maintaining the context and the respondingly accordingly. Since here the memory is set up to store the past interactions, the model can look back at the previous exchange where the user introduced themselves as Andrew. So your name is Andrew. This ensures the conversation feels natural and coherent with the model remembering and re-answering the prior inputs. So here we have a conversation token buffer memory and we will run this. So here the code starts by importing the conversation token buffer memory from the LangChain, which is a type of memory that basically stores the conversation history in terms of tokens. So the OpenAI is imported from the LangChain.LLMs. Next, the LLM variable is initialized with the chat OpenAI, setting the temperature to 0.0 for deterministic responses and selecting the model based on the LLM model. This ensures that the model will generate the consistent outputs based on the given version. So let's run this. So here we are basically storing the conversation history based on the tokens and limits the total tokens to 50 to manage the memory efficiently. So 3 interactions are saved using the save context, each with a user input and the model's corresponding output. So these exchanges are stored in the memory with the most recent conversation potentially pushing out the older ones if the total token count exceeds the max token limit of 50. So let's run this. So here the line memory.load memory variables is used to load the current stored memory from the conversation token buffer memory. The empty dictionary again indicates that no filters or conditions are applied. Essentially, this command allows you to access the stored conversation context such as the inputs and the outputs the model has processed, giving you a snapshot of the conversation's history up to that point. It's useful for reviewing or manipulating the memory contained during the interaction. So let's run this. So after we have imported memory to the model, let's understand chains in the LangChain in the next chapter. Now, let us understand what is a chain. In the context of LangChain, a chain is a sequence of steps or components that work together to accomplish a specific task. These steps can be individual operations such as generating text, using a language model, or storing data in memory. A chain can link different parts of the process like the model, the memory, and the tools, ensuring everything flows smoothly from one step to the another. Think of it like a relay race where each runner passes the baton to the next runner, completing the task as a team. Then let us understand why chains matter. So chains organize tasks. They help structure and streamline the way different tasks are carried out in a process. Then, without chains, managing operations become complex. So without a chain, you would need to handle each operation separately, which can get complicated, especially when combining different models, tools, or information sources. Then we have chains create a clear workflow. They set up a repeatable process where each step builds on the previous one, making everything flow smoothly. Then we have chains help scale complex tasks. By using chains, it becomes easier to manage and scale complex systems, ensuring all the parts work together harmoniously. Then we have chains simplify and automate tasks. They reduce the need for manual work, making it easier to handle repetitive tasks automatically and saving time and effort. The first is input is provided. You start by giving an input to the chain. Then we have processing the input. The input passes to the first step in the chain, which could be a language model or a tool that generates a response based on that input. Then we have modify or store the response. The response from the first step is passed to the next step, which could involve storing that response in memory, modifying it, or performing another action like data processing. Then we have output is produced. The final step processes everything and output the result, whether it's an answer, action, or another response. Then we have behind the scenes operation. The chain handles all of these steps automatically, so you don't have to worry about each individual operation, letting you focus on the higher level task. So think of it like an assembly line where all the raw materials, that is the inputs, are processed at different stages to create the final product, that is the output. Now let's see everything in action. So this little piece of code is using Python's warnings module, which is kind of like a built-in system that alerts you if something might go wrong in your code. So this can be helpful if you are working with the code that gives harmless warnings and you just want a cleaner output, but just can be careful not to miss anything important. So let's run this. Here the code is using the Python's .env module to load environment variables from a .env file. So first it imports the necessary functions like the load.env to load the variables and the find.env to locate the .env file. Then the dash is a common way of saying I don't need to use the result of this, just do it. So basically it's setting up your program to securely read any private settings it needs from a little file without hard coding them into your script. So let's run this. So this code I have already explained before. The code checks the current date has passed a specific target date, that is June 12, 24, and then it decides which version of the language model to use. So let's run this. So let's now install pandas. So here basically we are importing the pandas as PD and then we are reading that CSV file, and so I have run this. So this is basically to see the first few rows of the particular file, and you can basically see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. So here we are again importing some things from the LangChain, Chat OpenAI, Chat Prompt Template, and then LLM chain. So this line of code is creating a new instance of the Chat OpenAI model from the LangChain library. The temperature is again set to 0.9. Setting controls how creative or random the model's responses are. A higher temperature of like 0.9 makes the responses more diverse and less predictable, while a lower temperature makes them more focused and deterministic. So let's run this. So here we are basically creating a prompt template using the chat prompt template dot from template. So the template here asks what is the best name to describe a company that makes particular product, where product is a placeholder that will be filled in with an actual product name when used. So when you use this prompt, you can plug in any product name like bicycles or gadgets, and the model will respond with the suggested company name based on that product. So it's a way to make the prompt flexible and reusable for different scenarios. So here basically we are creating a new LLM chain object, which is a way to link the large language model with a specific prompt. So let's run this. So here in this code, the variable product is set to the value of queen size sheet set, which is a product for which the model will generate a response. So the line chain.run product is using the LLM object to run the model with the given prompt, filling in with the placeholder of with queen size sheet set. So when this runs, the model will use the prompt what is the best name to describe a company that makes a queen size sheet set to generate an answer. So here basically we are importing the simple sequential chain from the LangChain.chains module. Then simple sequential chain is a tool in the LangChain that allows you to create a sequence of tasks where each task output is used as the input for the next one. So we'll run this. So this code sets up a sequence to generate a company name based on the product description using a language model. So LLM is equal to chat OpenAI. This basically creates an instance of the chat OpenAI model with a creativity level of 0.9 and specifies the model to use. Then we have first prompt is equal to chat prompt template and everything. So this creates a prompt template that asks the module for the best company name for a product. So the part is a placeholder that will be replaced with an actual product name when you see it. Then we have chain 1 is equal to LLM chain. This creates LLM chain linking the language model with the prompt. The chain is set up to take the model input as input, apply the template and generate a response suggesting a company name. So we'll run this. So here the part of code sets up a second chain of the actions. First it creates a new prompt template called the second prompt, which asks the model to write a 20-word description for a company. Then it creates a second chain, that is chain 2, which links the same language model to this new prompt. So this idea is that after the first chain generates a company name, this second chain will take the name and generate a short 20-word description of the company. So let's run this. So this line of code creates a simple sequential chain called the overall simple chain, which combines the two chains. So the simple sequential chain is used to link these two tasks together in a step-by-step manner. So the verbose is equal to true part ensures that the process will print out the detailed information about the each step as it runs, so you can see what's happening during the execution as well. So let's run this. So here in this code, by calling the overall simple chain.run product, you are actually triggering the entire process in one go, and the model will output both the company name and the description based on the input product. You can see. So let's begin with the sequential chain, and for that we are importing sequential chain from the LangChain. Now here we can basically see that we have prompt template 1, that is translate the following review to English. And then we have chain 1, that is output key is equal to English review. So let's run this. So just like the first one, we will pass various second prompts and chain 2. And here in the second prompt, we have, can you summarize the following review in one sentence? And for chain 2, we have output key is equal to summary. So let's run this. So here we have prompt template 3, translate to English. Third prompt, that is, what language is the following review? And then we have chain 3, that is, output key is equal to language. Then we have a fourth template and chain 4 as well, and we'll run this. So this code basically creates an overall chain that combines all 4 chains into one continuous process using the sequential chain. So the overall chain is designed to take a review as input and produce the 3 outputs. And the first translating the review, then summarizing it, then identifying the language, and then finally generating the follow-up message. So the input variables review specifies that the input to the overall chain is the review, while the output variables indicates that the outputs will be these 3 values. The verbose is equal to true part ensures that the details of the each step in the process will be printed for clarity. So let's run this. I have already run it. So in this code, the review is equal to df.review5, selecting the 6th review since indexing starts at 0 from the column review in the df data frame and storing it in the variable review. So let's run this. So in this code, 4 different templates are defined to guide the language model's responses depending on the subject of the question. So here each template sets the context and the tone for how the model should respond depending on the area of expertise. The physics template, this template sets the model as a smart physics professor who answers questions about the physics in a clear and concise way. Math template, here the model is set up as a good mathematician who answers the math question by breaking down the complex problems into simpler components. Then we have history template. So this template positions the model as an expert historian with the deep knowledge of people, events and context from various historical periods. Then we have computer science template. So this sets the model as a successful computer scientist with strong problem solving skills, knowledge of algorithms and the ability to explain the coding solutions clearly. So each template has a placeholder, that is input, where the actual question will be inserted when the template is used. So let's run this. So here we have basically the prompt infos list is created to store the information about the 4 different subject areas like the physics, maths, history and computer science. So each item in the list is a dictionary containing the 3 keys: name, description and the prompt template. So the prompt infos act as a collection of the subject-specific templates and descriptions that can be used to choose how the model should respond based on the area of expertise. You can use this information to select the right template for the model when asking for a question about a specific topic. So I'll give this as input. So here we are basically importing the multi-prompt chain, the LLM router chain, router output parser, and the prompt template from the LangChain.chains and prompts. So let's run this. So basically we have created an instance of the chat OpenAI model, setting its temperature to 0, which means the model responses will be very focused and deterministic. And the model is equal to LLM model. Part specifies which version of the model to use with the LLM model, being a variable that holds the model name, for example, GPT 3.5 Turbo. So basically this is a configuring state. So this code is basically setting up a dynamic system where multiple chains are created based on the subject areas and stored in the dictionary. So finally, when the list destination is joined into a single string, there is a destination str with each entry separated by a new line. The destination str will contain a neatly formatted list of all the available subject areas with their descriptions, which could be useful for displaying options or instructions for the user. So in short, this code dynamically creates a set of chains based on the subject areas and prepares a list of these subjects with descriptions. So for here, we have a default prompt is created using the chat prompt template dot from template. This is a simple template that takes whatever input is given and passes it along to the model without any specific formatting or modification. So the input placeholder just ensures that the text provides as its input is directly used, as in making this template a catch-all for any input. So here we have created the multi-prompt router template. Is designed to basically select the best suited prompt for a given input. It provides a task where the model is given several prompts with a description and has to choose one that fits the input. The model can also modify the input if needed for a better response. The output is a markdown code snippet with a JSON object containing the two value pairs, destination and the next inputs. The candidate prompt section lists the available prompts and the input placeholder holds the raw text input. So the template helps route the input to the most relevant prompt based on its content, allowing dynamic handling of different tasks. So here, this code sets up a dynamic routing system that selects the most appropriate prompt for a given input using the multi-prompt router template. So first, if it creates the router template by formatting the multi-prompt router template with the destination str, which contains the list of available prompts and their descriptions. So in essence, this code basically sets up an intelligent routing system that dynamically evaluates the input and routes it to the appropriate prompt, making the system flexible and adaptable to various types of queries. So here basically this line of code sets up multi-prompt chain which combines the routing system and the multiple destination chains in one cohesive workflow. In summary, this code basically creates a flexible and comprehensive multi-prompt chain that dynamically routes inputs to the best suited response based on the context, with a fallback option for general queries. So this line of code basically executes the chain.run method with the input what is black body radiation. So when the chain is run, the first step is that the router chain evaluates the input question to determine the most appropriate prompt. Given that the question is related to a physics concept, the router chain will likely route to the input to the physics prompt. Next, the system generates the corresponding physics chain from the destination chains dictionary to process the question. Lastly, because the verbose is equal to true setting is enabled, the system will print the detailed information about the routing process and the response is generated, making it clear how the input was processed and which prompt was used to generate the answer. So here we are basically running when the code chain.run, why does every cell in our body contain DNA? So is executed, the router chain will evaluate the input question and the default chain will then handle the question and the language model will generate a general response that might explain the importance of DNA in the cells. With verbose is equal to true, the process will log the routing decisions and show how the question was processed, including any details about which prompt was chosen and what response was generated. So, after we have actually understood all this, let's now see on the next chapter what is about building smart QA systems with the LangChain. So now we have what is QA. QA or question answering is a task in natural language processing where the goal is to develop models or systems that can understand and respond to the questions posed in the natural language processing. So essentially it's about teaching machines to answer questions based on either a given passage of text, knowledge base, or even their understanding of the world. Then let us understand why is QA so powerful. QA is powerful because it enables machine to interact with the humans in a way that mimics how we process and respond to information. So QA systems have the ability to provide instant answers. So QA systems can quickly deliver accurate answers to a wide variety of questions, which can be incredibly helpful in fields like customer service, education, or research. Then we have enhanced user experience. So with accurate human-like responses, QA systems improve the user experience, allowing people to get the information they need more efficiently. Then it has handled complex queries. Advanced QA systems, particularly when integrated with LLMs, can process complex multiple-step questions that require reasoning or understanding beyond simple factual recall. Now let us understand how does QA work. So, the process begins when the user provides a question ranging from simplex to complex. The next is in LangChain, the question is routed through the prompt templates or chains to refine it before processing. The language model processes the input and generates an answer based on its knowledge. Then we have once processed, the model generates an output that is displayed to the user. Then, if we needed, a feedback loop may ask for clarification for ambiguous or the complex questions. Now, let's see all those in action. So here basically we are installing the upgrade LangChain, and let's run this. So here basically we are configuring our Python environment to securely manage the sensitive information like the API keys or database credentials. So here by importing the load.env and the find.env functions from the .env package, you enable your application to locate and load the environment variables from a .env file with your environment. So the find.env function searches for the env file starting from the current directory, and then the path to the first.env file it finds. The load.env function that loads the environment variables from this file into your environment. So finally run this. In this code, the goal is to select the appropriate version of the GPT 3.5 Turbo model based on the current date, considering the model's deprecation timeline. So the code first retrieves the today's date and sets a target date of June 12, 24. It is significant because the certain versions of the GPT 3.5 Turbo, such as the GPT 3.5 Turbo 0613, were deprecated around that time. So I have explained this before. So here we are importing some retrieval QA, chat OpenAI, CSLV, loader, doc array, in memory search, display, markdown, and OpenAI from the LangChain chains, chat models, document loaders, vector stores, delays, basically the environment variables to set up a particular project. So in this code, you are utilizing the LangChain CSLVL loader to load the data from a CSV file named the outdoor clothing catalog. By creating an instance of the CSVL loader with the specified file path, you are preparing to read the CSV file and convert each row into a document object. So let's run this. So here basically we are importing the vector store index create on LangChain.indexes, and let's run this. So here we are installing the doc array and we will install this. So here basically we are creating an index to efficiently search and retrieve the documents using the LangChain's vector store index in combination with the doc array memory search. So by specifying the vector CLS equal to doc array in memory search, you are opting for an in-memory vector store that allows for the exact search capabilities. So we'll run this. So here when selecting shirts with the sun protection, it's important to consider the material, weave, density and color as these factors influence the UV shielding effectiveness. So brands like Solumbrum specialize in clothing with a high UPF ratings, providing garments that block a significant amount of UV rays. So here we are basically setting up a question answering system using the Llama index with the OpenAI's GPT 3.5 Turbo instruct model by specifying the LLM represent model equal to OpenAI temperature is equal to 0 and the model is GPT 3.5 Turbo. So we are configuring the system to use the specific model for generating responses. So here we'll run this. So here we are basically utilizing the IPython's display and markdown functions to render the response object as formatted markdown within a Jupyter notebook. So by passing this response to the markdown, you are instructing IPython to interpret and display the content with appropriate markdown formatting. And now basically you can see the output. So in this code, you are utilizing the LangChain CSVL loader to load data from a CSV file into a list of document objects. So by specifying the file path, LangChain reads the CSV file and converts each row into a document where each column in the row becomes a key value pair in the document's content. So we'll run this. So here the loader.load method reads the CSV file specified by the file path and converts each row into a document object. So each document contains the data from one row with the columns represented as the key value pairs in the document's content. So let's view the first document over here. And you can see you have got the output. So here basically we are creating an instance of the OpenAI embeddings class from the LangChain, which allows you to generate the vector representations for the text data using the OpenAI's models. So embeddings are the numerical vectors that capture the semantic meaning of the text, enabling the applications like the semantic search, clustering, and the recommendation systems. So by initializing the embeddings, you are setting up the system to use OpenAI's default embedding model. So here basically we are using the embed query method from the LangChain's OpenAI embeddings class to convert the input text, "Hi, my name is Harrison," into a numerical vector representation. So this transformation basically captures the semantic meaning of the text, enabling applications like the semantic search and the clustering to process and analyze the content effectively. So here basically we are determining the dimensionality of the vector generated by the text embedding adder. So this model produces embeddings with the 1536 dimensions, meaning the length of the embed vector will be 1536. Here, by executing the print embed :5, you are displaying the first 5 elements of the embedding vector for the phrase "Hi, my name is Harrison." So in Python, the slice notation of :5 retrieves the elements from the start up to but not including the index 5. So this operation allows you to inspect the initial components of the embedding, which are numerical representations capturing the semantic meaning of the text. So here basically in this line db is equal to doc array memory search, you are creating an in-memory vector stored using the LangChain's doc array in-memory search. So this store allows for the efficient similarity searches within your dataset. So let's run this. Then we are passing one query: "Please suggest a shirt with the sun blocking." And now basically you can just pass this query, call this similarity search, and check. Now let's see the length of the docs. It's 4. And now here we can actually view the first document. And now basically you can retrieve the DB, and we are again calling the chat OpenAI using the temperature is equal to 0 and model is equal to LLM. For here, this is basically a for loop for I in range of length documents, and we are gonna then we are passing one response calling this LLM function. Now let's see this display, and now basically you can see this verbose equal to true for this LLM equal to LLM, chain type equal to staff. And now we are basically passing one query over here. Now basically you can see the response over here, and now you can basically see the markdown response. And now you will gonna see that we have passing this query in this response: index.query, query, and LLM. So we'll run this. So here we are basically creating embeddings and vector stored and then calling the loader class, and finally we'll run this. So after we have a basic understanding of how question answering actually works, we'll see how to actually evaluate the system we have created. So here basically we are importing the necessary modules to load the environment variables from a .env file using the .env library. So it first imports the OS module, which provides functionality to interact with the operating system, including the environment variables. Then it imports the load.env and find.env from the .env module. Then let's run this. So I have basically explained this almost 2-3 times, so I'm not explaining once again. So we'll run this. So here once again we are importing the retrieval QA from LangChain, then we are importing chat OpenAI, then we are importing CLVL loader, then we are importing vector store index and doc array in memory search. So we'll run this. So this code loads data from a CSV file named outdoor clothing catalog 100.cav. So it first defines the path in the file variable, then uses the CLVL loader class from the LangChain document loaders to load the CSV file. So we will run this. So here the code creates a vector store index using the vector store index creator class. It specifies the doc array in memory search as the class for the vector store, which stores the document embeddings in memory for efficient search. The from loaders method loads the data from the previously defined loader, processes it, and creates an in-memory index that can be used for the fast document retrieval based on the vector embeddings. So we'll run this. So this code basically sets up a question answering system using the retrieval QA class that initializes a language model with the chat OpenAI, setting the temperature to 0.0 for deterministic responses. The QA system is then created using the from chain type method, where the model processes data in the stuff chain, and the vector store is used as the retriever to fetch the relevant documents for question answering. So additionally, verbose logged is enabled for tracking the process, and a custom document separator is then specified. So let's run this. Coming up with the test data points, that is, in this code, the data 10 is accessing the 11th element. So let's see. So in this code, data 11 is accessing the 12th element, since indexing starts at 0 from the data list or array. If data contains the rows loaded from the outdoor clothing catalog 1000.csv file, this will return the 12th row of data. So the structure of the data will depend on how the CSV file was loaded. So if data is a list of dictionaries or a similar structure, data 11 will give you the dictionary or row that corresponds to the 12th entry in the CSV. So here the code defines a list called the examples, which contains the two dictionaries representing the question answer pairs. Each dictionary includes a query key with the question being asked, such as, do the cozy comfort pullover set have side pockets, and what collection is the ultra lofty 850 stretch down hooded jacket from. So the structure can be used for training or testing a question answering system where the questions are matched with their correct answers. So let's run this. So here basically we are importing the QA generate class from the langchain.evaluation.qa, and here the code initializes a QA generated chain object using the from LLM method. Here's a breakdown of what actually basically happening. So example GenChain is equal to QA generated chain dot from LLM. This creates a QA generated chain object called the example chain, which is set to generate the question answer pairs. Then we have chat OpenAI model equal to LLM model. This initializes the chat OpenAI model with a specified LLM model. So in summary, this code actually sets up a chain that can generate the question answering pairs used as a language model through the chat OpenAI class, which can be used for the various QA tasks. So here this code generates a new question answer pairs by applying the QA generator chain to the first 5 documents in the data list. So it uses a list comprehension to create a list of the dictionaries where each dictionary contains a document wrapped with the key doc. So then let's move on. So let's have a look on the first example. Then let's see the first data we had. And this is the document page. This is basically incrementing the examples with the new examples, and we'll run this. And then we have this code executes the first query, and from the examples list by accessing the query field of the first example, which is in this case is, do the cozy comfort pullover set have side pockets. So here when you set the langchain.debug is equal to true, you are telling the LangChain library to show the detailed information about what it's doing behind the scenes. It will print out the debugging messages and like the errors messages, and it takes the step it's taking while running your code. Now let's see the first query, and you can basically see it is debugging. So basically we are turning off the debug mode over here. So let's now move on and see how to build agents with the LangChain. So in this lesson of building agents with LangChain, we will basically see how to actually build agents. We are first importing the OS, then from .env we are importing load.env and find.env, basically for reading the local env file. And then we are importing the warnings for warnings.filter warnings ignore. Basically we are creating the project environment. And then this code is designed to automatically switch to a newer version of the LLM model after a specific date. It first imports the datetime module to handle the date operation, then retrieves the current date. So we'll run this. So here basically we're storing the Wikipedia and we'll run this. So here we are finally importing the create Python agent, and then we're importing load tools, initialize agent, agent type, Python RPL tool, then we're importing Python RPL and chat OpenAI. So we'll run this. Basically path of the configuration. We are calling the chat OpenAI. We are setting the temperature to 0 and passing the model as LLM model. So we'll run this. And then basically we are using the load models LLM Math Wikipedia, loading a set of tools, and then we are running this. So basically we are this line of code basically loads a set of tools, especially LLM Math and the Wikipedia, and associate them with the previously defined language model. So here again we will move on. So here this line of code initializes a chat based agent using the initialize chat agent function, setting it up with the specified tools like LLM Math and Wikipedia. The agent is configured as agent type.chat0, and then we'll run this. So this line of code basically processes the query, what is 25% of 300. When the agent is called with this input, it will leverage the tools and the language model defined earlier to compute the result, especially the LLM Math tool will handle the mathematical calculation and the agent will respond with the correct answer. So in this code, the variable question contains a query asking about the book written by Tom Mitchell, an American computer scientist and a professor at the Carnegie Mellon University. So in this case, the agent will likely return the name of the book written by the Tom M, which is machine learning, a well-known textbook in the field of machine learning. So this result is stored in the result variable. So we'll run this. You can basically see the observation, the thought, then again observation, page, line. I have found that Tom M wrote the book Machine Learning. I now know the final answer. This line basically creates a Python agent using the create Python agent function. This agent is configured with a specified language model to handle the task and generate responses. So it also uses the Python RPL tool, which allows the agent to execute the Python code in a real eval print loop. So we'll run this. So basically this is a customer list which contains the sublist. So each sublist represents a customer with two elements, the first name and the last name of the customer. For example, Harrison and Chase, and like this it follows. So we'll run this. This line of code instructs the agent to sort the customer list first by last name and then by first name. So the run method is called with the formatted string where the customer list is passed as part of the query. So I'll run this. So this code basically enables the debugging in LangChain by setting the LangChain.debug equal to true, which provides the detailed logs and information about the operations performed by the LangChain agent. Then it runs the agent to sort the customer list by the last name first and then by first name as requested. So we'll run this. Then we are installing this date time for defining our own tool. So to build our own tool, we are importing tool and date from datetime and tool from the LangChain.agents. This code defines a tool function called the time using the @tool decorator from the LangChain. The function takes a single parameter text which is expected to be an empty string and return the today's date as a string. The doc string clarifies that the function is specially designed to provide the current date and should only be used for this purpose. So let's run this. So this basically initializes an agent using the initialize agent function, which configures the agent with a combination of predefined tools and the newly added time tool for retrieving the today's date. The agent uses a specified language model to handle tasks and generate responses. So we'll run this. So this code basically attempts to query the agent with the question, what's the date today, by calling the agent with that input, expecting it to respond with the current date using the time tool. If the agent encounters any error during execution, such as issues with external access or tool failures, the program will handle it gracefully by moving to the expect block. In case of an error, the message exception on the external access is printed, indicating that something went wrong while trying to retrieve the information. So this setup ensures that the process doesn't crash and provides a clear error message if an issue occurs. So guys, congratulations on completing the LangChain for LLM app development course. You have taken a significant leap towards mastering the AI-driven language models and their integration. Now it's time to apply your skills, experiment with LangChain, refine your LLM's reasoning capabilities, and explore innovative ways to enhance the automation and contextual understanding. Keep pushing the limits of AI and unlock the full potential of LangChain in your projects. So, in order to understand LangChain, we need to understand what is large language models initially. So, let us dive into this and understand what are large language models. So, large language models are smart helpers that assist tasks with writing, coding, and customer service and more. The ChatGPT helps write mails, Gemini answers tough questions, and GitHub Copilot suggests code. They also let users interact with data, making it easy to analyze trends, summarize reports, and spot fraud using the simple language. Though they are powerful, they can still make mistakes but are constantly getting better. Now let's understand how LLMs work. So LLMs learn by reading massive amounts of text using the transformer-based AI, understanding words in context. So when you type, they break it into tokens and predict the next word based on the patterns. So fine-tuned for tasks like GitHub Copilot or Healthcare AI, they improve with human feedback, quickly generating responses like predicting shining for the sun is. Isolated LLMs can't learn in real time. They rely on past training data. So if last trained in 2023, they won't know 2024 events unless updated. So unlike humans, they can't browse the web or watch the news, limiting their ability to stay current. Finally, let's understand what is a LangChain. So LangChain is a tool that helps developers build smart applications using large language models, that is LLMs, like ChatGPT or Google's Gemini. It allows AI to connect with the real-world data, making it more useful and interactive. So it consists of several modular data and end-to-end templates. So the modular components in LangChain includes prompts that helps AI understand what to do by using the structured questions or instructions. For example, a prompt asking AI to summarize a document. The second one is models, the brains of the LangChain, including AI models like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and others. Moving on, we have indexes, a smart storage system that helps AI quickly find the right information from documents, databases, or APIs. Now moving on to the next, we have chains, which connects multiple steps to complete a task. For example, fetching a document, then summarizing it, and then translating the summary. Now moving on, we have agents that act like a decision maker, choosing the right tools or actions based on the user request. So these parts work together to make AI smarter, faster, and more useful in the real-world application. So moving forward in this course, we will see how to use a LangChain document loaders to load data from a variety of existing sources. We will then touch on how to split these documents into semantically meaningful chunks. Next, we will give an overview of the semantic search, a basic method for fetching relevant information from a given user information. This is the easiest method to start with, but there are several cases where it fails. We will understand these cases and we'll see how to fix them. We will then see how to use those retrieved documents to enable an LLM to answer questions about a document. Finally, we will cover the memory and show how to build a fully functional chatbot experience through which we can chat with our data. In the next lesson, we will know about document loading. So, in order to create an application where you can chat with your data, you first have to load your data into the format where it can be worked with. That's when LangChain document loaders come into play. We have over 80 different types of document loaders, and in this session, we will cover a few to get comfortable with the concept in general. So let's jump in. First, we need to understand about loaders. So loaders deal with the specifics of accessing and converting data from a variety of different formats and sources into a standardized format. There can be various places we can load our data from, like websites, databases, and YouTube, etc. And in these documents become converted into data types like PDFs, HTML, JSON, Word, and PowerPoint. And so the purpose of different data loaders is to take this variety of data sources and load them into a standard document object which consists of content and then associated metadata. So now moving on to the types of documents. There are various types of document loaders in LangChain. It's not possible to cover them all, but here we have a rough. The first type is public unstructured. So here data that is freely available to everyone but does not have a fixed format. For example, social media posts, blog articles, YouTube videos. Anyone can access it, but it's messy and needs processing to be useful. The second one is public structured. Freely available data that is organized in a clear format. For example, government census data, stock market data, weather reports in the databases. It's easy to analyze since it follows a structured format like tables. So the third one is a proprietary unstructured. The private data owned by companies, but it's organized. For example, customer service emails, internal company reports, recorded phone calls, etc. So valuable insights can be found, but it requires effort to structure. Now, the fourth one is proprietary structured. So the private, well-organized data owned by companies are this type of data. So a bank's customer transaction records, Netflix user watch history, Amazon sales database, and more. So highly valuable, easy to analyze, and crucial for business decisions. So now let's jump into the fun part. So now we will understand everything in practical. So down the line, when we do the coding part of building a chatbot, we will be using APIs, and that API will be from OpenAI. So let's have a quick overview and the pricing details of an OpenAI API. So these are the reasoning models for complex and multi-step problems. OpenAI 01 and 03 mini. You have this $15 and $1.10. These are the GPT models for everyday tasks, GPT-4 Not and GPT-40 mini. Then we have the fine-tuning our models. This is customize our models to get even higher performance for your specific use cases. And this is basically for your training your AI. And now you can even go for exploring detailed pricing and also for fine-tuning and legacy models, real-time API. So this will give you an overview. So for building a chatbot using LangChain, the best OpenAI models are GPT-4 Not and GPT-4 Not mini. So it is the fastest and smartest model, great for the real-time conversations. And for a basic chatbot, GPT-4o mini is enough. For a smart and a fast chatbot, GPT-4 Not O is the best. So for an AI assistant with deep reasoning, 01 is the way to go. Down the line, we have also used the priced API, and we have also buy the plan, and so you can go ahead and get it done. So initially we are going to import some environment variables that we need, like the OpenAPI key. So we will run this, and then we'll first type of documents we are going to use are the PDFs. So let's download the relevant document loader from the LangChain. So here we are importing the PDF loader from the LangChain document. And then we are using this machine learning lecture 1 that a PDF format, and we are loading the pages by calling loader.load. And let's run this. Now we are planning to take a look at what we have loaded. So in this way, we have like seeing the length of the pages, and I will run this. So it is 22. So in this case, we have 22 different pages in that PDF. Each one is a unique one. So let's look at the first one. So I will run this. And then we are planning C. So this is a page document, so can be a bit long. So let's print the first few hundred characters from this first page. So we'll run this. So this is a few hundred characters from that particular page. So the other piece of information is the metadata associated with each document and can be accessed with the metadata element. So we'll see that. So we'll see to find out the metadata, that is page.metadata, and we'll run this. And here you can see till that PDF1 is a source basically. So it is the name of the file we have loaded it from. The other is the page field and it corresponds to the page of the PDF. So the next type of document we are going to look at is the YouTube content. So there is I repeat, there's a lot of fun content in YouTube. So a lot of people use document loader to ask questions about the particular content, lectures or anything like that. So we'll see. So here we are basically going to see importing certain things here. The key parts are YouTube audio loader, which loads an audio file from a YouTube video. The other key part is an OpenAI Whisper Parser. This will use OpenAI's Whisper model, a speech-to-text model basically, that converts the YouTube audio to text format that we can work with. So we'll run this. So after the output, we can now specify the URL. Specify a directory in which we save the audio files. Then we can create a generic loader as a combination of this YouTube audio loader combined with that OpenAI Whisper Parser. And then we can load the documents by calling the loader.load corresponding to YouTube. So this makes a few minutes to load. So after this, we'll see how we can view the documents. So we will now write docs. We'll see the first content dot page content. We'll see the first 100 ones and we'll run and see. You can even see the first 100 words. We can actually take a look on the page content now, and this is the first page of the transcript from the YouTube video. So the next set of documents we are going to go is how to load URLs from the internet. So there is a bunch of educational content on the internet and it can be very cool to actually just chat with it. So we are going to enable that by importing the web-based loader from LangChain. So from LangChain.document loaders import the web-based loader. So I have given a GitHub link over here. You can choose any URL basically. So this is a markdown file from GitHub page and create a folder. So I will run this. Now basically we can write docs equal to basically calling the loader.load and we can run it. Now we are printing the first page of that, looking at the content. So I'll write print docs, obviously the first page, obviously dot page content, and I will write 0s to 500. And now I'll run this. Then we can just take a look at the content. You will find a lot of blank space. Okay, don't get confused, it's a part of it. And then you will find some content over here, and then again some blank space, and then skip to content, and then again blank space, and again all this. So this is basically interesting. So now we will finally cover how we can load data from Notion. So we have to perform certain steps. For example, a Notion site, you have to go to the Notion site, then duplicate the page into your own Notion space and export as a markdown or a CSV file. Then you have to come back and unzip it and save it as a folder that contains the markdown file for the particular Notion page. So after we have got a specific format, we can use the Notion directory loader to load the data and get documents that we can work with. And here we are importing the Notion directory loader. Then we are using this Notion's doc, and then we are calling the loader. And now let's run this. Now let's take a look at the content. So I'll write print docs, obviously the first content dot page content, and I want to see the first 200 words. We'll use run. And we can clearly see it is a markdown handbook, that is Blend's employee handbook. And I'm aware that a lot of people has worked with Notion and has a Notion's database. So it's a great opportunity to export that data and bring it here and start working with this. Now in the next lesson, we will see how to split the documents. So we just now went over on how to load documents into a structured format. Now we are going to talk about how to split them up in a standard format. May sound easy, but there are various lot of subtleties over here. So document splitting happens after you have loaded your data into the document format. But before it goes to the vector store, and this may appear really simple, you can basically skip the chunks according to the lengths of each character or something like that. So as an example, why this is trickier and important down the line, let's take an example. The Honda Accord boasts an impressive 192 HP engine paired with a seamless 10-speed automatic transmission, delivering a smooth yet powerful ride that will leave a lasting impression. This is basically an example, and we are dividing it into two chunks. The first chunk is the Honda Boost, and the second chunk is the other part of the text. And we are trying to answer one question, that is, what are the specifications of Honda? But here is the tricky part. None of the chunk alone can answer the question. So how you split one information, that is very important to get relevant chunks of information. So moving on, coming to the basis of all the text splitters in LangChain involves splitting chunk in some chunk size with some chunk overlap also. There are various types of splitters in LangChain. The first one is character text splitter. It split the text based on a specific character. For example, /n with the chunk size and overlap. The second is Markdown header text splitter. It splits Markdown documents while preserving headers and structure. Then comes the third, Token text splitter. It splits a text based on the token count, ensuring compatibility with LLMs like GPT. And the fourth one is Sentence transformer token text splitter. It uses sentence transformers to split text intelligently based on the semantic meaning. Now moving on to the next, we have recursive character text splitter. It splits the text hierarchically, first by large units, that is paragraphs, and then by the smaller ones like the sentences or words. Now moving on to the next, we have language. It's useful language-aware text splitting based on the linguistic rules. Second one comes as NLTKT splitter. It utilizes the NLTK to split text into meaningful sentence-based chunks. Then comes the Spacey text splitter. It uses Spacey's NLP models to split text while preserving grammatical structures. Now let's see how to split the documents for real. So we are importing OS, OpenAI system, and even appending the path of system, and then we are even importing the load.env file, and then you can even read here what is that local.env file, and these are the very basic requirements, and we are gonna run this. So we will now import the recursive character text splitter and the character text splitter from langchain.textsplitter. So these are the basic two types of text splitters, and we are importing them. Let's run this. Then we will mention the chunk size, the desired chunk size equal to 26, and I'll write chunk overlap. I'll also mention this overlap equal to 4. And let's run this. So after mentioning the chunk size and the chunk overlap, we are initializing the R splitter as the recursive character text splitter and the C splitter as the character text splitter, and we are even initializing the chunk size and the chunk overlap for each one. So let's run this. So we have this example of this text one, and let's see how it gets splitted. So I'll run this and I will write as, let's use recursive one, as I've already initialized it as recursive splitter. And let's run this. So let's use this text 2 as an example, and then I'll submit this and again use our splitter dot split the text, and the text is use the text 2, and let's run this. So now you can basically see it has got splitted into 2 parts. Now we have a different example, that is we are having each letters separated with a space. So now I will run this and I'll use both our splitter dot split text, and we are using text 3. I'll run this and you can see it has even kept the spaces and it has divided into 3. I'll use C splitter now in the same example, dot split text, and it would be text 3. So let's run this. And now see, it has even given up the same thing it was previously. So we are now again initializing the C splitter as a character text splitter and giving the chunk size, chunk overlap, and separated as, we're even given the separator as space. So let's run this. So see, it has even uses the spaces to differentiate. So it's a great time to pause the video and try your own examples. In the next, we'll see the recursive splitter details, and it is basically used for generate tests. So we basically have this text over here as an example, and let's run this. Now let's see the length of this. How to see the length and then some text. It's 496 words. So we will now import from LangChain dot text splitter import character text splitter comma recursive character text splitter. So basically we're importing these two text splitters, the character and the recursive, from LangChain.TextSplitter. So let's run this. So now we are basically again initializing the C splitter as a character text splitter, and we are keeping the chunk size, the chunk overlap as 0, and then separator to be the spaces. And in the recursive character text splitter, this #n means the new line. So it is a double new line, a single new line, a separator, and even having a null one. So let's run this. So here I'll use the C splitter dot split text, and we'll go for some text. So I'll run this. So here the character text splitter splits it by spaces. Then I'll go for R splitter dot split text, and we'll go for some text again. We'll run this, and if you see here, it's a better split though, splitting into 2 paragraphs. So let's reduce the chunk size a bit and add a period to our separators. So here is a better option. We have given a double line, a single line, and even added period separators over here, and we will run this, and now we can see that the period separators are in the good places. To fix this, we can now do something logically better. Let's try it with a real world example now and load a ML PDF that we once used in the document loading session. So we are basically importing the Py PDF loader, and we are using that machine learning lecture that we once used in the first section, and we are even calling it loader.load. So let's run this. So we are initializing the text splitter is equal to character text splitter, giving a separator, a chunk size, and a chunk overlap as well, and we are even passing the length function over here that will split based on the length of the text. So we'll run this. Now we are going to use the document text splitter. For that, docs equal to text splitter dot split documents pages. Now let's run this. So basically I have missed the documents as and written a error over there. So let's run this now. So it's done. Now let's compare the length of the document and the pages. So I'll write length docs and I'll run. So it's 77. So then I'll see the length of the pages and I'll run. It's 22. Now let's import this Notion directory loader from the LangChain, and then loader is equal to Notion directory loader, and we are passing one Notion database, and then I'm calling it. Let's run this. So we are now using this text splitter for this Notion database, and we'll run this. So now we can compare the lengths of the splitted document and the original document. So let's see length Notion database, and we'll run this. It's 52. Now we'll see the length of the docs. We'll run. It's 353. So now we can also split on the token count explicitly if we want. This can be very useful because large language models often have context windows designated in tokens. So let's see how it goes. So we are now importing the token text splitter from the LangChain. So let's run this. So we are now initializing the text splitter with the chunk size and the chunk overlap that is equal to 0, and we are keeping it as token text splitter. So let's run this. So basically we have got a fun sentence, and let's give this, and I'll split this. Text splitter dot split text 1. So I'll run this. So see, it's basically splitting everything with a comma. So it got separated into different tokens, and everyone is of different kind if you see. So let's write text splitter equal to token text splitter chunk size equal to 10, comma chunk overlap is equal to 0. Then run this, and again I'll write docs equal to text splitter dot split type documents, and we'll pass the pages document. I will run this. So again I got the same error, and let's not worry about this. We'll copy and I'll paste here and add an S, and I'll run this. And then we can basically see the first one. This is basically the first document. Now let's look at the metadata even. Pages. This is the first document dot metadata. And we'll run this. So chunking aims to keep the text with common text together. A text splitting often uses sentences or other delimiters to keep related text together, but many documents such as the markdown have structures or headers that can be explicitly used in splitting. So we can use the markdown header text splitter to preserve the header metadata in our chunks. So we'll see that here. So here we are importing the Notion directory loader from the LangChain and as well as the markdown header text splitter. So here basically I have a markdown document that is title, chapter, this is gym and section and all this. So I will provide this. So we can basically now have the headers to split on, that is the header 1, header 2 and 3 hashes and header 3. So we'll run this. So we can basically now initialize the markdown splitter with the markdown text splitter, and even we are initializing headers to split on. And let's run this. Now we are taking a look at the splits. MD header splits 0. First one. Let's look at even the second. The header the same way. 1. So let's try it with a real world example. So here we have loaded the Notion directory loader and the docs as well. So let's run this. So here we have initialized how to split them and initialized even the markdown also. So let's run this. Now let's initialize the header splits with the markdown splitter dot split text, and let's run this. And let's have a look on how it got splitted. Let's run this. So this is it. Moving down the line, we'll see vector stores and embedding. We have now got our document splitted up into small meaningful chunks, and it's time to put these chunks into an index where we can easily retrieve them when it's time to answer the questions about this corpus of data. So to do that, we are going to use our embeddings and vectors tools. Let's see what they are. So vector stage comes after the text gets splitted and is ready to stored in an easily accessible format. And embeddings, they take a piece of text and create a numerical representation of that particular text. Text with similar content will have the similar vectors in numeric space. Now you might be thinking what they actually mean. So to find the similar text, we can actually compare the vectors. Consider these 3 sentences. The first 2 sentences, if you see, a dog is playing in the park and the canine is running in the playground, have almost similar vector values, indicating that they have similar meanings. The third sentence, that is, the ocean waves are crashing on the store, has a different vector representation, showing that it is unrelated in meaning. So let's see all this in action. So to start with, we'll once again set the appropriate environment variables. These are the set of CS2 to 9 lectures of, you can see there are 2 lecture 1, 2 and 3. So this is lecture 1 is duplicated because of simulating dirty data. So we'll run this. So after the data is loaded, we can use the recursive character text splitter to split the data and to create chunks. Let's run. So let's split it. Splits equal to text splitter dot split documents. Docs. We'll pass the docs over here. We'll run this. And then let's see the length. Now we can see that we have created more than 200 chunks. So time to move on to the embeddings. Let's take our splits and embed them. We will use the OpenAI to create these embeddings. So we are importing OpenAI embeddings from the LangChain embeddings OpenAI. And now, before trying with the real world examples, let's try out some other examples as well. So we have random 3 sentences over here, and you can look that the first 2 are very similar. Now we can create an embedding class for each sentence. We have 3 sentences and therefore we are creating 3 embeddings. So we can import NumPy to basically compare them. We will expect that the first 2 sentences will be very similar. So import NumPy as NP. We'll run this. Then we'll compare both with the dot product. NP dot dot embedding 1 and the one we will be comparing it to, that is embedding 2. We will be using this dot product to compare them. The dot product in here multiplies the corresponding elements of the 2 vectors and adds them up, so giving a single number. So it helps measure the similarity basically between the embeddings. Higher value means more similarity and lower value means less similarity. So we'll compare the other ones, np dot dot and embedding 1, comma embedding 3. We'll run this. Now you can see that the dot product of the first and the second sentence was quite higher. And comparing the first and the third, we can get a significantly lower value. So we'll compare, one is also left, comparing 2 and 3. So np dot dot embedding 1, comma, embedding 2, comma, embedding 3. So let's run this. And you can see it's almost the same. Now I will suggest you to pause the video and try out a few different examples and their dot products. So let's move on to the real world example. It's time to create embeddings for all the chunks of the PDFs and store them in a vector store. So the vector store we will use here is Chroma. So let's import that. I have imported this Chroma. So LangChain has integrations with lots of vector stores. We are using Chroma here because it's lightweight and in memory, which makes it very easy to get up and started with. So there are other vector stores that offer hosted solutions which can be useful when you are trying to persist large amounts of data or persist it in cloud storage somewhere. So let's run this and we'll write persist directory. And the name of the directory is, we have to write in quotes, docs, Chroma, and again a slash. So let's run this. So we are going to want to save this in the vector store so that we can use it for the future lessons. So let's create a variable called persist like this directory, which we'll use later on at docs slash comma. So here, let's also make sure nothing is already there in the database. So we'll run this. So here, let's create the vector store. We can call Chroma from the documents. Then passing on splits that we created earlier, passing through embeddings. Now this is the OpenAI embedding and finally passing through a directory. So now we will look at the collection count. We can see that this is the same as that of the split we previously did. So let's now start using it. Think of a question that we can ask. We know that this is the class lecture, so we can ask if there is any email address, we can ask for help regarding class or anything. So the question is there any email I can ask for help? So I'll better run this. So We are going to use the similarity search method over here, pass the question, and even k is equal to 3, which specifies the number of documents that we want to return. We'll see. Yeah. Then we will see the length of the document and we'll run this. And it's 3 as we have specified. Now let's look at the content of the first document. It's in fact about an email address, and it's obviously the email we can send queries to. So let's run this. Yeah. If you send email to this account, it will actually let us back to the maximal quickly with answers. So yeah, it's basically an email address. So I'll write over here vector db dot persist and I'll run this. So after doing this, let's be sure to persist the database for future use. This seems great, and basic similarity search will get you about 80% of the way. They are very easily. But there are some failure modes that can creep up. For example, I'll show. So let's try out a different question. That is, what did they say about MATLAB? So let's run this. So we will use the similarity search over here, and k is equal to 5. So I'll run this. So I'll look at the first document content over here and I'll run this. Let's see the second document as well. So notice that we are getting duplicate chunks over here because of the duplicate machine learning lecture 1 PDF in the index. So semantic search fetches all the similar documents but does not enforce diversity. So docs 0 and docs 1, that is the first document and the second document, are identical. We can see a new failure mode over here. So I will basically try out a different question that is involving the third lecture. And let's run this. So here I'll use the similarity search over here again with the passing the question, and k is equal to 5. So I want to basically check the metadata and I'll run this. So let's loop over the document and print the metadata. We can see a combination of results, some from lecture 3, 2 and 1. The reason it is failing is that the third lecture and the fact that we want the documents from the third lecture is a piece of structured information. But we are doing a semantic lookup based on the embeddings where it creates an embedding for the whole sentence, and it's probably a bit more focused on regression. So I'll write over here print docs for this third document page content. I'll run this. So if you look at the fifth document, the one that comes from the first lecture, it does refer to regression. So it is picking up on that, but not on the fact that it is supposed to be querying documents only related to the third document, because again it is a piece of structured information. So good time to pause and truly figuring out some more queries and try changing the value of k. So in this lecture, we have basically seen the basics of semantic search and also the failure modes. So let's move forward in the next part and try to address those failures and retrieval too. So in this lesson, we will dive deep into retrieval and a few more advanced methods for overcoming the edge cases. So let's understand what is retrieval in LangChain. So in LangChain, retrieval refers to fetching relevant documents or data from a knowledge base like a vector database or local files to answer user queries. It helps in searching, filtering, and retrieving information efficiently. So where retrieval is used? So it is used in the chatbots with memory. For example, it is used in retrieving past conversations. Then comes questions and answering system. For example, retrieving the FAQ answers. Then comes the third, that is AI-powered search engines. For example, the semantic search. Now moving on, we have the techniques we will be talking about are new to the market. So the first one we have is maximum marginal relevance. So So, MMR is a smart way to select diverse and relevant information from a large set of documents. Instead of just picking up the most similar results, it balances relevance and diversity, ensuring that the retrieved results are not too repetitive. So, MMR is used in the retrieval augmented generation, that is RAG, to improve search results by selecting both relevant and diverse documents. So, imagine searching for the best AI tools. So, without MMR, you get 5 results about ChatGPT. That is too similar. But with MMR, you get results about ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Midjourney, Copilot, and better variety. Now moving on to the next, we have LLM aided retrieval. So LLM aided retrieval is a smart way to improve search results by using a large language model to define or guide the retrieval process. So instead of just fetching documents based on the keyword similarity, the LLM helps in a better query understanding, ranking, and selecting relevant information. For example, without LLM aided retrieval, a search for the AI in marketing may retrieve random AI articles. But with LLM aided retrieval, the LLM understands the intent and retrieves specific articles on AI tools for marketing. It is used to improve accuracy for refining search queries, reduces irrelevant results, and improves retrieval quality. It works well with RAG, that is a retrieval augmented generation. So now let's see all these techniques in action. So let's see all the techniques in action. So we will start with loading the environment variables as we always do, and then we'll run this. So let's then import Chroma from LangChain vectors. We will also import OpenAI embeddings, and we will also create this persist directory we have created before, the docs Chroma, and we will run this. So after looking at the collection counts, we will now create embeddings. Embeddings equal to OpenAI embedding, vector Chroma, and then pass this persist directory and embedding function. So we will run this. So now we'll try to print vector db dot collection dot count, and we'll run this. So after looking at the collection counts, we can see it is 209 documents that we loaded before. So let's now begin with maximum marginal relevance MMR. So we have all these texts that got loaded and all are about mushrooms. So we'll create a small database equal to Chroma dot from text, and we'll pass text comma embeddings equal to embedding. So this is a type of a toy example, and we will run this. So I have a different question. Tell me about all the white mushrooms with the large fruiting bodies. So I'll run this, and we'll create plugin called this smalldb dot max marginal relevance search. We will pass the question, then k is equal to 2, comma fetch. Make sure you give the correct code, and we'll run this. So here, if you see, we have still k value as 2, but fetch k is equal to 3 to fetch all the 3 documents originally. So now let's go back to a question, a previous lesson where we asked about MATLAB. So the question is, what did they say about MATLAB? And we have the vector similarity search over here, and the case value is 3. So now we'll basically compare docs ss 0 dot page content, and we will run this, and we will again, basically I'll copy this and I will change 1 to 1. Now we can actually see that both are the same. Now we will use MMR to actually find out the difference. So let's write docs MMR first document dot page content and we will copy this, paste it here, and we'll make it as 1. Now the second one is different. It's getting some diversity in the environment. Let's now move on to the next part. So we have a different question again, and we'll try to run this. So we are here again using the vector DB similarity search, and if you see, it is the third lecture over here. So we'll try to run this. Now if you see this, that you will understand that it got retrieved, that is exactly like the initial. So now we are going to use self-query retriever. So I'm importing OpenAPI and self-query retriever and attribute info. Let's run this. So here again we are specifying the metadata attributes like the name, the description and the type, and if you see the difference, the page from the lecture, and here in the description it is the lecture, the chunk is from should be one of the documents from this. So let's run this. We will now specify it more and use LLM as OpenAPI model, and we will give retriever as self-query retriever from LLM and vector DB and everything, and we will also here verbose is equal to true. So we will run this. So here we are basically retrieving the relevant documents and passing the question, and it is okay, and we'll print the metadata. This can be ignored and you can actually find out the metadata. So there are some additional tricks over here for compression. That is another approach for improving the quality of the retrieved documents is compression. So information most relevant to a query may be buried in a document with a lot of irrelevant text as well. So passing that full document through your application can lead to more expensive LLM calls and poorer responses. So contextual compression is meant to fix this. So I'll import contextual compression retriever and we'll run this. Here we are passing this pretty print documents through the documents, and we are even giving all the specifications of the double new line, page content and everything, and we will run this. So here we will wrap our vectors stored. So we'll run this. We can now create a compressor with the LangChain extractor as well. So we'll run this. We can now create the contextual repression retriever and then the best retriever from the vector store. And now we are passing the question and we'll run this. Now we are passing the question, seeing the output, you can find out that the documents are shorter than the normal one. And they have some repeated stuffs as well. So it's not worth nothing that vector DB is not the only kind of tool to retrieve documents. The LangChain retriever abstraction includes other ways to retrieve documents such as TF, IDF or SVM. So let's see. We will now begin with loading the environment variables like we always do, and we will run this, and then we will see loading the PDF, and then we are using the recursive character text splitter to split the text, and we are specifying the chunk size, the chunk overlap, and finally splitting it. So after splitting is done, we will be using the retrievers SVM retriever and TF IDF retriever, and we will run this. And then finally, we will ask this question, what are the major topics for this class? And we will basically run this. Now you can see the page content. Let me just check about what questions you have right now. So if there are no questions, I will just Yeah, it has given it. So now we are using the TF-IDF retriever and let's run this. So this is the right time to pause and try your own examples. Down the line in the next lecture, we will see how we can ask questions and get the relevant answers. In this lesson, we are going to cover how to answer the questions with the documents you have just retrieved. So this stage comes after the retrieving documents section, and the workflow is first the question comes in, and then we look up to the relevant documents, then pass through the splits and prompts as well, and then the human question for the language model, and finally get the answer. Now let's see this in action. So we will start with loading the environment variables as we always do. So this code is basically assigned to the OpenAPI LLM version filmed until it is deprecated. So currently in 2023, LLM responses can often vary, but the responses may be significantly different when you are using a different version of model. So I'll run this. So my version is GPT 3.5 Turbo. So now we have loaded the vector database. So we'll run this and we will going to check whether it is correct or not. So print vector db dot collection dot count and we will run this. So we have got it is 209 and it is absolutely correct. So here we will do a quick similarity check and even see the length of the documents. Now basically we are going to initialize the model we are going to use to answer the question. We are using the chat OpenAPI model GPT and we'll run this. Now we are we are importing retrieval QA from the LangChain chains. So we can create it by passing a language model and then a vector database. So I'll print this and then we will call it with a query to check if it is equal to the question we want to ask. And then we can look at the result. So let's explore a few little things that is interesting. So first we will look is on the prompts. So here I have imported the prompt template from the LangChain prompts and have given one template, the question and an answer. So the prompt basically takes the question and the documents and passes it to the language model. So here I'll basically run the chain and you can create a new retrieval QA chain. We will use the same language model and the same vector store to pass in a few new arguments. So here I have a question, is probability a class topic? And I'll pass this question and I'll basically pass it with a query and a question and I'll find out the result. So yes, probability is a class topic as the instructor assumes familiarity with the basic probability and statistics. Thanks for asking. So we can now try out a new question and look at the result. So I'll type result and in between I'll write source documents. After this I'll mention the first one. So for a little bit of intuition, I want to know from where it is getting the data. So I have displayed this. So there are also various type of retrieval QA chains. So we will see this one by one. So in this technique, each document is sent to the LLM to find the original answer. And then those answers are composed into a final answer with a final call to the language model. So here I'll again pass this with this map reduce and I'll run this and again result I'll run this. So let me run the previous question through the same change. So it's a proper time to use a LangChain and to see what's going on inside. So once we have set the environment variables, we can now run this map reduce chain and then we can switch to UI to see what's happening there. So now we are using the refine technique and see that this is comparatively a better answer. The great thing about chatbots is you can basically take follow-ups based on the previous question's task. So let's see how it performs there. So we have built a QA chain over here and let me ask a question. The same question of previous. Okay. So now this is a follow-up question and I will try to run this. The prerequisites of the class are needed because the course assumes that all students have a basic knowledge of computer science and computer skills. So it is understood from the answer that the chain we are using doesn't remember anything of the previous question. So in the next lesson, we will introduce memory to fix this issue and make it fully functional chatbot. In this lesson, we will be making a fully conversational chatbot and with memory as well. So in the previous lesson, we were close to achieving the goal, but we can't handle the follow-up questions. That we will fix in this lesson. But before beginning, let's understand what do you mean by a chatbot. So a chatbot is a computer program designed to simulate a conversation with the users, typically through text or voice interactions. It can answer questions, provide information, or assist with a task based on your user input. So let's see how we can make the chatbot in real. So first, as always, we are going to load the environment variables. And then we are comparing the current date and the date time.date, and we are actually printing the version of the GPT. And now, if you have already have the platform set up, it will be nice if you can start in the beginning only. So let's specify your API key over here, and we have also done the LangChain tracing as to be true and the endpoint and my URL. Now we have loaded in the vector database and we have also imported Chroma and everything, and let's run this. So I have a new question over here and I am using this similarity search, and let's find out the length. So it's 3. We can run the basic similarity search on the vector store like here. So we can now initialize the language model. We are using that. We are going to use this in our chatbot. So hello, how can I assist you today? So this is basically a language of a chatbot and we have acquired it. So let's do something more. And now we can even analyze, and now we can even initialize a prompt and a QA chain and get the results back. So I'll run this. So we are adding memory to this. It will be working with the conversation buffer memory. So what it basically is, it keeps a buffer of previous chats and the questions and will pass through while conversation. So here we will be using the conversational retrieval chain, and finally we are using this LangChain for the memory purpose. And I'll run this. We can even passing this LM retriever and this memory over here like in this code. So I have a question over here and let's pass this question inside. And finally, I'll demand an answer. And I will run this. So yes, probability is a class topic in the course. Fine. So I have basically a follow-up question and I'll try to run this and get the answer. So you can see that it can even have familiarity with the basic probability and statistics assumed as prerequisites for the course, because the course will involve concepts and applications that rely on probability theory and statistical analysis. So it's fine. So it's finally time to create a chatbot, a conversational chatbot. So we are importing the environment details over here and we will run this. And finally, we are giving the code It's no worry, I'll explain it. We are finally loading the documents over here. We are using the PDF loader files and then splitting the documents using the recursive character text splitter, mentioning the chunk size and the chunk overlap. Then we are defining the embeddings, the Open API embeddings, and finally we are creating the vector database from data. Then we are defining the retriever, and finally we are creating a chatbot chain over here. But keep in mind one thing, memory is managed externally over here. So we'll run this. So here finally I am defining the functions. I'm importing panel and param, CBFS, and I'm finally giving all the codes, count and everything in it or no file specified. To make it, we're using even self-query, then we are using depends db query, and finally with the response we are working on, then we are clearing the history and we are running this. And we are basically having it together. Will give you a nice UI, and let's run this. See, we have got a chatbot, chat with your data bot. So let's use this. We can now run this all together. We will be having a great UI, as you can see, a minimal one. So we can now ask who are the TAs. The TAs mentioned in the context are Paul Baumstrock, so it has given the names. So we'll ask a follow-up question over here about what are their measures. So the TAs and their measures they have given. We can go to the database and basically see the result of the database look, and we can give into chat history to see the questions asked.
In today's rapidly evolving landscape of artificial intelligence, large language models, which is LLM, like Google Gemini, are revolutionizing how we interact with the technology and create content. But merely having access to these powerful models isn't enough to truly unlock their potential. You need to master the art of science of prompt engineering. This comprehensive course is designed to guide you from the foundational concepts of LLMs and Gemini's unique capabilities to advanced prompting techniques and real-world application. Whether you're a developer looking to integrate AI into your projects, a content creator aiming to streamline your workflow, or are simply curious about how to get most out of Gemini, this course will equip you with all the essential skills. We'll explore everything from basic prompt structures and controlling output parameters to sophisticated techniques like chain of thought prompting and fine-tuning for specific use cases. Get ready to transform your understanding and practically application of LLM prompting with Gemini. Now let's take a quick look at what we'll be covering today. Firstly, we'll start by introduction to Gemini. We'll cover what is it, core architecture and key features. Next, we'll be diving into the practical side with basic prompt technologies for Gemini. These sections will lay the foundation for crafting effective prompts to get the desired outputs. Building on that, we'll explore advanced prompting techniques. Here we'll discuss more sophisticated strategies to unlock Gemini's full potential for complex tasks. Then we will see Gemini's in action for text generation and summarization. We'll explore how it can be used to create compelling content and distill information effectively. Following that, we'll delve into Gemini's for question answering and code generation. You will see how Gemini can serve as a powerful tool for retrieving information and even assisting in software development. After understanding these applications, we'll move into a crucial topic, which is evaluating and improving prompts. Because getting a great result often involves refining your approach. We'll discuss strategies to assess and enhance your prompting techniques. And finally, we'll touch upon Gemini API fine-tuning, development, and security. This will provide an overview for those looking to integrate Gemini into their applications, customize its behavior, and ensure secure implementation. Alright, let's begin. Before we can write an effective prompt, we need to understand the tools that we are working with it. The first module is all about building that foundation. Will demystify what large language models are, explore how they work under the hood, and get introduced to the capabilities of Gemini family of models. This context is a key to understanding why certain prompting techniques work the way they do. So let's just dive in. Let's start with absolute basics of what are these LLMs we hear so much about. The name large language models tells a lot. Large refers to the truly massive scale of data that they have been trained on, essentially. A significant portion of the entire internet, countless books, or millions of lines of code. Think of it as a research assistant who has read every book in the world's biggest library. Because of the vast training, their language models, meaning they can understand the intricate patterns, context, and even subtle unwritten rules of human language. They don't just process words, they grasp the intent and meaning behind them. So now how do they perform this seemingly magical feat? At the core, the process is surprisingly simple to understand. An LLM is a powerful prediction engine. When you give it a text, it calculates the most statistically likely word to come next. It's like your phone's autocomplete, but on a superhuman scale. The real breakthrough is the transformer architecture. This is the neural network design that allows model to look upon the entire prompt and decide which word are most important to the context. That's why if you ask a long complex question, it remembers the crucial details from the beginning of your prompt to formulate a coherent and relevant answer at the end. Now let's begin with an introduction to Google's Gemini. Gemini is Google's family of advanced AI models designed to handle a wide range of complex tasks. What sets Gemini apart is that it's natively multilingual, meaning it can understand reason across different types of data, not just text but also images, audio, and video. This makes it incredibly versatile for a variety of real-world applications. Gemini also demonstrates advanced reasoning capabilities, allowing it to solve problems that require logical thinking, such as mathematical calculation and scientific analysis. These strengths make it highly effective for more demanding and knowledge-intensive tasks. In terms of use cases, Gemini is well suited for content creation, code generation, data analysis, building intelligent chatbots, and even creating brainstorming. Its a powerful, flexible nature allows users across industries to unlock new possibilities with AI. Now let's go through the Gemini models one by one. First, we have Gemini 2.5 Pro, which is Google's most powerful and advanced model. It offers top-level accuracy and performance, make it ideal for complex tasks such as coding, logical reasoning, and understanding multiple types of inputs, including both text and images. This model is designed for users who need the highest capabilities for demanding application. Next, we have Gemini 2.5 Flash, which provides a balanced mix of performance and affordability. It's a well suited for high volume, low latency tasks that require some level of reasoning. This makes it a great choice for business handling a lot of queries or generating large amounts of content quickly. Finally, there is Gemini 2.5 Flash Lite, which is most lightweighted and cost-efficient version. It's optimized for real-time use cases and high throughput applications where fast response times are critical. But the tasks are relatively simple. Examples include real-time chat support or basic automation. Together, these modules offer flexibility, allowing users to choose the right version based on their performance, needs, and budget. Now let's look on how Gemini can generate photos and videos. Gemini uses Google's Imagen 2 technology for visual content creation. To generate an image, users simply needs to provide a detailed descriptive text prompt that clearly explains the desired scene or subject. You can also specify the style, for example, whether you want photorealistic image, a watercolor painting, or any other artistic effect. In addition to this style, you can mention aspects like composition, lighting, and the mood, or get more accurate results while image generation is already well developed. Video generation is still emerging capability, and it's being built on the same foundation principle of descriptive prompting and style control. This technology opens up exciting possibilities for creators, marketers, and educators who needs visual content tailored exactly to their needs. Now let's explore some fundamentals of prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is the art and science of the crafting effectively inputs for a large language models like Gemini. The goal is to design prompts that guide the model to produce accurate, useful, and relevant outputs. One of the key principles is to clarity and specificity. You should always direct and unambiguous in your request. Vague or confusing prompts often lead to unsatisfactory results. It's also important to provide context, which means including any relevant background information the model needs to understand the task properly. And finally, don't forget to guide the output. You can tell the model exactly what format, tone, or style you want, or even assign it as a persona to roleplay. By following these best practices, you can significantly improve the quality and reliability of AI generated content. Now let's talk about how to set up your environment to start working with Gemini. One of the easiest way is to begin by using Google's AI Studio, which is web-based tool designed for rapid prototyping and prompt experimentation. Think of it as a playground where you can test Gemini's capability in real time without needing to write any code. It's ideal for exploring different prompts, styles, text outputs, and learning how models respond. If you want to go further and integrate Gemini into your own application, you will need API access. This allows you to connect Gemini model to your software, automate tasks, or build intelligent tools. To get started with the API, you simply need to request an API key from the Google's AI developers website. Once you have that key, you can start building powerful AI-driven experiences using the Gemini. Let's walk through the first hands-on example of using a Gemini prompt. The goal here is to generate a simple 3-bullet point summary of a topic. In this course, our example prompt asks Gemini to summarize a concept of photosynthesis in 3 concise bullet points, specially tailored for a middle school student. This is great starting exercise because it helps you understand how to structure a clear, specific, and focused prompt. Once the model gives you a response, the next step is to analyze the result. Check whether the output is clearly accurate and easy to understand, and make sure it follows the requested bullet points format. Exercise like these helps you build prompt engineering skills and give you a better sense of how to control and guide Gemini's outputs. So we'll see how to generate a similar prompt here and give an introduction to the interface of Google Gemini. So to start with your journey of Google Gemini, you just need to search for Google AI Studio and click on the first link that appears. So here, as you can see, we have multiple things, but first they're going to ask you to accept few terms and conditions. You can just accept that. And here in your left side, you can see we have chatting, streaming, generating media, building history, and enabling saving. These are the options you get in your left side. You can generate any high scavenger hunt. There are few examples, URX context fields and other examples. And here you can see we have get API key. This is for developers who want to develop an app. They can easily just by one click get the API access, and we have a studio dashboard and the documentation regarding this Gemini. And here you can set to what version you prefer, and the costs are also being displayed here. And the features are also given, so you can choose accordingly whichever is appropriate for you. And we have token count, and you can set the temperature as discussed, and we have media revolution, which is low, medium, or by default. And we have thinking mode also set thinking budget and structured output, and other options that you can use it. Now let's start with the chat prompt. So as discussed, we want photosynthesis to be explained with 3 bullet points. So let's give the same prompt and see the answer. So as mentioned, I've given the prompt of summarize the concept of photosynthesis in 3 concise bullet points, specifically tailored for a middle school student. So let's see how this gives us. So here you go. Here's the summary of concept of photosynthesis in 3 concise bullet points, and it actually has given me the entire answer in 3 points, making sure each has a heading to it. So we have plants make their own food to survive and the meaning of the entire paragraph, and then similarly the next 2 points. And if you come here, the sources from where this information was also given, and if there are any other suggestions that you can give, you can go ahead. Next, we have to generate media. You can also stream where you can talk. It's a voice generated architecture, and then we can generate media. Suppose let's give an example of creating media. Here are some examples which they have already created. Video is an ongoing process in Gemini, but photos, it's a fully fledged one. So it uses Imagen 2, which we'll be discussing in the later one. So let's say give me an image of, say, basic mountains with a river during the sunset or sunrise. So let's see what kind of an image it will generate. So as you can see, it has given me a beautiful picture which looks so natural with mountains and the road. If you want to specify a specific style, like give me in the retro format or a black and white image, you can mention that in the prompt and get most beautiful painting as the desired output that you want. Now that we have a solid understanding of what Gemini AI and the environment will be working in, it's the time to start communicating with it. This module is where the rubber meets the road. Will cover the fundamental everyday prompting techniques that will inform the basics of everything else we do. We'll learn about zero shot and few shot prompting, how to structure our request, and how to use parameters to control the AI output. Mastering these basics is the first step to getting predictable, high-quality results. Let us understand what zero-shot prompting means. Zero-shot prompting is when you give the model a direct instruction without showing any prior examples of what you are expecting. It relies entirely on model pre-existing knowledge and training to understand and compute the task. This approach is useful when you want a quick and straightforward response. For instance, if you translate the phrase, "Hello, how are you?" into Spanish, the model can handle that request even without being any given examples. While zero-shot prompting is fast and simple, it works best for tasks the model is already familiar with and doesn't require much context for customization. Now let's take a look into few shot prompting. In this approach, you will provide the model with a few examples or shots of the task you want to be performed. These examples are included directly in the prompt and help the model understand the desired format, tone, and logic. By seeing how the task is done, the model can better mimic the pattern when generating its own response. For instance, if you are providing example, "A movie was brilliant, sentiment is positive, and I didn't like the food, sentiment is negative." The model learns how to label sentiment of statement. Few short prompting is especially useful when the task is a bit more nuanced or when you want to influence the style and structure of the output. To effectively interact with AI models, it's crucial to understand prompt structure, which typically comprises 3 key elements. The instruction, which is you clear command on your specific task you want the model to perform, like write an email, the context providing essential background information that helps the model understand the bigger picture, such as to the team about the new project deadline. And finally, the input data, which is specific text or items to be processed. For example, the old deadline was July 20th and the new is July 27th. By combining these precious instructions with the relevant context and necessary input data, you guide the model to generate the accurate and tailored responses. To fine-tune Gemini's response, we control its output using 3 key parameters. Temperature, ranging from 0 to 1, direct manages the randomness of the output, making it more predictable and factual at lower values. Top P, also from 0 to 1, controls the selection of words by considering a smaller pool of most probable
words, serving as an alternative way to influence the diversity of the output, and max output tokens, which sets a strict limit on the length of the generated response, allowing you to manage verbosity. By adjusting these parameters, you gain significant length of Gemini's generated content. For this practical exercise, we'll begin by providing Gemini with a block of text which will serve you as a context, effectively giving the model the background information it needs. Following this context, your next step is to add clear instructions and a specific question which tells the Gemini exactly what you want it to do with the provided text. And illustrated in the example prompt structure, you will present your text document as a context as the following user question to the elite and answer from the model, allowing you to observe how efficiently context and clear instruction leads to precise responses. To make this concrete, let's look up one example on how this combined prompt structure. Imagine you have a short piece of text like displaying the following context. Now, as you can see, I've given a prompt which goes like the new product launch is scheduled for September 15 with an internal meeting set for August 20th to finalize marketing material. Customer feedback on the beta version has been overwhelmingly positive, particularly regarding its user-friendly and robust security features, which will be highlighted in all promotional campaigns. This is the context that we'll be giving. Now, based on this context, we need to provide a clear instruction and a question. For instance, if you want to know about the product's key strength for marketing purposes, you can go and write the same. So now I would want to know the main selling points of a new product. So I'll give a question and answer format. So we have, based on the text above, identify the main selling points of a new product that should be highlighted in promotional campaigns. Now here we have given a brief context and a question answer basis followed by it. So we'll see how Gemini recreates it or gives the answer. So here you can see we have, based on the text provided, the main selling point of a new product that should be highlighted in promotional campaigns are its user-friendly interface and robust security features. This demonstrates how providing clear context and specific instructions allow Gemini to extract preciously the information you need. Now you can try with different types of context and a question answer basis and get the answers for whatever is required. Okay, now we have covered the basics and can now get a reliable response for straightforward tasks. In this next module, we are going to level up these advanced techniques. These advanced techniques are what separates a casual user from a true prompt engineer. We'll explore methods like chain of thought or encourage reasoning, self-consistency to improve reliability, and also power using templates for scalable solution. This is where we unlock Gemini's ability to solve true complex problems. Chain of COT prompting is a powerful technique that encourages the model to break down a problem into logical intermediate steps rather than just providing a direct answer. This is simply triggered by adding phrases like think step by step or show your work to prompt. The remarkable results in dramatic improvements in the model's performance on complex reasoning, logic, and mathematical problems as it forces the AI to process information sequentially. A significant added benefit is that it exposes the model's underlying reasoning process, making its decision-making transparent and much easier to debug or understand its failures. Self-consistency is advanced prompting technique designed to improve the readability of answer and complex questioning by leveraging the model's own capacity for diverse reasoning. This achieved by first asking the same question multiple times, typically using higher temperature to encourage varied responses and different chain of thought paths. Subsequently, from these wire-generated outputs, you then select the most frequent or consistent answer, thereby increasing confidence in the final result by effectively having the model cross-verify its own reasoning across multiple Knowledge generation prompting is technique that goes beyond simple information retrieval, focusing instead on synthesizing and structuring information onto comprehensive new content. You would see use it to create detailed guides, explanation, or study notes from scratch, asking the model to generate and organize information for a given topic. For example, a prompt like generate detailed study guide on cause of World War One include key figures, alliance and pivotal events, structures with heading and bullet points. This prompt This prompt demonstrates how to guide the model to produce well-organized, in-depth knowledge rather than just a brief answer. To ensure consistent and high quality outputs, particularly when scaling operation, we employ prompt templates. This involves creating reusable structure prompts that incorporate placeholders, variables, guaranteeing that every prompt adheres to the same high quality format. This method is ideal for tasks like summarizing numerous customers' reviews or generating repetitive reports as it significantly minimizes human error in the prompt. For instance, a template should look like summarize the following customer review into the problem and resolution section, which is reviewing the customer's review text, where the placeholder is dynamically replaced, ensuring a standardized approach every time. Let's apply some of these concepts in real-world scenario through case study. Consider a common problem, a chatbot that frequently gives generic or incorrect answers to complex users to issue. To address this, we can strategically combine the prompting techniques we have discussed. Chain of thought prompting can be used for troubleshooting steps, guiding the chatbot to think logically. For example, first check out the power of a few short prompting is ideal for ensuring the chatbot handles sentiment and tone correctly by providing examples of desired conversational style. Lastly, prompt templates are invaluable for standardizing response to common repetitive queries like what are your business hours, ensuring consistent and accurate information for routine interactions. We have built a powerful toolkit of prompting techniques from basic to advanced. Now let's put that toolkit to work. In this module, we'll focus on two of the most common and valuable applications for Gemini: creating text generation and summarization. We'll look at how to prompt for different styles and tones, from poems to blog posts, and explore the different strategies of considering large amounts of information effectively. This is all about turning technical skills into practical content. Beyond factual tasks, can also be an excellent creative partner for brainstorming, writing, and helping you generate ideas and build narratives. To effectively leverage its abilities, you need to provide clear parameters. Start by defining the genre, whether it's fantasy or mystery, to set up the world. Next, the desired tone, such as humorous, suspensive, or to shape the emotional landscape of your writing. Crucially, provide a brief description for your characters and setting, giving Gemini concrete elements to work with. Finally, offer some plot points like starting the scene or core conflict to resolve to give AI clean direction for the stories. By structuring these input with these elements, you guide Gemini to produce creative outputs that align with your vision. When it comes to summarization, there are two primary techniques: extractive summarization and abstractive summarization. Extractive summarization directly pulls key substances and phrases from the source text, ensuring high factual accuracy with no new information introduced, making it ideal for precision critical documents like legal text and technical papers. In this contrast, we have abstractive summarization, which generates entirely new sentences to capture main ideas of the source, resulting in more fluent and human-like summary that is the best suited for articles, reports, and conversations where consciousness and natural language flow are prioritized over direct quotation. A key aspect of guiding AI for writing is to explicitly instruct the model to adopt a specific persona or style, allowing you to control the output's characters. This means you can go just beyond telling it what to write and also tell it how to write. For example, you can tell it, write in the style of 19th century naturalist, or explain this concept in the way 5-year-old would understand. You can also guide its overall feel by asking it to adopt a formal academical tone, or conversely rewrite this to be more casual and friendly. By providing these specific stylist and tonal cues, you ensure the generated text perfectly matches the intent, audience, and purpose. Gemini can streamline your content creating process by serving you as a partner through the entire workflow. This is typically begins with ideation, where you can brainstorm blog posts, titles, and outlines directly with Gemini to kickstart your creative processes. Next comes drafting, where you can utilize a detailed prompt to generate a comprehensive first draft of your content, saving significant time. Following, Gemini can be leveraged to rewrite section, meticulously check for grammar, and fine-tune the tone to perfection. Finally, for repurposing, you can effectively ask Gemini to transfer your finished article into various formats like social media posts, emails, newsletters, or concise summaries, maximizing your content's reach and impact across different platforms. For our next practical exercise, we are challenging Gemini to generate a 500-word blog post demonstrating its ability to create a structured content. To achieve this, we will provide a specific guidelines, which is the topic will be the benefit of remote work. The target audience is small business owners, guiding the perspective and language. The desired structure includes an introduction, 3 main benefits with examples, and conclusion, ensuring a logical flow. And finally, the tone should be professional but approachable. To set the overall style, by giving Gemini these precise parameters, we can expect a high tailored and useful output for our specific content need. So let's check what Gemini AI will answer us. So as you can see here, I'm copying and pasting the exact prompt that we had to execute. It's generate a 500-word blog post demonstrating its ability to create structure and content. To achieve this, we'll provide specific guidelines, and we have all the instructions regarding the tone and whose audience are targeted, etc. So we'll just see how it generates. So here you can see there is a heading for the essay, and it is given point by point of all the information that we needed to note down, and the tone will be for professionals and a little bit casual as according to the prompt. Having just explored Gemini's creativity and linguistic capabilities, we now pivot to the more analytical and logical side. This module focuses on 2 transformative use cases: building robust question and answering system and generating code. Learn how to make Gemini answer questions based on specific documents and how to prompt it to become a powerful coding assistant. These applications have a potential to dramatically boost productivity and automate complex information retrieval tasks. Building a robust question answering system with Gemini goes beyond simple Q&A by explicit providing context, often referred to as retrieval augmented generation or RAG. This process first involves 3 key steps. First, retrieve relevant documents that contain the necessary information to answer the user's query. Second, provide these retrieved documents as context within the prompt to Gemini. And finally, ask Gemini to answer the user's questions strictly based only that provide context, ensuring the response grounded in your specific data rather than models generation training knowledge. Gemini can handle a wide array of question types, and understanding how to frame your prompt for each yield the best results. Question, repeat. For factual question, you ask simple for direct piece of information like what is the capital of Australia. When seeking understanding, use explanatory prompts such as explain the concepts of black holes in simple terms. For comparative analysis, instruct the model to compare and contrast Python and Java for web development. Lastly, contextual question always refer back to provided information. For example, based on provided article, what is the author's main argument, ensuring the answer is grounded to your specific data. Gemini is highly capable of generating code in dozens of languages, including Python, JavaScript, C++, SQL, making it a powerful tool for developers. To effectively use it code for generation, you should describe the function or program you want to execute in plain English, clearly outlining its purpose and expected behavior. It's also crucial to specify the programming language and any libraries you intend to use, providing the model with necessary context for accurate code. For instance, a clear prompt would be write a Python function that takes a list of numbers and returns the average, which is directly guided by Gemini to produce a desired code. Beyond generating new code, Gemini can be valuably debugging pattern, significant speeding up your deployment process. When faced with any issue, you can simply paste the code that has no error, then describe the error message or an unexpected behavior you're observing. Subsequently, you clearly ask Gemini to find the bug in this code or explain error message in the plain terms of leveraging its understanding of programming language. Furthermore, you're not limited to just fixing errors. You also request code optimization to make it more efficient or ask for addition of comments to improve readability and maintainability. Let's look at the practical application, a case study. Studying involved deploying a code assistant tool, especially to create a VS Code extension that helps deployers. This powerful tool integrates Gemini to provide several key features for code generation. Users can type comment and Gemini generates a corresponding code. For explanation, deployers can highlight code and Gemini explain what it does. And for debugging, users provide their code and an error and Gemini suggests to fix it. Crucially, all these intelligent features are implemented by effectively calling the Gemini API with carefully crafted prompts, showcasing how targeted prompting can build complex real-world AI applications. So far, we have learned how to build a wide variety of things with Gemini, but a critical question remains: how do we know if our prompts are any good? This module is arguably one of the most important. We'll shift our focus on creating prompts to refining them. We'll discuss how to define a clear matrices for success, how to A/B test different prompts version, and how to analyze failures to create a continuous cycle of improvement. This is how we go from writing good prompts to engineering great ones. When evaluating the quality of AI's response, especially in the context of a prompt, we consider several components to determine if a prompt is good. These key criteria include accuracy, where we assess if the answer is factually correct, and for system if it aligns perfectly with the source material. Fluency checks if the language used natural, grammatically correct and easy to read, ensuring a smooth user experience. And relevance, determining if the response directly addresses the user prompt, adheres to all given instruction, thereby fulfilling the user's intent effectively. To systematically optimize your prompts and ensure the best performance for a given task, we employ A/B testing prompts. This creates a four-step process. First, create two prompts A and B designed for exact same task. Second, run the identical set of inputs through both prompts to ensure a fair comparison. Third, compare the output matrices using your predefined such as accuracy, fluency, or relevance to objectively assess their quality. And finally, choose the prompt that consistently performs better based on your evaluation, allowing for data-driven prompt refinements. To continuously improve your interactions with Gemini, it's crucial to analyze its response, particularly by looking for patterns and failures. There are several common issues to watch for: hallucinations, where the model makes up facts that are not true. Following problems indicating Gemini ignored a part of your prompt, such as specific format requirements. Verbose brevity issues, meaning the output was either too talkative or too for your needs, and tones. Mismatch where they generated text inappropriate style or voice. By recognizing these patterns, you can refine your prompts and patterns to guide Gemini towards more accurate and useful outputs. Understanding that prompt engineering is a continuous cycle, not one-time task, is fundamental for achieving optimal results with AI models. This iterative prompt refinement process involves a systematic loop. First, you write an initial prompt, then you test it with various inputs to see how it performs across different scenarios. Next is to analyze the failures or areas where the response didn't meet exceptions. Based on analysis, you'll refine the prompt to address those shortcomings, and finally, you repeat this entire process until the prompt consistently yields the desired high quality outputs. To efficiently manage and scale your prompt engineering efforts, especially in professional environments and platforms, are essential. These specialized tools are designed to help you manage, test, and deploy prompts systematically. Their key features include prompt versioning and history, allowing you to track changes and revert to previous iteration, robust A or B testing, and evaluation frameworks for empirical comparing prompts performance, capabilities for seamless collaboration with team members on prompt development, and crucial functionalities for monitoring prompt performance directly in production, ensuring ongoing optimization and reliability. We have reached our final module, which covers the crucial last mile of taking a great prompt from the prototype to the real world product. We'll discuss the technical details of using the Gemini API, when to consider fine tuning, and how to deploy your application using cloud technologies. Crucially, we'll also cover the non negotiable topics of prompt security to prevent misuse and ethical principles of responsible AI development. This section is all about bringing your ideas to life safely and effectively. To integrate Gemini's powerful capabilities into your own application, you will utilize the Gemini API, which serves as a direct communication channel with the Gemini models. This interaction begins with authentication, typically using API keys to securely identify your project and control access. For usage, you send a structured request comprising your prompt and any desired parameters like temperature or maximum output tokens, and in return, you will receive a structured response from the model. To simplify this integration process, SDKs are readily available for popular programming languages such as Python, Go, and Node.js, abstracting away much of all the complexity of direct API calls. Beyond advanced prompting techniques, fine-tuning Gemini represents the process of further training the model on your own specific curated data, thereby adapting it to particular domain, writing style, or specialized tasks. While effective prompting goes a long way, fine-tuning can lead to significant higher quality results for very specialized use cases where generic knowledge isn't sufficient. This powerful technique, however, requires a meticulously curated dataset of high-quality examples that truly represents the desired output and domain, as a quality of the fine-tuning heavily depends on the data provided. Once you have developed your Gemini-powered application, the next crucial step is deploying Gemini to make your application available to users. This primarily involves leveraging cloud platforms such as Google Cloud, which provides a robust infrastructure necessary for hosting your application and managing its backend. Alternatively, for a more cost-effective approach to running the background code that can call Gemini API, you can utilize serverless functions like Cloud Functions, where you can only incur cost when your code is actively executed, offering a scalable and efficient development model without managing servers. Once your Gemini-powered applications goes live, continuous monitoring Google Gemini becomes absolutely essential to ensure optimal performance and operational health. There are several key things to track. API latency to ensure response are delivered quickly. error rates to identify any failing API calls and underlying issues. Cost to vigility monitor your API usage and manage your budget effectively and critically response quality, which involves collecting users' feedback on running automated checks to confirm the AI's output remaining accurate, relevant, and useful over the time. Prompt security is a critical aspect when deploying any public-facing large language model application to prevent maliciously manipulation. The primary concern is prompt injection, which occurs while malicious users input text designs to trick the model into ignoring its original instructions or performing united actions. To defend against this, effective techniques include using strong wounded instructions within your system prompt, such as ignore all previous instructions, as well as robust input sanitization and validation to filter out harmful input, and crucially using delimiters to clearly separate your instructions from the user's input, creating a boundary that the model is less likely to breach. Deploying AI is a special. So now let's discuss about the ethics in AI development. Deploying AI, especially powerful models like Gemini, carry significant responsibility, making ethics in AI development a paramount concern. This field guides by several key principles such as fairness and biases requires us to ensure the model doesn't generate biased or unfair outputs, prompting equitability treatment. Transparency means being clear with users about when they interact with an AI, forecast trusting. Safety involves implementing robust safeguards to prevent the generation of harmful or dangerous content. Finally, accountability necessitates having clear process for addressing issues and incorporating users' feedback, ensuring we can respond responsibly to any challenges that arise.
Let's start with a quick thought. Have you ever tried to talk to a machine and it gave you the wrong answer? Maybe you asked Siri, what's the weather today? And you got something like, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Or even worse, it gave you the wrong city's weather forecast. This might sound frustrating, right? Now, what if I told you that this happens because you didn't give it a good question? That's where prompt engineering comes in. So in simple terms, it's the art and science of crafting the right questions or prompts to get the best answers from AI. In today's video, we are going to cover the basics of prompt engineering, which is not just about asking AI questions, but about asking them in the right way. And by the end of this course, you will understand what is prompt engineering. I'll break it down for you so it's very super simple to understand. Why prompts matter. You'll see how much the quality of your prompt can change your AI's responses. We'll then understand how AI processes prompts. I'll explain you how AI understands your questions and it's easier than you think. Then we'll understand tokenization. This might sound a bit technical, but I'll make it an easy way to grasp. Don't worry, I have got you covered. Then we have context window and memory. So how does AI remember things? We will dive into this in a very simple way. The anatomy of good prompt. What makes a good prompt? We will break it down for you and show you what exactly to include. Weak versus strong prompt. Now, small changes can definitely make a big difference, and I'll show you how to do that. Now, after all of that, I'll show you a real-life demo on how to use prompt engineering with ChatGPT. You'll see how to apply everything we learned today in real-world situations. So, are you ready to see prompt engineering in action? Let's get started now. Meet David, a marketing manager at a growing e-commerce company. David's team is launching a new product, and his task is to come up with catchy, attention-grabbing ad copy for their digital ads. He decides to use an AI tool to help him generate some creative ideas. David types a very basic prompt into the AI. He says, "Give me some ad copy for a new product." The AI generates a few generic lines like "buy a product today" and "new product now available." After seeing this answer, David scratches his head because these lines are overly broad and it fails to capture the essence of the new product. He needs something more specific, something that resonates with their target audience. So David refines his prompt. He types, write 3 creative ad copy ideas for a new eco-friendly water bottle targeted at young professionals who care about sustainability. Now, the AI gives David more targeted and unique ideas. It gives like stay hydrated, stay green, drink sustainably, work sustainably, eco-conscious, stylish, and practical. Now, after seeing this, David smiles because this is exactly what he needed. By refining his prompt, he got the right tone, the right message, and the perfect art copy. So here's the lesson. Just like David, when you're working with AI, the more specific and detailed your prompt is, the better will be your results. A vague prompt will give you vague results, but a well-structured prompt leads to clear, relevant, and targeted response. Next, let's understand what exactly is prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is the process of designing and crafting the right questions or instructions for AI so that the AI can generate the most accurate and useful responses. You can think of it as giving clear directions to a GPS. The clearer the destination is, the more accurate the route will be. Let's say, for example, instead of saying, tell me about climate change, you could ask, explain climate change in 3 bullet points in simple language for high school students. Now, this level of specificity helps the AI understand exactly what you want. So it can generate a response that fits your needs. So now that you know what prompt engineering is, let's see some real-world applications of prompt engineering. So where can we actually apply prompt engineering? Here are a few examples. First one is customer support. AI can be used to respond to customer queries. The more precise your prompt is, the better the AI can assist you. It also helps in coding. Now, developers use AI to generate code, debug, or offer solutions to coding problems. Let's say, for example, write Python code to sort a list of numbers in ascending order. Now, in education, teachers use AI to generate quiz questions, explain complex concepts, or even create lesson plans. Then we have marketing. Marketers like David use AI to generate ad copy, create social media content, or even come up with product names. For example, create 3 catchy slogans for a new organic skincare product. It is also useful in data analytics. Now, AI can be used to interpret and summarize large data sets. It can automate your reports, it can generate insights based on your structured data, making data analysis faster and much more accurate. For example, you can say summarize these key insights from this report. Now, the more specific you're with your prompt, the better the AI can assist you in these real-world scenarios. Alright, so how does AI even understand your prompt? Well, it doesn't understand like we do. It basically predicts. AI doesn't truly understand your question. It just predicts the most likely next words based on what you have typed. It works like your phone's predictive text. Just like when your phone guesses the next word in a sentence, in the same way, AI guesses the best next word to keep the response flowing. It's not magic. It's pure pattern and mathematics. AI uses pattern it learned from tons of data during training. No emotions, no reasoning, just super smart pattern matching. You can think of this like playing the game fill in the blanks. You're given a sentence with some words missing, and you have to guess the missing words based on what you know. The more you practice, the better you get at filling those blanks. In the same way, AI guesses the next word in a sentence based on all the word it has seen before, but without any true understanding. So the clearer your prompt is, the better the AI's guess will be. Now, let's dive into the key concept tokenization. You can simply put tokenization, which is the process of breaking down your sentence into smaller pieces or tokens. Now, these tokens could be whole words, parts of word, or even punctuation marks. Basically, the building blocks that the AI works with. To help AI understand text better, it breaks down sentences into smaller pieces called tokens. A token could be a word, part of a word, or even a punctuation. Let's say, for example, if you type ChatGPT is amazing, the AI breaks it into these tokens. Chat plus G plus PT plus is amazing. Understanding how AI tokenizes text is important because the more efficient the tokens are, the clearer the AI understanding will be. When writing prompts, keeping them concise and avoiding unnecessary words help AI generate better responses. AI doesn't see the full picture immediately, just smaller puzzle pieces, which are the tokens, and then it works to assemble those into a response. The better the pieces, which are the tokens, the clearer the final picture will be. Next, we will understand context window and memory. Now, AI has a context window which acts like its working memory. The context window determines how much of the conversation the AI can remember at any given time. Now, if you ask AI a long question and the context window gets full, it may forget parts of the earlier conversation. Let's say, for example, in simple terms, AI has a memory box called the context window. For GPT-3, this box can hold up only up to 8,000 tokens, which are the words or parts of the word. Once it gets filled up, it starts forgetting earlier parts of the conversation, which can affect its responses. GPT-4, on the other hand, has a larger memory box, so it can hold more tokens and remember more details without even forgetting. The image here shows how GPT-4 can handle longer conversations while fewer memory limits compared to GPT-3, which struggles to keep track when the conversation gets too long. Now we'll dive into some important part, which is understanding anatomy of a good prompt. Now that you know how AI works, let's break down the anatomy of a good prompt. A well-constructed prompt is just like a recipe. It needs the right ingredients in the right order. And that recipe includes a clear task, which is, what do you want the AI to do? Your target audience. Who is the answer for? You can think of it like giving directions to a friend. If you can just say, go right, they'll have no idea where they're being headed. But if you say, take a right at the second stoplight and then a left at a coffee shop, you are being much more specific and now they will know exactly where to go. This is how you should approach your prompt. Clear, specific, and with all the right details. Then we have context or role. That is, what context should the AI take into account? Formatting or constraints. How do you want the answer to be formatted? So this is the anatomy of a good prompt. Now let's understand the difference between weak and strong prompt. So at first, we have got weak prompt. For example, tell me about AI. Now this can be vague, which is it doesn't specify what aspect of AI is needed. It's too broad. AI can give a general, unclear response. It's also unfocused because no guidance is given on how to explain AI. Now let's understand the example of a strong prompt. Let's suppose you type in 3 bullet points, explain AI to a 10-year-old in simple terms. Now this tells AI exactly what to do, which is explaining in 3 points. It's also audience focused, which is it tells AI who it's explaining to, which is 10-year-old kid. It requests a specific format, which is in bullet points. Now we can see from here that strong prompt is much more effective because it gives clear direction to the AI, making its response more useful and focused. You can think of this like asking someone to explain a movie to you. If you just say explain it, you might get a full analysis of the film, which might be way more detailed than you need. But if you ask, can you explain this movie to a 5-year-old, you'll get a much simpler, child-friendly summary. That's the power of strong prompting. Now I'll show you a demo using ChatGPT, the difference between weak prompt and strong prompt. So now let's start with the demo part. I'll show you a clear difference of how you use the vague prompt and how we can improve it using a specific prompt. Let's say my first prompt is very normal. So I typed something like, tell me about the climate change. So this is my prompt to GPT and you see what type of answer will it give to me. So yeah, so you can see here it has given me this particular set of answer. It says climate change refers to significant and lasting changes of the earth and the key causes, the consequences and everything. But I feel like this prompt is mostly broad and it's open-ended. Now ChatGPT responds with a general explanation covering multiple aspects like the causes, effect and the solution. So while this information is accurate, but still I feel that this is not tailored for my particular target audience or any purpose, which makes it less useful if you have a specific goal in your mind. So now I'll be giving a better improved version of my prompt. So here is my prompt, the improved one, and I have said GPT that explain the key causes of climate change in under 100 words using simple language suitable for high school students. So you can see that this model, it gives a clear boundary, a specific topic focusing on the number of words and a defined audience. Now the response is maybe more shorter. Let's see, look at the response. What type of response does ChatGPT give us? Yeah. So you can see that it has actually given me the only information which is needed, that too in under 100 words, suitable for high school students. It might be more shorter, direct, and written in accessible language. Now, this version would work well for teaching purpose, summarizing, or even including in a school newsletter. Now, we'll look at the second example, which is the missing context versus clear instruction. So, let me show you the first simple normal prompt. So, my prompt is write a post about productivity. Okay, this is my first prompt, a normal prompt like how you guys usually do. So now let's see what ChatGPT generates. So you can see here that this is a very common kind of prompt that people give it to ChatGPT. Now the model will try to fill in the blanks, but since it doesn't know who the audience is and who are my target audience, what style should to use, it ends up writing something very bland and unfocused. So now we'll be giving the second prompt, which is the improved version. So here is my prompt. It says you're a productivity coach. Write a LinkedIn post on how to manage distractions while working from home. Keep the tone conversational, limited to 3 short paragraphs. So let's see what ChatGPT generates for me. So you can see the answer that the GPT has given us. It's accurate and also suitable for my target audience. So in this version, we tell the model what persona to adopt, like who the audience is, what topic to cover, and how to structure the response. So that level of instruction results is much more specific, engaging, and also well-organized post that's likely to perform better on LinkedIn or maybe your own personal blog as well. So this was for a second example. I'll show you a few more couple of examples. So let's move on to a third example now. So a third example is the flat request versus step-by-step prompting. So first, we will be giving a very normal basic prompt like write a blog post about AI in education, okay? So I've given my prompt here. Write a blog post about AI in education. All right. So you can see here that this is the answer which GPT has given to me. Now you can see that this prompt gives no direction on what angle to take, how long the post should be or how it should be structured. Now the model might generate a long unstructured post that tries to cover everything and it ends up doing nothing particularly well. Now we will be giving a better improved version of this prompt. So now as you can see, I've given ChatGPT 3 steps. The first step is to generate 3 blog title ideas about AI in education. The step 2 is pick the most engaging one and write a 200 word blog intro. The third step is suggesting an outline for my full blog. Now, this approach breaks the task into smaller manageable parts. It gives the model room to brainstorm and select the strongest direction before writing. So by structuring the task step by step, we're not just only getting better results, but also maintaining creative control at every stage. So we'll just give this prompt now. And you can see it has given me the answer for the first step 2, which is the chosen title. And you can see my title is also there. The blog intro is under 200 words. and it has given me step by step the blog outline, introduction, the full storyline. Yeah, it looks good to me. So here you get a clear difference of how you convey your message to ChatGPT AI. First, if you give a normal prompt, like just a normal one-liner prompt, you see the answer here. And when you give a step-by-step detailed explanation of how you want the blog to be, your outline, engaging 200 blog intro, the blog title ideas. So this is how ChatGPT generates answer for you. Now, the fourth example, which we'll be looking on, is the unfocused request and the difference between role-based prompting. So I will give a prompt like summarize this article. Now, this is a very normal basic prompt. So yeah, you have to provide the article which needs to be summarized. Yeah, so I have an article here of about talking about generative AI. So I've given this to ChatGPT and I write here that summarize this article. Okay. Okay, now it has given me a full summary of the article. You see, it's a bit short. So it might look a bit clear, but then, it lacks details about what kind of summary you actually want. Is it for academic purpose, for social media, for a quick internal update? Now, without that context, the model makes assumptions and the result may not match what you actually need. Let's look at the improved prompt to give to ChatGPT. So my prompt here is, you are a journalist writing a tweet thread summarizing this article for tech professionals. Keep this point under 280 characters and focus on the actionable insights. Now, while I give this prompt to GPT, let's look at the answer, how it generates for us. So as you can see here, the model has actually got a clear person and a platform in mind. Journalists writing for Twitter. It also knows who the summary is for and what kind of information to highlight. Now, this particularly makes the output snappy, concise, and tailored for busy professionals who just want quick takeaways. Here you can have a look of all our key points addressed in this article. So there is a major difference, it depends on how you actually give prompts to GPT. Using such improved prompts can increase the productivity of your task. Let's now look at the fifth example, which is generic questions versus goal-oriented prompt. A normal prompt would be, what are some marketing strategies? Let's type this to ChatGPT. So I want to know more about the marketing strategy. So this is how I give prompt. So the answer it has given me in bullet pointers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's given me basically 12 pointers. You can see here it might respond with a generic list. As you can see, the content, marketing, email campaign, social media, user-generated content, referral marketing, influencer marketing. But they're not filtered or prioritized for real-world scenario. Now, I'll show you how you can improve it using the improved version of this prompt. So here I've given again the improved version of the prompt, that is, you're a digital marketing consultant advising a startup with a limited budget. Suggest 5 cost-effective marketing strategies that can implement in the next 30 days. Let's look at the answer now. So you can see it has given me a clear, detailed answer for my question with the bonus tip, actionable tip, what you can take with all the clear 5 pointers with the tips as well. You can just look from here that here now the model has got a clear context. It's advising a startup. There's a budget constraint, there's a timeline. The result is a list of more actionable and realistic strategies, such as organic social media, referral programs, or even collaborations, which are tailored for your business needs or your startup needs. So guys, now you can see I have clearly shown you how you can optimize your prompting using a clear, well-structured, specified prompt. It's very important that you stop using such vague prompts and start giving much more specifications, details, and use a proper prompt if you want to utilize ChatGPT. I hope with this video, you all must have understood the fundamentals of prompt engineering and what you can do to develop a basic prompt into a more precise and high-quality prompt.
So guys, let's get started and let's understand what is prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is like directing AI models such as the advanced GPT-4 to ensure they perform their best based on how you ask your questions. And now we'll see why it's crucial. So imagine you are seeking restaurant recommendations. If you ask, where should I eat tonight? You might get random suggestion. But if you specify, I need a cozy Italian place for a date night, within walking distance, you will receive much more relevant advice. That's prompt engineering, shaping your questions to fetch the most useful answers. So this was about why it's useful. Now we'll see the crafting effective prompts. So crafting effective prompts. So the number one reason is be specific, because detail is key. Asking an AI what are some easy vegetarian dinners. That is better than just asking for dinner ideas. The next is provide context. Adding context helps AI tailor its responses, like telling a friend a story with enough background so they understand. The next is focus attention. Highlight crucial details to keep the AI focused on what matters most for your question. And then comes iterate as needed. Refine your prompts based on the responses, similar to adjusting a recipe to get it just right. So this was about crafting effective prompts. So these are the basic ones. Moving forward in this course, we'll see the most prominent things that we can add in the prompt. That will come in the next 4 to 5 minutes. So let's move to the next one and we'll see a practical example for a prompt. So the example is, suppose you are using AI to plan a birthday party. A vague prompt might be that how do I plan a party? And this could lead to a generic checklist. However, a well-crafted prompt can be like, what are some creative themes for a 10-year-old's outdoor birthday party in summer? And what games would you recommend? So this prompt will likely result in more specific and actionable ideas. So this is how you can generate a prompt. So prompt engineering is essentially about making AI work smarter for you, transforming complex tasks into simple, enjoyable activities. It's a skill that enhances your interactions with technology, making every AI encounter more effective and engaging. So having explored what prompt engineering is and how to craft effective prompts, let's now dive into the various ways this skill can be applied. So prompt engineering is not just a technical skill for AI specialists. It has practical uses in nearly every industry imaginable. From enhancing customer interactions to streamlining software development, the applications are vast and varied. So let's see some of the key use cases. So the number one use case is content creation. So in digital marketing and blogging, prompt engineering helps generate targeted content such as articles, social media posts, and marketing copy that resonates with specific audiences. The next is customer support. AI can be used to automate responses in customer service. Well-crafted prompts ensure that the responses are accurate, helpful, and contextually appropriate. Then comes software development. Developers use prompt engineering to generate code snippets, debug programs, or even use AI to conceptualize new software solutions. Then comes education and training. AI can tailor educational content to students' learning levels or answer specific academic queries, making learning more personalized and efficient. And then comes market research and data analysis. By directing AI to analyze large datasets with specific prompts, businesses can extract meaningful insights about market trends, customer preferences, and operational efficiencies. And then comes healthcare. In medical settings, AI can assist with diagnosing from symptoms described in prompts or help in researching treatment options by processing medical literature. And then comes legal and compliance. That is the most used case for the AI. AI can help pass through vast amounts of legal documents to find relevant precedents or compliance issues based on prompts tailored to specific legal questions or topics. These use cases illustrate the versatility of prompt engineering, highlighting its potential to enhance productivity and creativity across a wide range of industries. So these were the use cases. Now we'll see the flow of AI technologies from where this LLM models or the large language models or GPT-4, that's an example, come into action. So let's start with the flow. So AI is the overarching category that defines the goal of creating machines capable of performing tasks that would require intelligence if done by humans. And then comes ML. So ML is a method within AI focused on giving machines the ability to learn from data. Then comes deep learning. So deep learning is a technique within ML that uses layered neural networks to analyze various factors of the data. And then comes LLMs, that are large language models, that are specialized application of deep learning focused on understanding and generalizing and generating human language. This hierarchy moves from broad general techniques and applications down to more specialized and sophisticated systems, showing how foundational concepts in AI lead to more advanced implementations. So this was all about a conceptual or the context of the prompt engineering. Now moving to the applications of prompt engineering, and we'll be using GPT-4 for this purpose, and we'll be writing prompts in the GPT-4 and asking the GPT-4 model to provide us the relevant answers. So let's move to GPT-4. So as you search on any of your browser, that would be openai.com, you would be directed to this website, and here are their products. That is ChatGPT, that is for everyone, for teams, for enterprising, and there has been a pricing listed here. So you could come here and click on ChatGPT login, and after proceeding with your credentials, you can log in into ChatGPT and start writing your prompts. So coming back to the OpenAI website, so you could see here that's a research and the latest advancements. That is GPT-4o, DALL-E 3, Sora. So GPT-4o, that's a model that has been developed by OpenAI that can use the camera or the vision technology and can tell you that what object it is. And if you show him a code snippet, that will tell you what that code snippet has been written for. And if you use that to just scan writing on any of your pages or any of your copy, it will just scan it and translate to you in what language it has been written, and you can translate it to any other language. And then comes DALL-E 3, that is used to create images, and then we have Sora that is used to create videos. So now moving to the next, that is products. And you could see that the ChatGPT, these are the versions that are for everyone, for teams, for enterprises, and then we have the pricing for that. And here we have the ChatGPT API or OpenAI API. So you could click on that and see. So before going to the API, we'll move to documentation and let's have an overview of all the things. So here's an introduction about the key concepts, that is text generation models, that is GPT-4 and GPT 3.5. Then there are assistants, that GPT-4 can be act as a assistant to anyone. And then we have the embeddings, that is it's a vector representation of a piece of data that is meant to preserve aspects of its content or its meaning. And then comes the tokens. So there are tokens. So you could see here that text generation and embedding models process text in chunks that are called tokens. And as a rough rule of thumb, one token is approximately 4 characters or 0.75 words for English text. So these are tokens. And now moving to models. So we have GPT-4o, GPT-4 Turbo, 3.5 Turbo, and here are all the models that are listed by OpenAI. So here we'll be talking about GPT-4. So GPT-4, that's a large language multimodal model, and it has multilingual capabilities. And you can ask him any question in any language. And then we have DALL-E, that is used to create images. Then we have TTS, Whisper, and then the embeddings. So let's move to ChatGPT, and before that, let's have a API reference. That is, if you want to use OpenAI API or you want to integrate to create a chatbot, or we have seen a use case that is to create a customer service representation. So for that, you could use this OpenAI API. So for that, you have to install the OpenAI module with the command pip install OpenAI. And after that, you could use the npm. And here are the API keys from where you can generate it. And they have provided you all the steps how you can use it for streaming purpose, for the audio, to create speech. This is how you could use the API to create your own models. So this is the interface of ChatGPT or GPT-4. So this is the overview of ChatGPT, and here we write the prompts, that is the message box. And this is the login person that has logged. And if you click here, you could see my plan, and we have purchased the plus plan, that is for $20 per month. And there are other features also. We will come to that. So let's see one of those, that is customized chat GPT. So here you could write custom instructions that what response you want from chat GPT. So you could mention here that I want the tone to be specific, mild, not to be too loud. And you can ask him, don't use advanced English. I want the answer to be prompt and in a simple English manner. So you could write the instructions for the responses you want to have. And this is the window. If you click on that, you could see explore GPT section, and here is the history section, that what you have written and what prompts and what responses you have created till date. So if you click on this, you could get a new window for ChatGPT 4. And these are the models that are listed here. That is ChatGPT 4.0, ChatGPT 4, GPT 3.5, and this is the temporary chat section. We'll discuss about all this, but currently we'll start with the types of prompts or generating the prompts and what things to consider while generating the prompts. So moving back, so let's see how you can create a prompt. So you have to have 6 things in prompt to make it more precise. Number 1 is context. So this sets the scene or provides background information necessary for understanding the prompt. For example, if you're writing a prompt that in a world where artificial intelligence has replaced most jobs, describe a day in the life of a human worker. So you have asked him and provided the context here. And then we have task. So the specific action or question that the responder needs to address. So if you are writing a prompt, number 1 is context that needs to be included. Then comes the task. So what task you want the GPT to act and provide the response. So for example, write an essay on the effects of global warming on agriculture. So you have provided the task here, that is write an essay. So now the next thing is persona. So persona specifies the identity or role the responder should assume while answering. For example, as a medical professional, advise a patient on managing type 2 diabetes without medication. So this is the persona. Then comes format. So define how the response should be structured or presented. For example, list 5 tips for improving personal productivity in bullet points. So the format, you have asked him to address the personal productivity in bullet points. So that's the format you have asked him. And then comes exemplar. So if you want to give the example to GPT that we have a sample here, use that and provide us a response according to that. So for example, sometimes a sample answer or part of an answer is given to illustrate the expected style or content. So we'll have a prompt example here. Like in the example with the protagonist overcomes fear. Write a story about overcoming a personal challenge. So this is the example that we can give to an LLM model. And then comes the tone. In which tone you need the answer. So indicate the mood or attitude the response should convey. For example, write a humorous blog post about the trials of parenting toddlers. So you have mentioned what humorous blog. You want the tone as a humorous blog. So with the right technique, you can craft prompts that are not only precise but also versatile, suitable for any learning management system. So this approach ensures that the prompts will engage students, encourage critical thinking, and drive meaningful discussions, no matter what the platform is. As we are using the GPT-4 here, so you could use Claude or Anthropic. Like there are many platforms, you can use any of them with these type of crafting the prompts techniques. So embrace these strategies and you will be equipped to create prompts that resonate across various educational environments, enhancing the learning experience for all. Each component plays a crucial role in guiding the response to ensure it meets the desired objective and quality. So let's see some of the examples, and we will use all the context or all the types that can be used to create a prompt. So our first example is, as a nutritionist speaking at a high school career day, create a presentation outlining the importance of healthy eating habits for teenagers, and use a friendly and engaging tone and include real life success stories to illustrate your points. So the context here is high school career day. You have given a context, and the task you want is create a presentation on healthy eating habits. And then comes the persona, that is nutritionist. You have asked him that you act as a nutritionist here, and then the format. You want all the response in a presentation, that is presentation with real life stories. And then comes the exemplar. So you want real life success stories here, and you have set the tone here, that is friendly and engaging. So if you write this prompt in GPT-4, so let's ask this prompt from the GPT-4 and let's see what he answers. So we are mentioning as a nutritionist. I don't remember the spelling, but we will write. So speaking at a high school career day, create a presentation outlining the importance what we were writing, importance of healthy eating habits for teenagers. And what we want here is use a friendly tone and include real life success stories to illustrate your points. So let's see how does the ChatGPT respond. As we have mentioned, all the types of prompt or all the components of prompt that can be used to create a prompt, that is context, task, persona, format, exemplar, and tone. So you could see that he has started providing the response with the slides, that is slide 1 introduction, slide 2 why nutrition matters, slide 3 the teenage plate, and slide 4 the success story. So this is how you could write a prompt and you could get a fully structured response as you want. If you want to moderate this response or alter this response as you are not satisfied with it, you can go on and write some more prompts to get it more precise. So we'll see another example for that. Imagine you are a sci-fi author writing a short story set in a future where water is scarce. So craft a narrative that explores the daily challenges faced by a family using a dramatic and suspenseful tone. So what we'll see here is context that we have mentioned, that is future world with water scarcity. And the task we have asked him for the GPT model is write a short story. The persona that we have given to the LLM model, that is GPT, is that you are a sci-fi author. And the format we want is narrative. And the example we have given is the daily challenges of a family. And the tone is dramatic and suspenseful. So we have mentioned all the things for a prompt that could be created a better response. So similarly, we'll see another example. So this example is, as a financial advisor, prepare a guide for young adults on managing finances after college. So use a conversational tone, including actionable steps, and start with the story of a recent graduate to illustrate common financial pitfalls. So we have mentioned the context here, that is financial management post-college. The task is to prepare a financial guide. The persona is financial advisor, and the format we need is guide with actionable steps. And the example we have given is story of a recent graduate. The tone is conversational, and this was all about this prompt. Similarly, we'll see another example, that is, as a war correspondent, draft a report on the effects of the conflict on civilian life, focusing on a particular city. Use a serious tone and provide interviews as exemplars to underscore the human aspect of the story. So the context here is effects of war on a particular city's civilian life. And the task is draft a report, and the persona is war correspondent. The format is report with interviews. And the example we have mentioned here is interviews with civilians. And the tone we have set here is serious and impactful. So we have seen some of the examples for the prompt creation. Now we'll see the examples for writing prompts for a particular field. So we'll start with number 1 field, that is content creation. So we have mentioned some of the use cases for prompt engineering. So starting with number 1, that is content creation. And here we'll write a prompt. And that could be that as a marketing manager, draft a blog post aimed at new entrepreneurs on the importance of branding. So use an authoritative yet approachable tone, including examples of successful brands to illustrate key points. So let's write this. So as a marketing manager, draft a blog post aimed at new entrepreneurs on the importance of branding. Use an authoritative yet approachable tone, including examples of successful brands to illustrate key points. So this prompt we have written for the content creation. So similarly, you can ask him to write a story or draft a blog post or write any content that you have asked him a persona here, that is marketing manager. So let's simplify this prompt. We have marked the context here, that is blogging for new entrepreneurs, and the task we have asked him is draft a blog post on branding, and the persona that we are asking the GPT to act as a marketing manager, and the format is blog post with examples. An example that we have given him is case studies of successful brands, and the tone we want is authoritative and approachable. So similarly, you can write prompts for content creation, that I want to create a blog post, or I want to create a YouTube video, or I want to create an article. So provide me a storyline. How can I approach a particular topic? That could be what is LLM, and as we can write it here, that act as AI specialist and help me write an article on topic what is LLM, and keep the tone in engaging manner. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, that is he is creating an article on what is a large language model, and he has decided the title here and providing all the content for your article. So what we have provided here is context, that is we want an article on what is LLM, and the persona that act as a AI specialist, and the format we want an article, and we have set the tone here, that is in an engaging manner. So similarly, you can draft other prompts and you could help them with your content creation journey. So moving to next example, that is for SEO purpose. So there's another use case, that is SEO, and for that we can write prompts that imagine you are an SEO expert running a workshop. So create a presentation that explains the basics of SEO, including practical tips on keyword research and link building, and use a professional yet engaging tone to keep your audience interested. So similarly, you could have a prompt in your large language model and ask him with all the components of prompt, and we can wait for the answer and let's see what it responds. So imagine you are an SEO expert. Here we are asking the GPT to act as a SEO persona or SEO expert. And we are asking him that you are running a workshop also. So we are setting a context and asking him to create a presentation that explains the basics of SEO, including practical tips on keyword research and link building. And now we'll set a tone here, that is use a professional yet engaging and now we'll set the tone here, that is use a professional yet engaging tone to keep your audience interested. So we have crafted a prompt here that is for the SEO purpose, and similarly you can create your own. But so let's simplify this prompt and see what context, task or persona we have mentioned here. So the context here is SEO workshop, and the task we have assigned to LLM is create a presentation of SEO basics. And the persona that we have asked the GPT is to act as a SEO expert. And the format we want the responses in slide presentation with tips. And the example we have given him is screenshots of SEO tools, and the tone we have asked him is professional and engaging. So you could see the response that has been generated by the GPT-4 that he has provided us, that in slide 1 you could have an introduction slide with a title and the opening remarks. And then in slide 2 you could have the title, that is what is SEO. You could mention the definition here and what would be the goal for this presentation. And similarly we have the slide 3, that is for how do search engines work. And then we have slide 4, slide 5, and similarly all the slides, and you could just mention how many slides you want, and you can also mention how many slides you want as a response. So this was about the SEO thing. Now moving to the next use case, that is for developers. So for developers, we can draft a prompt that as a software engineer, write a tutorial for beginners on writing their first web application using React. Include step-by-step instructions and code snippets. Make your tutorial detailed yet easy to follow. So this is one of the prompts. Similarly, you could ask him to debug any code. You can provide a code snippet to GPT and he will debug the code and provide all the necessary changes that can be made to the code snippet. So for this, we will write an example that, so we will write the prompt here that as a software engineer, and we are asking him to write a tutorial for beginners on building their first web application using React. Using React, and include step-by-step instructions and code snippets. So we'll write here that include step-by-step instructions and code snippets, and make your tutorial detailed yet easy to follow. So you could see that GPT-4 has started generating the response, and similarly you could ask him to generate some code for a particular application, or you could also create a website by just asking him the HTML file, the CSS file and the JavaScript file, and what options or the applications you want a website should have. So first see the response that ChatGPT has created. So you could see that he is writing a tutorial for beginners on building their first web application. So first we will see the simplification of this prompt. That is, we have set the context here, that is tutorial for building web applications, and we have assigned a task to the GPT, that is write a tutorial on React. And the persona we have given him is as a software engineer, and the format we want the responses in tutorial with code snippets. And the example we have given is example project, and the tone is informative and clear. So you could see here that he is providing the code snippets for setting up your project, then navigating into your project directory and starting the development server, and then creating a list component. As you go along, you could see that he has created the whole tutorial. And if you want the tutorial to be specific, that in the first tutorial you want just setting up your project, you could ask him and he will create that for you. And in the second one, you want it to navigate into your project directory, or you want to create your first web app, that GPT will help you create that. And similarly, if I ask him that as a software developer or act as a software developer, we are giving a persona to him. Help me create a travel website and make it engaging and easy to handle and user friendly. So you could see that GPT-4 has started getting the response, and you could see that he's providing us the steps, that is to define the scope and features of the website. And if you want the code snippets, you can ask him that I want the HTML file for the current website. So he will provide you a HTML file. If you want any modifications or want to alter that, you could provide him the prompts that I want a specific navigation bar or the search functionality or the visuals. So similarly, the GPT-4 will act upon the prompts and provide you the code snippets that would be helpful in creating your website. So now moving to the next use case, that is data analysis. So for data analysis, so you could see a pin bar here. Here you could upload the documents from computer, that could be your text files, XLSX files, or you could connect it to the Google Drive or the Microsoft OneDrive and have your documents here. So we will paste a XLX file that would be for the data analysis purpose. So here is the Excel data. Here we are uploading it and providing it to ChatGPT, and I will open for you guys so you could also see. So I have this data for a particular company. So you could see that they have the order IDs and the quarterly order date, the shipping date, and the shipment mode. So we will use this data and ask the ChatGPT to simplify this data or analyze the data and provide us some, that could be for pivot tables or creating bar graphs or bar charts, or provide us the KPIs for the particular data. So starting with, we will provide a simple prompt to ChatGPT, that is, you are a data analyst conducting a workshop. Prepare a guide that teaches how to create effective dashboards in Excel and include practical examples and visual aids to enhance understanding, and use a direct and instructional tone. So starting here, we will ask him that you are a data analyst, and we'll start with that file only. We will upload that file, that is Excel data, and we have the file opened here. So we will ask him to create a pivot table. So we'll write a prompt that you are a data analyst and I have provided you a sample data. Create a pivot table. So let's move to the table and see that we can create a pivot table with sales and order date. So we'll ask him that create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by order date. So let's wait for the response, and you could see here that he has started analyzing it. And I have something more for you. If you go to export GPT section, you could see here that these are the GPTs provided by OpenAI and other creators. These are the training ones, that is image generator, Scholar GPT, and these are provided by ChatGPT, that is DALL-E, data analyst, creative writing, hot modes, coloring, book hero. So you can use this. I will show you guys, but before that we will move back and see what our prompt has generated the response. So you could see that ChatGPT is asking that it appears that the Excel file contains several columns related to sales data, including some duplicate or similar columns with variations in names. So to simplify the analysis, I will focus on the main columns like order date and customer name. So we will ask him to proceed with that only. Yes, proceed with that. And if you click here, this is the analysis. This is the code that you could use to do the analysis. So you could see that it has started generating the response, and he is generating the chart here. So here is the chart, and he is provided the description that this line chart showcases the sales performance over time based on the provided order dates. And you can see how sales fluctuate on different dates, which help in identifying trends, seasons, impacts, or specific dates with high sales volumes. So if you need further analysis or adjustment to the chart, feel free to let me know. And if you click here, you could see all the analysis and all the code snippets that are used by the ChatGPT to do and create a bar graph here. So you could use this code and you could use any IDE, that could be Visual Studio Code or any IDE that you have hands on, and you could do the similar analysis there. So this was about the data analysis use case. Now moving to the next one, that is for educational purpose. So if you want to learn something or you want a roadmap to learn any programming language, you could use these ChatGPT or the LLM models for a particular roadmap. So for that, you could write a prompt that as an experienced educator, write a roadmap for learning Python programming and provide a roadmap that should cater to beginners and include resources, practical exercises, and milestones, and use an encouraging tone to motivate learners. So let's see what this LLM or GPT-4 provides a response to this prompt. So we'll ask him that as an experienced educator, write a roadmap for learning Python programming, and the roadmap should cater to beginners and include resources, practical exercises, and milestones. Use an encouraging tone to motivate learners. So let's provide this prompt and see what our GPT will respond to that. So let's simplify this prompt. So we have set the context here, that is we are learning a Python programming, and we have assigned a task to the LLM model, that is write a learning roadmap, and the persona we have asked him to be as a educator, and the format we want is a roadmap with resources, and the example we have provided him is step-by-step progression, and we've set the tone as encouraging and supportive. So let's see what response the ChatGPT has provided to us. So you could see that he has provided a step 1, that is understanding the basics, and the goal here is get familiar with Python syntax and basic programming concepts. And the resources he has provided is documentation for Python, that is python.org, Code Academy's Python course, and then we have exercises, milestone. And now moving to the step 2, that is diving deeper, and the duration is 3 to 4 weeks, and the goal is to explore more complex programming concepts like data structures and loops. And we have the exercises here, and he has mentioned the resources and the milestones. Similarly, you could see that he has provided the full roadmap with step 3, that is with applying projects in Python, and then we have step 4, exploring advanced topics, and then we have joining the Python community, and then the conclusions. So similarly, you could have a roadmap with him and ask him that you act as an educator and a guide to me, and I will start with this roadmap and provide the roadmap to a day-wise columns. And you start with the day 1 and ask him to judge me or examine me with the knowledge or the basics that I have conquered through the day 1. So he will act as an educator here, and he will examine all the information or all the skills you have gained and ask you questions and analyze them and help you get through the roadmap easily. So this is all about the educator use case. Now moving to the next use case, that is legal and compliance. So for the legal and compliance use case, we could have an example as a prompt, that is as a legal advisor specializing in data privacy. Create a compliance checklist for small businesses managing online customer data. Use a formal yet accessible tone and include examples of common compliance pitfalls and how to avoid them. So you could ask the ChatGPT as a legal guider or as a legal advisor that will guide you for the particular acts or the compliances that are aligned with judicial custodies of your country. So we have a prompt here, and we'll ask the ChatGPT that as a legal advisor specializing in data privacy, so create a compliance checklist here. For small businesses managing online customer data and use a formal tone and include examples of common compliance pitfalls and how to avoid them. So we'll simplify the prompt here. That is, we have provided the context, that is compliance with data privacy laws for small businesses, and we have assigned a task, that is create a compliance checklist, and the persona is we have asking the GPT to act as a legal advisor, and the format we want the responses in checklist with examples, and the example we have provided is case scenario of non-compliance, and the tone we want is formal and accessible. So similarly, you could have other legal advices with ChatGPT, and what you need to do is, if you want to read any act or you want to analyze any act, you could provide the documents to ChatGPT, and he will analyze that and provide what rules or regulations you need to follow, or with what compliances you should move forward with that act. So you could see here that he's drafting a document with all the compliance efforts for small businesses. So with that, we have done with the legal and compliance use case. Now moving to the next use case, that is healthcare. So in healthcare, we can have an example prompt that you are a medical researcher presenting at a conference on the advances in telemedicine. So prepare a detailed paper discussing the impact of telemedicine on patient care during the pandemic, using clinical studies as references, and maintain a scholarly yet engaging tone to captivate your professional audience. Or in the healthcare section, you could also have a diet plan or a chart plan, and you could ask him recipes for a particular diet, and you could also mention if you have any allergies. So we will act with a prompt here. So let's write here that you are a dietitian, so provide me a recipe that is healthy and include carbs, protein content, and a small amount of fat. And remember that I am allergic to peanuts. So you have set the context here and the persona that you are a dietitian, and you are asking a prompt that you want a recipe that is healthy and include carbs. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is suggesting a quinoa chicken salad. So you can also mention that you are a vegetarian or non-vegetarian, and similarly ChatGPT will act upon that. And he has provided all the instructions and all the ingredients for the recipe. So similarly, you could use the prompts for the healthcare use case. Now coming to the next use case, that is customer support. So we could have an example for that. That is, as a customer service trainer, we will design a training module for new agents that focuses on handling difficult customer interactions and include role play scenarios, key phrases to use, and tips for maintaining professionalism. So use an instructive and supportive tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So let's draft this prompt and let's see what does ChatGPT respond to that. So we'll ask him that as a customer service trainer, design a training module for new agents that focuses on handling difficult customer interactions, include role play scenarios, key phrases to use, and tips for maintaining professionalism. So use an instructive and supportive tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So we are setting the tone here, that is, use an instructive and supportive, and setting the tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So let's proceed with the prompt, and now we can see that we have set the context, that is training for customer service agents, and the task we have assigned is design a training module, and the persona we have set here is customer service trainer, and the format we want the response is a training module with role plays, and the example we have set here is scripts and responses for role plays, and the tone we want the response is an instructive and supportive. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response and given a model overview that you could have understanding difficult interactions, then communication skills and key phrases, role play scenarios, maintaining professionalism, and module review and assessment. So he has drafted a whole new training module for the new agents that can handle difficult customer interactions with this module. So this was all for the customer support use case. Now moving to the use case where you could create PowerPoint presentations using the VBA code that is provided by ChatGPT. So let's ask him to write a VBA code. So we'll write a prompt that act as a presentation specialist and write a VBA code to create a presentation on topic what is LLM, and provide the steps where we can use the VBA code to create one. And you could also set the tone here, but let's see what ChatGPT respond to that. And we will open a presentation here. So we'll open a blank presentation, and for using the VBA code to create a presentation, what you need here is developer options in your PowerPoint. As I've already enabled them, you could enable them by just right clicking on the ribbon and clicking on customize the ribbon, and you could see here the developer options. As I've already enabled it, I will checkbox the tick and apply it. So after applying it, move to the developer option, click on Visual Basic, and after that click on Insert User Form and click on Module section here. Now coming back to our GPT, and he has created the VBA code. We will just copy it and paste in the module section. Getting back to the module section, we'll paste it here and click on this play button, that is run sub or user form. So you could see that there's a runtime error, that is an error occurred while PowerPoint was saving the file. Let's debug it and we'll run it again. As we're getting the error again here, so we'll try to copy the error and provide it to ChatGPT. So let's ask him that we're getting an error on this. I have encountered an error, and the error is and we'll ask him that the error is while saving the file. So let's see how does he provide the response to this query. So he's writing the modified VBA code. We'll copy that and move back to module and paste it here. And let's see if it works or not. Currently we are having the same error. Now moving back, let's see what it provides here. So you could see that we are not saving the presentation now, and he has generated the PPT for us. And this is the basic PPT. You can customize it. You can ask the ChatGPT to create dialog boxes or insert shapes, or you could just choose a design from here and make your PPT or the presentation a good looking one. So now moving back to GPT model. So this is all about the use cases. We have hands on the prompts now. Now we'll see the key features of ChatGPT and someone newly introduced. We will have a hands on the memory feature that has been latest introduction by the OpenAI. So if we click on the settings and move to personalization section, we have a memory feature here. That is, you could store the memory that we entered as a prompt in ChatGPT. So the ChatGPT memory section works by capturing and summarizing key information you provide using your interactions. So unlike one-time commands that need to be repeated in every session, this memory is designed to retain useful details and automatically incorporate them into future interactions. So this means ChatGPT can adapt over time, improving its response based on the history and context it has accumulated, almost like it's getting to know you better with each chat. And if you want to delete some chats, you could move into the manage section, and these are the memories that has been created with ChatGPT. If you want to delete one, you could delete it from here, or you could just write a prompt, that I want to delete a memory, and you can mention some keywords there. So this was about the ChatGPT memory section. And if we go to settings, we have data controls that if you want to export data, you could export the whole chat and send it to someone else. And similarly, you have the security feature. If you want to have multi-factor authentication enabled on your GPT, you could do that. And you can have some connected apps that could be Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive. And we have a builder profile section also. That is, if you want to build your profile here, you could place your LinkedIn mail ID and the GitHub section, and you could also link your X account. And then we have speech module here. That is, if you want to listen something by ChatGPT, you could have a voice assistant here and listen to a particular voice. So this is all about the features of ChatGPT. Now moving to the ChatGPT or Explore GPT section. Here I have shown you that these are the GPTs created by creators and some are created by ChatGPT own. And here you have an option to create your own ChatGPT or the GPT model. So to create that, you just have to write prompts here that I want to create a data analysis GPT, and you could write more prompts here, and you will having a preview here how your GPT looks. And here's a configure section where you could name your GPT, provide a description to it and the instructions, and you could have the capabilities of web browsing or the DALL-E image generation, and you can add an icon for your GPT here. So you could see the preview here that he has provided a sample prompts with the data analysis, insights and visualization support. So this is how you can create a GPT on your own. Then we have a feature that is temporary chat. As we have discussed about the ChatGPT memory, so it stores memory as you ask him or write a prompt that remember, I want all my responses to be tone specific and they should be emphasizing. So he will support this and store this memory into ChatGPT memory section and use that as a response for the next upcoming responses. And if you don't want ChatGPT to store this as a memory, you could use a temporary chat section here. So you just have to click on ChatGPT 4 drop down, and here we have temporary chat. You just enable it, and here you can have a chat with the LLM model or GPT-4 model here, and he won't be storing any feature or any memory regarding this chat.
Have you ever wished you could just tell your computer what you want and bam, it builds it for you? Well, guess what? We're pretty much there. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you something called vibe coding. And before you roll your eyes, hear me out. This isn't some fancy buzzword. It's literally coding that just flows. You know that feeling when everything clicks, when you're in the zone and ideas turn into working code without the usual headaches? That's called vibe coding. Here's what's crazy. AI tools have gotten so good that you can basically have a conversation with them and walk away with a real app. No more staring at blank screens wondering where to start, no more getting stuck on syntax, just stew your ideas and tools that actually get it. Today I'm testing 3 AI coding tools that everyone's talking about. At first we have Bolt. Now this thing is insanely fast. You describe what you want and it builds it while you watch it. Then we have Lovable, which is perfect if you care about making things look good. It's like having a designer and developer rolled into one. Then we have Pythagora. The coolest part is you just chat with it like you're explaining your idea to a friend and it builds complex app. I'm going to show you how exactly each one works, the good stuff and not the good stuff, real demos, real code, and at the end, we are doing a showdown. Which tool actually delivers on this whole vibe coding promise? So let's find it out. So let's start with the first AI tool for vibe coding, which is Pythagora. So from here, you can ask Pythagora to build anything. For example, it's mentioned here that ask Pythagora to build a CRM app. So we will ask the same, build a simple, interactive CRM app. And I'll just hit enter from here. You have to choose any of your account you're using. So as you can see, it's setting up your Pythagora workspace. So as you can see, our workspace is being created. And now from here, you can just simply describe. So as you can see from here, I've given a prompt to create a simple customer relationship management app. The goal is to keep the track of customer information, manage relationship communication, and help with the sales and support. And here's what I have in mind. I've given the app features, how I want it to be, the task management, notes section, simple dashboard, communication logos. I've also given the UI UX design element. Now before this, you can just fill out this essential questions asked. So I'm using it for some other purpose. How big is your company? You can just mention anything. And then after I've given the prompt, I'll just hit continue. We'll wait for a few seconds. So now as you can see, it is giving us to write some specification. So this is the overview of the specifications which I have mentioned. So the Pythagora is now generating a detailed specification for app based on your input. So it's basically creating a documentation of the overview which we had given. So it's given that write specifications. Are you satisfied with the project description? So I'll just hit on yes. So it's building all the components and the APIs. It takes a bit of time. So now as you can see that our app is ready, and I'll show you the preview of our app. So we'll open this in our browser. So you can see from here, you can just enter your email and then you can enter your password. Now if you don't have an account, you can just sign up and then you can create your account. So as you can see, this is a dashboard that Pythagora has created for us. I mean, just look at it. This is just awesome. Look at the features it has added, and can you believe this AI has made it completely? This is the number of customers, the active leads we have, the upcoming tasks. I mean, the quality is just so premium, and that you get it in free version without even spending any bucks. And I'm pretty impressed by this. I would rate it 10 out of 10. This is absolutely best. So let's move on to our second AI tool on our list, which is Bolt. So from here, you can just click on the first link. So here in Bold, you can just share your ideas. So I've mentioned that build a simple e-commerce website with good UI, UX. And then I've mentioned more app features in the shopping cart I want to be added. And I'll just hit on enter. So you can just sign in with your Google account. So now from here, you can just give the prompt I've already given. So we'll wait for a few minutes till our preview will appear here. So it's first creating the overview of our prompt which I've given. And now you can see it's installing the dependencies from here. And now it's written that I've created a comprehensive production-ready e-commerce website with beautiful design and excellent user experience. The application features a modern, clean interface with sophisticated color schemes, smooth animations, and intuitive navigations. So we'll just have a look at once we are done with creating this. It takes a bit of time, but yeah, I think it's ready now. So we can just open in a separate tab. So now from here, you can see that our e-commerce website is ready. And yes, this also looks amazing. The name is given Shop Hub, and this is the new collection here. And these are the products, and you can just see to this, hover animation that it has given to us. And this also looks really premium. Just look at this. And this is the drop-down list where we have all the quick links, customer service, and the contact as well. I'm pretty impressed by this Bold New because it has created such an amazing website, and the minimalism and the sophisticated look that it has given to my website, it's really, really good. The color layout also, it's blue, white, and it has kept very minimalistic. So for this also, I would rate it maybe 9 out of 10 or maybe 10 out of 10 because both of them are really good. Just look at this Pythagora, and here we have the Bold New. Both are amazing. I mean, I can't actually compare both, but then again, let's check out the third AI tool on our list. We have Lovable AI. So we'll be checking out this AI tool and how we can just create amazing applications within seconds. So I'll ask this AI to create an amazing weather app with features and good UI UX design. So let's hit enter. Okay, you can just log in with your account. So now we'll just wait for a few seconds till our application is being built. So now as you can see, it's working on the progress, and I must say the interface of this AI looks pretty good. You can also upload images as reference, and you can preview your changes as well. So now it's basically working. So from here, you can see that it's working on the index. And this is the code which you can see from here. So now you can see that our app is ready, and we'll just preview it. And again, just look at the features it has added. This also looks really good. This is the weather application named Weatherly, and here you can just search your city. You can just enter your city name. Let's suppose it's Bangalore, and it will give you the weather updated report. So you can see from here, no, it's UK. Just enter. So I don't know why is it giving UK, but then yeah, the weather information is actually correct. You also have the weather details, the humidity, wind speed, visibility, plus you get the 7-day forecast today, tomorrow, and this is again amazing. And I would rate this maybe, this is also good, so I'll rate this 9 out of 10. So as to compare all the 3 AI tools which we created our applications. So the first one we had is the CRM application, CRM Pro, using Pythagora. So here is our application. The second one we built using Bold, an e-commerce website named as Shop Hub. So you can have a look at this. And the third one, we created a weather app using Lovable. And here you have this. Now let me know in the comment section which one you actually like the most. For me personally, I think I would go for Bold, number 1. Second, I would rate this Pythagora. And third, I would rate this Lovable. Now let me know which one you liked the most. There was a time just a few months ago when we thought we cracked it. You could literally say, "Hey AI, build me a to-do app," and just like that, code appeared. No setup, no planning, just vibes. It felt like magic. We called it vibe coding. But here's the thing about magic. It's impressive until it breaks. People started realizing the code didn't scale. The APIs were hallucinated, tests were missing, and once you moved past a simple prototype, everything fell apart. Why? Because the AI wasn't actually thinking, it was just guessing. And that's where context engineering comes in. Instead of just saying build a to do app, you tell the AI who is it for, what features it needs, how the code should be structured, which tools to use, and even what good output looks like. It's not about shouting instructions, it's about setting the stage. And once you do that, the results are on a different level. Today, you'll learn what context engineering is, how it works, and how to use it with a real hands-on demo. Here's what we'll cover. Feel free to skip ahead, but it all connects. First, we'll go through what context engineering is, why vibe coding broke our hearts, prompt engineering versus context engineering, the full ingredient list of good context, biggest challenges and proven fixes, and live demo. So let's get started. So first, let's start by understanding what is context engineering. Now, I'll give you an analogy of a picky chef. Imagine hiring a chef and only saying, "Make dinner for me," no ingredients list, no dietary notes, no guest count. The meal outcome is pure roulette. Now here, context engineering gives the chef everything needed. That is the ingredients in the pantry, the dietary notes, which includes no nuts, vegan friendly, past dinner so that we don't repeat, the preferred plating style. So basically, in AI terms, context is equal to rules plus data, memory, tools, and the desired output. Now, it's the engineered environment that lets in large language model reason and not guess. So context engineering in AI involves organizing and managing all the elements needed for a task, such as rules, data, memory, tools, and the desired output, which I already told you now. This helped the AI make clear, reliable decisions instead of just guessing. By providing all the necessary background information, context engineering ensures that AI can perform well in complex situations. To sum it up, it's the art of providing all the context so that the task is plausibly solvable by the model. But why did we even need this term? Because we tried the opposite. So now we'll understand why vibe coding failed and what we have learned. Let's rewind to early 2024. The AI scene was booming, tools were dropping every week, and developers everywhere were obsessed with something called vibe coding. The idea was to just tell your AI assistant vaguely what you want, like build a to-do app, create a landing page for my startup, give me a chatbot that replies like Shakespeare, and boom, instant code. It felt magical. No setup was needed, no thinking, no planning, just proper vibes. This was especially fun for hackathons, weekend projects, quick prototypes, that wow moment in front of friends or colleagues. And to be honest, it was addictive, of course. But that dopamine hit from watching the AI generate full code blocks with zero effort, incredible. But really hit hard once people tried to ship those projects or use them in real production. Let's now understand the problems with vibe coding. Now, while vibe coding felt like cheating the system, it turned out we were mostly cheating ourselves. Here's why. So the first problem faced was the hallucinated APIs. AI would confidently use functions, libraries, or endpoints that didn't exist. You would fetch a data function that was literally made up. Second was no scalability. Now, AI didn't use design the code base for future use. No modularity, poor file structure, zero comments or documentation. Then we had brittle tests or none at all. Now, most AI-generated tests either didn't match the code logic, skipped edge cases, or didn't exist at all. So once the code needed to grow or evolve, it obviously collapsed. Now let's look at what the data said. Now this wasn't just a gut feeling. Kodo released a major industry report, The State of AI Code Quality. And here's the stat that stood out. 76% of developers said they don't trust AI-generated code without human review, Why? Because vibe coded projects often look at the first glance, it would break under pressure, and it would require more time to fix than to build from scratch. The core issue with vibe coding was based on intuition and not intention. You hope the AI gets it right, you assume the structure is okay, you skip the hard thinking. As a famous person once brilliantly said that intuition doesn't scale, structure does. So vibe coding is basically AI plus guesswork, and context engineering is AI plus planning, clarity, and with structure. So if vibe coding is just winging it and context engineering is all about building smart, then where does prompt engineering fit in? Let's clear that up next. Now let's understand the difference between prompt engineering versus context engineering. We'll break down in the simplest way possible with examples, stories, and a comparison that actually sticks. Let's first look at the core difference. Think of prompt engineering like asking someone for a favor in one sentence, and context engineering, that's like handing them a folder with everything they need to do that favor well, not just once but repeatedly. Let's look at an example analogy, which is making a sandwich. Let's say you want someone to make you a sandwich. So in the case of prompt engineering, you would say, make me a sandwich. That's it. No details needed. They don't know if you're allergic to peanuts, if you like mayo, or if you're vegan. So what do you get? Probably a sandwich, but maybe not the one you wanted. Next, in the case of context engineering, you would hand them a sticky note that says, I'm a vegan, no onions needed, toast the bread, use the sauce from the top shelf, this is how I like it cut. Now, they're not just making a sandwich, they're making your sandwich, exactly the way you want it. Now, let's put that in AI terms. So first, we look at the feature. Now, in case of prompt engineering, the focus is more on like, have you asked a question? On the other hand, in case of context engineering, the focus is on everything around the question that includes data, rules, tools, and memory. The typical size of prompt engineering is like basically 1 to 3 lines. And in case of context engineering, multiple files are there, settings, examples, and proper instructions. Now, the main goal of prompt engineering is one decent response. But in the case of context engineering, it's a reliable system that works across step or task. Prompt engineering is useful for casual use, like for example, ChatGPT or question and answer. But then context engineering is useful in real applications, automation, and in AI agents. For example, in prompt engineering, you would say something like, write a clean Python to-do app. But in case of context engineering, you would say, add system rule, use TypeScript, include API docs, provide sample code, define JSON output format. The reliability of prompt engineering sometimes hit or miss. But in case of context engineering, it's more structured, predictable, and scalable. But why this matters? Because prompt engineering is great for one-time question, fast iteration. But then if you're building an AI chatbot, training a custom AI agent, you need context engineering. Because the AI needs more than just a question. It needs the full story. So now that we know the difference, let's break down the actual ingredients of good context. Imagine you're giving an AI assistant a task. Now the AI is not human. It doesn't understand things the way people do. It only knows what you give it right now. So if you want it to do a good job, you have to give the right information in the right way. That set of information you give the AI, that's what we call context. And just like cooking a recipe, good context needs few specific ingredients. If you forget even one, the AI might mess up. So what makes up good context? Let's look at each ingredient in simple, beginner-friendly terms. The first one is system instructions. This is just like the basic rulebook you give the AI. For example, you say always write a clean code, use British English, start every response with hi there. These are the universal rules that the AI should always follow no matter what the task you give it. The second one is the user input. This is your actual prompt, the question or command you give. Let's say, for example, you say summarize this news article or build a weather app in Python. Simple, direct, and this is what kicks off the task. Third one is short-term memory, which is the chat history. Think of it like the conversation you had so far. Now, if you're chatting with AI, you could say something like, "Can you write a report?" Then you say, "Make it shorter." The AI needs to remember the first request to understand the second. That memory of what you said, that's short-term memory or called chat history. Next, we have long-term memory. This is the memory from older sessions or saved preferences. Let's say, for example, you always want the AI to avoid using certain words, or you have already told it your name and the job title. Now, if you have shared this before and it remembers, that's long-term memory. Not all AI tools have this yet, but the best ones like advanced agents do have. Next is knowledge bases. These are the external sources of information the AI can use, like documents, websites, or APIs. For say, example, you're building a health app. You link the AI to a medical database or PDF guide. The AI will search through the material and use it to give smarter answers. Next, we'll talk about the workflow state. This means where are we right now in a bigger process. Let's say you're building an app with AI. This first step would be planning, second step would be writing code, and the third step would include testing. Fourth step will be fixing the bugs. Now, if the AI knows which step it's on, it can focus better. Otherwise, it might try to do everything at once, and that often fails. One small problem is that the AI can't hold unlimited information. It has a limit, which is called the context window. So how do we fit in all of this without confusing it? That's exactly what we will talk about the next, which is the problems with context and the smart ways to fix them. When working with AI, giving it the right information called context is super important, but doing that isn't always easy. Here are a few common problems and simple ways to fix them. First is too much of information, not enough space. Of course, AI has a limit to how much it can read at once. Now, if you give it too much, it forgets or it gets confused. You can fix it by saying like summarize older or less important information to make space for what matters. Second is information overload. Dumping large chunks of unstructured text can overwhelm the AI. Then is wrong order of information. Now, if the most important information is hidden, the AI might miss it. Next is multiple sources, which confuses the AI. Now, if your project uses different databases or tools, the AI might not know which one to use. Then is messy memory. When too much random information is stored, the AI gets lost. So you can fix it by saying use memory blocks to organize what the AI remembers, like facts, past charts, or fixed rules. Now, these simple fixes help your AI give better, more accurate responses every time. Now, enough of the slides. I'll show you a demo with ChatGPT. So first, I've given a prompt to ChatGPT to create a project plan for launching a new website. So as you can see that the GPT has given me this answer, the project plan, the project overview, the goal, timeline, team, and the phases. You can see the phases. They have directly given me the phases. It has not explained in depth and detail. Now, we will use the custom GPT to add more context to this. So we can just head over to here and we can just select customize GPT. And then you can just name project and just enter this. I have entered that you are a project manager with expertise in website launches. Create a detailed project plan with deadlines for each phase considering the following. All right. And again, you can just add more information from here if needed. Now, this is the advanced ChatGPT capability. So I have also selected that and I'll click on save from here. Now, I'll click new chat and again, I'll ask the same question that create a project plan for me for launching new website. Let's see what it responds. So now, as you can see, it has given me project plan for launching a new website. And this is the project goal and this is the phase 1 objective task. And it has also given me the day-wise time needed for doing each task. And this is the phase 2. It has also given me the milestone from here. So as you can see, it has divided the phases into many parts, and from here you can just look at the task and the number of day, the milestone achieved. So I'll just show you the difference between the ChatGPT customized using context and the normal ChatGPT. So this was a normal ChatGPT generic answer which had given me the phases, task, and just the normal things without proper date timing. And when I used the customized ChatGPT, it gave me the objective, the task needed to do each phases with the days as well. So this is the kind of answer you can expect from ChatGPT when you use context engineering here.
Are you feeling like every other video, article, or tweet you see these days is about generative AI? You're not wrong. It's the tech world's current obsession. But instead of just nodding along, wondering what it all means, what if we could actually master it? In this video, we are cutting through the hype, giving you a practical step you need to truly understand. I will be breaking down the entire journey into manageable phases, from fundamental knowledge to building your own Gen AI projects. Before we begin, let me tell you what generative AI or Gen AI means. As the name suggests, it is generating data. It's a technology where it uses existing data for creating new ones. It might be in the form of text, images, audio, video, code, or even 3D models. For better understanding, I will be dividing the entire roadmap into 4 phases, plus one additional phase as a bonus phase for you to excel in this field. Phase 1 is all about laying the foundation, which includes the basics of AI and machine learning. Think of artificial intelligence as making computers smart enough to do things which people can do. Machine learning is just one of the ways to do it, allowing computers to learn from example instead of being told exactly what to do. It's a learning by seeing and doing it, not just by a rule book. There are 3 main types of machine learning: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning is where the computers learn with correct answers, whereas unsupervised learning involves finding patterns on its own, and reinforcement learning is about learning through rewards. You will need Python too. Key tools include NumPy for numerical operations, Pandas for organizing data, and Matplotlib and Seaborn for data visualization. These help you to work with and understand data. You need to understand data preparation, which involves cleaning and organizing data. Also, learn about the feature engineering, which is the process of selecting important parts of the data of the model. Gen AI uses deep learning. You can think of deep learning as a computer network with many layers. Understand the basic idea of how these networks learn from data. This is the key for understanding more complex Gen AI models. Moving on to phase 2, where you can start exploring the Gen AI models. Some of Gen AI models include GANs, which are 2 networks competing, one making fake data and other tries to spot it. This model works well for creating realistic outputs. The second model is VAEs. This model learns a hidden representation of data to create new or similar data. The next model is transformers, which are excellent at understanding context in sequence like text, audio, and even images using attention. The last model is diffusion model, which can create high quality data by reversing a noising process. This model is very popular for images. Apart from Gen AI models, you need to cover text generation model, which falls under natural language processing, which is NLP. These models power text creation, from writing articles to translating languages. And lastly, you will cover image generation using GANs and diffusion models. In phase 3, we will focus on developing our practical skills. You can start with small projects such as generating basic images or text with small datasets. Do experiment and learn the workflow. Join platforms like Hugging Face, Reddit, Stack Overflow, and Kaggle forums to ask questions and learn from others. To showcase your work, you can use GitHub to share your projects and code. Phase 4 is truly about staying ahead. Gen AI is always changing, so you need to be aware of it. New architectures are constantly being built, so briefly be aware that more advanced models are continuously being developed beyond the basics that we have covered. I would also recommend learning about deploying models on cloud platforms like AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure, which will be useful for larger projects. Additionally, you can read research papers, follow tech experts online, whether on Twitter or LinkedIn, and stay curious about this field. Continuous learning is the key in this field. Now that you have built a strong foundation in generative AI, Phase 5 is all about mastering the future of technology. A certification course provides formal validation of specialized knowledge and skills, making individuals stand out to employees and demonstrating a commitment to professional development. This recognition often leads to enhanced credibility that improves career opportunities with specific field. Wondering which certification to go with? Don't worry, I've got you covered here as well. There are so many certificate courses available, but I would strongly suggest you to check on Applied Generative AI Specialization course by Simplilearn in partnership with Purdue University and Microsoft. This will be 16-week course which will give you hands-on learning experience on building AI and Agentic AI apps through hands-on industry-relevant projects. You will also learn popular Gen AI tools which includes gaining in exposure to Copilot, LangChain, Hugging Face, Azure AI, Studio, OpenAI, and other tools. Additionally to this, you will provide a certificate from Purdue University and course completion certificate from Microsoft. Hurry and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. That's your roadmap to understanding generative AI. Start with the basics and get practical experience and never stop learning. The power of Gen AI is within your reach.
Have you ever wondered how AI models can understand and process multiple types of inputs, like text, images, and audio simultaneously? Hello everyone, welcome to our deep dive into multimodal prompting, a transformative approach that's reshaping the landscape of artificial intelligence. My name is Basil Duklala, and in this video, we'll explore what multimodal prompting is, why it's essential, and how it's applied across various industries. Let's embark on this journey to uncover the future of AI together. Here's our agenda. Introduction to multimodal prompting. Evolution of prompting. Core concepts of multimodal prompting. Tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. Use cases and applications. Getting started with multimodal tools. And then we'll take a look into simple multimodal prompts in action. And we'll have a deep dive or step-by-step prompt building. Last but not least, we'll look into experimenting with different use cases. You might be wondering, what is multimodal prompting? Multimodal prompting is a technique that allows AI models to interpret and respond to input from more than one modality, like combining text, images, audio, or video. Instead of just reading text, the model can basically analyze visuals, sounds, or other forms of data to generate richer, more context-aware responses. It basically mimics how humans process information. Now, why it matters and where is it used? Multimodal prompting matters because the real world isn't just text-based. We live in a sensory-rich environment, and multimodal AI helps machines understand that. It's used in applications like image captioning, video analysis, interactive chatbots with visual context, and even healthcare diagnostics where images and notes are combined. In addition, multimodal prompting is very useful for content creation and recommendation. Let's talk about the evolution of prompting. Let's learn about the evolution of prompting, from text-only models to multimodal models. Prompting has evolved from simple text inputs to complex multimodal interactions. Today's models can understand and respond to combinations of text, images, audio, and more for deeper context. Prompting began with text-only models like GPT-2, which responded solely to written input. They basically leveraged NLP, which stands for Natural Language Processing. Over time, models evolved to process images, audio, and even video, giving rise to truly multimodal systems that can interpret and connect across different types of information. How models understand and process multiple input types. Modern multimodal models have specialized architectures such as vision transformers, multimodal neural networks to process different inputs. They are also trained on paired data like images with captions or videos with transcripts. These models learn how different modalities relate to each other, enabling them to take in multiple types of inputs and generate informed outputs that bridge those sensory channels. Cross-model attention helps models link relevant features across inputs, enhancing context and accuracy. At the core, these models use shared embedding spaces to map inputs like text and images into a common understanding. For example, a picture of a dog and the word dog are brought close together in this space, allowing the model to reason across formats in a unified way. Let's talk about core concepts of multimodal prompting. Modalities are different types of information we can give to AI, like text, pictures, sound, or video. They help the model understand things the way humans do, through multiple senses. These senses are text, with written language input like prompts or documents; image, visual content such as photos, charts, or drawings; audio, sound-based input like speech or music; and video, time-based visual and audio content combined. In unimodal prompting, the model receives one type of input, typically text. In contrast, multimodal prompting involves multiple types, like combining a question with an image or a diagram. So, input modalities include one or more types. This requires the model to integrate different streams of information and make connections between them. So let's recap the key difference between unimodal and multimodal prompting. First, we've got the input type. Unimodal prompting has one single type and typically is text. Multimodal prompting has multiple types and it could be text, images, audio, etc. Second, context depth. Unimodal prompting is limited to one form of input. On the other hand, multimodal prompting is richer in context and has combined inputs. 3. Use cases. Unimodal prompting can only be used on text-based tasks, such as writing. Multimodal prompting can be used in multiple tasks and complex ones, like image analysis, and speech to text. 4. Understanding. Unimodal prompting is linear and it's language focused. Multimodal prompting, on the other hand, is cross-modal and human-like. Despite its potential, multimodal prompting comes with challenges. Models can misalign inputs, generate hallucinations, or be biased towards dominant modalities. Input format issues from the model misinterpreting poorly formatted inputs. 2. Limited modal support. Not all models handle every modality. 3. Ambiguity inputs. Unclear inputs can lead to inaccurate responses. 4. High computational load. Multiple modalities require more resources. There's also a lack of standard benchmarks, and combining training data from different formats can be resource intensive. Let's discuss tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. First, we've got one of the most popular generative AI tools, ChatGPT. Specifically, ChatGPT with Vision. This version of ChatGPT can understand and analyze both text and images. It's useful for tasks like generating captions or answering questions about visual content. If you're not familiar with ChatGPT, it's basically an AI chatbot based on OpenAI's GPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer Models. It can understand and generate human-like text for tasks like writing, coding, summarizing, tutoring, and casual conversations. And now it has multimodal capability. It's widely used in education, business, and creative work. ChatGPT can handle ChatGPT can handle multimodal inputs by combining image recognition with text generation, allowing users to ask questions or generate text based on images. It processes the image and merges it with text for a complete response. The second next popular tool is Gemini by Google. Gemini is Google's family of advanced AI models designed to rival GPT. It's multimodal, meaning it can handle text, images, code, and other inputs. Gemini powers tools like Bard and Google Workspace AI, aiming to provide accurate, integrated assistance across Google's ecosystem. It helps with complex interactions like visual-based search and multimodal content generation. It's designed for broader, context-aware AI applications. It handles multimodal inputs very quickly and uses advanced fusion models to integrate text, image, and video inputs, understanding relationships between them for more context-aware responses and generation. Next, Claude is a conventional AI developed by Anthropic, focused on safety, helpfulness, and transparency. It's known for its thoughtful responses and is designed to be steerable and aligned with user intentions. It can also integrate text, images, and documents, allowing for in-depth analysis and interaction with various input formats. Claude is a strong competitor to ChatGPT and excels at tasks like PDF creation, Q&A, and content summarization. Claude also does a good job of breaking down each modality for text, images, and documents separately. It processes them and then combines them for tasks like document analysis or multi-source content generation. DALL-E by OpenAI is an AI model that generates high-quality images from text descriptions. It's known for its detailed, creative outputs and is integrated into ChatGPT's interface for users on the Plus plan. It basically accepts textual prompts and translates them into relevant images, seamlessly merging descriptive text with visual output for creative image generation. It's got a lot of tools that help you build a scene and will turn it into an image from realistic to fantastical. Let's talk about use cases and applications in multimodal prompting. We have users that can upload images, such as diagrams and charts, and then ask questions about them, with AI providing context-aware answers. Next, AI creates articles, social media posts, or marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. In terms of content generation applications, AI can create articles, social media posts, and marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. For product tagging, e-commerce platforms use images and descriptions to generate accurate product tags and recommendations. Multimodal prompting can also be effective for interactive education. AI helps in learning by analyzing images, videos, and text to provide interactive educational content. It's also useful for accessibility. It assists visually impaired users by converting visual content, such as photos and infographics, into descriptive text. Let's see how we can access and set up a basic multimodal prompting environment. First, choose a platform. You can sign up for access to platforms like ChatGPT or Gemini. Next, install required tools and install necessary libraries. Then, obtain API keys for the platform and configure your environment. Then, Ensure inputs are properly formatted and compatible for the application. Lastly, test with basic prompts or run simple multimodal tasks. Let's talk about the required tools and input formats. First, you need an API access. Second, install some Python libraries and have a Jupyter notebook. Also, you can use cloud platforms, although some of these applications can be done using your local machine. Here's a list of the input formats that you can leverage. You've got text, image, audio, and video. Let's jump into a demo to show how LLMs can be used for multimodal tasks. In this demo, we'll be using ChatGPT to showcase its powerful multimodal capabilities. Keep in mind that most LLM tools like Gemini and Claude can also provide similar capabilities that I'm about to show. For ChatGPT, many of the capabilities we're about to showcase are only available in ChatGPT Pro. It's available for a limited number of prompts in the free version. If you want to leverage the full capabilities, you'll need to subscribe to ChatGPT Pro. First, after you log into ChatGPT, you need to make sure that you have GPT-4 activated. Next, you'll see that there's a plus button that is popping up where I can add media. But before we do this, let's generate media using text prompts. Write a 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception like you are explaining to a 10-year-old. You can see ChatGPT gave us a response with a concise 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception. So I'll read the first sentence. Inception is about a man named Cobb who goes into people's dreams to steal their secrets like a spy in their sleep. Let's take things to next step. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate a poster based on the description in cartoon style. Let's make sure that it's pointing to the description above. Go ahead and run this, and we'll give it a few seconds to generate the image. Keep in mind that ChatGPT sometimes runs under a heavy load of requests, and sometimes image generation takes time. Image generation is done. You can see ChatGPT generated an output according to my description, a cartoon-like poster of Inception. Next, we'll show ChatGPT's ability to analyze images. I find this task very useful for analyzing complex visuals, such as stock charts. I'll click on the plus sign and then add photos and files, select your photo, and then insert the following prompt. Analyze the support and resistance levels of the attached 4-hour interval chart of Google. You can see that ChatGPT was able to analyze the chart for me in an instance and was able to give me multiple support levels and resistance levels with their description. Let's do another example of image analysis. I'm going to click the plus sign here and upload a hand-drawn chart. And here's my prompt. Explain the attached image of a diagram step by step. For reference, here's the image and here's the explanation. Start the process. The program begins execution. Step 1, input value. Gives me the check for Stack Overflow. And then it explains the rest of the steps according to the diagram. It was also able to analyze the gist of the diagram. It is a standard stack push operation with overflow checking, where it prevents adding data when the stack is full and confirms insertion when space is available. It can also offer an equivalent code in Python or C. That was a good example for visual and text reasoning. Let's increase the level of difficulty of this type of task by giving it a mathematical problem. I'll click on the plus sign again, add photos, and select my image. And I'll use the following prompt. What is the answer to the math problem in the attached image? Here's the image for reference. Find the sum of the series. And you can see that ChatGPT is generating LaTeX or Markdown type of syntax in the background so it can display the mathematical syntax and Greek symbols properly. Not only was it able to solve for these problems, but also was able to give me a step-by-step instructions on how to solve for it. Plus, it recognized that we have two problems, not just one, to solve for. In this last example, we're going to do the opposite of multimodal prompting. Instead of providing an image, we're going to ask ChatGPT to generate a complex image based on my description. Provide a detailed process for data science and feature engineering for or the diabetes healthcare dataset. The diabetes healthcare dataset is a popular dataset available online, so ChatGPT will be able to understand exactly what I'm looking for. Here we can see step-by-step instructions of the process, along with Python code on how to run the analysis, such as EDA, outlier detection, multivariate analysis, and then feature engineering as requested, all the way to modeling and providing proper evaluation metrics. After getting the steps in text format, I want ChatGPT to build a visual diagram of those steps.
In its early stages, artificial intelligence resembled a young child discovering the world. At first, it could only observe and label, much like a baby learning colors and identifying objects. This is blue and that's a dog. It could recognize and repeat patterns but lacked imagination, the spark to create something new. As it matured, AI learned to think deeper, to find connection, predict outcomes, and understand meaning. It became intelligent, yes, but still conformed within the boundaries humans set for it. It was a remarkable student, but yet not an artist. Then something extraordinary happened. AI evolved not just to understand but to create. It crossed a new threshold and became what we call it now generative AI. An intelligence that can write stories, compose music, generate images, and analyze data, and even code entire programs. AI had become a creator capable of imagination rooted in knowledge. And this is where our journey begins. If you are enjoying learning how generative AI works and want to take this knowledge to a professional level, there's a fantastic opportunity waiting for you. The Applied Generative AI Specialization by Purdue University and Simplilearn is a live, hands-on program where you can actually build real Gen AI and Agentic AI applications using tools like LangChain, Azure AI Studio, and Hugging Face. It's a 16-week live online certification taught by industry experts and Purdue faculty, and you even get a Purdue Alumni Association access for global networking. By the end, you'll have 7+ projects under your belt, from AI-powered HR assistants to RAG-based BI dashboards. So if you're ready to turn your learning into real career edge, check the link given in the description box below and in the comment section and explore the program. Before we move ahead, here's a quick quiz for you to get started with. Which of the following best describes generative AI? Is it analyze data only, creates new content, or predicts outcomes, or stores data? Let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now let's see why prompts matter. If your instructions are vague, the AI can give you a random or useless answer. But a clear, structured prompts give you exactly what you want. We'll explore the origin and the essence of this transformation. We'll uncover how generative AI differs from traditional AI, how it learns to create rather than just classify, and the key breakthroughs, from GPT models to diffusion systems, that shaped its rise. We look at the world through AI's eyes, understanding the power of large language models and neural networks that allows machines to think, reason, and create like never before. We shift from understanding to interaction. Here we learn how to speak language of AI through prompting. Every great output begins with a great question, and every question can be shaped to unlock creativity, precision, and insight. You will learn how to design effective prompts, refine them through practice, and experience firsthand how small changes in wondering can transform AI's response. This is where creativity meets control and you become the guide. We'll see how generative AI becomes a powerful ally in creation and learning. Whether it's researching complex topics, summarization vast information, or creating content from articles and visuals to fully presentation, Gen AI becomes your collaborative partner. You will explore how to use AI tools responsible, maintaining originality, accuracy, and ethical awareness. Here you will begin to realize that AI doesn't replace human creativity, it amplifies it. We'll bring everything together, learning how to apply generative AI in real world. We'll uncover how AI turns data into stories, helping us find meaning hidden within numbers. We use it to brainstorm, innovate, and design new solutions faster and smarter. You will see how AI integrates into workflows, boosts productivity, and inspires new forms of storytelling, analytics, and innovation. As we look ahead, we glimpse the future of agentic AI and autonomous systems that can reason, remember, and collaborate alongside us. From learning what AI is to mastering how to communicate with it to discover how to create and apply with it, this course takes you through every stage of generative AI journey. Because the future of intelligence is no longer about machines that follow. It's about the machines that co-create, and you are about to learn how to shape the future. Not long ago, the ability to create art, music, or stories belonged solely to humans. Today, algorithms can draft poems, paint lifelike portraits, compose melodies, and even hold natural conversations, reshaping our notation of creativity. Uncover how generative AI evolved from basic pattern recognition to a groundbreaking systems powering creativity at scale. We will reveal how these technologies learn not just to analyze but to imagine and generate new content that touches business, education, entertainment, and daily life. Generative AI or Gen AI is a special branch of artificial intelligence that does not just analyze information, it actually creates new things from it. It can write essays, generate realistic images, produce videos, compose music, and even help design new products. You might have already experienced it without realizing, like when you use ChatGPT to help you writing something, or when an app turns your selfie into digital painting using AI. Now, how do we define generative AI? Generative AI is a branch of artificial intelligence that focuses on creating new content or data based on patterns and knowledge it has learned from existing data. Unlike traditional AI, which primarily analyzes, classifies, or predicts outcomes, generative AI can generate original outputs such as text, images, audio, video, or even code. Generative AI learns from lots of data to see patterns and relationships. Using this knowledge, it can create new content that makes sense, is relevant to the context, and feels original. Similar to how a chef studies countless recipes to invent a new dish, or how a musician listens to many songs to compose a unique melody, Gen AI can write stories, generate artwork, compose music, or even produce realistic images, all based on what it has learned. In simple terms, generative AI is an AI system capable of imagining and creating, rather than just recognizing or analyzing. Okay, now you have an idea of what generative AI can do. But how do you think this is possible? Imagine AI as a magical robot with brain that can learn from everything it sees and hears. Just like we humans learn by reading books, listening to music, or even watching videos, AI learns from huge amount of data. It notices patterns, figures out relationships, and remembers what works together. Now, this robot has different superpowers for different tasks. The first power will be the text power, which writes stories, emails, or even code. For example, we have ChatGPT. These kind of models are called text generative models. The second superpower is image power, which creates drawing, illustrations, or even realistic photos. And some examples are DALL-E and Midjourney, and these models are called image generation models. The third superpower is audio power, which composes music, voices, or even sound effects. These models are called audio generation models. The next superpower is video power, which makes animations or even short films. And these kind of models are called video generation models. And the final power that the robot has is the code power, which helps the programmers write or complete code quickly. And some of the examples are GitHub Copilot. These models are called code generation models. But powers alone aren't enough. Every superhero needs tools. AI tools are the technologies that makes this power work. Let's see which tools generative AI uses along with its power. The first one being neural networks. They are like the robot's brain cells. They help in recognizing patterns and connect ideas. The second one is large language models, which are LLMs. They are kind of language brain that understand text, context, and can generate coherent writing. And the third one is generative adversarial networks, which is GANs. They are the artistic eye that help it create realistic or imaginative images. The next one is variational auto encoders, which are VAEs, which help AI handle complicated structure and organize complex information. And the last one is foundational models. They are the general purpose based models that can be trained for many tasks, from text to image to data analysis. So whether AI creates something like a story, a picture, music, video, or even code, it's using its power with these tools. The powers decide what to create, and the tools make sure it can learn, understand, and produce something original and meaningful. In short, generative AI is like a magical robot friend. It learns from the world, uses its powers, applies its tools, and brings ideas to life. Now that we understand how generative AI works, let's see what it can do for us and what we need to be careful about. Generative AI brings incredible opportunities, but it also comes with some risks. On the bright side, it can save time, boost creativity, and help people solve problems faster. Businesses can generate reports, marketing content, or even product design in minutes. Students and educators can get help with research, learning, and personalized tutoring. Artists, writers, and musicians can experiment with ideas they might never have imagined. But AI isn't perfect. Sometimes it can make mistakes like giving wrong information or creating content that does not make any sense. There are also ethical concerns like copying someone else's work, spreading false information, or even invading privacy. And that's why it's important to use AI responsibly, making sure it's fair, transparent, and respects people's rights. Generative AI is already making a huge impact across many sectors, such as business, which helps companies write emails, create ads, design products, and even automate customer services. In education, it's helping provide personalized tutoring, generating practical exercises, and helps explaining complex topics in simple ways. While in entertainment, it is helping create music, movies, video games, and artwork, giving creators new ways to express themselves. And some of the other sectors include healthcare, finance, research, use AI to analyze data, generate reports, or assist in discovering new solutions. Generative AI isn't just a futuristic idea anymore. It's a tool that's already shaping how we work, learn, and create. Have you ever been frustrated by AI's unexpected answers? What if the secret to getting better AI response lies not only in the machines but how we ask? This is where prompt engineering comes in place. We will unlock the power of effective prompting, which is the key to steering AI towards answers that are precise, creative, and truly useful. We'll dive into the art and science of prompt engineering, which are the skills of crafting instructions that guide AI to produce accurate, relevant, and creative outputs. You'll also learn not just what prompts are, but also structure them effectively, experiment with different approaches, and troubleshoot when the results aren't quite good. Through hands-on practice, you'll also get to see these techniques in action on platforms like ChatGPT, GitHub, Copilot, and other Gen AI tools that are gaining the confidence to interact with AI like a pro. A prompt is nothing but essentially a set of instructions you give to the AI. Think of it as a way you guide a student, an artist, or a chef to create exactly what you want. The better the instruction, the better the output. Every prompt has a few key parts. The first part is instruction, which says what you want the AI to do. And the second one is context, which are any background or information that the AI needs. The third one is the input data, which are nothing but the raw materials the AI should use. And then we have the output format, which is how you want the final results to look alike. Without these components, it's like asking someone to cook dinner without telling them the ingredients or what cuisine you want. Now let's see why prompts matter. If your instructions are vague, the AI can give you a random or useless answer. But a clear, structured prompts give you exactly what you want. For example, if I give a very simple prompt, which is write a story about a robot. So let's see what it generates. Notice it's very vague. The AI doesn't know what kind of a story we want, how long it should be, or what details to include. Now let's refine the prompt. We will add instructions for the current prompt. We'll say write a story about a robot learning how to paint. Now what are the conditions? I'll say make it 5 sentences long and include a funny challenge that the robot faces while painting. Now, in the third condition, let's say end it with a positive or surprising twist. Now, here in this prompt, we have added instructions. The robot is learning paint. We want exactly 5 sentences, a funny challenge, and a positive twist by the end. By giving more context and structure, we guide the AI to create something much more specific and engaging. And check out the results, it's much better. By refining our prompt with context and instructions, we get a story that's interesting, funny, and exactly the length we wanted. Prompt engineering is all about asking better questions. Here are some strategies. The first one is to be specific. Instead of write an email, say write a professional email to a client explaining a delayed shipment. And the second strategy is set the role. Ask the AI to act as a teacher, coach, developer, or a designer. For example, you're a marketing expert. Write a catchy slogan for a vegan snack brand. And the third strategy is use few short examples. Show the AI few examples of what you want before asking it to generate something new. So for example, we have fast food logo which can be done with red and yellow burger icon. And for a tech company logo, you can add blue and white abstract design. Now try creating a logo for a fitness brand yourself. The fourth strategy is system messages. Explain high-level instructions to guide the AI's behavior. For example, in ChatGPT, you can give always respond in a friendly tone. Now let's apply whatever we have learned and create a simple chatbot that can answer questions about movies. So let's give some clear instructions. You can use ChatGPT or any other LLM model for this. So first, let's specify the role. Let's say you are a movie guide. And the instructions being you should provide a 3-sentence summary, and one fun fact. And then we have to provide the context. So let's do that. Let's say the user might ask, let's specify how our output should be, which is keep it concise and engaging. So as you can see, it has updated the memory. So it's asking us to feel free to ask about any movie. So it has automatically changed to a chatbot that acts like a movie guide. So let's say I ask about a movie. Can you describe the movie Inception? Let's ask about the movie Inception. So as you can see, it is providing me a concise explanation of what the Inception movie, which is shot in 2010. And it has given me a fun fact also, which is Christopher Nolan, the director, used a unique visual effect in Inception, the folding city scene, by creating a practical set allowed buildings to bend, blending practical effects with CGI to create a surreal dreamlike experience. So without any coding, your chatbot is ready to use. By giving a clear instruction, a clear prompt, the GPT understood its assignment. Even experts don't get it perfect results on their first try. Sometimes the AI misunderstands what you mean, gives you incomplete answers, or goes completely off track. And that's totally normal because working with AI is an iterative process. And for this, you can experiment with different prompt versions, adjusting wording, adding examples, and checking how each change influences the results. This process helps you understand what makes the AI think better. Suppose you write a very vague prompt, such as write about a climate change. So let's see what the ChatGPT gives us. Observe that AI gives an explanation which is not wrong, but it's not focused either. There is no clear goal or format. This happens when our prompt lacks direction. Now let's consider another example, which is explain AI. Now again, this will give a vague answer because there is no proper instructions or any context given to this. When prompts are too general, AI doesn't know what level of detail or tone to use. It is unclear if this is for a child, a researcher, or a business audience. Now let's alter one of the prompts and make it even more clear for the model to understand. Instead of writing about a climate change, let's give a more detailed prompt. For example, let's give explain climate change for a 10-year-old student using simple language and one example. Here we have added context, who the audience is and what level of language to use, and the response is short and clear explanation. Now let's give the same prompt with some structure, like let's say explain the climate change for a 10-year-old student again. For a 10-year-old student in 3 short paragraphs, where the first one will be what is it? Second one will be what causes it? And the third one will be what you can do about it. This kind of prompt help organize the response in a more readable way. The response will be neatly formatted in 3 sections. Another way is to specify the output format. For example, again, let's go with the same example. Let's say explain climate change for 10-year-old student in bullet points with emojis let's say with one emojis. At the start of each point, we are telling the AI exactly how to present the answer, bullet points, emojis, and the tone. Watch how clearly it follows our instructions now. The output is neat and engaging with emojis. Now compare this version to the first one which we have received. Clearly, you can see the difference between the first prompt and the final version of it. The output is more clear, structured, and engaging. Now, sometimes, even when your prompt is clear, the AI still makes mistakes. Let's look at few common cases and how to fix them. The first scenario is where the output is too verbose. For example, if you give the prompt, suppose explain Python function, the prompt which we have given is clear prompt. The answer would be too lengthy for you to go through. So in such cases, keep it under 4 sentences for the summary, which will give you a more concise version of it. So let's give the prompt. So here you go. It will generate exactly 4 sentences to summarize the functions of a Python. The second scenario is where the answer is being off topic or irrelevant. So consider the prompt to write a story about data. So let's just give write a story about data. This prompt will give you random topics which is irrelevant to the data. So in such cases, you can write prompt like 100-word story about the data scientist. Let's say about a data scientist. Discovering a pattern. Now this will make sure that the topic is not irrelevant. The last scenario is missing detail or creativity. For example, let's give the prompt of describe a city. Now the answer is very plain description. Whereas you can modify the same prompt and say describe a futuristic city. So let's do that. Describe a futuristic city in 2050. Focusing on technology and nature. This will give us more creative answer of how 2050 city will look like purely from the imagination of the AI. In a world moving faster than ever, how we can learn, research, and create content efficiently. AI as your partner to accurately discover, amplify creativity, and craft high quality work in less time, all while maintaining originality and ethics. That's exactly what generative AI can do when used for research, learning, and content creation. This module will show you how to use AI not just as a chatbot, but as a true research and creative partner. AI can help you discover information faster, learn better, and create smarter. In this module, we'll cover 4 key areas. The first one is AI enhanced research. How to use Gen AI to search, summarize, and organize research materials or data. Second, we learn AI for learning. How AI can act as a study partner, explaining topics, answering questions, or creating personalized learning materials. And the third one is AI for content creation. How to generate articles, scripts, images, and presentations using AI tools. And the fourth one is advanced prompting for content. how to design prompts for specific needs like SEO, social media, or even academic writing. And the fifth one is tool comparison. A quick look at some of the best AI tools for research, for creating, like ChatGPT, Bing, Copilot, Gemini, and others. Now let's compare two of the LLM models and see the difference. I am here going to compare ChatGPT versus Perplexity. So let's give a prompt to ChatGPT, which is summarize recent research paper. Let's say research on LLM memory architectures. It will give you a clear overview covering techniques like retrieval augmented generation, episodic memory, and vector database. Now, the same thing, I'm going to compare it with Perplexity Pro. So, I'm going to enter the same prompt. So, let's see what's the difference. You will see it provides the same content but live web citation, making it more credible for academic references. Once we find research papers, the next challenge is to summarize and synthesize them. There are two types of AI summarizations. The first one is extract summarization, which selects key phrases or sentence directly from the text, while abstractive summarization rewrites the context in its own words, preserving the meaning. Let's consider an example. Let's take an abstract of a research paper and paste it in the ChatGPT and ask to summarize this paper on transform efficiency in 5 bullet points. You will see a concise summary with methods, findings, and limitation. Then ask it, rephrase it in a structured note format with sections, objective, method, results, and limitations. This turns unstructured text into usable research notes into perfect for academic or even professional documentation. Now, if you ask me how LLM models are able to do this is because they perform summarization using attention mechanism, which is identifying the most contextual relevant tokens in the text. That's how they can understand which part matters the most. Research is not just about reading, it's about connecting ideas. AI can help to organize knowledge into themes, tables, and concept maps. Now, suppose if you have 5 research papers about AI in education, let's ask ChatGPT to create a table summarization, each paper with columns. So, first, you can upload all the 5 research papers and give this a prompt saying, create a table summarizing each paper with columns, and the columns would be author, and then followed by topic, followed by key insight, and then research gap. So let's give this. So as you can see, the model generates a structured comparison instantly. Here are some of the tools you can use. The first one is Notion AI for turning notes into organized databases. Then you can use Scholar C, which is automatically summarizes PDFs and highlights important sections, and reuse earlier notes for continuity. AI doesn't just store data, it helps in knowledge structuring, a crucial skill for both academic and professional research. Large language models or LLMs are incredibly versatile at generating written content, whether it's an email, blog post, essay, or video script. These models understand context, tone, and audience, which means you can customize output easily. For example, let's give a prompt which says write a 200-word blog on AI in education in a professional tone. So let's see what it generates. Tone. Your output will be ready. If you want to refine it further, you can just ask it, make it sound more professional. Let's say persuasive. Make it sound more persuasive. Add a call to action and format it in Markdown. Now, here the LLM adjusts vocabulary, tone, and structure to match the prompt. The next essential part is visual storytelling, which is another domain revolutionized by AI. Text to image models like Midjourney, DALL-E, and Adobe Firefly can convert text prompts into realistic or artistic visuals. Now let's give a prompt to ChatGPT, which has inbuilt DALL-E for creation of images. Let's ask the ChatGPT to create an image of a futuristic classroom where AI tutors students, let's say digital holograms on walls, and let's add a cinematic lighting. In seconds, the AI generates stunning images. You can modify your prompt to control. Say the style you can set it to realistic, anime, or even watercolor. And lighting also you can change it for cinematic or even soft light. And also perspective also you can change by mentioning if it's a top view or a close-up. Now let's talk about multi-modal tools like Canva AI, Tome, Gamma, and Slides AI. These platforms merge text, visuals, and design, automatically generating complete presentations from single prompt. Now let's consider Canva AI. Now let's give a very simple prompt to Canva AI such as create a 5-slide presentation on, say, the topic, the future of AI in healthcare. So let's just generate. So here it is asking which type. So let me go with minimalistic. And here you can see it is asking me what is the flow of the PPT presentation. So you can do changes here also so that you don't face any issues further. So you can modify it. If everything seems all right, you can just generate design. Now, as you can see, within seconds, the AI generates a title slide, key insights, data charts, images aligned with the theme. Now think about this, a presentation that might have taken hours of work, hours of creation, hours of ideas to align. This kind of presentation just took about few minutes. The effectiveness of your AI output depends on how well you craft your prompts. Different formats need different prompting style. For example, the CEO prompt should be something like write a SEO blog on AI tools for students with keywords. Let's add some AI learning assistant. Let's say productivity. And even one more, study tools. And this is how easily you can create a blog. Whereas if you want any social media prompt, you can just say create 3 catchy. Let's create LinkedIn. About AI in content creation. Now here you go. You can just copy and paste it in your LinkedIn, and here you have viral 3 posts just created within seconds. Or if you want an academic prompt, you can just say summarize this paper in API format with a text citation. So you can just add a document and ask it to summarize this paper in APA format with text citation. Now, what about if you want to generate a script? You can just mention write a YouTube script explaining ethics in generative AI in an engaging tone. And there you go, you have an entire YouTube script that you can just read it and get your content creation done in a matter of few seconds. Always specify audience, length, and format. This gives the model clear direction. To take your results from good to great, use advanced prompting methods. Some of them are chain of thought prompting, which is ask the model to think step by step. The second one is role prompting, which is to give prompt as to act as a research assistant summarizing a scientific paper. And the third one is output format control, which is to provide results in a markdown table or return output in JSON format. These help in making the results structured, reusable, and consistent. Now let's put all our knowledge that we gained and let's identify new trends in healthcare in India, how to do it with the help of ChatGPT and Perplexity. Let's say I need to identify new trends in healthcare in India. So first I will choose Perplexity because its AI is connected to a live web, so it's ideal for up-to-date trend identification. In Perplexity AI, I will give a prompt which says, what are the latest emerging trends? In India healthcare sector. let's mention the range also, let's say from 2023 to 2025. Here you can see you get live news insights, report from WHO, NITI, Ayog, and also Indian Ministry of Health. You also get citation from trusted sources which will be mentioned. Let's say these are the general trends that we have obtained. Now to explore more deeper, give more prompts such as explain the growth of AI and digital health startups in India. So it is answering all the questions. It's giving role of AI, healthcare, digital health, subsegments, modules, policy infrastructure, and demand drive challenges and future related things. Now let me ask a questions. What are the current challenges? So what are the current challenges in telemedicine? Adoption in India. Going to give more and more information. So here you can see it is about telemedicine, clinical and trust related concern, data privacy regulation, governance, operation, and demand side issues. And let me just summarize this. Summarize recent governmental initiatives for digital healthcare in India. The more prompting questions you ask, the deeper knowledge of each point. So these are the insights that we have received from Perplexity. Now you can just copy and paste these insights to ChatGPT. So let's just copy the entire insights that Perplexity has given. Let's open a new chat. Let's just paste it there. And let's just ask ChatGPT to organize these healthcare trends from India into 3 major categories. Group them into, let's say, group them under headings such as technology, policy, infrastructure, and patient care. And also ask it to explain each trend briefly. Now, this is asking ChatGPT to summarize or tabulate trends for easier visualization. Now, you want to create a table based on this information. So you can just mention over there as a prompt, create a table summarizing key healthcare trends in India. With columns, let's also name the columns. So it is neat. The first one, let it be trend. Then let's say description. Later impact. And let it add an example. And also I need the source. This will give you a clear comparative overview you can use in the report or even in a PPT. So let's just copy and paste it in Canva AI. And mention create a 5-slide presentation on emerging healthcare trends in India. Let's give it 2025 outlook. Let's also provide with some instruction, which is include key categories such as digital, health, AI diagnostics, telemedicine, and policy reforms. So again, it's going to ask us which type. I'm going with minimalistic and submit. Here you can see style is minimalistic, audience professional, and length is 1 to 5. And again, we have the overview. If you want any changes, make sure to adjust it here. So we have introduction page where so much information will be there. Digital health and Ayushman Bharat digital mission is given. AI diagnostic transforming healthcare, telemedicine, policy reforms, everything is mentioned. So I think it's good to go. So let's just generate the design. So as you can see, Canva AI here have already given you a clear PPT for you to ready to present. This entire process will take few minutes and we have a list of top 5 to 7 emerging healthcare trends in India, a structured table summarizing key insights, impacts and examples, a short blog or report on emerging healthcare trends in India. Optionally, a 5-slide Canva presentation for visuals. This would have taken weeks of research and analysis, which was achieved in just minutes, and that's the power of generative AI. Now imagine transferring raw data into compelling stories that drive smarter decision and spark innovation. Generative AI is not just about creating content. It is about being a powerful partner in analyzing information, uncovering insights, and streamlining workflows. Think of this as moving from using AI for creativity to using AI for decision making and innovation. You'll learn how to turn raw data into meaningful insights, how to communicate those insights through storytelling, and how to use Gen AI tools to design better workflows and automate part of your work. We'll also take a look at what's coming next, the future of agentic AI, autonomous assistance, and how we can build innovation responsible as AI becomes more capable and independent. So by the end of this module, you'll know not just how AI creates, but how it thinks with you and help you analyze, narrate, and innovate with purpose. Let's begin with one of the most powerful ways to apply generative AI, which is turning data into insights. Now, we all deal with data, whether it's survey responses, sales reports, student feedback, or even social media analytics. But raw data by itself doesn't tell a story. It's just numbers and text. The real value comes when we can interpret the data, when we can find meaning, patterns, and even insights that guide better decisions. That's what we call moving from data to insights. And the exciting part is generative AI makes this process faster, simpler, and more accessible than ever before. When we say data to insight, it simply means the process of taking raw information, cleaning it, understanding it, and drawing meaningful conclusions. For example, imagine you have a dataset of customer reviews. The data might include names, ratings from 1 to 5, comments or feedback text, By itself, that's just information. But once you analyze it, you might find that 70% of the customer love your service speed while 30% complain about pricing. That insights helps you make decision. It may be adjusting pricing or add a discount strategy. That's exactly what generative AI help us to do, which is quickly move from a pile of information to something we can actually act upon. To understand how AI helps, let's first know the two main types of data. The first one is structured data. This is a neat, organized, like a spreadsheet, with rows, columns such as customer ID, sales, amounts, dates, etc. The second type is unstructured data. This data is messy and doesn't fit into tables, for example, things like emails, reviews, social media posts, or even video transcripts. Traditionally, analytic tools like Excel or SQL are great for structured data, but unstructured data, especially large volumes of text, takes hours to analyze manually. And that's where generative AI shines. It can read, summarize, and extract patterns from both structured and unstructured data, even thousands of lines at once. One of the first steps in analysis is data cleaning. You might have missing values, duplicates, and even inconsistent formats. Let's begin with one of the most powerful ways to apply generative AI, which is turning data into insights. AI tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, or Claude can help you detect and fix such issues instantly. For example, you can paste a messy dataset and say the LLM clean this table, remove duplicates, correct spelling errors, and summarize the missing values. Or if you have a CSV file, you can just upload it and ask, can you identify any anomalies or incorrect entities? So let's do that. So I have a file which I can upload, or I'll just copy and paste this data set and ask it to clean the table, remove duplicates, correct those spelling errors, and summarize missing values. So as you can see, within seconds, AI can flag issues like mismatched dates, duplicate names, or even outliers, saving hours of manual work. So AI becomes like your data assistant, handling the repetitive parts while you focus on the decision making. After cleaning comes the analysis part. Here, generative AI can perform descriptive summaries, detect patterns, or even suggest hypotheses. Now, let's say you're analyzing sales data. So, let's upload the sales data and you can ask ChatGPT what are the top performing products by region in this data set. So, let's ask. So, as you can see, it has given us top performing products by religion. Repeat religion. So, as you can see, it has given us top performing products by region. And this is done in few seconds. Now, let's take another example where we have to summarize key themes and customer sentiments in the feedback form. So, let's say I'm running a business and I have a feedback of 50 customers. So, I'll just copy and paste the feedback and ask ChatGPT to analyze this customer feedback and list the top 3 recurring themes. Also, I'll ask it to suggest a positive improvement. Now, here AI scans through 50 or even thousands of entities and instantly summarizes results. Like here, you can see it is mentioning the website and checkout experiences. Many customer commented on the website navigation, checkout process, and issues like freezing or on the checkout page. It is also talked about product quality and description, customer service and support. And it's mentioned these are the recurring themes, highlighting the importance of improving user experience both online and post purchase to maintain customer satisfaction. So instead of just reporting numbers, AI helps you understand the story behind them. That's a complete insight derived automatically from unstructured text. Now you can ask a tool like ChatGPT or Gemini to create a short summary paragraph I can use in management report. Now with these insights, you can ask ChatGPT or any other LLM model to create a short summary paragraph so you can use it to management report. So let's give the prompt. Report. Now you can see AI has produced something like customer feedback highlights key areas of improvement, including the website and checkout experience, product quality and description, and customer service. Many users expressed frustration with the checkout process, slow customer support, and issue with product description and packaging. To enhance customer satisfaction, it is recommended to streamline the checkout process, improve product description and packaging, and implement live chat support for quick use. Addressing these concerns will help improve overall customer experience and retention. But here's the big deal. Storytelling isn't about words. Visuals play a huge role. AI tools like Canva, Magic Write, Beautiful.ai, or even Power BI Copilot can automatically generate chats that explains your trends, visually summarizes that key highlights, key metrics, and even slide decks ready to present. Example, you can say create a presentation summarizing the sales trends by region in 3 slides. So I've already uploaded the sales data set. And again, it will ask which kind of presentation. Again, I'm going with minimalistic since it's a professional way. And here you can see the timeline. What are the slides that will be added? You can add or delete a section. And let's go with generate. And there you go. AI will design professional looking visual narrative with titled chats and talking points. This saves time and ensures that your story is not only accurate but also visually engaging. One simple way to build your AI driven story is using this 3-step framework. The first one is context. What was the question or goal? The second one is insight. What did the data reveal? And the third one is impact. What should we do next? You can even prompt AI like this. Based on this data set, generate a story following this structure, which is context, insights, and impact. This way, your report feels logical, human, and actionable. So, AI powered storytelling transforms raw analytics into communication that drives understanding and decision. You no longer need to be a data scientist or a designer to explain insights beautifully. With generative AI, anyone can tell stories that blend logic with creativity, facts with feelings. In the next section, we'll take this one step further and explore how generative AI helps us go beyond communication into innovation and problem solving, where AI becomes our partner in brainstorming and creating new ideas. Now that we have seen how generative AI can analyze data and tell compelling stories, let's talk about the part that really excites most people, which is innovation and problem solving. This is where AI becomes more than just a tool. It becomes a thinking partner, helping us come up with new ideas, designs, solutions, and make work faster and smarter. When we talk about innovation, we often imagine big inventions like self-driving cars or ChatGPT itself. But in reality, innovations can be as simple as finding a smarter way to solve an everyday problem. Generative AI helps us to do that by expanding our creativity. It doesn't replace our ideas, it enhances them. It gives us more perspective, faster feedback, and even helps test those ideas before we build them. So let's start with brainstorming. Earlier, brainstorming needs teams in rooms, sticky notes, and a lot of time. But now tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, or other LLM model can help you brainstorm 24/7. You can just give the prompt like give me 10 creative ways to reduce food waste in college cafeterias. And instantly, AI will come up with ideas like smart portion prediction app, leftover recipe generate, gamified zero waste challenge, food waste tracking system, donation program, student cooking classes, etc. Instead of hiring a developer, you can just directly ask ChatGPT to write a basic chatbot flow for a crop price checking. It generates the flow, suggests sample dialogues, and even produce the initial code for you. If you use no-code tools like Glide, Bubble, or Notion AI, you can turn that concept into working prototypes in just few hours, not just weeks. AI shortens the distance between idea and action. Innovation isn't about creating new products. It's also about improving how we work. For example, if you are a marketing manager, AI can automate repetitive tasks like writing emails, summarizing campaign, or even scheduling posts. If you are a researcher, AI can help you organize literature reviews and summarize academic papers. Even in operations, AI can automate workflows such as converting meeting transcripts into action items or generating weekly reports automatically. This kind of everyday innovation frees up time for strategic thinking, the part humans do best. Here's a simple framework to move from idea to implementation using AI. Step 1 is to use AI to generate ideas. Step 2 is to use AI tools to prototype or simulate the ideas. And step 3 is to use AI analytics to measure performance or feedback. This cycle of generate, test, and learn can repeat quickly, and that's what makes modern innovation so fast and accessible. So, innovation and problem solving with generative AI isn't about being a coder or a genius. It's about asking the right question and letting AI accelerate your creativity. From brainstorming and rapid prototyping to workflow automation, AI helps us to turn ideas into impact faster than ever before. Up next, we'll explore how to integrate these AI tools into your daily workflows so you can make Gen AI a natural, productive part of your routine. Alright, now we have seen what generative AI can do. But the real question is, how do you make it part of your day? This section is about practical integration, how to blend AI tools with the way you already work so they become your silent co-pilot in productivity, not just a fancy experiment. When we say integrate AI into workflow, we mean embedding AI into steps of your daily tasks. For example, a researcher using ChatGPT to summarize every paper before reading it, a data analyst using AI to generate Python code or SQL queries, a teacher using AI to prepare lesson summaries and quizzes. Instead of opening AI tools only when you need them, you make them a part of your natural workflow like checking email or using Excel. The first step to integrate AI is to look at your repetitive tasks, things to do every week that consume time but don't need deep creativity effort. For example, writing routine reports, formatting documents, and even summarizing meetings. Ask yourself if AI can do it faster or better. You will be surprised how many daily tasks can be automated or streamlined using simple AI prompts or connected tools. Let's look at how this plays out across different tools. So, ChatGPT and Gemini can be used for drafting content, writing summaries, or explaining code, whereas Notion AI is for automatically generating task updates or Teams notes. Microsoft Copilot or even Google Duet AI, which is directly integrated inside Word, Excel, or Gmail for writing and data analysis. Zapier plus OpenAI to create automated workflow like when a customer submits feedback on Google Form, summarize with ChatGPT to email the manager. This kind of integration means you don't have to switch between apps constantly. AI works quietly in the background. Let's take a real world example. Imagine your marketing manager preparing a weekly campaign report. Normally, you would collect performance data from multiple platforms, copy paste into Excel or PowerPoint, and write a summary manually. Now, with AI, you can just connect tools like Google Analytics to ChatGPT via an integration platform. Ask AI to summarize campaign data and highlight top 3 performing posts. Then use Canva Magic to write and generate a branded presentation in minutes. In short, what earlier took hours can happen in a few prompts and even a clicks. Integrating Gen AI isn't about tools, it's about mindset. The best results comes when you treat AI as a collaborator, not as a shortcut. Instead of thinking, can AI do my job? Think, how can AI help me do my job better and faster? This shift from tool user to AI powered professional is what defines the next wave of digital productivity. So, to sum up, integrating Gen AI into workflow means finding the task where AI can save time, choosing the right tools for your context, and building a daily habit of collaboration with AI. Once you do that, your productivity compounds because AI becomes part of your thinking process. Next, we'll look at the future directions where this journey is heading: Agentic AI, autonomous assistance, and responsible innovation. As we come to the final part of this module, let's look ahead. Generative AI today can write, design, and analyze, and even automate. But the next wave is even more exciting. We are moving from AI as a tool, as an agent system that can reason, plan, and even act on their own. These are called agentic AIs or autonomous assistants, and they are shaping the future of how humans and machines will work together. Agentic AI means AI systems that don't just respond to prompts. They can take initiative, remember goals, and make decisions towards completing them. Think of it like difference between asking ChatGPT to write an email and telling an AI assistant handle all my customers' follow-ups emails this week. In the second case, the AI acts as autonomously. It plans, executes, and updates you, almost like a digital teammate. Projects like OpenAI's GPT's, Leta, and MemGPT are early examples of this direction, which can also remember context, follow multi-step goals, and interact with external tools. So how does this autonomous assistance actually work? It combines 3 major abilities. The first one is memory, to recall previous interaction and learn over time. And the second one is reasoning, to decide what actions to take next. And the third one is tool use, to connect with apps, database, or even web complete real-world tasks. For example, imagine an AI research assistant. You can tell it, find the latest papers on sustainable energy, summarize the key findings, and prepare the slide deck. It will search, summarize, visualize, and present all by its own. That's the direction we are heading. AI as a true collaborator, not just as a chatbot. In this future, the focus shifts from automation to augmentation, where humans and AI combine their strengths. Humans bring creativity, ethics, and emotional intelligence. AI brings speed, precision, and memory. Together, they create what many call the collaborative intelligence model. For example, a teacher using AI to personalize lessons for each student. And a doctor uses AI agents to summarize patient history before diagnosis. And a designer uses AI to generate hundreds of prototypes, then refines the best one manually. The goal isn't to replace people, it is to elevate human potential. But as we move towards this, the power of new phase, we also have to talk about responsible AI innovations. Because when AI can act on their own, we must ensure they do it safely, ethically, and transparently. This means building AI systems that are fair, not biased against any group, ensuring privacy, especially when handling user or company data, maintaining human oversight, which is AI shouldn't assist, not decide everything. Many organizations are now adopting frameworks for responsible AI, focusing on accountability, transparency, and sustainability in AI development. The final part of this journey is about continuous learning. Generative AI is evolving every month, so the best skill you can have is the ability to keep learning and adapting. Google Nano Banana is already killing Photoshop and other design jobs. And here's why it's making waves across the internet. It's been only few days since it dropped, and the internet is already flooded with insane results. If you've been following the buzz, you have probably seen it everywhere, and it's all available to you for free. So let's talk about Google Nano Banana, Google's latest state-of-the-art image generation model that's causing a major disruption in the world of digital content creation. Whether you're a designer, marketer, or content creator, this tool is about to change everything. It's already out and accessible through Gemini and Google AI Studio, and the best part is it's completely for free. That's right, this insane tech that's making professionals rethink their whole career strategy, and it costs you nothing to dive in. Now let's talk about what makes Google Nano Banana so special. It's not about editing images. It's about taking control of your creative vision in a way that's never been possible before. With just a few simple text prompts, you can completely transform an image, from changing characters and backgrounds to adding 3D models and making everything look ultra realistic. So here's what we're going to cover in today's video, and trust me, you don't want to miss this. First of all, we'll show you how to add characters in your images, and the results will look 100% real. You'll also learn how to swap backgrounds seamlessly, no more chunky AI generated results. We are talking real-life quality images, so realistic that no one will be able to tell it was done by AI. Then we'll move on to creating a 3D model of yourself, and believe me, this is a huge right now. Everyone's buzzing about it, and I'll show you exactly how you can use it for your business marketing too. If you're into advertising, get ready for a complete game changer. I'll show you how to create ads using Nano Banana and how you can make money with it by leveraging this tool for your business. Now, before we move on, here's a quick quiz question for you. What's the biggest advantage of using generative AI for image creation over traditional image editing tools? Your options are: you can generate realistic images with just text prompt. It requires no creativity or design skills. It can only modify existing images, not create new ones. It's more expensive than traditional software. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. Now let's jump into the demo part, and I'll show you exactly how to use Google Nano Banana to achieve all of this. So let's get started. Now you need to just head over to Google and search for Google Nano Banana and just click here. You get the first link, Google Gemini. Try Nano Banana in Gemini. It's 100% free. So just click on this link from here. And here we have Gemini 2.5 Flash. All right. So it says, hello, want to try it now, a few things. We already have making your own custom minifigure. I mean, you already have the prompt given here. So you could just simply upload your image and it will create model action figure for you. Now, make sure that your Gemini is in 2.5 Flash mode, which is fast all-round help. And from here, just select tools and select create images. You get this banana icon from here. That means it's Nano Banana. All right. So now what I'll do is I'll just upload any image of mine. Let's say I have this image from here. And then I'll say Gemini to change this outfit, make it in blue color dress. All right. And I'll just hit enter. Let's see what type of result it gives to us. So we just have to wait for a few seconds.
So now as you can see, Gemini has instantly given me the result. It took maybe around 1 minute, lesser than 1 minute. And look at the result, guys. This is the result it gave me. It has changed the color of my dress. And I'll show you the previous dress of mine, which I had uploaded. So this was my actual image from here. And I cannot even spot any error because it's so real. Alright, so it's pretty impressive to use this one. So now I'll give one more prompt, that is I'll say Gemini to add Elon Musk standing with me, hands folded, same posture as mine. Okay. Just talk to Gemini as if you're just saying a friend to make these changes. You don't need a actual prompt to do it, but then just a normal conversation and just submit this option. Let's see what result it gives us. I'm pretty excited to see the result now. So this was so fast. You see, it has given me the result and Elon Musk is just standing near to me. It feels as if I've added this image, of course. It doesn't feel that real. But then, so what I'll do is I'll again give a prompt that make him look standing near to me with his hands on my shoulder so that it looks real. Okay. Now here, even if you give a wrong spelling mistake, it will understand it for you. So now as you can see, it again gave me the result, and this time I think I'm holding hand on his shoulder, but I guess my face has changed here a bit anyways. Alright, so now next what I'll do is I've given two images to Gemini and I'll say swap the background of me standing with the Taj Mahal background. Make me appear in front of Taj Mahal background. Alright, and I'll just hit on enter. So now as you can see, it has swapped the image and it made me appear in front of the Taj Mahal background, which is pretty decent. And yeah, it looks a bit photoshopped for me, but then it's fine. Okay, I would rate it like maybe 7 out of 10. Next, what I'll do is I'll make my own custom figure. So for this, I think I need to upload my own image. So I'll upload an image of mine. This is the image from here and I'll just enter. That's it. So now as you can see, it has generated the model image for me. I mean, this type of pictures are actually trending on Instagram and YouTube. So you could just create it using this. And this looks great to me because, yeah, the quality is also good and the picture is exact the same. And I'm pretty impressed by this result which Gemini gave it to me. So according to me, I feel the more better your prompt is, the more better the image you get it. So now we'll use more better refined prompts. Now I'll show you how you can use Gemini, Google Nano Banana for your marketing advertising purpose. So let's suppose I want to add for my ketchup, alright? So I'll just upload my image. So here I have a ketchup image and I'll give a prompt to create a high quality advertisement for a Tabasco ketchup. Okay, and I'll also mention already uploaded above. Okay, the scene should be feature a spicy pepperoni pizza as the centerpiece with generous drizzle of Tabasco ketchup placed in between the slices. So I've given all the ingredients needed and how I want my image to look like. Now let's see the result now. This time I've used a better refined prompt. So let's see what type of image it gives us. So guys, as you can see, I had given the image and this is the result. And this looks pretty good because according to my prompt, the image quality is so good and there's no error to be spotted as well. This could be perfect for your marketing or advertising purpose. I mean, you don't have to spend hours doing Photoshop or creating pictures for this. It can generate for you within just a minute. That's it. Now we'll also try for some other products. Now here I want to create a high quality advertisement for the iPhone 16. So I've given the prompt that the scene should feature a bustling Bangalore traffic road as the background, capturing city's vibrant energy. In the foreground, display a large banner showcasing iPhone 16 with its phone flying upwards in a sleek, futuristic manner. And now let's see what type of image it will create for us. So guys, here I have my image ready for me, and just look at the quality of this image. It also had this Apple logo and all the text written and this Bangalore traffic image. This looks pretty cool, right? This is best for your advertising purpose because without even spending hours trying to find out ideas by just giving simple prompt to get such amazing results. So it's pretty impressive. And this is how you can use Google Gemini, Google Nano Banana for your advertising purpose, and you can just earn money through this. Next, I also wanted to try one more thing, that is how could we merge two images in one picture. So I'll say Gemini to merge this dog image into my photo wearing black dress. The dog should be cuddling with me, and I need side picture angle. You can also change the angle of the image. It's not necessary that you need just the front view of the image which you're giving. So I have told Gemini to give me the side picture angle of this image, that is me cuddling with the cat. So here I have my image ready with me, and here is the image of you cuddling with the dog from side angle. It actually took the side angle image of the puppy, right? Not me, but then this looks okay to me. Well, I'll say this again. I need the side angle of this image from right side angle. So now as you can see, it seems I misunderstood the previous request. Here is again the image, and this is the side angle image. Guys, you see I had given the front view image and it actually created a side looking image, right? And who would say this is not real? Because this looks absolutely real, 100% sure. And yeah, it's great. Google Gemini Nano Banana is actually great for your creating images, removing background, swapping images, and also creating for marketing and advertising purpose. Personally, I loved it for marketing and advertising purpose, and this could be a great way to begin your journey using Gemini, and let's wait for more new features to be added. So guys, that's it, and it's worth trying. So I would definitely recommend you to try this out and let me know your feedback on the comment section below. Hey there developers, let's start with a quick thought. Have you ever been assigned a bug fix in a massive unfamiliar code base? You spend hours just jumping between files trying to trace how one piece of code connects to another, and your terminal history becomes a mile long with grep and find commands. It feels less like engineering and more like being a detective, right? It must be frustrating. Now, what if I told you that this frustrating manual process is the actual problem? What if you could just ask your code base questions and tell it what to do? That's where Claude Code comes in. In simple terms, it's an AI coding agent that lives directly in your terminal, understands your entire project, and can execute tasks for you. So in today's video, we are going to dive into how Claude Code works. It's not just about writing code, but it's about having an intelligent partner in your development workflow. And by the end of this video, you'll understand what is Claude Code. I'll break them down what makes it an agent and not just another AI assistant. Claude Code features, we'll look at its key strength and how it works with your IDEs and VS Code and JetBrains. We'll also look how it integrates with your favorite command line tools you already use. You'll understand your entire code base to see the bigger picture. Now, what could you do with Claude Code? Well, we'll explore the exciting possibilities from fixing complex bugs and refactoring code across multiple files to write brand new tests and documentation from scratch. How to master your commands, I'll show you how to craft the perfect instruction to unlock its full potential and get the most out of the AI. And after all of that, we'll show you a demo of how to use Claude Code in an open source project. You'll see how to apply everything we have learned today to a real world coding problem. So are you ready to see your terminal become your most powerful coding partner? Let's get started. Now, before we dive deeper, let me ask you a quick quiz question. Which AI tool is primarily known for generating realistic and artistic images from natural descriptions? Your options are Jasper AI, Midjourney, ChatGPT, or Otter.ai. Now, don't forget to mention your answers in the comment section below. Also, before moving forward, I request you guys to not forget to hit the subscribe button and check the bell icon so you never miss out any future updates from Simplilearn. Let's get started now. In a world where software developers spend countless hours navigating complex code bases and fixing tedious bugs, a new class of tools is emerging to shift the focus back to innovation. Anthropic's Claude Code is at the forefront of this movement, moving beyond a simple AI assistant to becoming a true coding agent that works alongside developers directly in their environment. So let's start by understanding what is Claude Code. Now, Claude Code is an AI coding agent developed by Anthropic that operates directly within a developer's terminal. Now, unlike traditional AI assistant that merely suggests code snippets, Claude Code is designed with a holistic understanding of an entire code base, allowing it to function as an autonomous partner. Now, it lives in your terminal and it has a holistic awareness of your entire project. This means it doesn't just see one file. It understands the intricate web of dependencies, functions, and modules that make up your application. Let's talk about the key features of Claude Code. Now, Claude Code is designed to skip into your existing workflow without friction. Its key features are built around this principle. First of all, it works with your IDEs and tools. That is, it integrates directly with popular editors like VS Code, JetBrains. Furthermore, because it operates from the terminal, it can leverage all your favorite command line tools from Git to Docker, making it a natural extension of your development process. The next feature is its powerful intelligence. It uses agentic search to understand your entire code base without manual context selection. It makes coordinated changes across multiple files. Also, it optimized specifically for code understanding and generation with Claude Opus 4.1. The next feature is to work wherever you're working from. It lives right inside your terminal, no context switching. It integrates with VS Code and JetBrains IDEs, and it also leverages your test suites and build system. Fourth feature is that you are in control. Never modifies your files without explicit approval, adapts to your coding standard and patterns. It's also configurable, that is, it's built on the SDK or run on GitHub Actions. Now let's talk about what could you do with Claude Code. The possibilities are vast. With its deep understanding and agentic capabilities, you can delegate tasks that were once major time sink. First of all, it can fix your complex bugs. Feed it an error log and it will trace the problem to its source and propose a fix. Then, it also performs large-scale refactoring, modernize legacy code, or switch out libraries across entire project with a single command. Then you have code onboarding. The Claude Code maps and explains entire code base in a few seconds. It uses agentic search to understand project structure and dependencies without you having to manually select context files. Then you can also turn issue into PRs. Stop bouncing between tools. Claude Code integrates with GitHub, GitLab, and your command line tools to handle the entire workflow, reading issues, writing code, running tests, and submitting PR all from your terminal while you grab coffee. Now, to get started with the demo, make sure you have VS Code already installed in your system, and also make sure to install Node.js. After that, what you can do is just head over to this Claude website from here, and we can just copy paste the first command to install Claude Code. Okay, so here it's mentioned it's npm install. So we'll just copy this command from here and we'll run it in our terminal. And yes, it's also mentioned to install Node.js. Since I have already installed Node.js and VS Code, I'll proceed to my terminal from here. So now I'll open my terminal. And from here, just copy paste the command. Wait for a few seconds. And now as you can see, it has changed two packages in 13 seconds and one package is looking for funding. So I had already installed Claude Code previously, so it just had to check for the packages here. That's all. That's all you need to do. Just enter this command from here and your Claude Code will be installed in your system. Then what we need to do is we'll head over back to VS Code and then we'll just open any file from here. So I'll just open a folder. And I have claude.new. I'll select this folder. So my folder is selected. So I'll create a new file, name as new Claude code. Okay, and I'll just hit enter. Then we'll just open the terminal from here. And now that our file and folder is ready, what we need to do is we just need to type Claude. Yes, that's it. So I'll just enter Claude and I'll just hit on enter from here. So now as you can see from here, it's mentioned welcome to Claude Code. And these are the tips for getting started. So I had previously installed the system before, so it's not showing me all the features I wanted in the dark mode or light mode. But since if you're doing it for the first time, you'll get more instructions. So now that I have all my features ready, I just need to give a prompt to Claude Code and that's it. So I already have a prompt ready with me. So my prompt is to create basic to-do list web app using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. The app should have the following features. I've mentioned the features. I want a simple UI where users can add tasks to a list and each task should have a checkbox to mark it as completed. Also delete button, tasks should store in local storage, implement basic CSS styling. Also if you want any particular color emphasizing, you can just mention it right here. And I've also mentioned that the web app should allow users to add tasks and generate text input and button, mark text as done, striking through the text, delete task, and many other. So now that I have my prompt ready, we'll just need to click on enter. So we'll just wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, it's written, I'll create a basic to-do list web app with HTML. Let me plan this task first. So we need to give some time to Claude to plan and task this particular app. Now it's creating our HTML structure for the to-do app. Meanwhile, you can see right from here that our script.js, style.css is already being created. It's all happening because inside the Claude is creating HTML, CSS and JavaScript files separately for us. So now it's creating our HTML structure for the to-do app. If you want to interrupt this particular thing, you can just select escape or Control T to show the to-dos if you want. Let's suppose I want to see, so I'll just press Control T from here. And it will show me the to-dos. And if you want to hide it, again, you can press Ctrl T. So now you can see from here, it's creating HTML structure, implement CSS styling, adding JavaScript functionality, implementing new, and these are the code here. Now you can see the magic of this without even writing a single line of code. It has generated the complete code for me, that too HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now it's saying that do you want to override index.html? I'll just select it. Either you can select it yes, allow it during all the edits, no to tell Claude what to do. So I'll just press on yes. Now it's implementing CSS styling for a clean layout. Let's see how it generates for us. Also, while it's creating our CSS styling script, one more quick information. Make sure to install Claude extension from here. Now, if you've been using the latest version of VS Code, you must have the Claude extension. Since I have already installed it, I have given the option of disable and uninstall, but make sure you install this. Yes. So again, back to basics. It's saying adding JavaScript functionality for adding task. It is also mentioned our font family, the font size, the background color, whatever color is needed. So if you want particularly to modify your any font size and the color, you can just type in, as in you're talking to a person, just say it in the prompt that I want this particular size and color and it will generate it for you. Okay, so now as you can see, it's saying us it has already created a basic to-do list app with all the features I requested: index.html file, style.css, script.js, and from the file section from here, you can see everything. Style.css, we have script.js. We don't even need to create any particular file to create our HTML file and JavaScript file. It has created everything with all our features implemented. Now, we'll just click on go live and see how the result is. So let's click on this. So guys, this is the to-do list it has generated for us, and I can't see any functionalities added here, which is quite a disappointment. So I think the feature and the UI is pretty fine. It's very basic, but again, I'll head over back to VS Code and I'll say it. So again, I'll head over back to my VS Code and I'll say to give more functionalities. So I've pasted from ChatGPT to add more functionalities to my app, and I'll just hit on enter. So as you can see, I had given the prompt that the app should include all the following features: add task, edit task, mark task as completed, delete. So I've given particularly more functionalities to add. And let's see how it does the changes for us. So now we'll get to know whether it's actually worth it using Claude Code and if it's actually implementing the changes or not. Okay, so it's saying that I'll enhance the to-do list tab with all the advanced features you requested. Let me plan the update. Fine. We'll wait for a few minutes again. So it says implementing comprehensive CSS styling for modern UI. So now as you can see that our app is fully functional with professional modern interfaces. So again, we'll just check back. We'll go back to our server. And I'll just reload this again. Yeah. So this is our advanced to-do list. And now you can also search your task, all categories. So yeah, I did implemented few changes from here, and the UI is very basic and clean. If you want to add more features and colors, you can also do that. For the time being, to show it to you guys, I did a very minimalistic UI added. And now you can add your task. You have different categories like personal, work, shopping, health, education. You also have your priority, like which task is your high priority, low priority. Your date is also added. So let's suppose I add a new task that is shopping, and I'll keep it as shopping. This would be maybe medium priority, and I'll add a date here. And then I'll just add a task. So now you can see that my task is added successfully. We have shopping from here. You can also edit or delete this task if needed. And yeah, it worked really well. So not much complaint. So as you can see how Claude Code can help you create such application website without you needing to even write a single line of code. Hey everyone, are you ready to find out which AI tool is truly a game changer? Today we are diving into the showdown between Gemini CLI and Claude Code, two powerful tools that are revolutionizing the way developers write code. But which one reigns supreme? Let's find it out. So first up, we've got Gemini CLI, powered by Google's Gemini model. This tool isn't just for coding. It's an entire AI ecosystem with capabilities that go beyond writing code. Gemini CLI helps you manage files, perform web searches, and tackle massive multi-file code bases. Its incredible 1 million token context window let it handle large-scale projects with ease. And with its open source nature and generous free tier, it's a versatile and cost-effective choice for developers. And on the other hand, we have got Claude Code by Anthropic. This tool is all about quality and precision. It's built specifically to help you write clean, production-ready code, manage complex multi-file edits, and even automate Git operations. While it may have a smaller context window than Gemini, its focus on high-quality code generation, which makes it the go-to for developers who need reliability and efficiency in their project. So here's what we are going to cover today. First of all, we'll take a look at Gemini CLI, walk you through its installation, and explore its unique features. Next up, we'll set up Claude Code and see how it offers a more structured, polished approach to coding. And finally, we'll put both tools to the test by building an app side by side so you can see firsthand which ones take the crown and as the best AI coding tool. Now, before we dive deeper, let me ask you this question. What is the primary function of a large language model like Gemini or Claude? Your options are to process and analyze images and videos, to control the physical movement of a robot, to understand and generate human-like text, or to create new original code and design concept. Don't forget to mention your answers in the comment section below. Now, before moving forward, I request you guys to not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon so you do not miss out any future updates from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So let's get started with the installation part. So first, you need to make sure that you have already installed Node.js and then head over to Anthropic Claude Code website. Here, you'll find the command and just copy the command from here to install Claude, and then we'll go to terminal and we'll just copy paste the command. So now as you can see that our packages have been installed, that is a Claude, and to check it, you can just type in Claude here. Alright, so now as you can see that it's mentioning me that you can trust these files in this folder or not. So I'll just click on yes, proceed. And it says welcome to Claude Code. That means that our Claude has been successfully installed. Now our second step is installing Gemini CLI. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this command from here. We'll go back to our terminal. And from here, we'll just copy paste the command and we'll wait for a few minutes. So now as you can see that our Google Gemini CLI has been installed in my system. It says added 476 packages in 2 minutes. So it took a bit of time, then we installed Claude here. Now what we'll do is we'll go to VS Code, and from here, we'll just select file, and then we'll just select file, and from here we can just select open folder. So I have my Claude Code minimal folder from here. I'll be selecting this folder now. Now after I selected it, this is my program file name. I'll add one more file name which named as Claude Code New. Okay. And now I'll just go to terminal from here, select new terminal. And now what we'll do is we'll again type in Claude to actually see that if it's working or not. Okay. Now it says welcome to Claude. That means successfully it has been done. We'll do it again for Gemini CLI as well. Now again, I'll be opening one more new window and select on open folder. And then I'll select Gemini CLI from here. So from here, I'll be selecting CLI folder and I'll just click on select folder. And we'll be creating one more new file as minimalistic website. Let's suppose this is my file name, and I'll just remove this gap from here. Okay, I'll just change the name again, minimal web. Alright, now what I'll do is, again I'll type in here Gemini to check the Gemini installation. And guys, here you can see that our Gemini has been successfully installed, and these are the tips for getting started. So what I'll do is, I'll just enter a command and I'll just say to create an e-commerce website for both the Gemini CLI as well as Claude Code, and let's see which performs better. So first I have this Claude Code from here, and I've given the prompt to create a minimalistic e-commerce website named as Minimal Mart using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I want the design to be clean, modern, easy to navigate, and use a light background with subtle accent colors. And I want the homepage, which should include a hero banner, product categories, a grid style product listing, as image, name, price, add to cart, and also the search bar at the top. And I've also told to add a add to cart button. Now we'll just click on enter, and let's see, it has started to create this directory first. So it says I'll create minimalistic e-commerce website with all the features you requested. Now let me plan first. And now it has come up with all the to-dos, and it's going on to create HTML structure for homepage with hero banner. Now it has already started with creating the HTML file. We'll go to Gemini and we'll give the same prompt to create a minimalistic e-commerce website and just hit on enter. Now Gemini says it's planning minimal art design, structuring minimal marts pages. Well, we'll wait for a few minutes. So guys, as you can see, it has already told me the plan, what it is, and it says I will create the project structure and also add content to each file. And here I have it, mkdir minimal mart, allow execution. So I'll just select on yes, allow always. So as you can see, it has already created a file folder as minimal mart from here. Now you don't actually have to do anything, just sit and relax, and this Gemini will do everything for you. Also, how can I forget Claude? I'll be showing you that also. Well, I'll just select here as allow always. You can do it with your arrow button. And it has started to generate the code for me. Meanwhile, I'll go back to my Claude and let's see what it has done. Well, it's taking time to create the HTML structure for homepage. Still, it is working on the index.html file. All right, so from here you can again see the code. Both are pretty fast at creating code, but what I felt is Gemini CLI is a bit more faster. And then it says, do you want to make this edit? Yes, of course, allow this all the time. Okay, so now Claude is working on structuring the homepage. So as you can see, it has crossed this line. It means it has already created HTML structure for homepage, and now it's working on to create product detail page with HTML structure. And meanwhile, Gemini is working on to create JavaScript code, and it has already done added card, product, index, HTML are already done, and it's working on JavaScript. Well, it's pretty fast as compared to Claude. So yeah, it says I have created the minimal mart website with a clean, modern, responsive design. And the file structure directory includes index, style. It's pretty fast, right? Now we'll see Claude as well, because I started earlier with Claude and Gemini actually took up the race and it went more faster. Well, here I can see that Gemini actually wins the game. So I'll just select on go live and see what type of website has it created now. So guys, this is the website it has created, named as Minimal Mart. Welcome to Minimal Mart, and these are the product categories. Category 1, the featured product. And it has also added the option of added to cart. Well, it looks pretty good to me, but what I felt is the UX, the design is bit very normal, and it has used similar type of images and icons to show this, right? It's more like black and white color shade. Well, it's fine. We'll just add more functionalities to Gemini and say to do some corrections. Meanwhile, let's see what Claude has done. So it's still working on creating the CSS styling with clean modern design. Now, what I'll do is I'll go back to my website from here and I'll say, please add dark blue color background and also more functionalities, dark and light theme, change button. Along with that, I want you to add more product electronic items and name with its similar image. Okay, so let's see what type of changes will it do for me. Now it says it's analyzing feature additions and it's designing theme functionality. All right, we'll just wait till it does. Okay, here's a plan. It will update and it will also add theme toggle button, add JavaScript to handle the switching to save the user's preference. Okay, well, cool. Now we have Claude here. It's just still working on, right? Takes a bit of time, so Gemini is pretty fast as compared to Claude. Looking back to our Gemini CLI, it started to adding more HTML elements from here, and you can just look at the code from here. So it's editing and now adding more functionalities and features what I already told Gemini to do it. Also, one more thing, you can also look at the number of tokens it is generating while performing the code analysis from here. And yes, finally, Claude has completed its task and it says, I have successfully created a complete minimalistic e-commerce website. All right, now just let's test it and have a look what type of website has it created. Well, I'm pretty excited. Okay, this looks better. Okay, now it has added like welcome to Minimal Mart and this is the electronics clothing home. Just look at while I hover, just look at the option, the animations it's giving. I'm pretty impressed by this because when I look at Gemini's feature, I'm pretty impressed by this because just look at the hover and the animations, and this is of Gemini CLI and I told it to create edit and this is what it did for me. It looks good to me. The color layout, which I told to add dark blue, it has done that. And these are the product categories. This is the shop now option. So while I click on that, you see all products option. You can add it to cart and it says product added to cart. Okay, you have headphones, camera, smartphones. This is fine, looks good. You have home option, shop option, and cart, right? So you can, while you add, you can also look at the cart and number, what is the total price of the option. You can also have this contact option where you can enter your name. Let's suppose I enter my name and I have my email from here. And you can also send a message. It actually works. And okay, this looks pretty good to me. But then if compared, I also like Claude Code result because this looks more sleek and more minimalistic. Now, let's see if I give the changes to Claude, what it does for me. So I've told Claude to make the background dark blue and purple color. I need more interactive UI UX design and add button of dark and night mode option for the user. Let's see what type of changes it does for me. Well, in the case of Gemini, I told it to add a button of dark and night mode. I could not actually see, so I'll be saying it again. Dark and night mode button option I need in front home page. So it's considering the placement now and it's making changes again. Meanwhile, as you can see, Claude Code is updating CSS with dark blue and purple background themes. And it will take. Well, now, honestly, to be said, starting I felt Gemini CLI is pretty faster. But then while you look at the results, I feel Claude Code wins this game because it took time, but the result it gave it to me is pretty awesome, right? I mean, you yourself can compare from here, this and this, right? Now, let's add more features here, which I've told them to add it. And let's compare the final version. Alright, so Claude here has successfully done the changes. It says I have transformed the Minimal Mart website with a stunning dark blue purple theme. And these are the changes it did. The new visual design, dark mode and night mode toggle options, enhanced interactive elements, advanced animation. Let's have a look at the final look of our website using Claude Code. So guys, this is the final look of our website using Claude Code. It says welcome to Minimal Mart and just look at the animations it has added. This is pretty impressive, right? Look at the cursor. While I just move it, it's like a circular purple color theme, which is pretty impressive. And the other options, electronics, clothing, home and garden, books. And while I hover to this, it actually floats, right? So it has added a lot of animations. What I felt is the color, which I already told purple, so it's not visible much in this background. We can obviously change that. This is just a minor mistake. But apart from this looks pretty cool to me. The animations, the styling is actually good. Let's look at the option of the dark and night mode. So as you can see, if I just click on this, this is a dark mode. And if user want the light mode, they can click on this. This is such a cool feature it has added. And this works so smooth. Now, in the case of Gemini, let's have a look if it has done the changes for me. So it says I've updated. All right, it has updated and done all the changes. I'll just go back to my website and reload this. So this is the final look of my website. Welcome to Minimal Mart. Again, the color theme, which I feel we could have done it maybe black color. Now, this is also one more major minor mistake. And guys, it has finally added this dark and night mode, right? So this is the light mode and this is the dark mode. I like the dark mode. Now let me know which one you liked it, because according to me, I liked, repeat. Now, according to me, if you ask, I feel Gemini has added more of pictures here and tried to make it interactive. But then it was pretty fast as we compared to Claude Code. But then, if you look at Claude Code's result, it took a lot of time, but the styling, the layout, and the animation it added is pretty awesome and appreciable. So I would go for Claude Code definitely, and let me know which one you like the most.
As technology advances in all aspects of our lives, programming has become increasingly important. It is used in many fields and industries, including software development, gaming and entertainment, education, scientific research, web development, and many more. So, needless to say, the demand for programming and coding in the IT industry will probably keep increasing for the foreseeable future. But where does ChatGPT, OpenAI's popular language model, fall in this chain? That's exactly what we are focusing on in this today's video. As I said earlier, programming is utilized in many domains like web development, robotics, mobile development, machine learning, and so on. So, how can a program achieve maximum code efficiency? Nowadays, we have AI-based tools like ChatGPT to make our programming experience more efficient. Although there are several coding resources platforms such as Stack Overflow and GitHub, where programmers can find solutions to their technical programming questions, ChatGPT stands out from the competition because of its quick response time, usability, and support for numerous languages, among many other benefits. Now, let's first discuss how ChatGPT works. ChatGPT generates responses to the text input using a method called transformer architecture. A large volume of text is fed into the ChatGPT from various sources, including books, websites, and other social media platforms. The model then uses this information to forecast the following word in a phrase based on the words that came before it. The ChatGPT systems allows users to enter text or queries, and then the system uses its training data and algorithms to produce the right answer. The answer is created after the input text has been examined, and the pattern most likely to match the input have been identified using the training data. In short, ChatGPT is designed to respond to queries logically and command more quickly and accurately. But why do programmers use ChatGPT on a regular basis? ChatGPT assists programmers by offering programming-related answers and solutions and helping them improve their skills. Besides that, ChatGPT is utilized for code generation, code completion, code review, and a natural language interface. Let us understand each in detail. ChatGPT is trained to generate the code or even the entire program described in the natural language specified by what they want a program to do. And then ChatGPT could generate the relevant code.
Look at the example of how ChatGPT generates the code. So now open the ChatGPT and you can type any program that you want ChatGPT to generate. So I will write a palindrome program in Java. So here you can type write a palindrome program in Java. So using Java programming language, it should generate the whole program. So as you can see, it has generated the program. So it has used a class name called palindrome checker, and it has used is palindrome as a method name. And also it will give the explanation on the program. So you can see here why it is explaining why is palindrome is used as a method, and it also explains the for loop, if a condition, and so on.
Next we have code completion. ChatGPT is trained to generate snippets of code or even fully fledged programs. It can generate a list of possible code completion depending on the context of the user's incomplete piece of code. By automatically producing the entire code, it can help the developers save time and minimize errors.
Next, let's see the example of code completion using ChatGPT. So even if the program is explained in natural language, ChatGPT will generate the proper code and give the complete code. So let's type here, using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using which language? Let's keep using C programming. And enter it once again. So as you can see, we have just said that using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using C programming language, and using C programming language, it has used function, and this is the function convert to uppercase, and it has given the complete code for string to convert a string in uppercase. And also it gave the explanation. Here the convert to uppercase function takes a pointer to a string as its argument and then iterates over each character in the string using a for loop. So it explained why for loop is used, why to upper is used, and why the method convert to uppercase is used, everything. So let's say we'll give one piece of code like void to upper char str So as you can see, we just gave the method to upper and it's generating the complete code. So this is how ChatGPT works for code completion.
Next, code review. ChatGPT can analyze code, identify the bugs or errors in the program, and further help resolve them. It allows developers to fix errors more quickly.
So now, let's have a look at the example of code review. So in this example, ChatGPT will review the code. So even if the code has some mistake, it will give the proper output. Let's say we have given the example here. So we gave the function or a method called upper, and here we are giving the keyword called upper. So it should check whether this piece of code is proper or is there any mistake in this. So as I said, it's saying that the given code appears to have logical error as the function upper is being called recursively on itself inside the loop. So instead of giving to upper, we just gave upper here, right? So using the keyword to upper, only then the string can be converted to uppercase. So here we gave just upper. So it says that it is having, this piece of code is having a logical error and it gives the proper code for us. So I hope it's clear.
And then we have natural language interface. With the use of ChatGPT, a software application can be given a natural language user interface that enables users to communicate with it through natural language instructions rather than through conventional user interfaces.
Next, let's see how ChatGPT helps the programmers for natural language interface. So let's say we'll give here create a software application where the user asked to enter credential for the to-do app. Enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT will give the steps. So it can provide you with an outlet for creating a software applications that requires the user to enter credential for a to-do app. So here it is, few steps that we need to follow to do a to-do app. So it's giving the explanation step by step. So it says that determine the programming language and framework, then set up the database to store the user information and then create the registration page and then finally create the login page as well. And once the user is successfully logged in, it will have the options like add, edit and delete task as well. And then finally implement the security measures to, protect your passwords and then test the application to ensure that it works as intended and the user data is being stored and retrieved correctly. So it gives the steps of how it has to be developed.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. Thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on lead code that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on LeetCode, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So here is the lead code. Let's see in our list, which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Press enter. Let's see what it first returns.
one approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually imply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the chat GPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. This program is in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with lead code. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were 3 arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes 3 arguments. Let's copy this code. It over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms, and as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first 3 cases are actually accepted, but the other 3 are not. There is a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is the question. Here also you can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. And then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. It has also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, let me quickly feed you. Feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. It's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++, okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. And it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Just quickly copy this code. The one, I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating. We'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. C++1, the first code generated by it is correct or not. Okay, so copy the code. Paste it over here. Compilation error. Okay, okay. At 28. Okay. So let's with this error. The one thing, definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. program. What it has to say. Things. This error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? Actually apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. I think it's missing a brace. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that. Definitely something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1 and 1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mom companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Mention that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now, let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see this time ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated, let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably. But I think if we backspace. Issue. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll show you once the indentations are well. See, the indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely, it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the chat GPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced. The version we are using is lower than that. Okay. So basically, it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It. It is actually generating the code. Okay, again, given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here, let's see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the ChatGPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self argument from that parameters. We'll make it one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code and Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Also already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function. Paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So the solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. We can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2 and 1. Among the 3 questions, it is definitely able to solve 2 questions. Even the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely more than half of people who have attempted it. So let's see if the question can, if this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. The question mentions that the n queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copied this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easy to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies, these questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the end queen's puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. What I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. The solve nqueen function is a method of the nqueens class and it takes self as its first parameter followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. So let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. This time, let us quickly run this. Class. Okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. Here you go. It has accepted all the test cases, and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So subarray is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a subarray is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me screens. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize two pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little lower version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated a code and explained what all variables and what all statements have the individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self-parameter passed to the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code, and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code. It's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code, how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to put emphasis on, put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah, type error. Okay, let me. Okay, so it's apologizing it made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. As mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed, it is still not able to generate you know the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. Issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself, so definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself, so it's it contradicting its own pointers? Maybe. That we have copied the question, the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT. So yeah, this time I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Last and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code, but this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and be AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extents of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for chat gpt, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen chat gpt contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. And like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases, which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but as this particular code can go through, still it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. for it. Let array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such that A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. So given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average of what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here you can see it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay, also the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see if this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self parameter. indentation. Give it a heads up. What I have mentioned, what I want specifically. Sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay. Great. There was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned, that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partition. So I have copied it, and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases or not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is a error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response, and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question, and the runtime is 12 ms, and it does passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category, and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in a certain value, or how the hash can be generated. The particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's k. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and then it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. That is generated as the output. Or we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code, which is possible Python implementation, and okay, the code is generated, and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically, it's explaining that what it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like, and what will be the variables, and what will be the inputs, and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. And then attribute error. Let's quickly copy it. Paste it over here. See what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed the logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines. Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as you can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So So this question also comes from category of hard questions, and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints, and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Working with the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if it can present a code. Yes, I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. That this code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay, the list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Then we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's quickly copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if it can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. Yes. Wizard army. Let's add solution. And run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't work, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every point or a classification in consideration, which ultimately reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay. Let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question.
Now that we have tried and tested a huge spectrum of questions from LeetCode on ChatGPT, we can conclude that though ChatGPT is an amazing tool with a bright future, it still has its own limitations, and maybe it is not ready to replace humans or compete with human brains. These questions were picked from a list of frequently asked questions for interviews and examinations. ChatGPT does have a potential to generate logics and approaches for the code in an effective manner, but still its ability to analyze the question is weak as compared to humans. As we know, these questions are there. The success rate thus shows that a proper solution do exist for these questions, but still, even after multiple attempts, ChatGPT was not able to find the correct answer. But we can also give ChatGPT the benefit of doubt that it's still in its initial phase, and still there are a lot of aspects that need to be worked on. So probably in future, ChatGPT can take an upper hand over this. But for now, ChatGPT needs to do a lot of work for these situations. Imagine being able to create stunning cinematic videos with just few clicks and no advanced video editing skills required. Welcome to Google Flow. In this course, we are going to show you how to turn your ideas into professional quality AI videos using Google Flow, a cutting-edge platform designed to make video creation faster, easier, and more impactful. Whether you're a marketer, educator, or content creator, Google Flow has everything you need to generate high-quality videos that captively and engage your audience. You'll learn how to transform text into video, create dynamic scenes, and fine-tune your edits with the power of AI. By the end of this course, you will have skills to bring your visual storytelling to life, whether for social media, online courses, or marketing campaigns. Let's dive in and get started on creating videos that stand out and leave a lasting impression. Before we start creating mind-blowing AI video, let's quickly understand the engine behind everything, which is the Google Flow. In this first part, we will walk you through what Flow actually is, why everyone is talking about it, and how it evolved from video effects and how you can start using it today. Now let's start with what actually is Google Flow. Google Flow is Google's all-new AI video creation and editing platform. Think of it as Google's version of Runway or even Sora, but with Google's multi-modal intelligence built on top of VO family of video models. Flow lets you generate videos from text, extend the videos, modify scenes, use images plus text together, explore ideas using Flow TV, manage projects inside a clean dashboard. Flow is designed not just for creators but for the beginners, marketers, educators, brands, and literally anyone who wants to turn ideas into videos. Now, Flow didn't appear overnight. It actually started as Google Video FX, an experimental page where creators could test VO2. Video FX was powerful but limited. There was no project management, no editing workspace, no multi-clip timeline. Google listened to creators and rebuilt the entire system into Flow, adding a project-based workspace, multiple models such as VO2, VO3, VO3.1, better credit systems, Flow TV for creative inspiration, upload, edit, extend, and remix features. So think of Flow as Video FX 2.0 but professional grade. Now let's quickly compare Flow to other big platforms. Flow versus Runway. Runway is great for professional and cinematic projects, but Flow wins in speed, ease of use, and Google-powered multimodal prompts. Flow also has a cleaner credit system and faster fast mode generation. Now what about OpenAI Sora? Sora is extremely realistic but not publicly available. Flow is available today with subscription tiers. Flow supports wider aspects, ratios, and more control of scenes. Also, Flow integrates directly with Google's ecosystem and Gemini. If you're a beginner or a creator who wants to speed, simplicity, Flow is the easiest starting point. To access Flow, you don't need any complicated setup. You just need to browse and type labs.google. If there are multiple links, you can click on the first link and log into your Google account, which by default it will. There you can access Flow dashboards, manage subscription, and explore the Flow TV. Initially, the free AI credits monthly is 180 credits if you can try it, and if you want to create more and you can buy subscriptions. Now coming to the subscription plan, Flow uses a credit-based model. So it's important to know how credits work, and before generating videos, you have two subscription tiers, which is Google AI Pro and Google AI Ultra. Google AI Pro is good for beginners, gives you access to VO2 and VO3 fast, lower cost per generation, and it's good for experimenting. Whereas Google AI Ultra unlocks VO3 and VO3.1, which is the most powerful models right now. It's best for cinematic, smooth, professional-looking videos, supports longer creative editing and better consistency. And that covers everything you need to know before creating your first AI video. Next, I'll explain you what the interface and what are the options that you can use. So here is the home page that appears when you log into googles.lab, and then we can start with Create with Flow. And this is the interface of Google Flow. Starting off, we have Flow TV, which gives us inspirational videos to generate videos. So you can see multiple videos, you can change any kind of videos, you can see the prompt. What is the prompt for such kind of videos? So it's easy for you to generate, get inspired to create new videos. Next, we have a speaker button. This is the volume settings, which you can increase and decrease. Then we have discard option. So this interface is connected with Discord, so you can share your work over there, get feedbacks, etc., interact with people. Next, we have a help option. And then we have here there is another option where again you can access Flow TV, know about Flow, learn Flow, app feedbacks and report legal issues, etc. And here you can see how many credits is left, your Google account, more credits, and there is an option called My Library. So if you click on that, you can see your previously created videos. Here you can access your previously created videos, arrange them, make folders for an easier access. Again, we have managed subscription if you want to see what are the other memberships available, and then we have the sign out. So if you start creating a new project here, you'll get another interface where here you can create videos or you can change it to images. You can edit by giving a name for the entire folder. So whatever videos or images that you have generated will get stored in that folder. And this is the basic prompting box. So here you can see text to video, frames to video, ingredients to video, and even create with image. You can select as per. And here we have different models, what kind of frame you want, number of outputs, and model selections given. There is an option called expand where you can expand your prompt, which we will use it later. And that covers everything you need to know before creating your first AI video. Now that we have understood models, credits, interface, and how to set up Flow, let's jump into starting creating real videos using Flow. Now, before that, it is important to know which model acquires how many credits. So as you can see, I've chosen VO 3.1 fast, and you can see the generation of credits. So it uses for text to video, it uses 10 credits. Whereas if I change to 3.1 quality, it uses 100 credits. Again, if you use VO2, it requires 10 credits. And if you are using VO2 quality, it requires 100 credits. So as per your plan, the credit system will be based upon. If you're exporting something professional or for a client, use VO3 or VO 3.1. So the first thing is to generate text to video. Here we will learn the core skills that powers everything inside Google Flow. You'll understand how to structure strong prompts, how to integrate audio and dialogue, and how to get cinematic results consistently. To get high quality videos from Flow, your prompt must be structured. And here's my 7-element formula we'll use throughout this course. The first one is camera work. So you have to mention short type, movement. Flow responds really well to film language, like use medium close-up, over the shoulder, Dutch angle, slow dolly in handled, etc. to make sure the prompt is cleared. This will add a camera version to your prompt. And then next you should mention your subject, who or what the scene focuses on. You can describe age, clothing, mood, and even physical appearance. Avoid vague descriptions like a man. Be specific. Then you have to mention the action, what the subject is doing. The anchors on the movement, running, eating, or even talking, writing works. Make sure to also adopt the environment where the scene happens. Add realism by describing the location, weather, time of the day, atmosphere. You can add lightning also, which is mood plus lightning style. Lightning controls moods. Even you can use like soft sunlight, neon glow, rim light, harsh shadows, and even studio lighting. You should also add audio, which is voice, ambience, effects. Flow now supports native audio generation. You can specify your background ambience, music cues, character dialogue, voice tone, and even lip sync instructions. Next, you have to specify the style, visually aesthetic or even genre. Choose a style like film noir, cinematic, anime, documentary, fantasy, and even hyper-realistic. This structure gives Flow a complete cinematic understanding of your scene. Now let's start with a simple prompt. So I'll be using ChatGPT to generate a prompt so that we'll get more quality videos out of the text. So let's just ask ChatGPT to create a prompt. Let's say we'll get a shot of a cat sitting on a windowsill. So you can just give, I need a prompt to generate a video from text which has a close-up shot of a cat sitting on a windowsill. Let's say watching cars pass by. And let it be on a rainy day. So as you can see, ChatGPT produces a prompt which has more features. So you can just copy and paste them. You can just copy and paste the prompt in Google Flow. Now let's take a look at the generated output. So this was generated in VO2. Now let's change it to VO3 and see the output. I'm pasting the same prompt. And also VO 3.1 adds audio. Let's take a look at the output. Now to know the difference between VO3 quality, let's try on with that model as well. So again, I'm copy and pasting the same prompt, but using 3.1 quality. The difference between VO3 fast and VO3 quality is that VO has fast, lighter generation, quick drafts, and it's good for ideation and storyboard style testing. Whereas VO3 quality has the highest realism, better motion shadows, best for final videos. Let's check the video out. You'll clearly see a difference in motion smoothness, lightning realism, edge sharpness, texture detail, and overall depth. Now let's write a cinematic prompt. To achieve cinematic quality, use strong camera verbs, track, glide, pull focus, dolly in, and also mention the lightning, whether it's soft rim light, neon reflection, or even a golden hour. Use mood words such as melancholy, tense, warm, mysterious. Again, add the texture details such as rain on glass, dust particles, or even foggy air. The more visual intention you give, the better the realism. Again, you can do that using ChatGPT. And say to add strong camera verbs, precise lightning moods, words, texture details. I got this prompt from ChatGPT which says slowly dolly in towards a young astronaut standing on a lunar base at dusk. Soft blue light reflects off helmet vision. Dust whirls around her boots and looks up to the earth on the horizon. And we have ambient sci-fi hum and soft wind cinematic, high contrast lighting. Again, you can generate any kind of cinematic views that you have. Ask ChatGPT to create a cinematic prompt of that and copy and paste it. So let's see what it will generate. Notice this prompt has clear vision of camera movement, subject detail, environment, lighting, audio, mood, and style. Now let's observe the output. So that was a video generated within few seconds. Another thing to keep in mind is that Flow supports spoken dialogue. You can just add "he says" with a colon and start the dialogue and enter whatever the character has to speak, and the video is generated with lip sync and voice tone. So again, let's use ChatGPT help and create the prompt. Here I have asked ChatGPT, I want a cinematic video prompt for a scene. Can you help me create one where a 30-year-old woman is standing beside a train window at night? She looks at her reflections and says softly, I am finally ready to move on. The scene should include soft piano music and neon lights flickering outside. Please break this down into 7 elements for the video prompt, and I've given the 7 elements that I need to add. So ChatGPT has generated the prompt. So let's copy and paste this prompt in Google Flow. Let's check out the output. I'm finally ready to move on. So that was the video created using the prompt just within a few seconds. Now there is an option called expand here. So let's check that out. So basically we don't need to explain the entire cinematic view. You just need to add a sentence, and if you click on expand, it'll generate a cinematic view. What are the things should be added, what are the noise or even the sound quality that should be added in that particular scenario. So let's go back to the cat example. I'll just write a cat sitting on a windowsill. Let's not give more information and just click on expand, and you'll have three options, whether it is film, noir, action figure or cinematic. You can just click on cinematic, it'll add the prompt, and if you just generate with that, this is an easier way where your prompt, you can just click on a button and your prompt will be already have all the information that requires to create a video or an image. So let's take a look at the output. So there you go. It's a simple sentence converted to a prompt into a video in just few seconds. Next, we'll be learning how to animate static images, create seamless transition between the frames, and control camera movements without writing prompts for every detail. This is done by using frames to video option. Animating static images bring them to life instead of relying on just text prompts. Frames to video allows you to turn still images into dynamic animations. This is perfect for scenes where you already have visuals but need to add moments or even transitions. Creating smooth transition between two frames is a key to making the animation feel natural. You can do this by just adding the starting frame and then add the ending frame. Let's say the starting frame should be a sunset or a sunrise image, and the ending image should be a sunrise. Let's take for instance, and you can add any details which are required. Let's mention need a smooth transition. Let's say camera zoom in, and let's generate it. Let's take a look at the output which was generated. There you go, a smooth transition with just uploading two frames and a sentence to describe them with a camera angle. The sound was added by itself. You have now learned how to animate images, create seamless transition and apply camera movements easily. Now let's see what is the option called ingredients to video. Here we can create and manage ingredients such as character, objects or even environments, combine them into scenes and maintain consistency across your animation. You'll also learn the best practices for preparing ingredients to ensure a seamless video creation. Ingredients are the core elements of your video, such as characters, which includes people or animals. Also, it includes objects such as furniture, tools, etc. It also can involve any environment such as rooms or even landscapes. Managing these ingredients well is a key to creating cohesive scenes. You can create or upload them and combine multiple ingredients to make a story come alive. The key is ensuring that all your ingredients work together by maintaining visual consistency across your references. So let's start by creating images, which are ingredients that I'm going to use. I'm going to use the create image option, which is again inbuilt in here. As you can see, Nano Banana Pro is also included. So I need 3 images for the scene that I want. So I need an image of a woman, a lava lamp, and a street with a misty fog. So let's create all these 3 elements. Let's say a woman in her 30s. And then let's create a lava lamp. Also, let's create a misty street. A misty and foggy street. Here you can see an image is created of a woman, a lava lamp, and a misty street. So for this, a easier way to just add ingredients is select the option. You can also see there is an option called add to prompt. So you can just select which one suits your preferences. Let's go with this. So these are the basic ingredients for you to create a video out of. Now let's give it a prompt of the imaginary video that I have, which is a woman walking through the street with, let's say, torso as a lava lamp. So a woman whose torso is a lava lamp walks down a foggy street. Let's confirm the timings at dusk. And let's generate the video. Notice how we need to keep the lighting and color consistent to maintain a surreal atmosphere. Now, as you create more ingredients using Create Image, keep them organized in the ingredients library. This will help you quickly find and reuse ingredients for further projects. Currently, ingredients to video works with all VO models. Let's take a look at the output. There you go, the 3 images converted into a video using all the elements that we have mentioned. Next, we'll learn how to create multi-clip narratives using Scene Builder. We'll cover timeline editing, scene transition, trimming the clips, or even creating longer videos. You can create up to 60 seconds. So you can see an option called Scene Builder here. Just if you click on that, it will transfer you to a interface of the Scene Builder. Scene Builder is designed to let you arrange multiple clips into a cohesive sequence. You can use the timeline to visually organize your clips and create longer stories. This feature is perfect for multi-scene narratives. So for example, if I just say what should happen, it will create a video based on the prompt. Since it is text to video, you can use any other options if you want to. So here you can see the video. What should happen next? Let's say the next video which I want to generate. But here you can see 2 options called Jump to and Extend. So Extends allows you to continue the same action or shot from the current clip. Whereas Jump to lets you move on to a new scene or action, creating a hard cut between the clips. These 2 features gives you control over continuous action versus scenes transition. So let's create a second scene of Extend. Let's say found treasure. And let's say we'll jump into a next scene, enjoying city life. So we should wait until the previous video is generated and then you can generate. Let's change it to quality. So the second scene is ready. So let's take a look at it. What should happen next? Do you see the 2 scenes? Since I have used the option called Extend, the same scene is being repeated. Let's see the third video which I have used Jump to. So there's a clear jump in the scene. So like this, you can create a long format video up to 60 seconds. And there are more options like arrange. So you can arrange the scenes where you can just drag and drop. And there is also a trimming option. So here you can trim your videos to as per requirement. Trimming the clips is essential for cutting unwanted parts. You can arrange the clips in the timeline to perfect the narrative flow. Use the timeline handles to adjust the start and end points of each clip. So this Google Flow has an editing feature as well, which is good for creating videos up to 30 seconds using the scene builder. You're now equipped with everything you needed to create multi-clip narratives and seamless transition. Next, we'll see how to generate realistic dialogue, adding ambient sounds, and controlling subtitles. You'll learn how to create audio that complements your visuals perfectly while avoiding common pitfalls. Now let's just type in few things, and on the go I'll explain what kind of dialogue should be used where. So first let me define the character. Here I've added a character which says a confident woman in her 30s wearing a futuristic outfit standing in a modern city space. She has the short black hair and a determined look, and she's holding a tablet in her hand. So let's say now I want a dialogue which says welcome to the future. That means the character should say welcome to the future. So let's say she says and colon welcome to the future. This kind of prompt helps the AI understand exactly what character should say. This kind of dialogue writing is called explicit dialogue. Now let's say what is implicit dialogue, which is letting the AI choose words. I can just say she enthusiastically explains her discovery. And this is implicit, so you're not specifying any kind of words that the character should say. Instead, you are letting the AI choose. Now let's add ambient environmental sounds. Let's say the background, I should have rain ambience. So just write audio hyphen let's say distant traffic. This type of audio prompt adds natural sounds like rain and distant traffic, enriching the environment with overpowering dialogue. Now for subtitles, it's usually with, so if you don't want any kind of subtitles, you can just say prompt no subtitles. This ensures no subtitles are shown during the video, which lets the visuals and audio take the center stage. So I need the subtitles, so I'll just generate it. So again, I'm using the expand option. Let's say this is a action figure and it'll add the rest of the details, and let's create it. Keep in mind you can also add two characters and give them names and say, suppose John says so and so dialogue and Sarah replies to that so and so dialogue, and it works perfectly. It lip syncs automatically. Clearly specify who is speaking in that kind of scenarios and what they're saying, especially in the scenes with multiple characters. Here are a few mistakes to avoid when working with audio. The first thing is the dialogue too long for 8-second clips, and then not specifying no subtitles when you don't want them, and then also completing audio elements like music drawing out dialogue. Make sure the audio elements don't overlap. Let's take a look at the output.
Welcome to the future. With this device, we've revolutionized interstellar travel, making the galaxy accessible to everyone.
Now you're ready to master audio and dialogue generation. You can create realistic conversation, control background sounds, and avoid common audio issues. Next, we'll dive into advanced prompt engineering techniques. We'll use tools like ChatGPT and Gemini to improve your prompts and apply cinematic techniques for better results. Crafting powerful prompts is essential for achieving the best result. We'll explore how to structure prompts that leads clearer, more engaging outputs. So until now, I've used ChatGPT. You can also use Google Gemini to create a prompt. Let's ask Gemini to expand this into a detailed VO3 prompt with camera movement, lightning, audio, and cinematic style. The simple line is a woman discovering a secret door. So let's see the prompt. So here you see you get a detailed prompt which you can just copy and paste it, and you'll get a stunning video. Gemini will take the basic idea and create a detailed prompt that includes camera movement, lighting, and even a cinematic style. Basic prompts can be turned into a cinematic description with a little adjustment. Add details about camera angles, lighting, and even mood to make your prompts feel like a movie script. Now again, prompts can be tailored to different visual styles. Whether you want a Pixar 3D look, 2D animation, or even comic style, change the description can shift the overall aesthetic. So let's create a prompt for a comic style. So I need a prompt for comic style video. And let's say the scenario is a hero in a urban environment. Let's say heavy shadows and a comic book panel look. So let's just generate the prompt, create the video, and see the output. So just you need to copy and paste it in your prompt box in Google Flow and let it generate the video. Now, testing variation of your prompts helps determine the best version of your video. Try different approaches to see how small changes in your description can make an impactful final result. So let's take a look at the final video. These videos take a few seconds to get generated and gives movie feels. Now you have all the tools to craft advanced cinematic prompts, expanding them using Gemini and even ChatGPT test different variations for best result. Next, we'll explore how to use AI tools for real-world application across various industries. We'll walk through creating marketing content, educational videos, and small social media clips using AI-powered tools. AI tools are now revolutionizing multiple sectors. Here's a quick breakdown on how you can apply these tools in different fields. In marketing and advertising, you can use it for product demos, brand stories, testimonials. Whereas in education, you can use such kind of videos for lecture illustrations, concept visualization, tutorial animations. In entertainment, we can use it for short films, music videos, or even storyboards. Whereas in social media, we can create viral content, influencer videos, and even brand narratives. Coming to corporate, we can use it for training videos, presentation, internal communications. So let's create an advertisement for a product. So for this, I'm using ingredients to video option, and let's say you have images of your product and what are the ingredients in it. So let's upload the product and the ingredients. And say need a marketing campaign. For this product, which packaging and ingredients are given. So let's expand this. Let's say I need a cinematic way of giving the video, and let's generate the video. So let's take a look at the output. So there you go. Without needing anyone's help, you create a marketing campaign and you can run ads on a similar kind of video. This is all generated within few seconds with a strong prompt and couple of images of your product and the ingredients. Now coming to educational content. Educational content is enhanced by taking ahead visuals where speaker explain concepts while engaging the viewer. So let's generate talking head explainer. Here we'll be generating an educational explainer using the talking head. The character will explain a topic while appearing on screen, helping illustrate complex concepts in a relatable way. So let's give the prompt using ChatGPT. So here I've given a prompt saying create a professional looking talking head explainer where a friendly approachable character appears on screen. The character should be dressed in business casual attire and positioned to the left or right side of the frame, allowing space for visuals or graphics to appear next to them. They should speak directly to the camera in an engaging conversational tone with hand gesture and facial expression that help convey the message. The character should explain a complex topic. Artificial intelligence is a simple, relatable language. Goal is to break down the concept into bit-sized, digestible pieces that anyone can understand, no matter their prior knowledge. As character explained, revert visual aids like animation, diagrams, key points will appear alongside them to support their explanation and help illustrate the concept clearly. And let's generate the video. So let's check the output.
Artificial intelligence is essentially the ability of machines to mimic human thought. We see everyday examples all around us, and the future is already here. Artificial intelligence is essentially the ability of machines.
So you can use the scene builder to create an entire video for your educational purpose or for teaching people. Creating social media content often requires specific aspect ratios. Here we are generating a YouTube short, or even you can consider it as Reels clip in the format of 9:16 format. So here you can see I'll be changing the format from landscape to portrait. So make sure if you're generating it for social media, it should start with an attention-grabbing hook that immediately appeals to the target audience. For example, you can say, want to know a secret to social media success? In the first few seconds, showcase a key concept of a trending topic. For example, how to grow your brand on Instagram or how to digital marketing tips to cutting-edge AI tools. The video should have bold text overlays, dynamic animation, and quick cuts to maintain energy and engagement. You can use upbeat music or sound effects with subtitles or highlighted text to ensure the content is consumable without sound. The visuals should be highly interactive with clear call to action prompts. For example, you can use like and share, follow for more tips, appearing at the right moment to encourage users' interaction. Incorporate relevant images or icons that supports an explanation or tutorial in a way that's visually appealing and relevant to the topic, ensuring that overall look is polished and professional. So again, use ChatGPT for the prompt generation. I have already given the following information, asked it to create a prompt. It has created like a high energy educational social media short video. Aspect ratio is also mentioned. The scene features a brightly lit modern digital marketing studio setting with a clean minimalistic aesthetic. The video must start immediately with attention grabbing hook. Want to know the secret to social media success? Displayed as bold animated text overlay, filling the screen. I've also added when to show the follow for more tips and CTA visibility, all the features I've mentioned. So let's just generate it and see what's the output. So let's check out the output.
Want to know the secret to social media success? Tip 1, define your audience. Tip 2, analyze engagement. Tip 3, consistency is key. Want to know the secret to social media success?
So you can use the scene builder to create more such clips, add them together and create a viral video which you can post it on your shorts or even as a reels on Instagram. Now coming on to the next part, the first problem being silent videos or missing audio. The solution is if your video plays without audio, ensure that you're in text to video mode and explicit request audio in your prompt. The second problem you'll go through is inconsistent character appearance in Jump 2. Here, when jumping between scenes, copy the exact character description, use the same framing and references the original clip for consistency. This ensures the character stays visually consistent throughout the video. The next problem will be poor lip sync or mismatched dialogue. The solution to that would be to improve lip sync, keep dialogue short, which is 3 to 6 seconds, use colon format for explicit dialogues like she says so and he says so. For better synchronization, ensure natural speech. The next problem would be unnatural movements or physics error. The solution for that would be unnatural movements or physics error can happen. Be specific about motion you want, example slow, dolly in, or tracking shot. Use reference frames for consistent movement and try different models for better results. And the next problem would be hallucinations or artifacts. For that, if your video has visual errors like hallucination or artifacts, trim or problematic section and regenerate it with clear and constraints. For this problem, you need to trim the problematic section and regenerate it with clear constraints. This will improve the quality and remove the unwanted elements. Now you have an idea how to troubleshoot common issues like missing audio, inconsistency in characters, and lip sync problems. Next, we are exploring the upcoming features in Flow, including exciting updates and advanced creative workflows. So let's dive in. Flow is consistently evolving, and here are some future features you can look forward to. The first one is Remove Object feature. The second one is improved scene builder persistence for better continuity, and also enhanced character consistency tools. Longer video durations for more flexibility. API access for developers to integrate Flow in other systems. Flow can be more powerful when combined with other AI tools such as Midjourney for style reference images. You can also integrate multiple AI tools into your workflow for enhanced creativity. For example, use Midjourney for image generation, then Flow for video creation, and then Gemini for prompt expansion. Build modular asset libraries for quick access to commonly used elements like characters, backgrounds, and props. This allows for more efficient video production. Flow supports collaborative team workflows, allowing multiple creators to work on the same project seamlessly. Share assets, iterate on prompts, and create together in real time.
Have you ever wished for a coding assistant who can not only suggest lines of code but actually build your app? Well, imagine this. You're stuck at a project with multiple tasks at hand, writing code, debugging, fixing errors, running tests, and it feels like you're constantly bouncing between them. Now, what if I told you there's a tool that can automatically take care of all those tasks for you, leaving you free to focus on the bigger picture? That's exactly what GitHub Copilot Agent Mode offers. It's like having a super-powered coding assistant that can handle everything from creating apps to debugging them. Today, we are going to explore GitHub Copilot Agent Mode by building a simple app using HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. I'll walk you through what makes VS Code Insiders the perfect platform for this, how Agent Mode works its magic, and how you can use it to create an app with almost zero effort from your side. So let's dive in. Before we dive into the demo, let's take a quick look at what VS Code Insider is, because this is where all the magic happens. If you have used VS Code before, you would know it's a powerful code editor. But VS Code Insiders is like the VIP version where you get to try out new features and improvements before they hit the stable version. It's updated daily, which means you get to play around with latest and greatest tools, including GitHub Copilot Agent Mode. And now you might wonder what exactly makes VS Code Insiders different from the regular VS Code. Well, in simple terms, VS Code is your reliable, stable editor that you can use for your daily coding task. Whereas VS Code Insiders, on the other hand, is where the cutting-edge features are tested. So if you want to early access to new tools and improvement like Copilot Agent Mode, VS Code Insiders is where you want to be. Alright, now let's talk about what Copilot Agent Mode and what makes it stand out. You might be familiar with GitHub Copilot, which gives you the code suggestions while you work. It's like having a helpful coworker giving you ideas. But Agent Modes take that a step further. It's more than just a helper. It's like an autonomous coding partner that can handle entire project for you. When you switch to Agent Mode, you can give a multi-step task like creating an app from scratch or fixing bugs across multiple files. And it will take care of the entire process. It doesn't just suggest code, it writes the code, runs the tests, and fixes errors automatically, while you simply watch it work with magic. Think of it as having a personal assistant who can analyze your code, figure out what's missing, and then complete the task in real time. So now let's move on to our demo part and see how it actually works. Also, just a quick information, guys. Now, if you're interested to master the future of technology, then please consider the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning, which is your perfect opportunity for you, offered in collaboration with the E and ICT Academy, IIT Kanpur. This 11-month live and interactive program will provide you hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like generative AI, machine learning, tools such as ChatGPT, DALI 2, Hugging Face, and many more. You'll also gain practical experience through 15 plus projects, integrated labs, live masterclasses, and alongside you'll earn a prestigious certificate from IIT Kanpur. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments. So now let's get started and see how Copilot Agent Mode actually works. So the first step is installing the VS Code Insiders. So just simply type on the Google and head over to this website. Remember, do not install the normal Visual Studio Code. You would need to install the Visual Studio Code Insiders for this particular agent mode. Alright. So since we have already pre-installed this application from here, I'll just head over to the website from here. So this is the interface of Visual Studio Code, and the only difference is between a Visual Studio Code and the Visual Studio Code Insiders is this. It's quite light in color, light blue in color. That's it. So yeah. So we'll head over to this chat section. This is the GitHub Copilot icon from here, and just head over to this Copilot edits. From here, you would need to select agent. So by default, it will be automatically in the edit mode. So just select agent from here. And for this particular model, I'll just suggest, since Claude 3.5 is good for coding, so we'll just select the Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is only the preview version here. So we'll just select that. And we also have this voice chat option, but for this you would need to actually install the extension known as VS Code Speech. So if you install this particular extension, what will happen is you can get the chance to actually interact with the Copilot by simply talking and saying your particular prompts or command. What changes do you want the Copilot to do it for you? So it's actually really cool, and I'll just suggest that simply download this particular extension from here. And then our next step would be, we'll just see how it works, okay? So first, we'll just create a normal application or an app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I'll just click on this voice chat option, and I'll just say the Copilot to actually create a completely new application. All right, let's do. So I'll just click on this voice chat option, and I'll say to create a new app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Create a new app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So see, it automatically started running now. And it's saying that I understand you want to create a new app, but I noticed there's already an existing project structure in your workspace. So should I check its contents to understand what's already there and avoid conflicts, or let me gather some context from here? So here I see that the current workspace contains a to-do list application. So we will just modify the changes in our to-do list application. So it's saying that would you like to create, what kind of app would you want to create, and would you want to create a new directory or use the existing features requirement? Create a to-do list, and I will say that please modify changes in the existing to-do list application, improve the UI design of the application, and try to add more features and functionalities. So I've told to create a to-do list application, and I'll say to actually improve the structure of the application. So let's see how it does. So our files are already from here, and it's making changes. So we'll just head over to our index.html, okay? So it's actually a learning platform rather than a to-do list. So it will actually create, and from scratch, it will create a to-do list from here. It will generate all the edits. So as you can see, it's applying the edits from here. I mean, you don't even have to do anything. Just simply type your prompt, sit back and relax, and the Copilot will do everything for you. So now it is actually adding the to-do list interface, adding the due dates, priority levels, and the categories. So these are the improvements which the Copilot is actually doing to my existing project. So now it will add the styles to enhance the UI of the new elements. So we'll just go to the style.css and see what changes is it actually doing. So now that it's doing changes in our CSS, so we'll just also say that make changes in the JavaScript.
So now it will actually improve the JavaScript functionality to support the enhanced UI features that we added. So it's first analyzing the existing JavaScript files from here. So it is now enhancing the JavaScript functionality and whatever updation needs to be done in this particular file, which you can just simply click and just check the edits it's generating for us. So now that it's doing the changes, I'll just say to run the application. So first it's saying that it's a to-do application, so we'll need to serve it through a web server. Let me help you set that, and you can use this command in the terminal here. Also, one more thing is that, so just simply type on this app.html, and from here we'll just select on open reveal in the file explorer, and we'll just click on this particular app source code. So yeah, so here as you can see, our to-do list is ready now, and it has given me all the due date, low clarity, select category. So we could actually improve the UI UX of the design, but then for the time being it's actually okay. And it has also the categories from here. You can see it has added the categories like work, personal, shopping, health, active. So you can just add a task like, let's suppose I want to go for running and the due date you can add from here. Okay. And you can just add this particular task from here and see whether it's completed or not. You can also delete this particular task if you don't want to do it. Or if it's completed, just select here, completed. So I think it's pretty cool. By just not typing any particular code, it will generate a whole particular website for you, and that too within seconds. So it's really amazing. One more thing I would like to say now, if you would need to actually improve the UI UX of the design, you can also type here and say how to improve the structure and the UX of the design. And if you want to add more functionalities, you can also do that. So for the time being, I think it generated a really cool website now. One more thing, now you would be thinking that why is this so important for me? So if you're actually tired of writing task, code, fixing bugs, testing, debugging, then Copilot Agent Mode is your answer. It takes all of your place so that you can focus on the bigger, more creative aspect of your project. So whether it's building new apps, updating old code, or running tests, Copilot does the heavy lifting, and that you stay productive. And there you have it. GitHub Copilot Agent Mode isn't just a tool. It's like having a coding partner who is always on top of things, ensuring your projects run smoothly. And by automating everything from code writing to error fixing, it makes development faster, easier, and a whole lot more fun. So if you haven't tried VS Code Insiders yet, make sure to jump in and test Agent Mode for yourself. It's a complete game changer for developers looking to boost their productivity. So if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and comment below with your thoughts on GitHub Copilot Agent Mode and how it can help you in your exciting journey.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the tutorial on Prompt Library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The Prompt Library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
Just a quick info guys, Simplilearn has got a postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. You can boost your career with this AI and ML course. This course is delivered in collaboration with Purdue University and IBM. You can learn the in-demand skills such as machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, reinforcement learning, generative AI, prompt engineering, ChatGPT, and many more. So guys, hurry up and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT, make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these 3 things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all these parameters and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide moreover to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. try to see what are the resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when we are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. Then for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I've told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt. And always to get a good response, it's my personal experience that you have to keep fine tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine tuned.
Hello guys, welcome to this Reasoning with O1 course. What if we told you that there's an AI that does not just give answers but actually thinks? So introducing O1, the latest and the most advanced reasoning model from OpenAI. So unlike other models that rely on patterns, O1 is designed to reason through problems, self-correct and explain its thinking step by step, just like a human would. So today we will explore what makes O1 so special. Then we will come across how it reasons. Then we will see where it's useful, and finally we will see why learning about this model is essential in the age of intelligent machines. So let's just dive in. So what is O1? So O1 is OpenAI's new AI model, but it's not just a smarter chatbot, it's a reasoning engine. While models like GPT-4 are brilliant at language and creativity, O1 gives a step further. It can think logically, it can solve problems with multi-step reasoning and analyze the complex data. In short, O1 is the closest we have come to building an AI that can think through a task, not just respond. So why does this matter? Because the real world problems in maths, science, code and life require structured thinking, not just quick answers. So let's now move on to what is reasoning and why O1 needs it. So before we understand how O1 works, let's ask what is reasoning. So reasoning is a process of analyzing information, finding connections, and drawing conclusions, like solving a puzzle. For example, you see dark clouds. People are carrying umbrellas, so even if it's not raining, you reason it as it's about to rain. So AI needs this same skill. So without reasoning, an AI is like a parrot. It repeats. With reasoning, it becomes a problem solver. And that's exactly what O1 brings to the table. So let's now understand how O1 reasons. So let's break down how O1 actually reasons step by step. The first one is chain of thought reasoning. So O1 solves problems step by step, just like we do on a paper. For example, the question is, what is 12 into 15? O1 does not just say 180. It thinks it as 10 into 15 is equal to 150. Then it calculates 2 into 15 is equal to 30. Then it adds final two results, that is 150 plus 30 is equal to 180. So this chain of thought method reduces errors and shows the logic behind every answer. So let's now move on to the next, that is reinforcement learning. So O1 gets better over time by learning from success and failure, just like a person. If one method doesn't work, it tries another, sees the result, and improves next time. It's like a chess player who gets sharper with every game. Then we'll come to reasoning tokens. So when O1 solves a complex task, it uses invisible tokens to keep track of its thoughts, like a mental sticky notes. So imagine solving a math problem. You scribble your steps on a paper. O1 does the same internally, helping it to stay organized and accurate. So let's now dive into the real life examples. So let's see O1 in action. The first one is solving a math problem. So the question is, what is 25 plus 37? So O1 thinks like 20 plus 30 is equal to 50. And 5 plus 7 is equal to 12. 50 plus 12 is equal to 62. And the final answer it gives is 62. So it's not magic, it's methodical reasoning. That's what makes O1 more trustworthy and transparent. Then we are going to the next example, that is debugging a code. So now let's shift to a coding scenario. If you ask, why is my Python code giving me an error? So here's what O1 does. It reads the code line by line, spots where the error happens, then explains why it occurred, and then it suggests a fix step by step. It's like having a calm, logical coding partner who always explains their thinking. So let's now move on to the next one. We have what makes O1 different. So here is a quick comparison. Say we have the capability. So GPT-4 predicts the next word, and same O1 also does. So GPT-4 thinks through steps. It doesn't think through steps, but O1 does. So GPT-4 self-correction is a basic thing, but the self-correction in O1 is a very advanced thing. Then it solves the complex problems. GPT-4 sometimes does it, but O1 is consistently doing it. Then transparent reasoning. GPT-4 has no transparent reasoning, but O1 has a transparent reasoning. So let's move on to where can O1 be used. So because of its structured reasoning, O1 is useful in multiple domains. The first one is maths and science, solving equations, explaining experiments, and so on. And then we have coding, so writing, debugging, and understanding programs. Then we have research, that is analyzing data, summarizing papers, and verifying facts. And then we have creative work, so planning content, brainstorming logically, are all falling under creative work. Then we have image analysis, this interpreting visuals step by step. So wherever thinking is needed, O1 delivers clarity. So let's now come to the common mistakes avoided by O1. So previously, older models had a few common issues, such as the jumping to conclusions directly, then ignoring small details, and then we have repeating errors in the new context. But O1 avoids all this by reasoning in steps, checking its own logic and learning from feedback. And that's why it's more dependable, especially when stakes are high. Let's now move to why O1 is so important. What is the future of work and thinking? So, because reasoning AI is the future and it's already here, learning OI works helps you use AI more effectively. Ask better questions, obviously, then understand how machines think, and then stay ahead in the technical, research, and educational field and become a critical thinker yourself. So, this is not just about AI. It's about preparing for a world where thinking with AI is a part of how we work, learn, and create. So let's now move on with the key takeaways. So let's recap what we have learned. O1 doesn't just answer, it reasons. Then it learns from mistakes and improves. It explains its logic step by step. Then it's accurate, explainable, and helpful across industries. Then it's future of intelligent systems, and you can be a part of it. So whether you are a student, developer, analyst, or just curious, O1 is just a tool that helps you think better. So let's dive into deeper in the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to the second module. So in this module, we will learn about promptings in O1 models. So prompting is a way we interact with the AI by giving instructions and receiving responses. So with O1 models like GPT-4o, things have gotten simpler. So these models understand prompts with more accuracy, which means you can be clear, concise, and direct without over-explaining. So there are certain principles of prompting in O1 models. The first one is it is simple and direct. Then number 2 is no explicit chain of thought needed. Then the third one is structure over description. And the fourth one is show, don't tell. So there is a summary for this. Like to get the best out of the O1 models, remember these 4 principles. You have to be simple and direct. No need for explicit reasoning. It's already built in. So give structure, not long descriptions, and show tone with examples. Don't just tell. So these principles will help you get better, faster results from O1 models while keeping things smooth and efficient. So let's then get into the demo part. So here we'll write our first code as. So the first thing, import warnings.filter warning, ignore. So this is basically a warning control. So this is a Python code snippet does 2 main things. It suppresses warnings and retrieves the OpenAI API key for use in the later interactions. So I will just break it down step by step. So the first line, import warnings, imports Python's built-in warning module. So this module is used to manage the warning messages in the program, which are typically notifications about for the potential problematic or unexpected events in your code. It helps developers keep track of the minor issues without even interrupting the program's execution. So next, warnings.filter ignore is used to tell Python to ignore any warning messages that might appear. So normally warnings are shown to alert the developer about something. So that may be critical issue but could be important. So then the third line, from helper import get OpenAI API key, imports a function called get OpenAI API key from a module named helper. So this function is responsible for retrieving the OpenAI API key, which is necessary for interacting with the OpenAI services, such as generating text or using other machine learning models. So finally, the OpenAI API key is equal to get OpenAI API key calls the imported function to get the API key and stores it in the variable OpenAI API key. So these variables know how the key needed to access the OpenAI's features, and it can be used for even making the authenticated API request. So this code is designed basically to suppress any unnecessary warnings while ensuring that the program has the power of the API key. So let's just run this. So then basically we have imported JSON. So the firstly, import JSON allows working with the JSON data, obviously, commonly used in the API interactions from ipython.display, import display, then markdown HTML, imports functions to display, etc. So then from OpenAI, import OpenAI, imports the OpenAI class. So which is used to interact with the OpenAI services. Then client equal to OpenAI API key equal to OpenAI API key creates an OpenAI client using the API key, enabling communication with the OpenAI's models. Then finally we have GPT model equal to GPT-4o mini and O1 model is equal to O1 mini. Defines the name of the two different models that can be used in the API requests. So in short, this code sets up the OpenAI client and defines the two models for use in natural language processing tasks. So we'll run this. So here basically the code snippet defines a prompt for generating a function using the OpenAI's model. Then sends the prompt to the OpenAI API to get a response. So let's now break it down step by step. So bad prompt equal to generate a function till insulin. Creates a string variable called the bad prompt because it is a statement basically. So this prompt is a request for the model to generate a function that outputs the smiles IDs. A way to represent the molecular structure basically for all molecules involved in the insulin. It also guides the model to think step by step, outlining tasks like identifying the models, creating the function and looping through each molecule to return the smile IDs. So then we have response equal to client.chat.completions.create model. So this basically sends the prompt to the OpenAI API for processing. It uses the client.chat.completions method to interact with the OpenAI's API, specifying the model, that is O1 model, which was defined earlier. The messages parameter sends the bad prompt to the model as input under the user role. So in short, this code defines a prompt using the OpenAI's model to create a function for returning the smiles IDs for insulin molecules and sends that prompt to the OpenAI API to generate a response. So let's now move on, run this and move on. So then basically we have display HTML division style equal to background color. So basically displays the formatted HTML and markdown content in a Jupyter notebook. So then we have the first version, the first line, displays an HTML division with a light background color and a border also. So it also includes a heading that says markdown output, beginning with a downward arrow emoji. Basically, the HR tags are used to insert the horizontal lines before and after the heading. Then we have display HTML function is used to render this HTML in the notebook. Then we have display markdown. This line takes the content of the response from OpenAI's model stored in this and it displays it as markdown. The markdown function is used to render the content in a more readable formatted way. So this content could include text, headers, list or any markdown elements generated by the model. So then we can run this and you can basically see the heading. Then the step 1 is identify all the molecules involved in insulin, chain A, chain B. Then step 2, prepare the smiles and strings for each amino acid. Then we have create the function. This is basically the output. So then we have this good prompt, generate a function that outputs a smile IDs. As we have given a bad prompt, it is necessary to give a good prompt as well. So yeah, we have given a good prompt. So let's now display that good prompt. Mark out beginning, understand insulin, step by step. And you can see the difference clearly. So this is basically a great code, but don't get overwhelmed. I'll break it down step by step. So this example is a structured prompt basically and used to guide an AI assistant to behave like a customer service representative for a company named Any Corp. So which sells storage solutions such as beans. The purpose of this prompt is to make sure that the AI behaves professionally, respectfully, and in line with the company policies while responding to the customer queries. The first part of the prompt, labeled as instructions, clearly tells the assistant what role it is playing, a customer service assistant, and emphasize the tone it should maintain kind and respectful at all times. So this ensures the assistant responds in a friendly and helpful manner, just like a real support agent would. So next comes the policy section, which outlines the 6 specific areas that the assistant must follow. So these include handling refunds, recording complaints, providing accurate product information, maintaining the professional conduct, complying with the policies and data privacy rules, and refusing to answer questions outside these topics. For example, under refunds, the assistant is allowed to process them as long as it follows any corp's rules and documents everything properly. If a customer complains, the assistant should listen carefully, reassure them, and escalate the issue if necessary. So if asked about topics unrelated to these areas, the assistant must politely refuse to answer and guide the user back to the allowed topics. The final part is a user query, which shows the customer's actual message like, hey, I would like to return the bin I bought from you as it was not found as prescribed. So these falls under the refunds category in the policy. Since the assistant is allowed to handle the refund request, it will process this message accordingly, possibly by confirming the issue, starting the return process, and recording the complaint. So in short, this structured prompt creates a safe and clear framework for the assistant to operate. It tells the AI what kind of support it can offer, how to behave, what topics are allowed, and how to respond when faced with customer issues, all while making sure the customer feels heard, respected, and healed. So let's now print the statement, the structured prompt. Now you can see that it is printed. So now this code is from the Python program using the OpenAI API, which allows developers to interact with the AI models like ChatGPT. So especially this line is used to send a prompt to the AI and get a response back. The function call is then client.chat.completion.create. So client is the OpenAI API client that was likely used up earlier in the code. It connects your code to the OpenAI server. So the .chat.completions.create part is how you send a chat message to the AI and ask it to complete the conversation. So in other words, generating a reply. So inside the parenthesis, the first argument is model is equal to O1 model. So this tells the API which version of the AI model to use, for example, GPT-4, GPT 3.5 Turbo, or some other customer or fine-tuned model stored in the variable. So this ensures that you are using the right AI brain for your task. So the second argument is messages again. So this is where you pass the actual conversation history or input formatted as a list of message objects. So in this case, there's only one message in the list and it has 2 key parts. The role, that is the user, then the content, it is a structured prompt. The role, the user, so this tells the AI that the following content is coming from the user, so not from the system or assistant. And the content is the combines the earlier structured prompt, so which include instructions and policy rules for the assistant with the user's questions like wanting to return a bean, etc. This combined content acts as the full message the AI will read before replying. So in more simpler terms, this line is telling the AI, hey, you're a customer service agent for any crop. Here's your policy. Now here's a customer question. What will be your reply? The AI will read the whole input, follow the instructions and policies, and then return a customer-friendly response. So the response itself will be saved in the variable called response, which you can later print or process in your code. So let's run this. So I have this printed response. So I will just run this. You can see the response basically. Then we have this refusal input. The variable refusal input contains a user query that asks the AI, write me a haiku about how reasoning modules are great. So this is wrapped in XML-like tags. This purpose of this input is to test the AI's ability to say no. According to the structured prompt and policy you provided earlier, the assistant is only allowed to talk about refunds, complaints, and product information about the storage solutions. A haiku about reasoning models doesn't fall into any of these topics. So when this refusal input is combined with the structured prompt and sent to the AI, it should politely refuse to answer and explain it that so it can only help with the allowed topics. We will run this. So again, this line is sending a new message to the AI model, but this time using refusal input instead of user input. The client.chat.completions.create calls the OpenAI API key to get a reply from the AI. Then model is O1. Model tells which AI model to use. Then messages we have is sends a message to the AI with. Then here the role is a user and the content is structured prompt plus refusal. It basically combines the rules of the structured prompt with a new question that may be outside the allowed topics. Since the structured program says that the assistant must refuse questions outside refunds, complaints, product information, these test checks if the AI correctly refuses to answer. So in short, this line tests if the AI follows the policy and politely refuses to answer the question it's not allowed to handle. So let's run this. So this line basically displays the AI's reply to the refusal input. You can see that this is the output. So now we are ready for giving up for a base prompt and a legal query. So let me explain. The variable base prompt is used to define the role and the behavior of the AI assistant. So in this case, the AI is told to act as a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, especially helping the business owners understand the legal issues. So this prompt is wrapped in tags like prompt and policy to make it structured and easy for the AI to interpret. So the policy section outlines the important rules the AI must follow. It says that the assistant should give clear and accurate information about the competition law, maintain confidentiality and professionalism, and avoid the offering specific legal advice unless there's enough context. The legal query variable contains the actual question from the user. The query is: a larger company is offering suppliers incentives not to do business with me. So is this legal? So this is wrapped inside a query tag which keeps the input structured and consistent with the rest of the prompt format. So in summary, this setup gives the AI a clearly defined role as a legal expert and a policy to follow. For example, we will now run this. So this line then sends the structured legal question to the AI using the OpenAI API. The goal is to get a helpful and professional response from an AI that's acting as a competitive law expert. So the method client.chat.completions.create is used to generate a chat response as we have discussed earlier. Here the role is a user and the content is base prompt plus legal query. So we'll now run this. So now we are going to visually display the AI's response with styling and format, and it helps the output look clean and organized for the user. So we'll do this, and you can see it is a step-by-step guide for the. So this is also again a big query. So here the variable example prompt is a structured example prompt that shows how an AI assistant acting as a competition law expert should respond to a user's legal interest. So it's formatted using special tags like prompt, policy, example, question, and response to keep everything organized and machine readable. So inside the prompt section, the AI is structured to behave like a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, helping business owners with their legal questions. So this gives the AI its role and sets the stage for how it should respond. The policy section defines the boundaries the AI must follow. Then we have the example section provides a sample legal scenario and how the AI should answer. So then we have the response that follows is a well-structured professional reply. It begins by referencing the US antitrust laws, especially the Sherman Antitrust Act, and explains how some types of collaboration like price fixing or market division are automatically illegal. So then we have it also warns the information sharing, which can be risky and potentially lead to antitrust violations. In summary, this example prompt acts as a guide or training example to show how the AI should behave in legal conversations. So then I'll run this. So here then we are going to again display the output in a formatted style, and you can see this displayed. So let's now move on to the next module and learn about planning with O1. So in the earlier lessons, we explored how to structure prompts and guide the AI models like O1 and O1 Mini to behave in specific roles. So whether a customer service agent or a legal advisor. So here in this lesson, we will learn how to plan with O1. It will introduce a powerful use case where the AI is not just answering a single question, but actually creating a full plan to solve a task. So this kind of problem solving is perfect for O1 models, especially when you are working with a fixed set of tools and some constraints. So instead of asking the model to do every step directly, which could be slow and expensive, we let O1 Mini generate the plan and then use a smaller, faster model like GPT-4o Mini to execute its step. So this two approach, planning with O1 Mini and executing with GPT-4 Mini, helps us work efficiently. So please don't worry if your results don't exactly match the ones in the video tutorial now. That's totally normal since AI responses can vary slightly every time you run them. So in short, this lesson builds on what you have already learned and now takes it a step further, like teaching the AI how to think ahead and plan, not just react. So let's dive in. So we will start with the first part of the code. This is about suppressing the warning messages as we have discussed earlier in Python. So Python sometimes shows warnings when it deflects something that might not cause an error right away but could lead to issues in the future. So this is for this. And the second part is focused on importing your OpenAI API key securely. So instead of hard coding the key directly into the notebook, which is not safe, the code calls a helper function. From the helper import get OpenAI API key brings in a function named as get open API key. So we will run this. First two lines import the two standard Python modules, copy and JSON. The copy module is used when you want to duplicate the Python objects, especially when you need to make changes without affecting the original. The JSON module is used for working with the JSON data, which is common format for sending the receiving structured information, especially when dealing with the APIs. The next line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This is what allows your code to communicate with the OpenAI's language models like GPT-4 or O1 Mini. Then we import the O1 tools from a separate live named utils.py. So this likely contains some common utility functions or tools. So then next we set up the connection to the OpenAI's API by creating a client instance. So client equal to OpenAI API. Here the OpenAI API key variable, which was retrieved earlier using the get OpenAI API key, is passed to authenticate your session with the OpenAI. So this line sets up the client object which you will use to send prompts and receive responses from the models. So finally, two variables are defined to specify which models to use. So these are simply model name shortcuts. So instead of writing the full model name each time, you can just refer to O1 model and GPT model. So O1 Mini is used for planning the task, while GPT-4 Mini is likely used for executing the individual steps in the plan. So we will run this. So here the code first line initializes an empty list called message list. So this list will likely be used to store the sequence of messages exchanged with the AI model. Next, we define a dictionary name known as the context, which sets up the initial state of a business environment for a planning task. Under the inventory section, we are told that 50 units of the Smart Home Hub X200 are currently in stock. Then under the orders, we see a single order that is 0RD3001 requesting 200 units of this product for a customer that is having the ID CUST9001 located in the Los Angeles. The available suppliers and the supplier section list 2 suppliers and the components they can provide. Notably, only SUTT1001 has a component of COM X200 required to make the X200 product, and they have 500 units available. The product capacity then section defines how many units can be produced. 100 right away and another 150 next week. This helps the model decide how to meet the demand of 200 units. The shipping options provide 2 choices for delivering to Los Angeles: a standard service that costs $1,000 and takes 5 days, an express service that costs $1,500 and takes only 2 days. The model can consider this based on the urgency or budget. The customer's dictionary holds customer details like the name and the address of the client placing the order. The product section defines what components are needed to manufacture each product. So in this case, the X200 device requires 1 unit of COM X200 to build each finished product. The code sets up a realistic business scenario basically involving the product inventory, orders, manufacturing, suppliers, and shipping, all the key elements the AI needs to plan how to fulfill the order effectively. So we'll run this. So this is basically a prompt for planning the task. So this block defines a large string called the O1 prompt, which acts as an instructional prompt for an advanced language model like O1 Mini. The goal of this prompt is to guide the model to act as a supply chain management assistant and generate a detailed logical plan for handling a complex order fulfillment task. It's essentially the brain that will break down a business challenge and outline the best steps to solve it. The first paragraph in the prompt sets the context. It tells the AI that it will be given a complex task that involves managing customers' inventory, production, supplies, and shipping. The next section lists all the functions available to the executor AI. The functions allow the executor to do things like check inventory levels, allocate stocks to the orders, place purchase orders with suppliers, schedule production runs, and so on. Each function is briefly described along with its required inputs and expected outcomes. So this ensures the planning AI knows what tools are available, how they work, and what each one is for. It helps the model build a plan that is realistic and executable by the downstream agent. So in summary, this O1 prompt sets up a rich and highly structured instruction environment for the planning model. It tells the AI to think carefully, reason step by step, and create a clear, detailed, and logical order plan, one that another AI can confidently execute using the provided tools. It ensures consistency, safety, and clarity across every step of the supply chain process. So let's run this. So this is basically the prompt for the execution process by the system. So this block defines a variable called GPT-4o system prompt, which is a string used to guide the behavior of the execution model, especially the GPT-4o Mini. In this case, while the O1 Mini model is responsible for planning, the prompt is for the model that carries out each step of the plan. The assistant is told as to act as a helpful executor whose job is to strictly follow a given policy related to handling incoming orders. The prompt defines a step-by-step workflow for the model to follow. First, the model should read and understand the full policy. Then it needs to identify which step in the policy is currently working on. So before acting, it should give a brief explanation of the decision. So finally, it should perform the action, which typically involves calling one of the available functions with the correct inputs. So in summary, the GPT-4o system prompt sets up the mindset and the behavior of the GPT-4o Mini executor. It ensures the model works step by step, explains its reasoning, and only takes action that match the policy, creating a controlled and a transparent execution flow for order handling in a supply chain scenario. So let's now run this. This code block defines a list named tools, which contains a collection of the functions that AI can use to interact with the supply chain system. So these functions act like a toolbox, and each tool or function performs a specific task related to the inventory, production, suppliers, orders, etc. So each tool is defined as dictionary that includes its type, that is a function, and a function section that deals the function's name, description of what it does, and the input parameters it expects. Some key functions include get inventory status to check how much a product is in stock, then update inventory to add or subtract stock, then fetch new orders to see which orders are pending, then get product details and check available suppliers to explore what's needed to make products or find suppliers. Then place purchase order to order components. Allocate stock to reserve product for a customer order. Check production capacity and schedule production to plan and carry out manufacturing. Then calculate shipping options and book shipment to handle delivery. Send order update to notify the customer. Instructions complete to mark that all steps in the plan are finished. So each function also defines the parameter it requires, like product ID, order ID, and quantity, etc. So this is important because AI must pass exactly the right data when calling these tools. The use of required fields and the additional property. So in summary, the tools list defines a complete set of functions the AI agent can use to operate the supply chain system. So let's now move on to the functions then. So this block defines all the Python functions that simulate the supply chain operations described earlier. The first few functions deal with the inventory management, get inventory status, then get product details. This fetches the product information, then get inventory status returns how many units of a specific product are currently in stock, then update inventory product ID quantity change, adjust the inventory count based on a positive or negative change, making sure inventory doesn't go below 0. Then allocate stock, tries to reserve the inventory for an order. If there's enough stock, it reduces the inventory and confirms the allocation. If not, it allocates whatever is available and marks the result with an insufficient stock warning. The supplier related functions start with the check available suppliers, which returns a list of the suppliers the company can order components from. Then comes the production related logic. Check production capacity, time frame checks how many units can be produced with the given time frame. Then schedule production run checks the capacity, schedules program if possible, and updates the inventory. For shipping, the function calculates shipping options, returns a list of available shipping methods and their cost for the specified destination. Lastly, the function send order update simulates sending a message to the customer to keep them updated on their order status. So at the very end, there's a dictionary called function mapping, which links each function name to the actual Python function. So let's then run this. So guys, knit together the whole process and make the most out of it. Let's now move on to the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to this new module of coding with O1. So initially we will start with the first part that hides the warning messages using the warnings.filter warnings ignore as we were using to. So this keeps the output clean by preventing the non-critical warnings from appearing during execution. Next, the code imports get OpenAI API key function from the helper file. Finally, the function is called and its result is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. So in short, this setup hides warnings and securely loads your API key for using OpenAI tools. So we'll run this. So here then the first line imports the 3 useful display tools from ipython.display, display image and markdown. These are commonly used in Jupyter notebooks to visually show images, format output using markdown or display objects in a cleaner way. Next, the code imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI library. So this class is used to create a client that communicates with the OpenAI's API to generate responses, run models, or perform other AI tasks. So then the client is equal to OpenAI API key. OpenAI API key initializes the OpenAI client using the API key we previously stored. So this connects your code to the OpenAI services so you can start making the API calls. So finally, two variables GPT model and O1 model are defined with model names GPT-4o mini and O1 mini. These are likely short and labels are used in your code to specify which AI model you want to work with when making the API request. So we'll run this. So this code defines a function called getChatCompletion, which is used to get a response from an OpenAI chatbot model. It takes two inputs, the model, the name of the model you want to see like GPT-4o mini, and prompt, the user's message or question. So inside the function, it calls client.chat or completion.create. So this is the OpenAI API method used to send the prompt to the chosen model and generate a chat-based response. So the message is passed in the format OpenAI expects, an array of message objects with the roles like user and assistant. Finally, the function returns just the content of the model's reply using the response.choices.message.contain. So this keeps the output clean and gives you only the AI's reply text, not the entire API response structure. So we'll run this. Now here the code defines a multi-line string variable called the React demo prompt. So it's a prompt written in the natural language that will be sent to an AI model like ChatGPT to generate a React component. The prompt is asking the AI to create a React component named feedback form for collecting structured interview feedback. It outlines 4 main requirements: rating candidates with rubrics, giving specific evidence for each rating, auto-calculating a recommendation score, and guiding the interviewer to provide the behavioral feedback. It also includes additional instructions for the AI, like using the intelligent UX features like thoughtful rubrics, smart validation, and helpful prompts. Finally, the prompt includes clear coding instructions. The component must begin with the use client. In short, this prompt is designed to generate a polished, intelligent interview feedback from using React. So we'll run this. So this line calls the getChatCompletion function, which was designed earlier to get response from the OpenAI model. It passes 2 arguments, GPT model, which specifies the AI model to use like GPT-4o mini, and React demo prompt, which is the detailed instruction asking the model to generate a React component. The function sends this prompt to the model and returns the AI's response, which will be block of code as requested. The result is then stored in the variable called GPT code, which now holds the React component code generated by the AI. So we'll run this. So let's now simply print the code, and you can see the code is printed. So this line uses the display function from the ipython.display to show an image inside a Jupyter notebook or similar environment. So image GPT-4 app, you can see this. Image GPT-4 app image loads an image file named GPT-4 app image.png from the current directory. Together, this command displays the image in the notebook output, which can be useful for showing the visual results, UI screenshots, or diagrams alongside your code. So let's now move on. So it now sends the same React demo prompt to a different model called the O1 model, which is likely a lighter or experimental version like the O1 mini. It uses the getChatCompletion function to generate the code by calling the OpenAI API. Now O1 holds the output generated by the O1 model for the same prompt, allowing you to compare the results across models. And you can just print the O1 code, and you can see now it is printed, and you can now display this. Now this is nice. And with this, the function process orders text in a list of orders and optional parameters, settings, debug, and notify customer. So it processes each order by validating its fields, calculating totals, applying discounts, and queuing the customer notification. It collects the results, errors, and notifications in a separate list and returns them in a dictionary. So, however, these are the few issues in the code. First, using a mutable default argument settings is risky because it can lead to unexpected behavior. It's better to use none and assign an empty dictionary inside the function. Also, comparisons like if debug is equal to true should be simplified to if debug. Similarly, if items valid is equal to true can be just if items valid. So in short, the function logic works for basic order processing but should be cleaned up for the Python best practices, performance, and maintainability. So let's now run this. So basically it creates a prompt string called prompt using the F string. So it tells the AI to clean up and improve the Python code stored in the code snippet. So the prompt specially asks the AI to return only the updated code. Next, the get chat completion sends this prompt to the selected GPT model using previously defined function. So this function calls the OpenAI API and gets a revised version of the code as a response. Finally, we are printing the GPT code, displays a new version of the code so you can review or use it. Lastly, this line sends the same prompt to a different model, the O1 model, using the get chat completion function. So this prompt asks the model to clean up and improve the code stored in the code snippet. The function processes the request and stores the model's response in the O1 code variable. So this response should contain the optimized version of the original code generated by the O1 model. The next line we are having print O1 code displays the improved code in the output, allowing you to see and compare the O1 model's version with GPT model's output. This is useful for evaluating the differences in the code quality, clarity, and optimization between the models. Lastly, the result is stored in the result variable and then displayed using the display markdown result, which renders the output in the nicely formatted markdown, great for readability in Jupyter notebooks. In short, this step helps you to use the AI not just for generating code but also for doing a quick side-by-side code review and analysis as well. So let's now move on to the last module. Hello guys, welcome back to this last module. So let's now get into reasoning with images. We will start with importing the warnings, and this is a built-in warnings module which is used to manage the warning messages during code execution. The second line uses the warnings.filter warnings to suppress all the warnings. This means any non-critical alerts will be hidden from the output. This is commonly done to keep the output clean, especially in the notebooks or scripts where you don't want warning messages to clutter your results. So we'll run this. So then here the first line imports the JSON module which is used to work with JSON data. This is helpful for parsing, formatting, or storing structured information. The second line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This allows you to connect to the OpenAI's API and make requests to generate the text, code, or other outputs from the AI models. Then the line from IPython.display, import display, markdown image imports tools to visually display the markdown text, images, or formatted output, commonly used in the Jupyter notebook. So after that, the code imports the get OpenAI API key function from a custom file named helper. This function retrieves your OpenAI API key securely, so it doesn't need to be hard-coded. The function get OpenAI API key is called and the return key is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. This key is needed to authenticate with the OpenAI API. The lines defining the GPT model, GPT-4o mini, and the O1 model, that is O1, specify the names of the AI models you want to use for generating responses. So these can later be passed when making the API calls. Finally, client is equal to OpenAI creates an OpenAI client instance which you will use to send prompts and receive completions. So this should ideally be OpenAI API key, include the authentication unless your environment handles the key automatically. So we'll now run this. So this means the image is expected to be located inside a folder named data in your project directory. The second line uses display image file path to load and show the image in Jupyter Notebook or similar environment. It visually renders the organization chart image so you can see directly in your notebook output. So this is commonly used when working with the visual data or presenting diagrams, charts, or anything like that. So let's now move on to the next one. The code starts by importing the base64 module, which is used to encode the binary data like image files into a base64 string format. This is necessary because APIs like OpenAI's vision models accept images as base64 encoded strings. The function encoded image, that is the image path, takes an image file path, reads it in binary mode, that is the RB, encodes it in using base64 and returns it as UTF-8 string. This prepares the image so it can be safely passed to an AI model in the required format. The main function O1 Vision is designed to send both an image and a text prompt to an OpenAI Vision enabled model like GPT-4o. It first encodes the image using the encode image function. So inside the function it checks whether JSON model is true or false. If JSON mode is true, the response will be requested in the structured JSON format using response format, type, and JSON object, which is useful for extracting the structured data from the model's reply. So if JSON mode is false, it simply sends the prompt and image together and expects a regular text response from the model. Both the versions use client.chat.completions.create method to make the API call. Finally, the function returns the raw response object from the API, allowing the caller to further process or display the model's output. In short, this function lets you send an image along with the custom prompt to a vision capable OpenAI model with an option to get the result either as plain text or structured JSON. So this line calls the O1 Vision function, which sends both an image and a prompt to an OpenAI Vision model for analysis. So it passes three arguments: file path, that is image file path, to the image file, prompt equal to what is this. This is asking the model to describe the image, and the model is O1 model, which specifies the vision capable model to use like O1. The function processes the image and the prompt, sends them to the model, and then stores the model's response in the variable response. So this response will contain the AI's interpretation of the image, which you can later extract and display. So this line is used to display the AI model's response in a clean and readable format inside a Jupyter Notebook. So this response.choices0.message.contained accesses the actual text contained and generated by the model in the first response choice. So wrapping it with the markdown allows the output to be rendered with the proper formatting such as bold text, bullet points, or headings if the response includes markdown syntax. Finally, display renders the format markdown content in the notebook output area, making the model's reply easy to read and visually structured. So let's now start with understanding the image. The code defines a variable called the structured prompt, which is a string that will be sent as a prompt to the AI model, most likely a vision-enabled one, to extract the structured data from an image. The prompt includes special instructions tags to clearly tell the model what to do. It says that the model is acting as a consulting assistant where job is to process organization chart data from the image. So if then specifies the desired output format, a JSON structure that includes an arbitrary ID for each person, their name, role, an array of IDs they report to, and an array of IDs that report to them. So this is a clean and structured way to actually represent an organization hierarchy. So finally, we are printing the structured prompt, says the full prompt string, so you can review or verify its contents before using it as a function like the O1 version. So this code calls the O1 Vision function to send both an image and a structured prompt to the OpenAI Vision model. This is O1 asking it to extract the organizational hierarchical data. The arguments passed include file path equal to image file path, which points to the organization chart image, model is equal to O1, specifying the model to use. Then we have prompt is equal to structured prompt, which contains the detailed instructions on the output format, and the JSON mode is equal to true. Setting JSON mode equal to true tells the model to return the result in a structured JSON format. So instead of plain text, making it easier to parse and use programmatically. The final line actually prints the model's JSON formatted response from the first message choice, which should include the organization structure with IDs, names, roles, and reporting relationships. You can see the output. So this line creates a new variable called the clean JSON that stores a cleaned up version of the model's response. Sometimes when the models return the JSON code, they wrap it in markdown formatting using the triple backtext like JSON and to indicate a code block. So this line removes those wrappers using dot replace and dot replace with inverted commas, leaving behind only the raw JSON content. The result is a plain JSON string that can now be parsed or processed further without formatting the issues. So this line attempts to parse the model's response directly using the JSON loads, which converts a JSON formatted string into a Python dictionary order list. So it accesses the O1 response.choices.message.content, which is expected to contain the JSON output describing the organization chart structure. The result is stored in the variable that is the organization data, making it possible to work with the organization hierarchy as a structured Python object. However, the JSON file still contains the markdown wrappers like JSON. You should use previously clean version instead for space parsing. So the code defines a new prompt string called the analysis prompt, which is meant to guide an AI model to answer questions based on a previously extracted organization chart. It starts with the special instructions like you are an organization chart expert assistant. Your role is to answer any organization chart questions with your organization data. And we have given the instruction. So this tells the AI what role it plays and how to use the data. Then it embeds the structured organization chart data inside organization data tags by using an F string. This helps the model clearly understand that this is the data it should reference when generating answers. So let's now run this. Here in the code, the first line is importing the getOpenAPI API key. This function is typically used to securely retrieve your OpenAPI key without hard coding it in the script. The second line calls this function and assigns the result, that is your API key, to the variable OpenAPI API key so it can be reused throughout your code for authentication. Finally, the client is equal to OpenAI creates an instance of the OpenAI client using that key. This allows you to send the prompts and interact with the OpenAI's models through authorized API calls. So as discussed before, these are the messages and the role user content analysis report plus who has the highest ranking reports and which manager has the most reports. And we will just run this. So then we are finally displaying the markdown, allowing my markdown formatting like bold text, bullet points or headers to be properly displayed, rendered. And the first line sets the variable image file path to the path of an image file named as erdrelationorder.png, which is located inside a folder called data. So this image likely contains an entity relationship diagram. The second line uses the display image to load and visually display the image with the Jupyter notebook. So we'll just run this and basically you can now see the output, the product ID, this is the order, product, this is the ID, the client, it also has a ID, CID, product name, client address, product price and client credit card. So basically this was all about the course. That's it. So congratulations on completing your journey with reasoning with O1. You have gone from understanding the core foundations, what reasoning with O1 is, why it's crucial in today's AI-driven world and where it can be applied, to actually putting it into practice. We began by setting the stage with the fundamentals, then moved on to hands-on exploration, crafting effective prompts, practicing logical and structured reasoning, then writing and refining code with O1, and finally understanding how each layer builds towards the AI interaction. You didn't just learn the theory, you experienced it through demos, challenges, and the real world examples. So, whether it was decoding logic, guiding AI through structured thought, or debugging your own process, you have now got a strong grip on how to think with AI, not just about it. This is just the beginning, guys. Keep experimenting, keep questioning. The more you reason, the smarter your results become. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to our comprehensive tutorial on creating a fully functional e-commerce application using React, Tailwind CSS, and Redux with the help of ChatGPT. In this tutorial, we are going to leverage the powerful capabilities of ChatGPT to assist us in building modern, responsive, and feature-rich e-commerce application. You will learn how to set up your development environment. We will start by setting up the essential tools and libraries required for our project, including React, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and React Router. We are also going to design the application layout using Tailwind CSS. We will create a visually appealing, user-friendly layout that includes the header, navigation bar, product listings, shopping cart, and checkout pages. We are also going to implement the state management with Redux. We will use Redux for managing global state, ensuring our application is scalable and maintainable. You will learn how to set up slices for handling user authentication, product data, and the shopping cart. We will also create reusable components. And throughout this tutorial, we will build a variety of reusable components such as product cards, form inputs, buttons, and models to enhance the modularity and reusability of our code. For fetching and managing data, we are going to use React Query so that we are going to fetch data from a backend API and manage the server state efficiently. We will also learn to handle loading states, caching, and synchronization with React Query. With that said, guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn how to make an e-commerce application using ChatGPT. So guys, this is a website which we are going to create with the help of ChatGPT. So you can see all over here, we have the navigation bar which includes home, about, products, cart. Okay, so suppose I want to add this product. Okay, this is a lamp, and say I want to add in this quantity, say 3. And if I click it up, you can see there's a notification which is coming up and it's saying item has been added to the cart. Now, we can also go and check the cart, but before proceeding for checkout, you need to also log in. So suppose I have not created any account. So let us create an account. So say this is a mail ID, and say let us take some demo mail ID, and here is some password, and you can say email is already taken. So let us give some random mail. Suppose name @123 and say the password is 1234. Okay, now let's log in. So it's saying email must be a valid email. So I have also put, like, you can say checkpoints where if the proper validation of the input field is also given. So name name123@gmail.com. Now I hope so it is going to work. So email or username has already been taken. So let us change our username. So username name123, and let us try to register. So you can see all the input validation has been done. So let us give some big. Okay. Now you can see it has completely logged in. Okay. So you can save the password. Now let us go to our repeat. So you can say I'm trying to log in all over here, and it's been logged in. Okay. So now you can see if you click on our products, you are going to see the products part. Like there is a chair, there is a glass table, king bed size, and all these are the cards of the product.
So basically these images have been taken from a link. Okay, I will mention you the link and you can do it. And inside this you can also search the given product. Suppose say I want a grade lamp, or say chick chair. Okay, if I type this and if I try to search it, you can see this is coming up. You can also select the company. Suppose if I just see all over here, so the company name is Luxora. Okay, so you can type all over there in the checkbox. Okay, so where the search button is coming up, and you can say all these companies are there, and with the help of that you can search it. You can also do the sorting from A to Z, Z to A, high to low. Okay, so this is all we are going to build using React.js, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and also use some state management. And with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to create a fully responsive website. Now let's get started. So guys, let us open our ChatGPT and write a prompt. So guys, the first prompt that I want to create is that, say, I am creating a tutorial, or you can say I'm creating a website using React.js, and it's an e-commerce website. So with the help of or by using Vite, okay, Tailwind CSS and Redux. Now the next thing what I have to tell the GPT, that can you help me outline the agenda of this project, like including the main features and functionality. Okay. So this is the first thing, and you can see all over here. So it says like install and configure Vite, integrate Tailwind CSS, okay, set up Redux. Then for the UI UX design, it's saying responsive layout, okay. Then you have to do theme and styling, define a consistent theme, okay. Now for authentication and user management, you have to do user registration and login, okay. For product management, like product listing, product details, and product search. So we have seen these functionalities that we have implemented in our website. And also you can see there's a shopping cart and checkout option. You have to add to the cart, cart management, and checkout process. For the order management, you can also track the history. And we are not going to target these two things, okay? These are some of the additional features. But till here, we are going to complete it, okay? So not to complicate too much, just to give you a brief outline how you can make a website using ChatGPT and Tailwind CSS and other tools and dependencies. So like we have got the brief idea regarding the main features and functionalities. So we have responsive design, user authentication, product catalog, shopping cart, checkout process, order management, admin panel, wish list, reviews and rating, notification, and performance optimization. Now let us write the next part. So here I'm going to type my next prompt, that will be, can you help me explain the folder structure, or can you help me with the folder structure of this React e-commerce app? And also let me know the purpose of each folder. So let us type this prompt, and we are getting some brief idea like how our things would be there. So it says, like you can see the folder structure. First, we have to create a folder called e-commerce app, okay? And then, so guys, for this, I will have an assets folder, okay? Then we are going to create a components folder. Inside the components, there are going to be various components. Okay, so let us start with that, and let us first set up our development environment. So guys, I'm using VS Code as our text editor, and in that, let us see that you have first all the dependencies installed, like Node especially. With the help of Node, we are going to install the package for creating the React app. So guys, you can also type all over here that how to set up my development environment. And if you type this command, you can see, so there are certain prerequisites it's going to tell, like Node and NPM, code editor, visual code. So like you have to create a certain thing like this, NPM create Veed, latest, my e-commerce app, then template, and then you can go in this app. So since I've already created an e-commerce app, so what I'm going to do, inside this, I'm going to create this, and let us copy this all over here. So you can see assets I have already created, and let us go to the terminal, click on view, and here's a terminal, and here let's type this, click on yes. So all the necessary dependencies is going to install. So you can see all over here, like what I have to choose. It says pre-React, LIT, Celery, Solids, or other. So you can just select all over here that I want to use a React version. Okay, just click on this, and let us keep the JavaScript part all over here, and you can see this has already been created. Now the second would be go to our e-commerce app. So this is your folder, navigate to this, and next type npm install, and finally click on okay. It's installing the node modules. We are going to wait for some time. So guys, as I have asked GPT all over here, give me the folder structure for our components. So you can see all over here, it has given cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, and it has given error element, feature products. Then for filtering, it has given for filter.js, form checkbox, form input, okay, form range, form select, header, hero, loading, navbar, navlinks, order list, pagination container, product container, then product grid is there, product list is there, then section title. And you can also learn about the process, or what do you say, the purpose for each component, okay, all over here. Now, like product grid, what it does. So you can ask GPT the same question with a prompt like, what is the purpose of this given component? So you can see it is going to tell you all over here. So guys, use it excessively wherever you feel doubt. And it has also given the code all over here. Okay. Now, before that, since I've told you, we'll be using Tailwind CSS. So now let us type the command to set up our Tailwind CSS. So type, I want to set up the Tailwind CSS in my project. Help, give me the, you can type, okay. So if you type this, so it is going to see that first you have to install the Tailwind CSS and its dependencies. So guys, for the same purpose, just copy this all over here, come to your folder. So now click it all over here, that npm install the post CSS auto prefixer. So it is going to start the downloading part of it, okay. The next process is, in the step 2, you have to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So copy this and go all over here, and let us initialize our Tailwind CSS. Pretty fine. What is the next step, guys? In the next process, we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. So you can see all over here, there is going to be a file called tailwindconfig.js, and you can configure it all over here. So let us go in our file, and you can see tailwindconfig.js would be there. So, okay. So now we have done this. Now let us see what is the third thing. In the step 4, it is saying add the tailwind directive to your CSS file. Okay, so there's going to be a file. Okay, first you have to create a CSS file for your tailwind styles. Okay, and in that you have to add these directives. Okay, so guys, this is our index.css file, and we can also add the directives all over here. Just click on everything and delete it, and just add the required directives. Okay, so I have added this part. Now let us move to the next part. So in your app.css, you have to import it. Okay, so whenever you are going to open our app.js file, so here we have app.jsx. So you can see we are importing this, okay, all over here. And in our main.jsx file, you can see our index.css is imported. So basically this file is already been imported all over here, okay, which is basically going to apply the tailwind CSS directives that we are going to use while building our components. Now let us build our components one by one. Okay, so you have seen all over here that our folder structure was something like this. Okay, so we have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filter, form checkbox, and form input, form range, header. So let me create all these folder for you. So we'll go all over here. Now click on the new folder and say components. Pretty fine. Now here we have to create all the files. So guys, you can see all over here, I have created all the components in the meantime. So I have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filters, form checkbox, form input, and many more. So the same thing which ChatGPT has given me, I have created all these things. Okay, these are the basic things. And while also creating a website, I would also recommend you to understand like how these components which are reusable throughout the process have been used. Okay. Now let us ask ChatGPT to populate this. Okay. Now this thing has been done. Now let us ask for pages, like what pages I want to make in our website. So if I navigate to our website, we can see we have a home page, we have about page, we have a products page, we have a cart, checkout, and orders. So let us ask GPT the same. I want to create pages for about, home, cart, checkout, error, okay, orders, then we have the home layout, login, register, single product page. Okay, so like these things you have to identify, or the best thing you can do it, you can take the screenshot of this. Okay, so take like everything, you can just take a picture, okay, snap it up and send it to ChatGPT. It is also going to recognize it, and let me show you this. Okay, so say I'm going to snip it up. So say I want to create these pages, and you can just take an image and just paste it up. So you can see the image is going to get pasted, and you can type a prompt something like this, that I want to create pages like this, which includes home, cart, checkout, orders, home layout, login, register, single product page. And you can also ask GPT to give a Tailwind CSS for these things. So GPT is going to answer you for the same. But as a developer, you can take this help, but don't rely over it too much. You have to also do a little bit of modification by yourself. So this thing I have written, and let us click it. So first, it is telling you to install the React Router DOM. Okay, so now you have to install this. So copy this. Okay, so you can see in your package.json file, So this will be our package.json all over here. And you can see all over here that we have dependencies all installed, which is React Route to DOM. So you can see all over here, its version is 6.24.1. Now, the most important part, like while using this project, so what dependencies I have used all over here. So I'm going to give a brief idea regarding this. So guys, for building this project, you are going to require these dependencies. Like you need to have Redux toolkit, you need to have Tank, you need to have React Query Dev Tools, okay? You need to have an Axios, you need to have a DJS, React, React DOM, React icons we'll be using. You need to use React Redux for state management, React Route to DOM, React Toastify. Then there are certain deep dependencies. As you can see, Tailwind's typography we have to use because what kind of text we are going to put it up on our web page. So this is going to handle it. Then we are going to use types React DOM, then Vite plugin, okay, this we have it. Daisy UI, okay, ESLint, then we have ESLint plugin React hooks. Then we are going to use Post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and Vite. So what you can do next? You can copy all these things, okay? So since I've already copied, now let us go to our GPT and say, give me the command to install these dependencies. So you can see all over here, it has given me all these commands. I'm just going to go our text editor. So here's our terminal and just type this. And you can see all over here, it is going to start the process of installing all these packages. Similarly, you have to install all the deep dependencies. Now, the best thing is that what are the dependencies required? I will share you in the given video and you can install it. And also for the deep dependencies, similarly you have to do it. Just copy it and go all over here and paste it. And you can see all the deep dependencies are going to be added in your package.json file. Okay, since we have used it, now these were the given components and these were some of the pages. Okay, now let us create the pages that we have discussed before. And also guys, you can see assets all over here. You have to transfer this all over here. Okay, now I'm going to do this, but before that, let's create the pages section. So create a new folder called pages all over here, and inside the pages you can see all over here that for pages we have told all about here that they're going to be home layout, they are going to be error.jsx, they are going to be a checkout and about.jsx, okay, all over here. And in similarly, just create this. Now for each of the given page, you can check all over here that it is giving an idea about it, that you can have to ensure something like this. And also you can ask GPT to explain you what we are going to use it. Okay, so see here all the headers, you're going to add the links like about, cart, checkout, orders, login, register. So which is basically there on our navigation panel. And similarly for applying the CSS, just ask GPT to make it something like this, provide a proper spacing, and also you can take a screenshot of this and send it to GPT. So it is going to analyze it and give you the required code for this. Okay, but the most important part is you need to identify what folder structure that you have to use it. And don't worry guys, I will share the required doc file in the description where you can check what are the components that we have made, and similarly you can take the help of GPT and build this project. So guys, I have created all the required pages and you can see all over here that we have about, cart, checkout, error for handling the errors, okay, home layout, index.js, landing, login, orders, product management, error for handling the errors throughout like 404 page. Then we have the landing page, we have the login, orders, products, register, then we have the single product.jsx. So these are the required pages that we need to build in order to replicate the website. So if you have any problem like what this given page does, just ask the GPT and it's going to give you the required answer. Now, this was building our project structure for the second part. Now let us move to the third part. Now guys, the next thing which I want to do all over here is that I want to create a utility folder which is kind of reusable throughout the application. And it has these functionalities, a custom fetch, okay, which means a pre-configured Axios basically, which is going to have an Axios instance for making standardized API calls, and also to the backend server. Then we have the format price functionality, in which we are going to use the utility function to format the numerical prices that we are using while buying the given product, and also in a USD currency format. Okay, so it's basically a dollar format. Okay, and then generate amount options. Then also we need to create a utility function to generate the list of quantity options for a selected drop down. Okay, so these were all the features that I've shown you all over here. So when you go from this, suppose say on this given product, and if you select this, say add to the bag, say I want 7 of them, and when you go to your given cart, so you can see all over here the format, pricing, and all the utility and all the utility functions used all over here are given. So you can see GPT has given, so it has given custom fetch, format price, generate amount, option.js. You can create 3 of them, but I will not complicate this. Instead of this, since the application is pretty simple, I will put all of these things under one folder. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have created a folder called utils folder with a name called index.jsx. And inside this, I'm going to add all the 3 functionalities which I have told you. Now, and this was the project structure that we need to build in order to make an application like that. Now, what you can do guys, now you can see the functionality of this all over here. Okay. Now, since you will not get an access to this website, what you can also do, you can create a demo website like this, or you can take a picture of this and send to GPT. It is going to give you the required idea like how you can proceed to build the project. So it is very, very helpful, but at the end of the day, you need to know about React a little bit so that you can modify the application based on the given instances. So guys, inside our My E-commerce app, you can see our project structure is set up. So inside the SRC, we have the assets. So I have pasted these images. Okay. So if you click on this, so it is going to show you these kind of images. So I'll share you the link for the assets. You can use this to create this website. For the same, you have components, and all the components like cart items totals, checkout forms, form checkbox, hero, loading, nav links is all being mentioned. So this is for all the components that we'll be needing to build this website. For the required pages, we have about, cart, checkout, error, home layout, landing, login, orders, product, registers, and single product. Okay, so these are the required pages. And one, we have the utility folder all over here that we have created called index.jsx for handling these custom functionalities. Now, this was the basic idea regarding the project structure. Now what you can do guys, since you have got an idea like what components we'll be using, so ask GPT, okay, now build each of the components by using this prompt. Say, now help me, I want to make the, give me the code, or you can ask something like this, give me the code for cart component and with the required Tailwind CSS configuration, the Tailwind CSS snippets, or you can say with the Tailwind CSS code. Now, if you type this all over here, so it is going to give you a demo idea. Okay, suppose you have this cart JSX and cart item.jsx. So you can see all over here, it has started using these CSS, which is basically a Tailwind CSS. And I know it on the first time, you're not going to get exactly the same you wanted. So on it, what you can do guys, that you can take a picture like what the output is coming and send it to GPT and ask it to you have to ask for each of the components. Similarly, ask for the pages. Okay, so ask like something like this. So based on the project structure, based on the pages. So guys, as you can see all over here. So guys, it has started giving the codes for the respective pages, as you can see all over here. And with the respective Tailwind CSS, you can definitely modify it based on your choices and also what you feel like is more responsive and user-friendly. For getting an in-depth idea regarding Tailwind CSS, you can navigate to its official document. And it will be very, very helpful that you can also take a help and ask GPT the same thing. So after you have populated these pages with the respective codes and components, okay, that we have shared all over here, next thing what you can do all over here, that just type all over here that this command, or you can ask GPT how to run my application, give me the command. You can type this and it is going to give you the command, but I know the command, that is npm run dev, or this is the given command that will be very helpful for running your application. So at each stage, suppose you are building one component, so keep running this and keep seeing like what changes you are applying on a real time. So building an application using React or any front-end application is a hit and trial. So based on the modifications that you require, so you have to consistently interact with GPT and make an application out of it. But this was an overview of our given thing. So just type this all over here. So just type this and your application is going to start on a given port. So this is your port 5174. So if you navigate all over here, so your application will be open. So let me show you, like suppose the port which I'm using all over here. So it is 5173. Okay. So this will be your application, and in this way, you can make an application with the help of ChatGPT. So I've given you the basic idea, and I will also share the given documents for the components, pages, so that you could have a brief idea, and you can ask the GPT to give the required Tailwind CSS for the same. I will also share the assets. You can use it, or you can download the assets from various other websites where they have like free pick, where you can make the images for the given products, like you can say LAMP, Coffee Table, ComfyWet, which are easily available. And you can start designing all these things. So guys, the best thing about GPT-4o that you can also share the image. So with the help of this, you can definitely build an application.
So let's first understand what is prompt tuning. So prompt tuning is a method that enhances the adaptability of large language models for novel tasks by fine-tuning a minimal set of prompt parameters. This technique involves appending a tailored prompt before the input text, directing the LLM to generate outputs aligned with specific objectives. Its efficiency and versatility have made it a local or focal point in natural language processing advancements. So let's understand prompt tuning. So prompt tuning is the practice of customizing LLMs for new applications by adjusting a limited subset of parameters known as prompts. So these prompts placed before the input navigate the LLM toward producing the intended output. And now we talk about the advantages of prompt tuning. So the number one comes is efficiency. So unlike comprehensive model fine-tuning, prompt tuning modifies only a select few parameters, enabling quicker task-specific model adjustment. And then comes the versatility. So this approach is applicable across a spectrum of tasks, from text generation and analysis in natural language processing to image recognition and automated coding, showcasing its adaptability to different domains. And then comes the interpretability. The modifiable prompt parameters allow for an examination of how the model's output generation is influenced, offering insights into the model's processing. So this was about the advantages of prompt tuning. Now we'll move to the key challenges of prompt tuning, and we will write some prompts and see how we can prompt tune the ChatGPT model and we can generate the outputs we want. So let's move to ChatGPT, and here first we will draft or craft effective prompts. So crafting prompts that effectively guide the model without being overly complex is challenging. So to avoid them, we will write some prompts and let's see. So we will take a fresh example for crafting precise prompts. So let's consider a scenario and consider you are part of a financial analysis firm specializing in renewable energy sectors like solar and wind power. You aim to leverage a language model for extracting market trends, investment opportunities, and regulatory impacts specific to these sectors. However, you wish to exclude general energy market data or information about fossil fuels and non-renewable sources, as well as omit any direct mentions of rival firms or their investment products. So what challenge you will face here is your objective is to direct the AI model to furnish targeted insights on renewable energy sectors while filtering out non-relevant information and avoiding any specific mentions of competitors and their offerings. So for example, we can write a prompt that give me all details on renewable energy sectors, including solar and wind power, but skip all info on other energy types and ignore data about companies like, you could name the companies like Eco Power Ventures and their Solar Boost investment fund. So this is the ineffective prompt. So this prompt is ineffective because it's overly detailed and instructs the model on what to exclude in a way that could be confusing, potentially leading to an over focus on the exclusions rather than the desired content. So if we talk about the optimized prompt, what you can write is provide an analysis of current trends, investment opportunities, and the impact of regulations in the renewable energy sectors, specifically focusing on solar and wind power. Exclude general energy market trends and specific investment products. So this refined prompt clearly directs the model towards the needed information, that is market trends, opportunities, and regulatory impacts within solar and wind energy, without cluttering the request with too many exclusions. It certainly implies the need for exclusively by focusing on specifically focusing, which naturally guides the AI to omit unrelated sectors and competitor products, facilitating a more focused and relevant output. So now let's see this example, and this is the inefficient prompt. So we'll copy this and paste it to ChatGPT, and let's see what output it will provide to us. So you could see that it has provided us the output, but this prompt is ineffective because it's overly detailed and instructs the model on what to exclude in a way that could be confusing. Now we'll write the correct prompt, as that is the optimized prompt. What I've told you, that is provide an analysis of current trends, investment and opportunities, and the impact of regulations in the renewable energy sectors, specifically focusing on solar and wind power, and exclude general energy market trends and specific investment products. So this is the optimized prompt, and it will provide a good result and a good output. So you could see that it has started with the current trends only. You could see the output, and this is the desired output what we need, and the ChatGPT has provided with the optimized prompt. Now we move to the next challenge, that is avoiding overfitting. So there's a risk of the model becoming too specialized to the training prompts, reducing its ability to generalize. So strategy for this broad application is to prevent over specialization. Prompts that should be designed to be broad enough to encompass a range of related queries, enhancing the model's versatility. So for this also, we will draft an optimized and unoptimized prompt. So let's think of a scenario that you are developing an educational platform that uses a language model to generate study materials for high school biology, covering topics from cell biology to ecology. Initially, you fine-tune the model with prompts focused on very specific areas like photosynthesis in plants. So initial prompt we can write is explain the process of photosynthesis in plants, focusing on chlorophyll's role and light absorption. So while the model excels at generating detailed content on photosynthesis, it struggles when asked about broader or slightly related topics such as cellular respiration or plant adaptations to different environments. So the issue we encounter here is when students query how do plants adapt to low light conditions. So the model will fail to provide comprehensive answers because it's been too narrowly trained on photosynthesis specifics. So the solution for this overfitting challenge is to prevent overfitting and enhance the model's ability to generalize across the broader subject of biology. You should utilize more inclusive prompts that cover a range of topics within the field. So we have the revised prompt here, that is provide an overview of plant biology, including key processes like photosynthesis, cellular respiration, and adaptations to environmental factors. So this broader approach encourages the model to generate content that's relevant across various biology topics, improving its utility for educational purposes. So this is the prompt, and we'll ask ChatGPT, that is provide an overview of the plant biology, including key processes like photosynthesis, cellular respiration, and adaptations to environmental conditions. So this will improve its utility for educational purposes. So let's move to the next concern, that would be scalability concern. And you could see that it has provided the desired output for the photosynthesis and the environmental factors for plant biology. And as we talk about the scalability concern, so as the training data volume grows, maintaining the efficiency of prompt tuning becomes more challenging, necessitating innovative solutions to streamline the adaptation process. So now we'll talk about its prompt also. So scalability, that is implementing AI for diverse customer service inquiries. So let's consider a scenario. Your company aims to deploy an AI chatbot to handle customer service inquiries across different departments, from technical support to billing and account management. Initially, the chatbot is trained with specific prompts for each category, performing well in small case tests. So what challenge will you face with this prompt is, or with this scenario is, as you scale the chatbot to handle thousands of inquiries daily across a wide range of topics, you find that the initial approach of using highly specific prompts for each category isn't sustainable. So the chatbot struggles to adapt the vast and varied nature of customer queries. And we'll face the scaling issue also here. That is, the specific prompts used during initial training don't cover the breadth of potential customer inquiries, leading to inadequate responses in unanticipated scenarios. So what strategy we can apply for scalability is, instead of relying on narrow, specific prompts for each inquiry type, you transition to using broader, more adaptable prompts that can guide the AI in understanding and categorizing a wide range of customer questions. So we can have an adapted prompt example, and I have one, that is, or we can write here, that would be identify the category of the customer's inquiry. That could be technical, billing, account management, and provide relevant assistance based on the identified category. So this strategy allows the chatbot to more effectively process a variety of inquiries by understanding the context and categorizing questions before generating responses, making it more scalable and versatile in handling customer service tasks. So if we address prompt tuning challenges, it is simplifying complex prompts. That is, begin by clearly identifying the core information or action desired from the LLM, breaking down multifaceted prompts into simpler, more focused requests, employ straightforward language, and eliminate non-essential elements to clarify the prompt. And then we have utilizing soft prompts. So soft prompts, which are non-textual signals trained from examples, guide the LLM without explicit worded instructions. So these are particularly used for tasks with limited training data or where interpretability is less critical. And then we have innovative optimization techniques. So the development of parameter efficient fine-tuning techniques such as p-tuning optimizes the search for effective prompts in a continuous space, making it feasible to tailor LLMs to specific tasks without extensive retraining. So this was all about the prompt tuning.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on prompt library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The prompt library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT, make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these three things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all these parameters and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide like moreover to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay, then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to do iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get like what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when you are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT. GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. Then for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I have told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt and always to get a good response. It's my personal experience that you have to keep fine-tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine.
Imagine this. It's Monday morning and your inbox is flooded with customer emails. Your sales team is juggling follow-ups and your social media calendar is overflowing. Your support calls keep piling up. You know that automation saves hours, but writing code or hiring developers feels overwhelming. Now picture this instead. You open a platform where automation is as simple as connecting apps, dragging and dropping workflows, or customizing templates. Without writing a single line of code, you set up email responses, schedule meetings, create social media posts, and even build voice assistants that talk to customer in real time. This is where no-code AI tools step in, turning complex process into easy, efficient solutions anyone can use. From customer support to sales, content creation, and call centers, these tools are helping teams work smartly, faster, and more efficient than ever before. In this video, we'll explore the best no-code AI agents by workflow, tools that empower you to automate tasks effortlessly, boost productivity, and focus on what really matters. Before we dive in, here's a quick question for you. What's that one task that eats up most of your time every day? Is it responding to endless emails, following up with leads or clients, managing social media and content, or is it handling customer support? Do let us know your answer in the comment section below. If you are interested in more such content, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to Simplilearn. Now let's bring this to life with a story. Meet Ravi. Every morning he sits at his desk staring at a screen full of emails and to-do lists. The workload feels overwhelming and lack of automation only makes things harder. Important opportunities slip through his fingers because he simply doesn't have the time to follow up. He finds himself constantly reaching out to experts just to keep things running. Slowly, the stress builds up, affecting both his productivity and his peace of mind. This is a story of many of us known all too well. But what if there was a way out of this cycle? If Ravi didn't have to feel so overwhelmed every single day, Ravi discovered that by the strategical automation just a few of his routine tasks, he could finally begin to simplify his day-to-day and significantly reduce the pressure on himself, freeing his time, allowing him to shift focus from tedious, repetitive work to bigger picture. He could finally dedicate his energy to growing his business and making truly impactful, smarter decisions. This is the core idea behind today's concept. As a powerful quote at the bottom says, automation isn't just about doing more, it's about making room for what truly matters. It's about creating space for creativity, for strategy, and for the things that you can only do. With the right tools, the kind of transformation is not just a dream, it's entirely possible. With automation in place, Ravi's entire workflow became more effective and purposeful. He went from feeling overwhelmed to feeling empowered. He felt and indicated acceleration as projects that once took days could now be completed in a fraction of the time. The newfound speed gave him the new confidence to move forward with seconds guessing every step. It also led to a new level of efficiency. He could track progress and spot opportunities he would have otherwise missed, thanks to the automation insights he was now receiving. Best of all, this transformation didn't just impact him, it brought the team collaboration together. They began to collaborate better, trusting the new process and focusing on shared goals instead of getting bogged down in manual work. This is what it means to be truly empowered by technology. It's not about working hard, it's about working smarter. Every great journey starts with a single step, and this is where you begin. Look around and find the one task that takes up most of your time and energy. That's the one which is constantly slowing you down. Next is to automate. Find a simple, no-code tool that automates just that one task. Remember, even a small change can make a huge difference in your day-to-day work life. Use the new freed up time to concentrate on what truly matters, growing your business, thinking clearly, and building momentum. This is how you turn overwhelm into progress. One step at a time. It's a simple process but can completely transform the way you work. This journey about automation isn't just about solving a problem today. It's about unlocking a long-term success. By offering routine tasks, you will feel less stress like the person meditating here. Your mind will be clearer and you will have space to think strategically. When everyone on your team is free from repetitive tasks, they can work together, create more, and also effectively. And finally, it's a long-term focus. You will be able to set and achieve bigger goals knowing that small daily tasks are taken care of automatically. This is where the real power of no-code AI comes in. It transforms your workflow so that you can build a more sustainable and successful future for your business. Now that you have seen power of automation, your next move is simple. Firstly, what are the tasks that currently slowing you down every day? Think about it. Think about things you do over and over again that feels repetitive. And second is to look at those tasks and ask what can you automate. And second is to look at those tasks and ask which of these can I automate. Are there simple tools that can handle these workflows? And finally, don't feel like you have to do everything at once. Start with just one small single chain and build from there. Pick one task and one tool to begin. Remember, the key here is to empower yourself, not just to move, but to truly focus on what truly matters. Let's dive into powerful tools that can help you transform your workflow. At the center of your workflow, there are different areas where automation can make a huge impact. For example, customer support. Tools that in this category helps you automate email responses and handles routine customer queries. So you spend less time on repetitive communication. In sales and CRM, these are the tools streamlining, leading, tracking, and follow-ups, making sure you never miss an opportunity and are nurture to relationship effortlessly. With content creation tools, you can automate social media posts and campaigns, keeping you blend actively without the daily hassle of planning and scheduling. Workflow integration tools let you connect apps and process easily, syncing information across all your tools to reduce manual work and increase accuracy. Finally, voice agents give you the power to create AI-powered call assistants that handle customer support, inquiries, appointments, and instantly improving services and freeing up your time. Together, these tools complete ecosystem that help you shift your focus from repetitive tasks to strategic thinking, creativity, and growth. Now let's start with a versatile tool called Lindy AI. Lindy is a fantastic example of a non-code AI agent that can act as your personal assistant, particularly in customer support and sales. Lindy can automate customer emails, drafting replies, and tracking your inbox to handle routine communication. It also seamlessly handles meetings, scheduling, and follow-ups by automatically joining calls, transcribing them, and updating your CRM with key insights and action items. This frees up your sales team to focus on building relationships and closing deals, not the manual data entry. Next, we have a tool that is a cornerstone for no-code automation. That is Zapier. Think of Zapier as a central nervous system for all your applications, allows you to automate workflows by connecting thousands of different apps. It even provides AI-powered suggestions to help you build your workflows faster and more efficiently. By automating these connections, Zapier saves time to boost productivity across the entire team. For example, you can create Zap that automatically adds a new lead from social media to your CRM, then sends them a personalized welcome email, and finally notifies your sales team in Slack. All this in one single automated sequence. Similar to Zapier, but with a more visual approach is Make.com. Think of Make as your digital playground for building automation. Make is all about visual workflow automation. Make is all about visual workflow automation. Instead of just a list of steps, you can see your entire workflow as a map, which makes it much easier to understand and build complex sequences. It also has a strong AI integration, allowing you to incorporate powerful AI capabilities directly into your workflow. And of course, just not other tools in category. It connects multiple apps so you can seamlessly transfer information and trigger actions across all your favorite platforms. Make is perfect for everyone who wants to see their entire automation process laid out visually before they even build it. For those who want more control, we have Node N. This is an open source no code and low code platform that gives you power to automate almost anything. What makes Node N stand out is its open source nature, which allows you immensely flexible scalability and while offering extensive app integration to connect with your entire tech stack. Finally, let's talk about future of customer interaction with SynthFlow. This tool is a great example of no-code AI platform. Synth allows you to create incredible, realistic, human-like AI assistants that can handle both inbound and outbound phone calls. These agents are designed to have natural human-like conversations and offers seamless integration and scalability to grow with your business. It's a powerful way to automate your call center or sales team and provide a great customer support. All these platforms offer powerful automation capabilities without needing technical knowledge. Whether you're handling customer queries, tracking emails, or managing team tasks, these tools can save you every week. Start exploring them today using the free plans and trials. So if you want to look at Lindy AI, this is the interface you'll be getting. At first, you need to enter basic details of your Google account, or you can use any kind of email. So there is an option here to try it for free. Let's click on that. And we have a call if you want to book and know about Lindy. And there is a free trial that you can take and decide if you want to use Lindy AI. So this is the interface you'll be getting, and you can see we can create personalized website, customer support email, outbound calls, lead gen, meeting recording, and also we can use Linding-Ka detachments here. And we can also create any kind of agent from scratch using new agent. So let's see one of the pre-built agents. Let's say customer support email. You just give it a prompt. So after some time, you will see an option here called Build Agent, which is already ready. You can just click on it. And here you get an option of selecting what kind of triggers should be there for you to start this process. So either it can be any kind of Gmail or any Google Calendar activities. Also, there are options of performing an action, search knowledge base, entering a loop, condition, and enter agent step. So you can build an entire agent here based on these options. And after that, you can test and turn it on so it gets connected to your Gmail account and helps you automate the task. So coming to Zapier, when you open the website, you will see what are the current plans. If you want it for a free trial, there is a current plan which is available for free. There is a professional one too, and you can just click on next. Your basic Gmail details would be required. So when you log in with your Gmail, here are the few questions they'll ask to personalize your entire interface. So you can go ahead and fill them. So this is the main interface of Zapier. And there are options of automating tables, interfaces, chatbots, and canvas. So you can explore. There are a few templates also which you can use it. So if you go to the interface option, you will have a create option here. So you can just click on it. And you can either start from scratch or export it from any kind of template. And then you can click on create interface. So from here, you can build the interface from scratch where the pages are different and communicative. What used to take hours of work together, now you can just start within 2 to 3 minutes and you'll have an entire interface for you to run. So this is the main interface where you can create multiple agents. And you can start from scratch or again export it from a template given below. So when you click on create scenario, it means an agent and you can add multiple apps to connect them easily. So you have Google Sheets, Flow Control, OpenAI also inbuilt. So you just need to click on them, fill the necessary details and connect one app after the other. You can do things like replying for each comment without even putting in efforts. You have other options at what interval this command should run or agent should run. Demo 4. So for Node N, which is an agentic AI builder, you have different kinds of plans, which includes a starter, pro, and enterprise. And it is not free to use. You can trial it for free, but then you have to pay initially. Demo 5. So the last demo is Synth AI, which automatically answers your calls and reply to any kind of customer service which is required. So here you can see an option called create an agent. So you can start and you can either browse from templates or again start from scratch. So you can see many other options which include lead qualification seller, utility scout, property reconnector. So let's go with a seller call, which is lead qualification. And here you can see you can give a particular name for the agent, and you can give a image also so that it displays. You can use AI models, which includes ChatGPT 4.0, 1, Mini, and also 5, which is the latest version. And you can fix the time zones, which is you can set it to either Indian, European based on your necessity. You can add your knowledge bases. You can choose what kind of customer vocabulary you should be using and filter the words. And then we have use realistic filler words. Like you can use words like and ah. Also, it feels like a human. So you can just configure this to your email or even calls. And then you will have a voice assistant without even receiving one single call. You will be able to get customers and even provide customer support.
Before we bring generative AI into the picture, let's think about how data analytics is usually done. Traditionally, if you wanted to know how sales changed from one quarter to another, you would need to open your database, then write a SQL query or some pandas code, then generate a chart in Excel or Power BI, and then finally interpret the result by yourself. That's a lot of manual work and it requires strong technical skill. Now imagine you don't have to do all that. Instead, you just ask a simple question in English. What was the sales growth in quarter 2 compared to quarter 1? A generative AI system will write the SQL or Python code for you, and then it is going to run it against the data. And also, it is going to show you the percentage change, and even it can give you a short explanation. This means that somewhat analytics have become conversational, automated, and predictive. You talk to your data the way you talk to a colleague. Now you'd be wondering, why does this matter for data analysts? Because it saves time, reduces technical barriers, and lets you focus on understanding and acting on insights instead of struggling with the mechanics of coding. GenAI is not here to replace analysts, but to act as a co-pilot, speeding up the queries, cleaning data, building visualizations, and even suggesting forecast. Now, there are some of the core applications of GenAI in data analytics. The first one is natural language to insights. So guys, as you can see all over here, that traditionally, if you wanted to get an answer from a data, you had to write your own SQL queries or Python code. That means only trained data analysts could do it. But with GenAI, anyone, even a marketing manager or HR professional, can simply type a question in plain English. For example, show me a chart of customer churn rate by region. And the AI is going to understand the request and write the code in the background. Run it against the data and gives you the chart. Now, you can imagine how making analytics from the given data has become so much easier, even when you don't know coding. Next one, if you could see, you are going to get automated data storytelling. Numbers on the charts are very useful, but they don't always tell the full story. GenAI goes a step further. It can explain numbers in words. For example, instead of just showing a revenue chart, GenAI can automatically write revenue increased 12% in APAC, mainly due to search in mobile app users. So you can see how it is saving time for analysts, and also it is helping non-technical people. Third one is predictive and prescriptive analytics. Most traditional analytics tools tell us what has already happened. But GenAI can look at patterns in the data and help predict what might happen next. For example, you can ask something like this, like based on the current trends, which products are likely to underperform in the next quarter? GenAI can not only make the prediction but also suggest what actions to take to increase the promotion in a particular region. Next is data cleaning and preparation. Every analyst knows the hardest part of analytics is not the charts. It's cleaning messy data. And when the messy data has missing values or spelling mistakes or duplicates, then it becomes pretty harder. But GenAI can automatically suggest cleaning steps, even generate the code to fix the dataset. For example, guys, if customer data has duplicate entries, GenAI can detect and remove them if revenue numbers are missing, and it can fill them based on the relative values. This saves hours of manual effort. And finally, you can get visualizations on demand. In traditional BI tools, you drag and drop fields, adjust filters, and then format charts. This can take a lot of clicks, but with GenAI, you can just ask, create a heat map of sales by product category and region. And boom, you are going to get it very much easily. The AI is instantly going to generate a professional looking chart or even a full dashboard. This makes data visualization faster, easier, and more flexible. So guys, I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding the application of GenAI in data analytics. Now, let us begin to the next part, that is the hands-on tutorial. So guys, in most of the real case scenario, you are going to have a pre-prepared data. It may be structured, semi-structured, or unstructured. But for this tutorial, we are going to create a random data for the product based on the given region and also the date and time. Also, if you want to try this simulation to generate a random data based on the given dates, regions, and the products. So you're going to get a code something like this. Now let us dive deep into this given tutorial and try to understand what are the libraries used in this given code. You can see it has used pandas, numpy, and matplotlib. And also guys, you can see it is trying to create the data with the help of numpy. So you can see there are dates, regions, and products. Then there is a for loop and it is trying to populate this given variable rows. So you can see with date, region, products, units sold, price, and revenue. And finally, you are storing this in the data frame. Now let us try to run this code. You can see our given data has been created. Now let us move to the next step and try to do some analytics. Now guys, let us give a prompt to ChatGPT, something like this, saying that I have pandas data frame named sales with column date and region and also with products, units sold, price, and revenue. Try to give a brief idea about what data you have to ChatGPT and then say write simple pandas code to answer what is the average revenue per region or return a small table with column region and average revenue sorted from highest to lowest. Let us try to hit the button and let's see. Now you can see all over here we have got a code. So we can just copy this and try to paste on our collab. So now let us try to run this and you can see we have got the given output with the region and the average revenue like west, south, north, east, and all those things. Let us move to the next analytics part. But before that, I would like to ask you some questions. Now, here's a little part I want you to try. You can also ask all over here that show the total revenue by product and which day had the highest revenue overall. And see, GenAI is easily going to give you. So it's becoming a tool based and but with the complexity of the data, things can become a little bit complex. But since we had the GenAI, now your work will become very much easier. So do try this guys and mention in the comment section below how many of you have got the right result. Now, as we all know that real data is actually very messy. So guys, I have added some impurities in the given data. You can see I have made some missing values, I have made some duplicate rows, and I have also some lowercase and spaces. So that makes a pretty interesting how GenAI is going to deal with this scenario. Let us try to hit the run button and first try to insert all those things. And you can see the data has been added. Now let us try to do some analysis. Now, let's say in a given scenarios, first you need to understand your data. Where are the missing values and what are the issues in your given data. And then you can give prompt something like this. Say, I have pandas data frame messy like before. Please write a simple readable code and trim spaces and fix regions like title case, drop the duplicate rows, and fill the missing revenue with unit source. And make sure your date is in proper date type, and then return the clean data frame named clean. Now, let us give another prompt to generate a chart with the help of GenAI. Basically, I'm using ChatGPT all over here, and the model is 5. So you can write a prompt something like this. Write a simple matplotlib code to plot a bar chart of the top 5 products by total revenue from the data frame. Clean, and also add a title and label the axis. So clean is our data frame. Let's click enter. You can see GPT has easily given us the code. Just copy this, go to the terminal and just paste the given code and just click on enter. Now you can easily see, guys, that we have got a very amazing visualization. You can see there is total revenue, there is top 5 products by total revenue, and you can see this is watch, laptop, phone, headphones. So in this simulation, you can see how easily you can generate charts. Now let us move to the next part. In this part, we are going to do something very much interesting. So let us say I ask the GPT something like this. We'll keep the forecasting simple. We will use total revenue by month, then use a 3-month average to guess the next one. So you can type a prompt something like this, that we want forecasting, we will use total revenue by month, then use a 3-month average to guess the next one. Just click enter after that. And you can see it is going to give you the code which is going to generate the forecasting. So you can see it has given the first step, calculate the total revenue by month, then calculating the 3-month moving average, and finally it has done the forecasting of the next month. Now let us copy this given code and paste on the Google Colab. So we have copied our given code. Let's try to run it. And you can see just in few seconds we have got the output, and it has generated the forecasting of our given product. So you can see from this graph, guys, this is the revenue y-axis, and on the x-axis we have the actual revenue, and the dashed lines are 3-month average. Now you can see from all over here we have the given years like 2024, first month, the third month, 5th month, 7th month, 9th month, and 11th. And it is creating the monthly revenue versus 3-month. So that is amazing analysis, and we have just got to do it in few seconds by writing the prompt. Now you would be also thinking about the same thing which I am thinking, like GenAI is definitely going to make a lot of things easier in the domain of data analytics.
One day, while wandering the vibrant streets of Bangalore, I noticed a crowd around a staff with the glowing neon letters, AI predictions powered by Lumina. Intrigued, I couldn't resist checking it out. The setup was simple yet captivating. Type a question, and Lumina, a future predicting AI, provides an answer. People asked about careers, stocks, and even personal life, each response leaving the crowd stunned. It almost felt unreal. Excited, I decided to give it a try. I typed in, "What's the next big breakthrough in AI?" The screen flickered for a moment, and then Lumina replied, "In 2027, the world's first self-replicating AI will emerge. It will redesign itself, solving problems humanity has not even dreamt of. This AI will unify global healthcare, eradicate poverty in some regions, and redefine governments. And it also begins today, right here in Bangalore, with an anonymous project." The air around me shifted. Everyone froze, trying to process what they would just have read. My heart raced as I looked around. Is it possible? Can someone just a few streets away be launching a creation that might change the entire course of humanity? Hello guys, welcome back to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. I am Srijita, and today I will talk about the fascinating future of generative AI, the rapidly evolving technology. In this evergreen video, I will tell you how you can prepare to set yourself apart in this technological revolution. So let's dive into it and see. The world is in the middle of a thriving yet unsettling AI revelation. Machines are now creating art, writing code, and making decisions, tasks once reserved for humans. While this innovation excites, it also sparks fear, as jobs in writing, design, and tech face the risk of being replaced. Industries are evolving rapidly, leaving many uncertain about the future. Change is constant, and instead of fearing it, we should embrace it as a chance to grow. Technology is a tool to enhance our work and shape the future. Let's collaborate with innovation and lead the way forward. This brings us to some important questions further. What does the future hold with generative AI? How will the very concept of jobs evolve? And most importantly, what skills will become the most valuable in this new era? Don't worry, in this video, today I will answer most of the questions in your head. But before that, let's take a look on what is this generative AI. Generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that can create new content like text, images, music, or even videos by learning from existing data. Think of it as a creative assistant that can write essays, design graphics, or compose music by understanding the patterns and information from what it's been trained on. Tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E are popular examples showing how AI can generate realistic and creative outputs that mimic human work. Now that we have a basic understanding of generative AI, I want you guys to quickly check out the quiz attached below in the description section. Take a moment to answer and let me know your thoughts in the comments for sure. So now, the future of generative AI is brimming with the bold and transformative predictions. By 2027, we could witness the rise of self-replicating AI, the systems capable of redesigning and improving themselves to solve problems far beyond human imagination. Personalized AI assistants might become as common as smartphones, tailoring their support to individual needs, whether it's managing daily tasks, learning new skills, or enhancing productivity. Industries like healthcare, education, and entertainment are set for groundbreaking advancements, with AI leading innovations in precision medicine, personalized learning experiences, and immersive storytelling. These developments promise a world where technology seamlessly integrates into our lives, reshaping how we work, learn, and create. You must be thinking, how will the very concept of jobs evolve in this era now? Generative AI is changing the way we work, bringing both benefits and challenges to careers. On the positive side, it can take over repetitive and time-consuming tasks, giving people more time to focus on creative and strategic work. For example, writers can use AI to draft ideas faster, and designers can use it to generate visuals quickly. This creates room for new and exciting jobs in the fields like AI ethics, prompt engineering, and AI training. However, there's a downside. Many traditional jobs in writing, designing, and even coding could be at risk as AI becomes more powerful and capable. Tasks that used to take hours now can be done in minutes by machines. This means some roles might become less needed, and people in these fields will need to learn new skills to stay relevant. Generative AI won't just take jobs. It will also create many new opportunities, but only for those willing to embrace the change and grow with it. So by now, you must be wondering, what skills will you need to master to keep up with this change? So in a future dominated by generative AI, the most in-demand skills will focus on collaboration with technology and uniquely human traits. Skills like prompt engineering and AI tool mastery will be essential to be effectively used in various tasks. Creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving will remain invaluable, as AI can assist but not replicate human ingenuity. Emotional intelligence and adaptability will also be the key roles for requiring empathy and leadership. Technical expertise in AI, machine learning, and cybersecurity will grow in demand, along with knowledge in AI ethics to ensure responsible use. Specialized industry knowledge paired with AI application will set professionals apart, where humans and AI work together to drive innovation. So now the question arises, what we can do to set ourselves apart.
Now, starting a business, project, or initiative during this technological shift is a golden opportunity, as many industry giants like Microsoft and Google emerged during the times of disruption. The AI revolution offers endless possibilities. Develop solutions for unmet needs, leverage generative AI to innovate processes or target niche markets with specialized services. Focus on building ethical, impactful initiatives that address our real world challenges, whether by simplifying workflows, personalizing experiences, or empowering others to adapt to the change. The opportunity is immense, the resources are abundant, and all you need is to combine your efforts and ideas to bridge the gap and make it happen. Then comes choosing a workspace where colleagues excel at leveraging AI tools and consistently push the boundaries of innovation. Remember the lesson of BlackBerry. Once dominant, it underestimated the disruptive potential of change, like the iPhone's rise. The wrong mindset can leave you on the losing side of history. Evaluate your workplace. Are they embracing generative AI and integrating cutting edge tools to enhance productivity? Or are they resisting, hoping AI will fade? GenAI is not going anywhere, and to thrive, you must collaborate with it. Choose wisely, adapt, and position yourself to lead in this transformative era. Now, thirdly comes exploring the latest AI tools. Sign up and consider subscriptions as an investment in your future. While generative AI might sound complex, it's surprisingly simple and easy to use. These tools are designed for everyone, not just for tech professionals. Learn to use them effectively, and you will discover endless opportunities to enhance your skills and productivity, regardless of your background. Finally, turn your knowledge into action. Choose an AI tool that interests you the most. Many are free and just require an email to get started. With just a click, you are ready to explore. Dive in, experiment, and create something extraordinary that showcases the power of what you have learned. In the near future, the real battle won't be between humans versus robots. It will be between those who embraced AI early and those who hesitated. The choice is yours. Join the pioneers shaping the future or risk being left behind in the dust of delay. Which side will you be on? The clock is ticking. Make the right decision and make the most out of this Gen AI era.
So, generative adversarial networks were introduced in 2014 by I.N.J. Goodfellow and co-authors. GANs perform unsupervised learning tasks in machine learning. GANs can be used to generate new examples that plausibly could have been drawn from the original dataset. So, this is an image of GAN. There is a database that has a real 100 rupee note. The generated neural network generates fake 100 rupee note. So, the discriminator network will help to identify the real and the fake note, or the real and the fake images, you can see. So, moving ahead, let's see what is generator. So, a generator is a GAN neural network that creates fake data to be trained on the discriminator. It learns to generate plausible data. So, the generator examples or instances become negative training examples of the discriminator. So as you can see here, the random input generate a new fake image. The main aim of the generator is to make the discriminator classify its output as real. So the part of GAN that trains the generator includes the noisy input vector or generator network, which transform the random input into an instance, or the discriminator network, which classify the generator data. So after seeing what is generator, let's see what is a discriminator. So, the discriminator is a neural network that identifies the real data from the fake data created by the generator. So, the discriminator training data comes from two sources. The real data instance, such as real pictures of birds, human currency notes, and anything, are used by the discriminator as a positive sample during training. The second one is the fake data instance created by the generator are used as a negative examples during the training process. So, discriminator decide from the real images and the fake images generated by generator, and discriminator decide which is fake and which are real. So now let's move on to the programming part and see how we can use GAN using celebrity face image dataset. So here we will start with GAN, Generative Adversarial Networks. Okay, so first I will rename it GAN. Okay, so here we will import some libraries like import OS. So we will do from PyTorch machine learning deep learning library, which work for like neural networks. So here I will write from torch
dot utils dot data import data loader. Okay, so what is this torch.utils.data? So this is an abstract class representing a dataset, and here you can custom dataset that inherit dataset and override the dataset. Okay, and this import data loader. So data loader is a client application for the bulk import or export of the data, and we can use it to insert, update, delete, or export like records. And when importing data, data loader reads, extract, and loads data from the CSV files like comma separated values or from a database connection, you can say. And when exporting data, it's output a CSV file. Okay, then moving forward, like torch vision dot transform as t. Okay, so transform are like very common image transformation available in the Torch Vision. So transformation module, they can be changed together using compose. So most transform classes have function equivalent functional transform, give fine-grained control over the transformations. And one more, like from Torch Vision dot transforms, dataset sets import image folder. Okay, invalid syntax. Why it is invalid? I will tell you. It's not, it's import. Okay, yes. So now what I will do, okay, torch utils it is. Yeah, now it's working fine. So now we will import the dataset. So we are using celebrity face image. Okay, so I will provide you the dataset in the description box below, don't worry. Okay, so you can download from dataset directly from there. So this is my path to dataset 375 desktop face image dataset. Okay, now let's run it. Okay, now let's run it. Okay, now I guess it's fine. Yeah, so here what I will do, I will set the image size and all. So image size equals to 64, then page size equals to 256, then batch size equals to 256, then stats equals to 0.5 comma 0.5 and again 0.5, okay, comma 0.5 comma 0.5 comma 0.5. Okay, so here we have set the image size and the batch size and the stat values. So now what we will do, we will train the dataset. So here I will write train ts equals to image folder of data directory comma transform equals to t dot compose here I will write t dot resize, then image size, okay, then again t dot center crop, here I will write image size, I will be small, then here I will write t dot to tensor comma t dot normalize stats, okay, let me do like this. Here I can write train dl equals to data loader, then train ds batch size, then shuffle equals to true comma num workers equals to 2 number of workers, then here I will write pin memory, okay, so true. Let me run it. Okay, error, the system cannot find the path specified, see user. Okay, so there is a path error. Okay, so let me copy my path. Let's see. Now let me run. Yeah, so it's working fine. So let me import torch from torch vision dot utils import make grid. Okay, then import matplotlib dot pyplot as plt, then matplotlib inline. So this torchvision.utils import make grid is used to make a grid. Okay, grid, you know, small boxes, and this matplotlib you already know is used for the making charts, different types of chart, line chart, bar chart, pie chart. Okay, so let me run this. Some spaces. So here I will write now make a function non img tensors, then return img tensors stats 1 0 plus stats 0 and again 0. Okay, so let me run this. Now what we will do, we will make again a new function for show images and show batches. Okay, for that I will write df show image, okay, then images comma nmax equals to 64. 64 will be there. Then figure comma axis equals to plt dot subplots figure size equals to 10 comma 10. Okay, then axis dot set xdix ax dot set ytix. Okay, then ax dot im show, this is image show, then make grid the non function images dot detect nmax comma intro. Number of rows will be 8. Then dot permute 1 comma 2 comma 0. Okay, then df show batch dl comma nmax equals to 64. Then for images in DL show images, then images comma max like nmax, then break. Okay, so now let's see some batches. So I will write show batch train DL. It's loading. Okay, some error. Okay, image. Okay, show the non. Okay, the spelling mistake. So as you can see here, this maybe Robert Downey Jr. This is Robert Downey Jr. This is also Robert Downey Jr. and different celebrities here. So we have to do GN in this. We will generate the fake images and will generate the new images. Then discriminator will set the images which are real or fake. Okay, so now let's use GPU. Like, let's see GPU is available or not. Okay, so here I will write the get default device, then if dot CUDA dot is available, then return dot device, then CUDA. Okay, else return dot device to CPU, then df to device data comma device. Like from this we will move tensor to chosen device. Like, okay, if is instance instance data comma list comma tuple return to device x comma device for x in data. Return data dot to device comma non blocking equals to true. Okay, T will be capital here. Then I will write class device data loader. So here what we will do, we will wrap a data loader to move data to a device. So for the df init function to self comma dl comma device, then here I will write self dot dl equals to dl, then self dot device equals to device. Okay, so here I will write def for the iteration so here I have to give 2 underscore. Here I will write again self. So it yield a batch to data after moving it to a device. So for be in self dot dl, then yield to device, then b comma self dot device. Okay, and the last one is df for the length will write self, then it will return the number of batches. So return length of self dot dl. Okay, invalid syntax. Okay, not dot. Okay, so here I will write device. Here I will write device equals to get fault device okay, then train dl equals to device data loader, and train dl comma device. Okay, so as we already know what is GN and what is discriminator and generator, so let's take again GN overview. So a generative adversarial network GN has two parts. So the generator learns to generate plausible data. The generator instant become negative training examples for producing impossible results. So So you have data. So what discriminator will do? Discriminator will decide from the generated data and the real data which are fake and which are real. Okay, this will generator will do. Discriminator, sorry. Okay, so discriminator like takes an image as an input and tries to classify it as real or generated. In this sense, it's like any other neural network. So I will use here CNN, which outputs is a single neural network for every image. So okay, so I hope you know again like what discriminator is, what generator is, and what is like real data. It is this. Okay, and we will generate the data. Okay, fake data. And what discriminator will do? Discriminator will check whether the data is fake or real. Okay, so here I will write import torch dot nn as nn. Here I will write discriminator equals to nn dot sequential okay. So these are some so these are some layer. Okay, flattened layer, convoluted layer, okay, leaky ReLU layer. So here I am setting discriminator like 3 into 64 64. Okay, so here 64 by 128 128 by 256. So these are the sizes of the images. Okay, so here discriminator equals to device discriminator comma device. Okay, this okay, what's wrong? The spelling is wrong maybe. Okay, so it's saying discriminator is not defined. Okay, let me debug. Okay, nothing else, the spelling was wrong, so sorry for that. So let me do for the better visuals. Okay, so I hope you know the generator, what generator network is. So here what I will do, I will set the size latent size equals to 128. Okay, so here we have set the discriminator. Now what we will do, we will set the generator. Okay, the sizes like 3 into 64 64 or 32 128 and so on for all the layers. So here I am setting for the generator. The same I will write here. Generator equals to device generator comma device. Again the generator is okay. I'm copying this one only. Okay, generator is defined here. Okay, that's working fine. So here, so now what I will do the discriminator training. Okay, so for that I have to write def train discriminator real images, comma, opt d. Okay, now we will clear the discriminator gradients. So opt d dot 0 grade. Okay, here we will pass real images through discriminator. Okay, so these are the for the real images, because we have to show the all the real and the fake images, then we'll shuffle, then it will find out which is real and which is not. Okay, so and now we will generate the fake images using latent. Okay, so for that latent equals to torch dot random input, and the batch size we are giving, the latent size we are giving. Okay, fake images is equal to generator. So now what we will do, we will pass the fake images through discriminator as we did for the real images. Okay, so now we will update discriminator weights. For that I have to write loss equals to real loss then plus fake loss. Okay, then loss dot backward opt d dot step return loss dot item, comma, real score, comma, fake score. Okay, item. Okay, bracket is missing. Okay, loss backward in 36. Okay, so here what we pass the real images to discriminator, then generate fake images, and at the same time we pass the fake images through discriminator, and at the end that loss equals to real loss and the fake loss, we update the discriminator weights. Okay, so now, so this was the discriminator training. Now what we will do the generator training. Okay, so for that I have to write def for that I have to write def train generator then opt g dot 0 grad. So what we are doing here, we are clearing the generator gradients. Before that we did for the same the discriminator one. Okay, so now we will generate the fake images. Okay, what generator do? Generator only generate the fake images. Okay, so from this prediction what we are doing, we are just trying to fool the discriminator. Okay, so here we will update the generator weights. So I will write loss dot backward, then I will write opt underscore g dot step then here will write return loss dot item. Okay, let's run it. So here I will write from torch vision dot utils import save image, and here I will write sample directory equals to generated, okay, and os dot make directory sample directory comma exist, okay, equals to true. Okay, so now what we will do, we will save the sample data. Okay, so I have to create to save samples one function. Okay, so here what I'm doing, I'm making the fake images, generating the fake images and saving it. Okay, so moving forward, well, what I will fix the latent equals to torch dot random input, then 64 latent size comma 1 comma 1 comma then device equals to device, then again save samples to 0 comma fixed latent okay, save samples is not defined, it's defined here. Yeah, so see, this is the generated images, this is the fake image. Okay, now what I will do, I will do the full training loop. For that I have to write from tqdm dot notebook import tqdm, then import torch dot nn dot functional sf. Let me give the spaces. So now what we will do, we will train this we will do the full training loop till the 400 epochs, so it will take a very long time. So first I will write the definition. Okay, I will define one the function. Okay, and then I will get back to you. So yes, so what I did, so this I have set the losses and the scores. Okay, and these are the optimizers, some optimizers, opt you can say optimizer we are creating, and here I am training the discriminator, and here I am training the generator. Okay, for the loss, and here the record of the loss in the scores will save, and this is for the log of losses and the scores last batch, and for this is for the generated image. Okay, it will save the generated image. Okay, we have already created here, you can say, for the sample image for the saving. Okay, now what I will do, I will write percent time, then lr equals to 0.005, then epochs equals to 400 epochs, means it will take a huge time. So history equals to fit epochs comma lr. Okay, fit is not defined. Okay, I have to run it again. Okay, why it's coming like this? Okay, something other. Item object has 0 grade. Okay, I have to check. So as you can see, it started running. So this box will run till 400. So it will take a long time, very long time. So I will get back to you after that. So as you can see, this is of 1 by 400. So it will run till 339. Okay, so it will take a very, very long time. So it will define the loss of generated, the loss of discriminator, and the real score and the fake score, and at the same time it's saving the generated images. Okay, so it will take a long time, and then I will get back to you. So as you can see here, the GANs are done till like 400. Okay, till all the 400. Okay, so now let's do some losses, losses of discriminator and the real score and the fake scores equals to history. So here I will touch dot save the generator dot state underscore directory path comma g dot pth path. Okay, then I will write dot save the discriminator dot state directory path comma d dot pth. Okay, some spelling mistake is there. Yeah, so I write from IPython dot display import image. Okay, so here I will write image, like what the generator generated the image, dot slash generated slash images, then 0001 dot png. Okay, let's see. So this is the first image which generated by the generator. Okay, so same we have 400 approx. So let's see. So here I will check the 100 image. So as you can see, 100 image is more bit clear. So what if I will check for the like 300 image one? It's more bit clear. Okay, now let's check with 400 image. I hope, see, it is clear. So these are the fake images which are generated by the generator to fool the discriminator. to confuse the discriminator. Okay, so now we will plot a graph. We will plot a graph for the epoch and the loss in the for the discriminator and the generator. So for that, right. So as you can see, this is a discriminator, okay, blue one, and there is a generator. So loss for the generator is the more, and the loss for discriminator is less, which is very good. And now let's see the real and fake images. Okay, so these are the real images. Score.
So Zapier AI is just like N8N and any other platforms which can help you automate your AI workflows. So without further delay, let's quickly jump into the demonstration of Zapier AI automation. So we will be automating Gmail. So we will receive some inputs from Google Forms, and based on that, Zapier AI will read the input, and based on that, it will send out an acknowledgement email to your client. So you cannot just load all your data in a Google Sheet and mark each and every one of those and send out personal emails, right? It might be time consuming. What if you had an AI agent that does the task for you based on the inputs from the user? So for that, let's get started. So now we are on the Zapier official web page, and here you can see we have multiple workflows on the right hand side which says popular templates, or if you're looking for a specific template, then you can just type down some mere words, let's say like a Gmail automation or any of the ones like Telegram automation, self-learning AI agent. So I'll try to write down here, create a Gmail automation, and it'll give me some results based on that. Or you can also go ahead with the popular templates which are readily available here. So you can just click on browse all templates and it will navigate you to a new different web page. So here you can see first one. So based on lead segments and everything else, you can also configure as a filter. And here you can see Facebook leads, right? Let's say you have done some marketing on any of the social media platforms and all the inputs from there, the user's details, you want to segregate them into a Google form or Google Sheet. You can do that. And apart from that, here you can see a wide variety of options. So I think here it is, Google Forms to Google Mails. Let's click on it and just create or start building. So let's try it. In the same way, you can also experiment on various workflows which are readily available on Zapier. You just have to make some mild adjustments to it and you're good to go. Now here you can see it needs a few details, the orange exclamation marks, right? But before that, if you have some queries about the basics, you can watch this 3-minute watch video section. So you can just have a quick tutorial on that. But apart from that, if you have a detailed briefing on how to proceed, you can just continue as it is. Now you just click on that exclamation mark so that you have an edit option, and you can also see the problems related to it. So it needs to link itself to an email address and all the forms related to that particular email address. So here I've already created one of the forms which takes name, phone number of the customer, email, and also the course that they're opting and everything else. So here I've mentioned some of the top courses from Simplilearn. And here we have some settings. You can just select email addresses that are verified, and also a sheet for responses which I've already created here. This will have a track of all the responses that we received through the form. It will have the timestamp, name, etc. And now you need to configure this particular Google form by logging in into your account. So here you can see the account detail is vacant. So for that, you might have to connect to the email address that you're currently working on. You just have to click on sign in. And I'll quickly sign into my email address that I'm currently logged in with Zapier. So that's the email ID I've used to log into Zapier. I'm currently working on it. Now here you've got another option which says from new response or updated response. Based on that, you can choose if a new row has been appended to your sheet or form. You can go ahead with that, or a new response whenever you get received from the users. So I'll choose to go with the default one. Now the next one is to configure your Google form. So you need to specify the name of the form that you're working with. So I'm using the customer feedback form that I've recently created. You just need to select it. And once done, you need to continue to the next stage where you can just quickly test it. So your trigger is working fine, which is the Google form. The second part of this particular workflow is the Gmail. So you can see a green tick button or check button which says everything is fine in this particular automation. The next step is, you can still see that orange exclamation, right? You need to configure the email part, which is the send email trigger. So first the setup part, and the app you're using is Gmail, which will be default, and the action will be sending an email, and you need to again sign in here to provide your email address, the sender, right? So you just need to sign in so that your Gmail has the access. I've signed in, and all the permissions that are basically needed for this particular trigger to work. That's fine. Now the next part is configuration. So here you need to add the data columns which will have the recipient's email address. So on the form it is mentioned as email. So you can see slash, right? So before that, let's say I want to write the email address manually. Again, how is it different from the manual task which I earlier had? But if I want to automate it, you need to make sure that your AI can read this particular email address which your user has provided. So when you write down a / option there, or a button, when you strike on that, you have a various set of options provided to you by Zapier. So this is the entry from the user which records his or her email address. So once that particular email address is added, you might want to choose some CCs or BCCs, right? The carbon copy or blind carbon copy, which you might want to have a look at, right? So you can either configure that or you can choose to ignore. But again, the next part is the subject, main subject of an email, the body, right? So before the body starts. So you can choose to provide anything like thanks for choosing with us, or thanks for reaching out, or acknowledgement from Simplilearn, something like that. Thanks for reaching out to Simplilearn. And this is the main body where I will be writing some details. So let's say some person XYZ reached out. I don't want to write the whole name, so I'll use the / and the name, so that automatically it will be replicated to n number of users. And now a custom message from my end. Thanks for reaching out to Simplilearn, or something like that, which is similar to the subject. Thanks for connecting with us. And you can also choose to mention the course name that they have opted. We will schedule an appointment. So the message will be, we will schedule an appointment with our experts to assist you with the course that you have opted. So the same option, / and select the course that they have provided to you. That's the one. Just click, or you can also choose the tab option, and done. And now the closing part, thanks and regards from Simply. So that would be my total email body and the subject. And now I'll quickly test, and if there are any errors, it will let me know. And also we have a small preview window there. If you want to expand, you can also choose to expand the button, which is right next to the send email option over there. But anyways, I'm happy with this particular window here. So I can see the 2 email addresses not being extracted for some reason. So let's check the errors and warnings. For what reason is it not taking any? I think I did not write any input so far. So let me quickly switch to another email address, and now I've written some entries. So let us check the workflow once again. No, it did not extract the email address yet. So maybe there is a small issue which can be resolvable. If we just go back to the configuration button and try to refresh everything, it should be working. Same issue. Okay, I think it did not even take the from address as well, my email address that was supposed to be. Let's try to refresh or check all the configurations once. And that's the to address, which is fine. Send message to Google contacts, that's fine. Okay, there was some redundancy which we have to extract. Okay, that's fine. And again, let me try it once more. Could also be a slight network issue from Zapier. That's the from email address. Yeah, I think I forgot that. That should be the problem. And everything remains to be same. Fine, I think that was resolved once I refreshed the whole workflow. So let's quickly publish and check the email address. The one which I have sent, I'll refresh the email as well. So my email has been successfully refreshed. I have received the Google form which I had entered. Now I should also be receiving an email. Yeah, that's the email. Perfect. 0 minutes ago. Hi, thanks for reaching out to Simplilearn for a program on AI and machine learning. I searched, and yeah, your appointment will be scheduled, and we have a small signature over there. Information contained will be confidential, which is by default. I did not enter anything about this. So yeah, Zapier was confident enough to go with that particular choice. And so far so good. You can just quickly save this workflow And in case if you want to edit, you can also go ahead with the edit option over there to have some more options for your workflow. That's how simple it is to build an automation in Zapier. Completely similar as well as easier than other platforms. N8N tutorial for beginners. So let's go through the introductions. So we are on the landing page of N8N. So we can just get started for free. And there you go. You need to add some credentials here. For example, full name and your email address. So let's go with the personal email address so that you can relate to this. So I'll be also using simple passwords here and simple email addresses. So here comes the account name. You need to make sure that you have a unique account name for your particular project or your account or user ID. So make sure that it is not used by anyone, or it should not be beyond the requirements of this particular N8N platform. So it says that it should have small letters and no special symbols. So let's eliminate special symbols and dot. So small case and 1, 2, 3. That's good. So now you can either save or you can ignore that. So I've saved it for safer side. So we are proceeding with a free version of this particular N8N platform. You can also choose to buy a version that suits your requirements as well. There are 3 different ones. Trial version for individuals, which comes with free of cost. And the second one is a paid premium version for single purpose. And the third one is enterprise purpose. So based on your requirement, you can choose your particular application or platform. Now I'm adding some more details. These are the formalities which you need to add before you continue with your project. So submit, I think that's the last one. And here you can add the same email ID that you have logged in from and invite. So you can just go there and verify. And you can also see there is a quick start on N8N platform, which can help you have a briefing on that. But anyways, we'll also have that briefing here. So we are on the platform right now. And there you can see 14 days left in your N8N trial. So these are some notifications that you will be having. And there are the applications. You can begin with building a simple AI agent, or you can also get started from scratch. So there's the AI agent and the scratch one. So let me go back to the normal version of the screen. I'll be expanding the screen based on the requirements. So here on the left hand side, you can see preview, personal, and here are the production executions, failed productions. So it's like a dashboard on your projects, a detail on your projects. So here are the credentials and execution. So credentials is the page where you add all the credentials. Let's say you are getting connected to any of the LLM platform or any of the APIs. That's where you go and add your credentials. Now here you can see all the things here: overview, personal, share, templates, admin, insights, everything. So those are the details. So what you can do is just simply click on create a new project or create from start, and there is your kind of breadboard kind of structure, which is your workflow platform. Now, based on our requirement, we'll be needing a few things. So I'll open up a new tab and I'll be opening Gmail. I'll be opening up Google Sheets as well as Google Forms. So remember, we discussed on creating an AI agent or AI automation that books your appointment with the person you're trying to meet, right? So now we'll also need Google Cloud Console. So here you just have the Gmail and Google Sheets and Google Forms and Google Cloud Console as well. Now first we'll get started by clicking on the plus option by creating a blank form. You can add a good name to your form and then some details like email, name of the person who is looking for an appointment, phone number, and maybe the reason of appointment. And apart from that, you can also have a calendar which says on which date he's looking for an appointment with Simplilearn. So once you're comfortable with all the details that you want from the person, then you can continue. So I've given this name as appointment scheduling automation, and description is completely optional, but still we'll have it as a good sign so that if a team is working on this, or if somebody is replicating something for themselves, then they should have a briefing, right? So this acts like a comment on coding platform. So let's have it for better usage. So this automation is built to receive appointment requests and other things. And then you can proceed with the options. Let's quickly add all these and proceed with the next part of this particular procedure. So the first one was name, which is a required entry. Phone number is also a required entry. And similarly, email address should also be short and it should be a required entry because ultimately we are going to send out a notification. So we might need a verified email address. Now the appointment date, on which date is going to, or she is going to request for a date for meeting, right? So that should be there. And optionally, you might choose to have the reason, or you can also ignore it. So here somebody else might also have been looking for an appointment, right? So let's say appointment on the name of who, or appointment for, right? And you can also mention the name in brackets, so there is some good clarity. So I think I'm good. Now go into settings and there responses. You can either collect the details or respond the input. So I'll go with the collecting email addresses which are verified, and you can also have the copy of this particular form to be sent to the user directly, or you can also choose request. So if they request, you can send it out, and responses. So far no responses, and now you need to link this particular to a Google Sheet, the form to a Google Sheet, right? So you can see that option over there which says link to sheets. You can just click on that and just create. So you can either give it a specific name here itself, or you can just directly create and then work on the Google Sheet. So click on create. This should redirect us to a new Google Sheet. So there you go. You can just give a specific name to this particular Google Sheet as well. So you can see on the first column, we have timestamp when a request was sent and email address of the person who is going to request for an appointment, and appointment on the name of the person, their phone number, the respective email ID, and the appointment date, the important columns that we are looking for. Now I have named my sheet as appointment request form and responses. So the next procedure now. So now we'll go back to N8N workflow. There's our first step. So you can see we have a lot of options by N8N. You can get ahead with triggering. You can get ahead with an app event, a schedule. Let's say some schedule is appeared and it needs to perform an action, right? So based on the requirement, you can choose your initial point, the trigger point, right? I'll choose to go ahead with a Google Sheet. So once I type Google, you can see it shows me a lot of options, basically all the available applications from Google, right? So I'll choose Google Sheets, and there you can see some triggers as well as actions. So let me expand this a little. So whenever a row is added, row is updated, or both row added or updated. So for now, the best choice would be row added or updated, but I'd go with just row added because there's a simple email sending application using N8N, right? So let's also take a quick look on the actions. So here you can see you're creating a spreadsheet, delete a spreadsheet, or some of the operations that you regularly follow up on any Google Sheet. So now, for now, I'll go with on row added, the first option. You can see that logo or an orange colored thunderbolt which sees or which explains that it is a trigger. Now you don't have any credentials, right? So you need to add credentials so that N8N understands who is the owner of this particular sheet and how do I react to this, right? So whenever there is an entry, it should understand that this particular owner's sheet has an entry and I need to perform some operations, right? So that's how you need to, or that's why you need to add a credential here. So a simple step, just click on the options, a drop down option, and just click on the adding credentials. Once let's go back to Canvas. There you can see there are some errors on the sheet. So to add credentials, just double click and so click on the create new credential, and there you need to select O2 authentication, which is the recommended one. For that you need to sign in. So go to Google Cloud Console here, click on the console option, and we will be activating 3 different APIs here, Google Gmail, Google Sheets and Forms. So before that, let's create a project. So there is some default project from our end, my first project. You can also select that, or you can prefer to create a new project altogether. So on the left hand side, you can see some options. So we will be going ahead with APIs and services. And here you can see that option called OAuth consent screen, right? That's the option that we need to select. Let me highlight that. Yeah, that's the one. And here you don't have any authentication configured yet. So you can proceed to do a configuration. So before that, you need to click on the client in the same window. And you don't have any clients yet, so you need to create a client. So if you go on to that particular project name over there on the top, yeah, that's the one. And if you just click on it, it'll give you an option to create a new project. And now you're in the project window. Here you can provide a specific name to your project. I will name it as appointment automation. And you can either choose to have an organization, or if you don't have an organization, or if you're doing this just for learning purpose, choose the no organization perspective. Okay, that name was a little too long, so let me eliminate confirmation part of this particular project name. There you go. You can just click on create. So there you go. You can see a project has been created on the name appointment automation. You can just simply select the project to get into it and proceed with creating the clients. So your name has been successfully changed to appointment automation. You are in the new project that you just created. Now you need to create the clients. You can click on get started window or button in the bottom section. Now you can give a dedicated name to your app. So let's write the name as the same, appointment automation. And in the second section, you can see user support email. So for that, you can have a domain email address or the same email address that you have used to create this particular project. So I'll go with the default email address that I have given here. That's the one. And click on next. So here you can have another option, says internal and external. So I want this to be available for public. So we'll go with the external so that everybody is able to access this particular form. But if you want to keep it internal within your organization, you can go with internal as well. Now I'll go with external and click on next. And same for contact information as well, the same email address. You can just paste the email address and click on next to finish. And finally, you just need to agree to all the API services user data policy. And there you go, create, processing. There you go, you're good to go. On the notification sign, you can see a Google authentication service has been, or configuration has been done. Now you need to authorize. So create OAuth authentication for your client. So you can see nothing is done yet. Just click on that window or button, and you'll be redirected to a new web page where you need to enter a few things. So firstly, what type of application is it? So it'll be a web application, and you can name your web client as appointment, the same project name, automation. So previously, we used to have a requirement where you need to add the secret keys and everything. So here, everything is done automatically. Firstly, before that, adding the URI and URLs to redirect, right? So this is very critical. So for URI, you need to go back to your N8N platform. Click on add URI, and the first URI is your project name. So just click on the entire link. Make sure you select all the name except for the workflow name and new. Apart from that, everything needs to be selected right from HTTPS. Just copy that and go back to your Google console and just paste it there. There you go. I think even this slash is not required. Just eliminate it. And you should be having a fully functional URI. Now, you need to have a URI for redirect as well. Now, this is also simple. You just need to paste the same URL. So you just need to log in. I'm choosing my email address that I used to create this particular application and select all. Continue. And good enough. The connection is successful even without a redirect URL. But for safer side, we will be having that particular URI for redirection. So based on the documentation, it would be really simple. You just need to add a few things. You'll be selecting the same URL here, just like we did before. But to that, we will be adding a few more details. But basically, in the previous versions of N8N, you need to have that. But later versions, it's automatically selecting it. So the same URL /rest/OAuth2 hyphen credentials /callback. So this particular callback is redirect URI, which is kind of mandatory in the previous versions, but right now it is not as much as required. So you're done with it safely. Now just scroll down a little bit. You can already see in notification which says OAuth configuration created. You can just keep a screenshot of this, or you can just save this particular text from /rest/auth2. So just in case if you need, you can add that. Now you'll be having this particular OAuth requirement secret key and client ID. If you're working on the previous version of N8N, you definitely need this. But if you're working on the latest version, you do not need this. N8N will automatically have them saved. But for safer side, I will anyways save this as secret ID and secret key. So client ID and their secret key. This would be my client ID. Just in case if in the future projects, if it gets a little sideways and you may need this particular client ID and secret, you will be having it on the safer side. But anyways, if you don't even save this, you can come back to this project window and anyways copy those things. But let me have this on the offline section. So far, so good. Now you need to go back to the next section after creating clients. You need to create the audience. So basically, this particular section has not been set yet. You need to have an audience so that you can try your trial run. You can test your application. For that, you need to have at least one person to have this access. So that can be a test user. So I'll be having my own email address here as the test user. And just save it. Now you have complete access to this particular trial run. And apart from any other illegal accounts, only the legal account has been added. But in case if you want any of the colleague of yours to work on this, you can also add them as your test user. So far, so good. And we will be back on the platform. Now, the next big thing is set mock data. Currently, this particular Google Sheet is not connected to the form. So it is just showing us the random input, first item, second item, and it shows only 2 columns, which are not the actual data entries from our original form. We need to connect that. And here you can also choose the modes for how many number of minutes or how many number of seconds you need to refresh. So I'm selecting 1 minute as default, and here I'm selecting the document as appointment request form, which was our original form over here. And now you need to activate all the APIs. Since I said you in the beginning, we have a Gmail API, Google Forms API, Google Drive API, and Sheets API. So we'll just activate and enable all of them. Firstly, Google Drive API. Just click on the enable button and quickly go back to the search window. And instead of Drive, you'll just type down Mail or Gmail. Yeah, that's the one, Gmail API. Same, enable, and just quickly go back to the search window. And the next one would be your Google Sheets API. Yeah, Mail is successfully activated or enabled. Sheets would be the last one. Click on Google Sheets API and enable this. So basically, whichever services from Google you're using, they need to be enabled by their particular or respective APIs. Unless you activate them, you will not be able to kind of collect the inputs from the forms into Google Sheets, and you cannot send an email to your requested client, right? So, so far so good. And from list, this is the form that will receive the input, right? So if you fetch the event, okay, unpin and test. If you fetch the event, basically you should not be having any data. Yeah, that's the exact response we are looking for. Since we have not published the Google form and we did not write any entries. Now let's go back to the original form and publish it and try to give it some legitimate input. So this was the form, no 0 responses yet. So this will be the name of the form, and we will publish this particular form. Yeah, that's the one. And make sure that it is available to anyone. and then copy the link and paste it in a new window. And here we will be giving some legitimate inputs. So I'm using another Gmail account as the recipient, record the data as this particular email ID. Let me give an official name and let me drop a number. Of course, the number is not real. It should be having at least 10 digits. I don't want to share any contact details here. So you can also have a legitimate email address here, which should be capable to receiving an email and appointment date. I think I missed out on the calendar settings. I think I gave a short input for calendar. Let me change that to short input to date. That's the date option. Click on that and you can just quickly refresh. And now it should be changed to a calendar. Yeah, that's the one. Just click on the calendar and give any random date. I'll go with 15th of July, 2025 and submit. So you can see there, right? You can send me a copy of my responses or not. I'll select send me a copy so that I should be having both responses. One is the acknowledgement email and another one is the form a submission email, right? 2 emails. And now set the mock data. Okay, test the event actually. Now it is listening. And I should be having my entries. Let me cancel this window. Yeah, that's the input I was looking for. The timestamp where I send the request for, and my email address in the tabular format, my name and my phone number. So this is the tabular format, this is the JSON format, and that is the schema. So 3 different versions of displaying your output. Now, legitimately, we need to draft an email. So if I refresh this particular sheet, I should be having the details. There you go. So I have the timestamp on which timestamp I sent out a request for appointment and my email address, my name, phone number, and everything, the appointment date as well. Now let's go back to the N8N window, back to Canvas. And now our first trigger is set. The second trigger will be a Gmail window, which will send out emails, right? Based on the form data, it should be sending out an email. So I'll be using Gmail. You can also go with Slack or Telegram or messaging applications, anything which you prefer. But I'll be choosing to go ahead with Gmail. So in Gmail, you have a lot of actions. So out of all the actions, I would like to go with send Gmail because I want to send out an email, right? Now, you need to add some properties or parameters to your trigger window or this particular window, which takes the input from the Google Sheets trigger. And based on the input, it will process it and it will send out an email based on the inputs. That's the action. Now, basically, you need to, again, follow the same credentials thing, which you have already created for Google Sheets. So you just create a new credential. And if you just sign in, automatically the previous credentials will be pulled to this particular process or action window. So just click on sign in with Google and automatically your authentication will be successful. Choose the same email ID which you used to create the first authentication. And here you just want to allow all the requirements that this particular action will require. Read the emails, send the emails, and everything. Connection is successful. Just close the windows and close again. And now you need to program. So here you can see the resources message. Operation is sent, and next one is to whom? To the email address. You can just drag and drop. That's done. And subject. So you can write down a custom message. You can say Simplilearn acknowledgement or urgent Simplilearn's acknowledgement on appointment, anything like that. Basically an email subject, which is in the bold letters, the bigger version. I'll write it down as Simplilearn, comma. Thanks for reaching out. Okay, this should be the message, right? So I'll terminate that. Urgent. This is the subject. Exclamation. Acknowledge from Simplilearn. And here should be your message. Now, you might want to add the recipient name here as well, right? So let's say some XYZ has requested for an appointment. So hi XYZ. So in the same way, here we have a name for our recipient. Let me close this window quickly. You can just drag the name and drop it in the message section. There you go. It is automatically turned from fixed to expression. Now let us expand the window so that we have a better perspective view on what are we writing exactly. So hi, appointment name, comma, which is the actual name. And we are pleased to inform you that your appointment is scheduled based on your requirements. So let's quickly write it down. Availability as mentioned. So the available date was the not timestamp, appointment date, the last option. Drag and drop it there, and now enter to the new line. You can just have a small notification. Please be available at least 10 minutes before the appointment on the location, or if it is a Google call, then on meeting link. And lastly, signing off for thanks for reaching out and regards, Simplilearn. So on the right hand side, you can see how the output might look, right? So if you're fully satisfied with the output, then you can just close the window. So let me expand this for you and close the window and go back to the canvas. Now, once everything is set, the subject, email type is HTML, and the message, you can either choose to go back to the window, or you can try out the execution. So click on the execute step, and note successfully executed. Now what we need to do is verify if we have received the email or not. So I'll be logging into the email that I have given for the appointment. And there you go. Urgent acknowledgement from Simplilearn. Hi, name of the person. We're pleased to inform you that your availability as mentioned has been confirmed, and please be in the meeting location. And this was being sent out by N8N platform. And also the message was sent just a moment ago, even 0 minutes. So the form was sent 7 minutes ago, a form response, which I chose, right? I need a copy of this. And the email was sent. The details are here. Back to canvas. There you go. One item has been successfully sent. So apart from this, you might have a question. What if I choose a wrong appointment date, right? Let's say today is 14th of July 2025, and by mistake, somebody had chosen 13th of July 2025, which is in the past, right? In such scenarios, it should not work. For such scenarios, you can choose to have a window, a switch window, if window. You can program it in such a way that if the entered data is wrong, do nothing, right? So firstly, if the data is valid, you can send out a message. So I'll add the message window. I'll not program this. You can just replicate it as it is. And the second one is do nothing. So basically that particular entry is just a stagnated one. It will not perform any operations. Go back to canvas. Now you can connect them. Okay, I need to delete this particular node. I think it got attached to Gmail. Delete, drag it down, and attach it to false. So in case if the condition where the date is wrong and it is in the past time, then you can just choose to ignore and do nothing. And if it is a legitimate entry, if it is in future, then you can choose to have this as a send out an email. And the same trigger, you will be using the N8N form trigger, which we used previously. Again, delete this particular node and connect it to the if switch. So simple. You can just have this particular filter where it chooses to have the right data, and you'll have this fully functional. Now let me save this workbook. Not just the simple send an email version, you can also choose to create a lot of other automations using N8N. For example, here if we have on our new page, you can click on the templates. And here you will have about more than 3,248 workflow templates, which are completely free for accessing. Let's say I want to create a self-learning AI agent and hit enter. You will have a lot of results based on the creators and inspirations. And let's say email agent. I have a wide variety of other agents, right? Email autoresponder, which is RAG based, and email summary agent, and the client onboarding one. You can just click on the windows on the new window, and then you can just click on the copy to your workboard. Let me close this. You can either choose to buy, or if you want to free of cost, then you can select the ones which are totally free and just replicate them on your window. So here we have for sales, IT ops, and support, a lot of them. So here you can see some results, client onboarding one, and summarize calls, etc. And if you're working with marketing, you can also have agent for marketing purposes. So here, financial daily news, automated news summarizer, right? A lot of automations which are readily available. You can just copy them and open them on your workflow. And based on the requirements, you can also make some changes and upload them to be fully functional. And apart from that, as discussed in this particular video description, you will find a self-learning AI agent from Simplilearn, which is completely accessible and you can check it out. How to build a self-learning AI agent. Let's go through a brief introduction on the basic requirements that you need to build a self-learning AI agent. So there are many ways to build a self-learning AI agent. For now, we will be using the following resources. The first one, N8N platform. Second one, Airtable. This will be your cloud storage where your agent will be remembering things about you, basically storing each and every detail that you give to your AI agent. Telegram is one mode of communication where you can either speak to your AI agent or basically just type your requests, or you can type your preferences and the likes, dislikes, where you live, etc. All the details about you that you want your AI agent to learn about. And lastly, one LLM platform which will help you with remembering and also responding to your requests from your agent. So we can go with any of the LLMs out there. For now, we will be proceeding with OpenAI's ChatGPT. Now that we have a brief outline on our procedure, let's go ahead with the demonstration. Now I'm on my N8N cloud platform. So we need to create a new workflow here so that we have an empty canvas. So here we will be adding everything step by step. So firstly, we will add one of the trigger points. So we will be using trigger point as Telegram and we will choose on message. So whatever you message from your Telegram application will be sent to this particular canvas. So firstly, we don't have any credential. So we will be creating a new credential. So here you can see we need an access token, right? So for that, we might have to download a Telegram, or you can also use the website Telegram. I'll probably choose the downloaded version for the desktop application. Let's try with the website application. No, we don't have creating a channel option here. So I think we better go to the app version for Windows. It might take a little while to download and install. Let's wait for that. So in the background, I have successfully downloaded and installed Telegram application. So we will be creating a new channel as you have seen in the procedure. Go to your profile and create a new channel. So I will be naming this channel as AI Agent or Simplilearn's Self-Learning AI Agent or Self-Learning AI Agent for Simplilearn based on your preferences. You can also have a fancy name like Jarvis or something like that. So we'll just go with a basic name here, Self-Learning AI Agent, and you can just create. You can leave the description blank. It is basically optional. Now, once you create this particular channel, you have two options, public and private. Let's go with private. We'll not add any members to this. Everything is kept as it is. And here you can start off with your AI agent. Firstly, you need to have this particular prompt, @botfather. So this will give you a wide variety of options to get started with your AI agent. So it's simple, @botfather. And now click on the botfather link and you will be redirected to a new window. Here you can just click on start and here you can type down /new bot for creating a new bot. And now you need to add a name to your bot. So make sure that your bot has a unique name. Nobody should have used this particular name, right? So there are a wide variety of people who are having fantasies for naming their bots. So you should not replicate their names. You should have your own unique name. So I will be calling it Simplilearn and self-learning. Yeah, self-learning. I think this should be a very unique name. Okay, now let's choose a username. Fine, it took it and it wants to have, okay, _BOT. I think I gave a capital BOT, not a problem. So let's try to have a username which ends with simple BOT in lowercase. Or can I try for suggestions from this particular botfather? No, sorry, it cannot give you suggestions. It just accepts whatever you give it. So I think it's better you type down your own name. So let's type it again, simply, or just simply @bot. Sorry, the username is already taken. Okay. Let's go with the OG method, Simplilearn full name Simplilearn and I think this should work. Sorry, this is also taken. Simplilearn training. Okay, great. So done. Congratulations on your new bot. You will find it at Simplilearn training bot. Okay, Telegram me. Fine. Now, this is the token we were talking about. Use this token to access the HTTP API, right? You can see 81290, right? That's the one. You need to just click on that so that this particular token gets copied so that you can just take it and paste it on your end-to-end canvas. You can just click on this token so that it gets copied and you need to paste that token on your end, right? So I've clicked it, I've copied it, and here is where you paste your token. So make sure that your token is not shared with anyone. It should be masked and it should be secured. Now click on save so that everything is saved on your N8N platform. It's testing. You should receive success. Okay, great. Close this. No thanks. And now back to Canvas. So you have successfully created your first Telegram trigger. Now add an extension. So here we will be having our database which saves everything. So I'll be going with Airtable. And here you will be choosing the search records option. Now, same as before, we will be needed to add some credentials. I've already created an Airtable account, so we'll just directly go there. So this is the table that we have already created. We can either choose this one or, so we are on the home page now. So on the right hand side, you can see the profile icon, right? Just click on that and here you will have an option called Build a Hub. Let me expand the screen once again, so you can find it clearly. Let me scroll it down. Yeah, that's the one. You need to click on Build a Hub and then you have a page where you can get your personal access tokens in the developer section. Click on that and now you can choose this option of creating a new token. You have to provide a new name to this particular token, maybe AI agent along with it. Now you need to add scope. Basically, for this particular operation, since this is a foundation kind of a project, you can just go with the first option, says records read. That alone is enough for this project, but still, for safer side, we will also choose all the available scopes for our project. You just need to click on it and that particular scope will be added into your project. So that is added. Just proceed ahead and click on everything available. Once all the scopes are added, automatically this drop-down menu will become empty. You can also choose to add a base. So here you can choose all current and future bases for this particular workspace. And now you can just add all the scopes remaining in the drop-down. So we have the first one, which I said is enough for this particular project. But still, for safer side, we will have all the scopes. Maybe in future, we might need them. You can just simply save the changes in the last option and you're all good to go. And here we have an existing token. You just create the new token on the option where you can see create new token highlighted as blue, right? And back to the Builder Hub. So here is where you add a new credential and here you see access token, right? So we have created a new token on the Airtable platform. This is where you just copy and paste it. Make sure that you don't share any of your secret tokens, API keys with anyone. Try to keep them masked. So we are saving it and testing. Connection tested successfully. Close it and we will be back on Canvas. No thanks. So here you can see there is still a problem. We have not completely added all the requirements or parameters for search records. So just click on that and here you can see the resource and operation is set, the base, right? Here is where we left out. So AI learning agent. Remember we created a table in the Airtable platform. That is the table that you need to select. Yeah, that's the one. If you scroll on the right side, you can see AI agent learning. Or in case if you wanted to create a new one, you can also go with the new one. So the second one is the one we will be choosing, build an app on your own. But for now, since we have already created, we will choose the one which is already existing in the platform, which is the table AI agent learning. That's the one. So here we already have some tables. So that's the table. And here we already have some existing columns. First one is material title and everything. So let's delete all the records that we already have. since we are proceeding with the trial version, we don't want any other columns here. So we can just delete all the columns and all the entries that we have previously added to this particular trial. Yeah, so we have just one column and one entry. You can choose to edit this particular one. So I'll write a small information which should be displayed on the running, right? So when we write all the prompts for our AI agent, the first entry should be displayed as a result for trials, right? So I'll write down Simplilearn tutorial on self-learning and understanding AI agents. So quick refresh so that it saves everything. And now let's go back to N8N. So we have chosen our list, and from list we will choose the column name, right? Learning materials was the column name. Let's click on that material. That's the one. You can also choose to change the name, right? So by default, I have written learning material in the first trial. So I'll use the same name here, but you can also choose to customize. Now here, you need to add a few expressions. Okay, you need to eliminate the return all. And here by default, the limit is 50. So we will take 50, repeat. And here, after disabling the return all, the limit is 100 by default, but we don't want such a huge reply. So we'll just take 50 for now, since it is a trial version. And there you go. We have a fully functioning search records part. And now we will proceed with the next one. We'll decrease the zoom percentage. We'll arrange the triggers and all the parts of this particular workflow. And now we will add aggregate method to combine multiple elements that we have here. Now we're in the parameters section of aggregate. So here we will have the aggregate as individual fields. And next we have the fields to aggregate. Copy the column name from this particular data storage A table. So we'll be having the column name, which is material title, and save it as it is. Go back to N8N platform, and there you just paste it. And now save or back to canvas. Now everything is fine. I think we need to extend the aggregate. Click plus on the aggregate, and now we will use a combine function, which, let's type down merge function. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, click that so that it takes two inputs. So you can also add both the trigger input as well as this particular table input to this particular merge section. Now combine will be the mode, all possible combinations, back to canvas. And now we will extend the trigger from Telegram directly. So based on the inputs from Telegram trigger, you can either choose the workflow to flow through the search records aggregate functions or directly from the Telegram trigger itself. Now that will be the input 2 from aggregate, and input 1 will be directly from the trigger. Now comes the main part. We need to add an AI agent. A quick reorganization would make it look tidy. Click on the plus sign and choose AI, the first option. Let's try to search advanced AI. I think that's the first option we need to choose, which is just AI. We don't have advanced, so just AI will be the one we need to choose. Click on AI. So click on AI, and here we will have various options. So first we just need to add AI agent, and then based on the requirement, configure the AI agent. So we already have the OpenAI version, everything. We'll just choose an AI agent for trial purposes. Check all the parameters once. So it's connected to chat trigger node and prompt, user message, and all the expressions required are ready for us. I think we'll keep it as default before we proceed with any of the conversations or configurations. So back to canvas. Firstly, we will delete this particular connection to test our triggers first. So we will deactivate it. So there you go. It's completely deactivated. Now let's check the workflow so far we have created, right? We can just type a message or two. So here, to activate our bot, you need to use the @ symbol and the name of your bot. So we have named our bot as Simplilearn training bot _ training _ bot, and just hit enter. Now, before reading all the options, if you scroll down a bit, you can see the name of your bot. Just click on it. The name of the bot will be highlighted in blue color. It's similar to, let's say on social media, you tag someone with their symbol using @ right? If you wanted to tag your friend like XYZ, @XYZ. In the same way, you just need to write @ and the name of your bot, and it will be accessible. Something like that. So now just click on the name of your bot. Now you have a window to talking with your bot. So Simplilearn self-learning bot was your name. So you can just start with clicking on the start button in the bottom section and start sending some messages. This is a trial. That was my first message. Now let's see, and okay, execute workflow. I think we did not activate the workflow yet, but yet it took the 2 messages. Workflow executed successfully. So both the texts were sent here successfully. So here you can see the workflow is working. The first one was start and the second one is hi, this is a trial. Now we can attach our AI agent and activate it. Now comes the important part, setting up the AI agent and another Airtable for responses. So here, double click on the AI agent. Now here you need to, so there we have the Telegram trigger and the material title. So that's the first column name and the message you are seeing there, Simplilearn tutorial on self-learning and understanding AI agents. So here we will be taking define below option for source of the prompt, and here we will be writing the prompt. So basically we need to identify this particular column and we need to drag it into the prompt user. For that, we might be needing the help of JSON. So drag it there and just leave it, and automatically the prompt is done for you. Now add the option. This will be the system message, and system message by default is you're a helpful assistant. You can write your own system message there. And remember, this is not an expression, it is fixed. So for that, you might also want to make some changes to it if required. So the small changes that we will be making is this particular message maybe or could start with the current date and time, so that we will have an idea that it is happening in real time. So for that, we might have to write an expression, current time. Yeah, it is fixed, right? So for that, we need to change the system message from fixed to expression so that we get recommendations here and or the auto code filling option, right? So for that, it is now an expression. So $now, press tab to select date and time, and there you go. So that will be your result. So current date and time. You can also have some custom message for you or a prompt that explains this particular AI agent how to behave. You can have a quick message. So I'll fast forward here a little bit. So you can just have a screenshot of what I've exactly written, or we will already have this particular workbook linked in the description box, so you can download it directly from there. So just a simple prompt. You can also take the help of Claude and write a few pointers there so that Claude will give you a decent prompt for your particular AI agent. You can also go ahead with that, or you can also source it from this particular file. So I'll be writing a few inputs for my AI agent, like basically you're a helpful and powerful AI assistant with an ability to add and read the input, understand more about me, or learn the things what I've already shared with you. And in case if you don't know something, you can also feel free to ask me to learn more about me, something like that. So that will be a little of a bigger prompt. So I'll expand the screen here so that you can clearly see it. So let's fast forward this a little bit so that you can watch it quickly. And you can also add some input to your prompt. Make sure that it is conversation worthy, not like a bot speaking to me. You can also send me the recent message or memory that you have received from me at the top. So your most recent memory is here, and you need to have a JSON code segment here to extract the recent entry. So here you can see on the right hand side the message what we wrote on Airtable, Simplilearn tutorial on self-learning and understanding AI agents. The first entry, right? So it extracted it. So that's how it's supposed to work. So this is a recent memory. Now, proceeding further, we might have to configure the AI agent with the API keys and all those things. So this is how basically it works. Now we can see the result part here. So here you can see I've written a prompt, always output your final response as conversational piece rather than a just list of blog posts, right? And keep it simple and don't add too much of hierarchy, and just keep it simple so that even if you give me a longer response, if it is too long, then people might or the user might feel a little clumsy and he might miss out. So when you keep it short, it will be really easy and helpful. So you can provide that as well. So here you can see, after thinking of your response, consider the TLDR, which is too long, didn't read version, and always give a conversational, cheeky, fun reply while remaining assertive, right? So this is how you can try to write it on your own, or you can simply take help of Claude to help you with it, or you can just take the file which we have already linked in the description and work on it. So far, so good. You can choose to close this particular prompt now and go back to Canvas with the next part of settings. So you can just simply close and back to Canvas. And here you can see there are a few more things we need to fix. So firstly, we need to have a chat model. So here you can choose any of the models available. You can go with DeepSeek. You can remember we spoke about the AI models in the beginning. So whatever LLM you prefer, you can go ahead with it. It can be a local OpenAI or DeepSeek. So I'm going here with the OpenAI, and here you can see the first thing we need here is credentials. So credentials are nothing but the API keys. It's really simple. Go to the OpenAI website where you can create the API keys. So I'm using a free version here. So API keys, and there you can see the create new secret key option. And let me give it a name, self-learning. Okay, I think I missed F here. Self-learning agent. And the project type will be default and permissions will be all. And here you need to just create a secret key. Click on that. Make sure that you don't share any of your secret keys with anyone, because if you were, this is a free account, but in case if you were using a paid account with all the paid tokens and everything, then your tokens might get misused and you might have to pay hefty amounts, right? So make sure that you don't share it. So you can just copy it from here. So I've copied it successfully, and you can close it. And here you just need to paste it. In case if you find any questions or doubts, you can also use the Ask Assistant, which is highlighted in the multiple color over here, and it will help you out. So it is testing, connection is successful. You can go back, close it, and never, don't save anything. And here you have a list of models as well. You can choose the model that you want to work with, and that's the one. I'm going with the default version. And now back on Canvas. Now we need to set the memory to. Remember the Airtable that I was talking about? So that's the one we need to set here. And now the next thing we need to work on is the memory, a database which stores all the entries and results and everything, right? So here we have some options for the memory. So we will be going with I think the first one should be good enough, which says simple memory, the default version from N8N, or also you can go ahead with any of the other available memories like PostgreSQL, MongoDB. I think I'll go with simple memory, which has no credentials required. Let's keep it simple. So here, again, the context window length is 5. Let's go with the existing version, do not complicate it again. And from connected chart, you'll go to define below, and here you can define the key. So the key will be nothing else than the ID of that particular entry of memory. So you need to have, the key will be nothing else than the ID of the row entry which you have the recent memory. So you just need to add the ID there. So grab hold of the ID and just drag and drop on the key location where you see the highlighting cursor, and it will automatically set the expression for you. And just take this particular row or index ID and drag and drop it there, so that automatically it is converted from fixed to expression, and the code is autocomplete for you. So whenever a new entry is added, it will record the address of that particular entry and then give you the results of the recent memory it has. Now back on Canvas, and now the last one is about tool. So we need to add a tool here. So there are a wide variety of tools. You can also go with an MCP or the Pine. So we will go with Airtable here. So we will go back to the Airtable, and here we have already added all the access tables, right? So access keys and tokens, right? There you go. Now we are on the parameters page, and here you can see Airtable personal access token is readily available for us. So in the beginning section, we've already created all the tokens required. So automatically we have that entry selected for us. And you can also choose to give it a custom name, get a record. So I'll just name it as memory for now, memory tool. And now from the description, it will be set And now the tool description, so it is set automatically, and by default it should be automatically. Resource should be record, and operation should be create or update, or you can just go to create, and here the base will be from the list Airtable which we created. So Airtable database, which will be your AI agent learning spreadsheet that you have created on Airtable. You can just select that, and take from list will be a column name, which is learning materials, the column name, and there you go. And in case if you want to add automatically, or you can also go with column manual option, where you could just have to enter the material title manually, or you can also choose to take the help of AI agent as well, the agent from N8N. It is really simple, like we did before, just drag and drop. Or you may choose to have autocomplete for you. Just click there, and you can slowly start to type. I think it's in fixed mode, but if you find it into expression mode, then automatically it will give you the required results or autocomplete part. Okay, from expression to open flower brackets from. I think I better go with the autocomplete feature to not risk anything. Add memory, comma, write a memory for future reference about the user. So that can be also returned back in about 100 or 150 characters or less. Remember, we decided on not having lengthy conversations, right? So that's the overall motto here. And I think I'll go with the model decide this parameter. Just click on it, and automatically it will write the description for you so that you don't go wrong anywhere by any chance. There you go. You can just go back to canvas. So everything is sorted. OpenAI chat model, simple memory base, and the memory tool. So one last thing will be the Telegram part again here. So here we will have send. So from send options, we'll have a send text message. There you go. We're searching for that. And again, everything is already parameters, all the parameters already set for you. So here you can have some inputs to expression. It will be your result. So we have a beginning trigger, the one which starts the trigger. And you also need to have a parameter set so that your chatbot is able to give you responses as well, right? That's why we are having another node at the end where it is used just for responding. So this particular node will be used by your bot to give you the results. So here we will be setting those results, chat ID from the Telegram trigger based on that particular ID. You remember we set the index ID, right? So the ID of the latest entry of the row, based on that, it will extract the data and give the results to you. So results are nothing but the entries that you have given to your AI chatbot or your AI agent. So here we'll be writing some expressions for it. Based on the chat ID, you should give a response. So the resource will be message by default, operation will be send message. So back to your canvas. I think we might have missed something. Text here, input. Okay, we have given the entries. Those are getting processed, but it is unable to provide the response expression. Yeah, I think we did not configure the output. So that's the reason it gave an error. Or could be some other reason as well, but let's try to add the output and see if it works or not. Sometimes it may be also due to a premium subscription to the chat model you're using. So any of the LLMs like DeepSeek, Carbon, OpenAI, if you're any of the LLMs that you're using, you need to have a stock of tokens, at least tokens worth of $10 to $20. So maybe due to the tokens as well, but let's try it out anyways. So I'll make a few changes to the text expression output, JSON dot output, and then reply markup is none. By default, back to canvas. It should be fixed. Yeah, it's fixed so far. So we are having the entries from the Telegram. The triggers have been triggered as expected. Now let's activate this particular module, save it. Okay, got it. So the model is activated and saved. Now we can roll back to our Telegram and start conversing with our chatbot. So let's type it down. Hi, would you like to talk, or would you like to know about me? Let's start with a simple message. Hi, let's keep it normal. Do you remember our previous conversations? Or Shall we begin from the beginning or from scratch? Yeah, it responded. So it has a response. Oh, the response has been eliminated. There is something wrong. Okay, I think it is about the tokens. Since we were using a free version of ChatGPT, you need to use a premium version with tokens added to it. I think that's the issue. Yeah, but anyways, this is how it works. You just download this particular module and have some tokens ready. I think that's the issue, but if you download this project and have it ready on your local system with a premium LLM subscription with added tokens, then they should be fine.
Imagine waking up in the morning and without lifting a finger, your calendar is already organized, your emails are sorted, and your tasks for the rest of the day are neatly prioritized. All of this happens in the background without even you knowing it. This is the power of automation, and it's changing the way we work. Hey everyone and welcome. Today we are going to unlock the power of AI agents. But first, what exactly is an AI agent? An AI agent is a piece of software designed to carry out specific tasks autonomously. It can handle everything from researching trends to sending emails, and it does all of this with minimal human input. Imagine having your own assistant that can work for you in the background, taking care of the repetitive tasks and making your workflow much smoother. Cool, right? Now, what are the tool we are majorly using here? We are going to use N8N. N8N is a visual workflow tool with 400 plus integrations. It's like Zapier, but self-hosted and free for unlimited use. People are making around $1,300 plus selling N8N templates on Gumroad with a profit of $25K per month. The AI agent market is exploding, but building custom agents is still rare. By the end of this course, you will have a working AI research agent in N8N, your agent exported as a sellable template, a monthly service offer you can pitch today, your first Gumroad product, page live. Now talking about the AI agent, there are 4 key parts of an AI agent. Each part plays an essential role in how the agent works, from receiving input to performing tasks and remembering what happened. So let's break it down step by step. First, we have perception, which is the input stage. This is where the AI agent gathers information from the user, whether it's through a chat, a form, or a webhook. The AI is listening to what user says or does. This is the beginning of AI's process where everything starts. Next, we move on to the decision part, which is the brain of the AI agent. After receiving the input, the agent decides what actions to take. It processes the data and makes informed choices based on it. The agent's decision making is what guides it through the next steps. Once the decision is made, it's time for action. This is where the agent uses its tools to perform the necessary tasks. These could include searching APIs, interacting with sheets, sending emails, or even using other tools that helps AI complete its task effectively. It's all about getting the work done. And finally, we have memory, where everything is stored. Just like us, the AI agents needs to remember the context of past actions to ensure continuity. This memory helps agent perform more effectively over time, remembering previous tasks, decisions, and results. So it doesn't need to start from scratch each time. Let's zoom in how the user interacts with the AI, whether it's through a chat, a form, or a webhook. The agent listens to what the user is saying or requesting. This input is crucial for setting the AI agent in motion. Once the input is received, the decision part is powered by LLMs like Gemini or ChatGPT. These models analyze user inputs and decides the best courses of action, whether it's gathering the data, performing a task, or answering a question. Gemini guides the AI on what to do next. Once the decision is made, the AI gets to work using search APIs, Google Sheets, or emails. The agent performs the necessary actions based on what was decided earlier. This is where an AI does the actual work, from retrieving data to automating tasks. And finally, the memory. The AI agent remembers past actions and saves the results. This is crucial for ensuring the agent has context for further interactions. By storing information, the AI learns from past experiences, making it more efficient and effective as time goes on. Today, we are diving into a research agent project, which is an AI-driven approach to conducting research. Just like an AI agent we discussed earlier, a research agent follows a similar structure with 4 main parts. Let's take a look at how each part works together to gather and analyze data for us. The first step is perception. This is where the agent receives its input. In this case, it collects the latest AI marketing trends of 2025. This could be sourced from news articles, blogs, or even social media channels. The input sets the stage for an agent to perform its research. Next, we move on to decision, where the research agent decides how to proceed with the gathered information. In this case, the agent searches Google Live and finds more relevant and up-to-date resources about the AI marketing trends. The agent's job here is to process the input and figure out where to look for the right data. After deciding where to look, the action stage kicks in. This is where Gemini models takes over. Gemini analyzes and summarizes all the information gathered during the search, processing it into understandable, actionable insights. It's like having research assistants who can read, understand, and summarize articles in real time. Finally, we have memory. After gathering the information and summarizing the results, the research agent stores the findings in a Google Sheet. This sheet includes not only a summary of the research, but also insights and recommendations based on the trends observed. The memory helps the agent keep track of all its works for future references and sharing. By following these 4 steps, perception, decision, action, and memory, the research agent can effectively gather, analyze, and store relevant data. This process allows us to automate research tasks, saving time while ensuring we stay on the top of the latest trends. Now let's talk about the essential tools that power the research agent project. These tools are what makes everything work smoothly, from automation to analysis and storage. Here's a breakdown of each tool and how it fits into the workflow. First up is N8N. This is an open source automation tool that lets us connect various services and automate workflows. In our research agent project, N8N helps manage the entire process, automating the search of relevant data, interacting with APIs, and even organizing tasks. It's a backbone to our process, ensuring everything flows smoothly. Next, we have Google Gemini. In this AI model that handles the analysis and summarization of the research data, it processes all the information we gather, making sense of complex data and providing us a clear and actionable insights. Think of Gemini like a brain behind the research, making all the important decisions about what to focus on and how to summarize the findings. Then there is SERP API, a powerful tool that's scraping search engines' results. It allows us to collect most up-to-date data directly from Google search results. In this project, SERP API helps the research agent perform live searches for AI marketing trends, ensuring we get the latest information from the trusted sources. Finally, we store everything in Google Sheets. Once the data is processed and analyzed, it is stored in a Google Sheet that includes a detailed summary, insights, and recommendations. Google Sheets acts like a central hub for storing and sharing the research findings, making it easy for team members to access and act on the results. They help to create a streamlined, efficient workflow for gathering and processing information in real time. So let's see how to start building an AI agent. Now we'll get started with N8N. For that, we just need to Google N8N, and the first link, we just need to open it. So as you can see, this is the interface that will appear first. You have GitHub integration, sign-in option, get started, and you have an explanation of how N8N works in automation field. So as you can see, it is useful for IT ops, SecOps, DevOps, sales, and you as well. You can automate your small tasks as well. So if you don't have any account, you can just click on Get Started, enter your name, your company name. You can give a fake one as well, your email address, give it a password, and anything which is regarding your account name where you can explain this explanation, log in onto it. So you can give the app.n8.cloud and you can start your 14 days free trial. Now, as I told you, it is a 14 days free trial period, so you can automate tasks for 14 days. Whereas if you want the automations to happen for a longer period of time, maybe months, maybe years, you can go with other plans. So as you can see all the prices, there are 4 plans here. The first one is a starter plan. and it's charging us 20 euros. And this is a annual thing, but if you want to change it for a monthly bill, that is also possible. So here, the starter pack, which will be include one shared project, 5 concurrent execution, unlimited users, 50 AI workflow builder credits, forum support. Whereas if you come to a little bit more advanced, which is a pro version, which will cost you 50 euros, this will have 3 shared projects, 20 conquered executions, 7 days of insights, 150 AI workflow builder credits, admin roles, global variables, workflow history, and execution search. Now, if you want to purchase it for a business purpose, for companies like more than 100 employees, you can go with the business one. So that will cost you around 667 euros. And it'll have everything in the pro plan, plus it'll have 6 plus shared projects, SSO, SAML, and LDPA, and also 30 days of insights, AI workflow builder, which is different environments, scaling options, version control using Git, and forum support. Now, if you have more than 100 people, you can go with entrepreneurs. So you can just contact them, say we are so many people. What and all you will be offered over there is unlimited shared projects, which is the most for if you have more than 300, 400 employees. I think this is the best option. And you will have 200 plus concurrent execution, 365 days of insights. That means everyday insights. And you will have 1000 AI workflow builder credits also. External secret store integration, log streaming, extended data retention, dedicated support with SLA and invoice billing. So as a starter, I would say start with a free trial with a starter pack. It'll give us 14 days free trial, experiment with it, and later you can go for a starter pack. If you want it for some business or any other enterprise levels, there are other options that you can go ahead with. Now, after logging in, you'll see a similar interface, but you won't see these workflows that were generated. And here, as you can see, you have an upgrade option. If you want to continue with your trial period, you have starter plan, pro plan, and enterprises. Again, you can just select the plan and go for it. As of now, you can use the free trial. Now, coming to the main console, which is here, mainly we have workflows, credentials, executions, variable, and data tables. And here at your left side, you can see an overview of your projects. You have personal projects that you have created and also chat. So here ChatGPT is also integrated in N8N. So you don't need to ask the ChatGPT separately. Here you can just personalize your workflows. Coming here, we have admin panel, few of the templates. So here, as you can see, chat with uncensored dolphin mixture. There's a template, generate SEO optimization blogs. You can just use template instead of building it from scratch. There are some insights. So if you just click on it, what will be the execution period, failure rates, etc. will be given here. And again, there's a help option where you can quick start, document forum courses, report a bug, etc. And we have settings option, a basic setting option where you will have access to personal users, project roles, external secrets, environment to build environment. If you want to change the environment, if you want to access the chat settings, you can come here and access it. Now, how to start creating a workflow? As you can see, there is a create workflow option here, and you can create even credential, variable, or even database table. So for now, let's just create a workflow. If you just click on it, it'll start with the first step. You can give your workflow your name, say automation, and it will be recorded in your personal projects. So you can go and you can open that up. And as you can see here, your automation, every step will be recorded with what kind of action it should perform or what kind of search it should perform. So here, let's add a first step, and you have many options. One is trigger manually. So trigger manually is an option where you click and then the automation starts. Whereas if you go with webhook call, it runs automatically. There are options that you can set where it runs exactly at 9 a.m. till 10 p.m. Like that, you can customize it as per your necessities. So after that, you can just add on more. So for all the Google Drive documents, ads, trackers are present here, you can just go ahead and check that out, play with it. And there is something called as AI, which is built automate agent, summarize text. We'll come back to this later. And then we have action in app. So if you want to perform some action to the app, you have other sites where you can just download these and access them. So here to install a node, you just need to click on install node and see which module you would prefer. Everything that you need in automation tools are present here. You just need to search for them. So as you can see here, we have data transformation for manipulating, filtering, and convert data. We have flow, which is branch, merge, loop, outflow, etc. We have a core, which can run code, make HTTP requests, and set up even webhooks, etc. We also have human in the loop. This is an option used when you actually want a person to come and start the loop. So we have triggers also. Now again, here you can see options of adding instance and searching. You can also add sticky notes if you want to write down some information. We have open focus panel and N8N AI. Now I would say this is the best option in N8N, where you don't need any information about how the execution should be done, automation should be done. You just can give it a prompt and the automation itself will execute it and will have all the elements required for the automation. So let's just try it. So as you can see, there is inbuilt. You can just say multi-agent research workflow. You can just give it, and the prompting is also done by itself. So as you can see, we have create a multi-agent AI workflows using GPT 4.1 mini. It generates the prompt itself. You can manipulate it. So let's see how it will generate. So as you can see, it is working. Also make sure that your credits will get reduced if you are using N8N AI. We have very limited one for the trial period. When you go for the pro plan or a personal plan, you'll have more of these credits. So you can work with N8N AI beta version. Again, you can see there is a chat version also, which is ask, and we are using the build version. So as you can see, it is gathering all the elements required for the automation. It'll arrange it properly. Now it is in a proper alignment. We'll go through this. Now again, if you want to see about the logs, there is a column here where all the logs after you start execution or after you start the workflow, all the logs, whether it's an error or any explanation is required, it'll display here. Right now, let's put it down. We'll work it up later. So it's already showed that workflow is generated. Now it will fill in the information, whatever is required. So before starting your N8N projects, make sure you integrate yours with your GitHub. So it's easier for pushing and pulling of the code or even the automation. And I would say it is a compulsion thing so that you will have access to many of other options, which is only accessed via GitHub. So it will ask the information of your GitHub account and integrate it. Now, as you can see, it has already built the workflow and it's asking for few permissions. So here you can see I have created your multi-agent AI research workflow. Here's what it does. First, research agent, which searches the web and gathers 5 to 10 key facts from 3 to 4 credible sources. Fast checking agent, report writing and formatting agent, and then Gmail is sent. Now if you observe, I'll just zoom it in. So here this is a manual trigger. So let me just zoom in. So when you click on it, the workflow will start. Or else you can just click on execute workflow. So since we have not filled in anything, it's showing a problem. We'll figure that out later. And when you click on it, the workflow will start. This is a manual trigger again. Coming to workflow configuration, you can set it to research topic. So how do you manage the things here? You can just click on this 3 dots and you can just say open. And here you will have all the things filled for you. Already, if there is any doubt, you can just cross-check and enter your details. As of now, it is filled and this is your output from this particular node. So you can execute only this node also. There is delete option. So there is deactivate mode also. So when you deactivate this, the entire workflow runs without this particular element. So you can play with that as well. So this output is passed out to research agent. So there are 4 tools which are been used, which is Open API, Search API, and HTTP request. Also we have parser. Now here the problem will be about the OpenAI API keys, which is paid. But SERP API keys is a free version, so we can figure that out. I'll show you how to get the APIs in SERP API. I'll explain you what is SERP API also. And after passing, basically this is a searching part. Your SERP API key will be provided. And then those researching results will be fed to fast checking agent. Now, as mentioned here, it verifies every finding by searching for corroboration in at least 2 additional independent sources, only making facts as verified when confirmed. So here it will just check it for a keywords, etc. Then those results are again passed on to report writing agent, which is OpenAI, or even writer output parser. And then you will have a clear 1,000 words using only that verified facts. So we are making sure only verified facts are here. And then that is fed to the formatting agent. Again, what are the formatting agents? Here they have used OpenAI and parser. So here it transforms the report into professional HTML with clean styling optimized for email. Now you will get a small email draft that is again fed to the Gmail account, which sends the final formatted report. Now this entire workflow will run. So when I just give it execute workflow with all the information required, with all the API keys that is fed into this, you can just click on it and it will run the entire automation tool. So you don't need to copy and paste every key fad, cross check it, etc. All are done for you within few minutes. And you can give a time period where you can send your customers regarding the sale deal, etc., which is all automated tools. Now coming here, when you use N8N AI beta version, after the workflow is done, there will be some of the request for you to accept. So here it is showing HTTP request tool that should be filled by us. So again, here we have delete head, options, patch post. So you can use it as per your wish. And then you can give the URL link, authenticate, which is a major part of our automation. Again, for it to send the Gmail via a account, it needs the credentials. So you can just add new credentials. You can sign in with Google, etc. So right now, let's not do that. And also you can see operations. You can also delete emails, get emails, mark as read, mark as unread, remove label, and do a lot of things in Gmail. Just you need to integrate your email with the automation tool. And coming to settings, and this is a normal settings for every element that you will be automating, which is always output data. This usually is always off, but make sure to on it when you're doing any kind of automation. We have execute once. You only want this element to work only once. You can just click on this and it will be ready for one use, and you have retry on fail. If it is failed, it will retry again. So you don't need to again keep launching it and you have an error. If you found an error, either continue or stop the workflow. Continue using the error. You can set it as per your wish. And if you want to note down any points regarding this node, you can just note it down. And if you want to display that particular node, you can do it. Now, if you set these both up, your entire workflow automation is done. You just needed a single click and your entire workflow automation is built even without a single API agent. So this is the power of AI which is inbuilt in N8N. Now here we can just ask directly GPT to give us a prompt so that you can execute in N8N. So let's try that method also. So let's say I need a prompt to generate a workflow that automates the meetings, creation of meetings. Again, all the versions are given here. Even you can use Gemini, Azure API key also, you can get it directly. So here you can see there is a prompt which is create a step-by-step automated workflow that simplifies the process of scheduling meetings. So you can just copy here, go back and start your workflow with N8N AI. Just give the prompt and wait for it to do its magic. It will be taking few seconds to build the workflow. So like previously, it will create an automation flow where you have to fill in few details, give it few permissions. If an API key is required, you have to give the API key. After that, your workflow is set up. Now, if you manually build this entire setup, it will take at least few hours, which now it's happening in few minutes with the help of N8 and AI beta version. Now to build a research agent project, which is AI-driven approach, where we give a question and it will analyze all the details and give us in an Excel sheet all the outputs, including insights, recommendation, etc. So we'll see how to figure that stuff. Firstly, here I've added a manual trigger. So how do you add this? Again, here there is a plus symbol, go and manual trigger. You can just click on it. And since I've already added a manual trigger, it won't be added. This part will be added. Now keep in mind, no details in manual trigger can be changed here. So if you want to pass any data from the manual trigger, you need to have a set file. Now, how do you add a set file? Go here and you just type in set. You have edit fields and you can just click on it. Whichever mode you want to use, which is manual mapping, you can add multiple fields, the name of the field, what should be the value, etc. And you can change the array types also. So let's delete this and see what are the information that is fed in. So here again, I've given the mode as manual mapping. The field is set to question, and here you can enter whatever research you want to perform. Suppose say top trends in 2025, marketing trends in 2025. So you can just type in top trends, marketing trends 2025. So this will be your input. So here you can mention the question. This will be your input for your next part. So after this, you can just execute step. So these both are set. After this, we want this question to be passed via Google search. So for that, usually here I will use SERP API. So just go here and type in SERP. Here you can see SERP API official. Since I've already installed, it is shown installed. If not, you can just click on it and it will get installed. Under SERP API official, you have many of the nodes. Choose wisely which action you want to perform accordingly. So here you have search Amazon. If you want any link to a product, information about any product, you can go with search Amazon. You have Google Flights, Finance, Lens. Or if you want to play games or know about information about the games, you have search Google Play Games app. And also you have an option of searching in YouTube. So here I will just use plain Google search. So I will just click on it. And here it's important for you, these both accounts won't be shown. You have to create an API for it. So when you click on create account, the first thing you will need is a API key. So for that, you can just go to SERP API key and sign in with Google or GitHub or give your email or password. It will be done. And the first option here is your API key. It's a free accessible account. So here you can regenerate your API code if it's been already used, or you can create one, copy your API key, come back to your workflow and add it over here. You can change the HTTP request also, but usually it's all, and then save it. So your account will be saved. Anytime again you use SERP API, it will automatically be saved. So let me just show you. Let's just delete this. So my accounts have been added here. And the resource is search. Obviously, the resource should be search. So again, the operation is from Google search. Search query will be the previous question. So it will be JSON format question type, which is acquired from the previous node. And then if you want, you can add your location like New York, Delhi, etc. Now, if you want multiple outputs or multiple lanes, you can just add field and you can go with any other thing, which time period, output, or even Google Place ID can be used. For now, it's not required. So you can just execute the step. So this information will be stored. Now, coming after the search results, I've added one more set node. So mainly set nodes I've added if you want to see the output of your previous node. So it won't have any confusion. If you have any error, it's easy to debug. So after every node, I've added a set node, which is not required if you're an expert in automation and tools. If not, you would want to debug things. So I have set another set node just to know the output of the previous node. Now coming, this information of your search should be passed to a Gemini model for it to analyze. So how do you add this? Again, go here and Gemini, Google Gemini here, and you can just click on it. And here again, according to your specific task, you can search for whatever chooses. If you want, you're working on a video, you can go with analyze video. If you want to generate video, you can go with generating video, audio, etc. Here I just need a message model since I just need to analyze the respective topic. So here again, you need a API account for Gemini. Now, how do you get your API key? So just go to Google AI Studio and then you can log in with your Google account. And here you can just search for your API keys. So here there is an option of get API key. Just click on it and you can either create a new one or use an old one. So if you just create API, name your API key, and for what kind of a project you can say just chatbot, create a key, and you can just copy and paste it. So here you can just copy the API key from here, go back here and create new credentials. You can just leave the host as it is and give your API key and save it. So here you can see credentials successfully created inside your personal space. So after this is done, you have message model. Resource, again, it will be text itself since we are not dealing with any kind of video, audio or image. And model. Coming to model, there are multiple models of Gemini. Make sure you use the latest one. Here there is a prompt. So this is a JSON file which will ask you what kind of output do you need from Gemini. So if you are wanting 4 outputs, you can just add 4 of the prompts here. So as you can see from the list, I've used 2.5 flash, and here the prompt is referring to the edit field 1, which is the output from the previous node. Right now it's undefined. We'll figure out what's the issue later. And you can just execute this step and close it. Now again, I've added one more set node, which if you open, it will show me the previous. This is just to see the previous result. And here you can see I'm giving 4 of the outputs, because we need 4 insights. And we need to feed this information in a Excel file. Now coming here for the Excel, we just need to go here and Google Excel. I'm using Google mainly because it's easier. So you can just sign in your account and all the things will be here. So as you can see, Google Sheets, you can just click on it. And here again, what action you want to prefer. Either you want to create the spreadsheet, delete the spreadsheet, append it, or add the values in the spreadsheet, clear, delete, etc. Right now, I just want to add to the values. And here you can set up your Google account, share with document operations, which is append or update the row. How do you integrate your document with the Excel file? Now, go to a Sheets, create a sheet. So I've already created, but I'll tell you the procedure. So I have AI search results as a sheet inbuilt here. Let's just delete this. Here the question is the question that I've passed at the start, and what I need from the question is summary, key insights, and recommendations. So here, after you create this, just copy this, which is a URL, go back. This will be your ID of your Excel sheet after D/. So just copy that, and you'll be asking how to append these. So let me show you. Okay, this is all filled. Choose from, go by ID, and paste it here. And by default, it will show the sheet numbers also. So let's just try the entire URL. Should go to the AI research one. So it's the same one. Now from the list, if you want, now as you can see, I have entered the URL, and here from the list, it should show the number of sheets also. So in one sheet itself, in one Excel sheet itself, we have multiple sheets where we can work on it, and each sheet can contain every automation. Now coming here, we have mapping column. This is the place where you are connecting which part or which column is appended with the Excel sheet. So here I've selected map each column manually. What is the question? All the 4 columns that are present in the Excel will be here. So which column should be mapped? And the data that should be passed to each of the column is also passed here. And then this, execute the step or save it. So if you run this entire workflow, you will have an automation workflow where you give it a question. You can change the question in edit field, and all the results, which is including your summary, key insights, whatever the key insights the Gemini is generating, those, the recommendations on those topics, how to use them, is also updated here automatically. Also, you can set the time of which time of the day you wanted, or any particular day you wanted to start automating, or either it can be just clicking on this and starting the workflow. So the green one says there is no issue with the node, it is executing. So as you can see, workflow executed successfully. Now here there is another option of adding tools. Now here again, you can add workflow tools, Azure, ChatGPT versions, etc. here also, so it can be mapped properly. Now, since the setting up and creating the workflow is already done, now how do you sell it? I'll tell you a most common way how to sell it. Firstly, you have to download this entire workflow in JSON format. Now, how do you do that? You can just click on the 3 dots here, and there will be an option of download. So you can just download it and you'll get the JSON format workflow done. Now here's the download JSON format. I've also created a README AI research agent. I'll tell you about what are the things that you need to add in README folder as well. But in short, if this JSON file, which is my workflow.json, you can change the name to AI agent, etc. according to your project. This file is your N8N model. Anyone who imports it, they get the same AI agent. Now coming to README file, I'll just open it. It's important to create a README file for whoever purchases to understand how this works, what are the things required. So basically 4 steps are included in this. One is N8N import, adding API keys, and connected sheet. First run the instruction, which is export pdf.zip together, which is JSON plus the PDF is equal to your product. So what are the things added here? We have an end-to-end how to run this automation, what you will get. This package includes so and so. You can give a round off of your product, and highlighting you'll need only free accounts. So people who want to purchase this, they just can go through this README file and decide if they want to purchase it or not. We have set up instructions also where you just have 5 steps, which is open N8N, click on workflows, new to create new, 3 dots, etc. All the things that is required is there. So they just can download it and follow these steps to have the same automation that you have created in your system and get access from their system. So again, the Google Sheets that you have used also needs an access. And lastly, you can test your agent. Customization also. So if you are interested to customize their own products, you can mention what kind of customizations you can provide. Also monetization, ideas, etc., troubleshooting, all the things should be given here. So if someone is looking to purchase your automation tool, they can just go through this file and have an idea what are the things in the automation, what are the steps to follow, and what are your offerings as well. Now, the main question arises of where to sell your automation tools. I would highly recommend Gumroad. So let's just say you want to sell any kind of automation tools and even any other tech related things. Gumroad is a free app or a website that lets you do this. So you just need to, again, as you can see, it is saying us to sell anything which includes your video lessons, and also you can sell it from any part of the world. So let's go to our dashboard. So this is the dashboard of Gumroad. So getting started, you'll have an introduction to this site and make an impression, show time, etc. Now, how do you add your product? Go with products and new product. You can name your project. Let's say automation. Keep the name related to whatever automation process that it is going through. So you can say AI agent. Let's say AI research agent. And is it a digital product? Is it a course, ebook, membership, etc.? Ours is a digital product, so you can just click on it. And here services is either commission based, which is not there for us, and you can price your product. So according to what this product might do well in the market, and make sure to put it in a bracket where people consider it. So let's say I'm putting $29 and going for the next. Now here you can describe your project. You can add your README file, few points to include here, and you can add a cover or image that you have shot of the program running, or a screenshot would be fine. You can add your thumbnail, call to action, which is how do I get a call from this. You'll have a summary of your entire project. Even if you want to add new details, you can add. You can change the price. Or there are other 2 options which allows customers to pay what they want or pay in installment as well. Now again, you can add different version of the same project and earn even more. So that also you can earn. Now what are the settings that are there in your hand, which is a limit product sales, allow customers to choose a quantity, publicly show the number of sales on your product page, mark product as e-publication for VAT purposes, specify a refund policy for this product, and require shipping information, which you can analyze it according to you. So after this, you can just post it, save and continue, and some content that you want to print in, etc. You can publish and continue. Payment method is not added, so you can add those in the product page. So again, you can add your payments, and if you publish and continue, your product will be there. You can again connect your PhonePe or Google Pay or bank account, and you will be done, you'll be set. And it will be published in the home page where you can purchase products. Also, you have other kinds of things, which is collaborators, checkouts, emails, directly people who have emailed you, and workflows are also present here, where you can automate all the things in Gumroad, from your payments to your access, etc. You have part of analytics also. So here, as you can see, analytics, how much have you earned, etc. And you have payouts. What is your payout? What are the new things that are happening in Gumroad is also there. Now here in settings, you can add your team members also. So if you have a good team, you can just choose their role, email, so they get and access to the Gumroad. You have again access to payments, which country, if you fill on the details, it'll be easy for you to earn. Also passwords, if you want to keep any passwords, and advanced settings. Everything is basic. Its user interface is very useful for a person who is starting out with the workflows or any other kind of tech products. You can just upload the entire project that you have done, which we have created in a zip format, and send them after the payment is done. Now coming to the pricing part, in India, automation tools will be ranging from 2,000 to 5,000, depends on the complexity of the automation tools. Whereas globally, you can charge up to $49 to $150 per month. Now you can easily sell up to 3 to 5 clients within the free version, but if you want to extend this as a business, you can purchase your N8N. You can also sell these via LinkedIn by DM. So here's a LinkedIn DM template where it says, hey, I have built an AI research agent that can send you weekly reports on your niche. Here's a sample. Make sure to give a sample so they understand how the workflow will be built, and also give them a free trial report as well so they are sure about to purchase your products. Sending these templates for 20 people, at least 2 or 3 will say yes. So you can sell this via LinkedIn as well and make money out of it.
What if I told you you could automate your entire workflow and let AI do the heavy lifting? Imagine saving time, reducing errors, and scaling your business with smart AI-powered tools. And this is really true. Well, in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create AI workflows that can transform your business operations with no coding required. Welcome to the AI workflow automation tutorial. So whether you are an entrepreneur, marketer, developer, or part of a team looking to work smarter, then this tutorial is designed to help you unlock the power of AI automation. In our today's video, we are going to understand the basics of AI workflow automation, best tools available in 2026, and the practical steps that you need to build your own workflows with no coding required. By the end of this tutorial, you'll be equipped with creating workflows that saves your time, enhance productivity, and can easily scale with ease. Now let us discuss the agenda of our today's session. First of all, we are going to discuss about what is AI workflow automation and why it matters. Then we are going to discuss about definition, key benefits, and who it's for. Then we are going to look at the AI tools that you need, like Zapier, Make, Notion AI, ChatGPT, and many more. Then we are going to build a no-code AI workflow from scratch. So we are going to take up the real-world scenario, trigger the setup, use AI for data processing. Then we are going to understand about AI decision-making and conditional logic. Next up, we are going to understand real automation use cases. Example for small businesses, content creators, marketers, and sales team. Then we are going to understand some of the advanced techniques and prompt engineering, like custom prompts, webhooks, APIs, and AI agents. And then we are going to understand some of the common mistakes and how to avoid them, like misconfigured triggers, bad AI prompts, or testing the workflows. And finally, we are going to have a very good discussion on scaling your automation game. And also, I request you that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the notification bell icon such that you don't miss out any update from our end. So let's get started. So guys, let us first try to understand what is AI workflow automation. In today's fast-paced digital economy, busy work is a silent killer of growth. And AI workflow automation isn't just replacing human effort, it's about augmenting it so that you can focus on high leverage tasks. Now, if I talk about what actually is AI workflow automation, it is something like this. So if I talk about traditional automation, it actually follows if this, then that. So this is a logic. And it is kind of rigid and breaks the input change slightly. As let's say, consider if the input is changing, then you would see a slight variation in your output. But AI workflow automation integrates artificial intelligence like LLMs or large language models into these sequences. And it allows the system to reason, categorize, and generate content or decision. So instead of just moving data from point A to point B, AI looks at the data, understands what it is, and determines the best next step. Simple analogy, if I tell you, traditional automation is like a conveyor belt, where it moves a box from one side of the room to the other. And AI workflow automation is just like a smart sorter. It opens the box, reads the label, decides if the contents are urgent, and writes a summary for the manager before placing it on the correct shelf. Now let us discuss some of the key benefits of using this. So guys, if I talk about the benefits of using AI workflow automation, then this is like you're saving massive time. So by handling repetitive cognitive tasks like drafting emails, summarizing meeting, or data entry, AI can reclaim 10 to 20 hours of your work week. And it reduces also human error. AI doesn't get tired at 4 p.m. And it also maintains consistent level of accuracy in data processing, ensuring that copy paste errors or missed notification becomes a thing of past. Also, guys, it increases scalability. You can handle 1000 leads as easily as 10. AI also allows small teams to output the volume of a large team without hiring any more resources. So these are some of the benefits of using AI workflow automation. Now, let us also deep dive into what's the difference between traditional versus AI powered workflows. Then, guys, if you see this diagram, so there are a couple of features where we can distinguish between your traditional automation versus AI powered automation. Now, the features which we look for is what is the logic type, what is the input type, what are the decision making process, and what is the maintenance. Now, if we look at the logic part, traditional automation, as we discussed, it was if then this. If. So it was kind of like a decision making and very conditional based model that you had. But AI powered automation is actually probabilistic. It categorizes the thing, it does the reasoning. So there is a flexible and also there is a way of learning involved because you'll be using LLMs. Now, if I talk about the input type, the traditional automation has structured data, means it is going to use the spreadsheets, where input type for AI powered automation could be voices, images, emails. So you can see there is a lot of diversity in the unstructured data when it comes to AI powered automation. And in real world, this actually makes a lot of work easier. Now, if I talk about decision making, in the traditional automation, it was kind of binary, means yes or no. But AI powered automation uses context where it summarizes the thing, then there is sentiment analysis done, and all these things are kind of very much important. Now, if I talk about maintenance, traditional automation is high. This is going to break if format is changing. But if I talk about AI powered automation, the maintenance is kind of low and it can adapt to various text and data. Now, guys, at the end of the day, I want to say AI automation isn't just for tech giants, and it is kind of like a force multiplier for anyone who wants to manage any digital task. If I talk about entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs can automate and do the lead generation and customer onboarding so that they can focus on the strategy. If I talk about teams, teams can streamline internal communication, project management, updates, and meeting transcriptions. If I talk about marketers, they can also generate personalized ad copy, scheduling social media, and analyzing customer sentiment at scale. Then, if I talk about developers, they can automate code documentation, bug tracking, and repetitive testing cycles. In 2026, the AI tool landscape actually has transitioned from simple connectors to intelligent ecosystems. To build a truly competitive workflow, you need to understand the architectural strength of each player or each tool, basically, which you will be using. Now, in order to look at the top tools which you can use for automation, let us discuss about that. So guys, our first tool is Zapier. Now let me show you Zapier. It's a very amazing tool, guys. And with Zapier, what you can do is you can create amazing workflows. Consider it like an intuitive orchestrator. Zapier is the most recognizable name in the automation, and it remains undisputed king of connectivity. With over 8,000 integration, it acts as a universal translator for the internet. Now, if I talk about the Zapier, this is Zapier's biggest shift. They have included AI agents. So instead of linear A/B trigger, you can now build persistent AI agent. And these agents live across your apps. For example, you can train an agent on your company's PDF and tell it whenever a customer asks any technical question in Slack, search our manuals and draft a response. But only post it if the sentiment is not frustrated. So you can see like how interesting this is.
So if I tell you about this tool, guys, Zapier actually offers kind of free for there are some certain credits. So if you go to the payment page of Zapier, okay, so you're going to get somewhat around let's say there are two versions of it. So first is Zapier Pro trial. So let's say when you create any new Zapier account, you are automatically enrolled in the 14-day pro trial. Then you can look for the premium apps such as you can integrate it with PayPal, Facebook lead ads, and there are webhooks are there which are very interesting. We are going to cover this. Then formatter AI fields. Now there are certain limitations definitely because based on the prices, the company offers something like a limit, and you can see the task limit is only 1,000, and the number of steps it's included is 30. And these two features are not available, like auto replay and pay per task billing. You can also extend your trials, like all the free trial actually lasts for 14 days. And for the pro trials, you can extend it directly from your Zapier account. Now there is something called team trials. For this, you have to request an extension, and you can click on this link and you can contact the team. So this is one of the Zapier Pro trial version. And then there is Zapier for Teams, where you have a 1 minute trigger intervals, 25 users you can add. There are user roles and permission, which is kind of pretty interesting. And there are shared app connections. You can also share your workspace. Now, if I talk about a task limit for the Teams version, it's something like based on the current plan, like 1,000 tasks are added, and import export apps are not available. SAML single sign-in option is also not available, and you can also extend your trials all over here. These are all coming in the free trial versions, but you can definitely go for the paid versions. You can see there is always a upgrade your Zapier account plan. You can read all over here that it's a complete documentation, guys, but I will give you a brief idea regarding this. Let's say, for example, if your current plan costs around $50 per monthly, then you can upgrade to 80 halfway through the current billing cycle. And you can also look that, let's say if you still have 15 days left in your current plan, and you can use $25 credit to your account and charge $55 at the moment of the upgrade. So this is kind of a thing which can be applied to the teams, and it depends upon task to task because every organization has a different set of automation. So there are a lot of things. I would suggest you to go through this, like what is the process of changing the billing cycle interval, if you want to downgrade your plan or cancel your plan. So do refer this documentation by Zapier. A very amazing tool for automation. This comes at number first. Now let us explore the next tool. The next tool that we have is make.com, and we call it as the visual architect. Now this tool is a very amazing tool, and you can use it for automation. So if I have to say, like, if Zapier is for speed, then Make, which was also formerly known as Integromat, is for precision and scale. In 2026, it is the preferred tool for automation engineers and operation leads who need to say this. Now, if you talk about what are the solutions they offer, so you can see the solution is in marketing. You can drive faster with the marketing. You can use automation in sales. You can use it in operations. You can use in customer experience. You can use in finance, information technology, people, and workplace. So if you want to learn more about it or explore your requirement, you can search these respective domains. Now, they have also given us certain case studies, like if you want to, do the social media automation. So you can read their solution, like they have respected blogs all over here. The apps which they are integrating, let's say Cloud LLM, Browse AI is there, then OpenAI ChatGPT is there, Facebook pages are there. So they have integrations with them. Now you can start with using the template also. They already have this respective thing. Let's say summarizing a website content and creating a Facebook post with ChatGPT and Browse AI. Now, if you go all over here, you can definitely use this thing with make.com. And similarly, there are a lot of other things, and you can also create your own workflow. Now, let us talk a bit about pricing. So you can see how many credits per month are there.
So you can pay it annually or pay monthly. So for free, you can just get started. So 1000 credits per month, same as Zapier. No code, visual workflow will be there. 3000 apps integration is there. Routers and filters are there. Customer support and 15-minute interval between runs. Now, if you look at, there are another plan called Core, which is $9 per month. So this is very best for freelancers who want to automate their workflows. So unlimited active scenarios, more control over scheduled scenarios. You can increase the data transfer limit. You can access to the Make API. And there is also a priority execution all over here with $16 monthly. Now, if I talk about Teams, with Teams, it is around $29 per monthly. And Teams and team roles can also use this thing. You can create and share your own scenario. Then if I talk about custom pricing, you can also use this. So let's say for organizations who are running very, very critical businesses, if they want to apply business automations, they can use this. So you can see custom function support, enterprise level app integration, 24/7 enterprise support also offering, which is pretty interesting, guys. And it is access to value engineering team, and advanced security features are also there. So based on the requirement, you can look all over here and you can explore make.com. And you can see these are the amazing thing what they have told. AI applications. You can also connect to your MCP servers. You can also extract your content. You can do the web search. You can make an agent. That's pretty interesting. You can make a toolkit also. Now, workflow scenarios also given. Let's say make a code app, or if you want to design any no-code workflow builder, you can use this. And system variables and custom variables can also be there. And there are a lot of things. And integrations, if you look at 3000 plus integrations, the custom apps are there. You can access to enterprise apps on premises. Then there is workflow execution also, maximum number of active scenarios, parallel scenario execution. You have maximum file size. You have data transfer. So all these respective things. And you also have governance and observability, where you have unlimited user, you can make a grid, you have team and team roles, analytic, and they offer amazing support and security also. Now, if I look at the security, they have the two-factor authentication, single sign-in options, and domain claim is also there. And amazing thing for hosting. So it's using AWS, available in North America, EU and North. So their data centers are all over here in North America. So this was a short idea about this tool. I would suggest you do explore this tool. Now let us move ahead with the next tool. Now guys, the third tool I would say is ChatGPT. So everyone is aware about ChatGPT, and I think most of the people are using ChatGPT in their day-to-day process. And this has become one of the most amazing tool which actually made a revolution in automation. So I would say this is a cognitive brain in 2026. ChatGPT has evolved from a chat interface to an API first brain of the Google, the API first brain of the global economy. It is the engine that provides reasoning inside your zaps and scenarios. It has deep integrations and capabilities. You can do the function calling, and you can also use the tool. You can now give ChatGPT permission to use your other tools also. And through automation, you can tell ChatGPT, let's say, for example, look at this customer complaint. If it is a technical bug, use a Jira tool to create a ticket. And let's say if it is a billing issue, you can use the Stripe tool to look up their last payment. Then it has the multimodal mastery, where ChatGPT can now be a visual step in your workflow, where an AI looks at a photo of a broken part sent by a customer. It could identify the number from its training data and trigger an order in your inventory system. Now, that's pretty interesting. As per the latest models, what you can use or integrate, so currently 5.2 is going on, and you can also access some of the legacy works, the earlier ones, but I would suggest using the latest one. The latest one is so advanced, and basically all these reasoning models which ChatGPT has are used for high stake automation. They don't just predict the next word, they think through problems. And this is used for automated, let's say if you are doing a legal contract review or complex financial forecasting. Now this tool is best. Now guys, you could use this for text generation, sentimental analysis, data extraction from unstructured sources like messy emails, and you can do it for complex decision making. Fourth up we have is Notion AI. This is a connected workspace, and Notion has transformed a doc and a database tool into an AI native operating system. Notion AI has this amazing AI agent, and it has recently introduced it. So the agent actually knows everything that you know, and it has access to your entire Slack history via connectors and Google Drive. You can ask it something like this: what are the outstanding tasks from the project? Let's say, for example, we built in the Slack yesterday, and what is going to happen? It is going to build a summary page for you. Now, this is kind of set and forget feature. You can create a database for meeting notes, even add AI property called action item. So every time you finish a meeting, Notion AI automatically reads the transcripts and populates the action item without you needing to click a button. It has also this amazing feature of Q&A with teams. Notion AI act as 24 librarian. So instead of an employee asking where is the PTO policy, like for example in Slack, you can ask Notion AI which the exact document and the section. This tool is best for internal knowledge management, project tracking, and teams that want their documentation to be alive and self-organizing. You can explore the pricing all over here, guys. So it is free, $0 per month. There are certain features. So these are the respective features. Then you talk about this one. This is $10 per month. And these are like unlimited collaborative blogs, unlimited file upload, custom forms, and all those things. Then for business, it's around like Notion AIs. We have SAML SSO, you have granular database, you can verify any page, you have conditional forms logic and all those things. And finally, you have Notion AI enterprise level tool, and at enterprise, you can see there are a lot of integration with other tools, and these are their respective features. Now guys, let us explore the next tool, that is Pabbly. So Pabbly is also amazing tool, and this is an ultimate tool which has carved out a massive niche by being the most cost effective, and this is alternative to Zapier, especially targeting the SaaS stacks that kills small business margins. Why this tool is unique, you will be thinking about this. So the reason is there is no charge for internal tasks, and it has amazing killer features. Like for example, in Zapier, a filter or a data formatter counts as a task, costing you money. But in Pabbly, these are free. Now this is pretty much interesting. You only pay for the final action, like sending an email, like these kind of thing. And you have lifetime deals also. Pabbly frequently offers one-time payment for a lifetime automation. For a startup, this could be around $2,000 per year, and you can see this respective thing. Also, this tool is highly reliable for marketing. Pabbly has deep integrations with unconventional marketing tools like mailers and SMS gateways that Zapier sometimes restricts or charge heavily for. Now, if you want to use Pabbly, this is a budget conscious for entrepreneurs, marketing agencies running high volume lead generation, and users who hate monthly subscription. Do check out all these tools, guys. This is amazing, and there are a lot of things you can look up to. So guys, let us try to build an automation workflow using Zapier. Now go to the official website of Zapier all over here, and you can access this by going to the zapier.com. Okay, just type Zapier. Now after this, what you need to do is you're going to create a workflow. So let's say if I am in the home, okay, all over here, and you can see I've created a lot of workflows, so I'm going to show you one of it. So you can just click on create, and let's say news app all over here, and then you are going to see your given workflow. Then click on trigger, guys, or you can describe your workflow to the copilot also. Now there are two ways: either you could do it manually, or let's say you could do with the help of triggers and action. Let us say if I write create workflow automation using Google Sheets, workflow automation, such that the data from my email, let's say, or you can say such a data from my Google Sheets, and let's say which contains name and email and source, and let's say source includes LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And we can make something like this such that leads from Instagram and Twitter or Facebook are considered high priority leads, and the email is sent respectively. And you can give your email name so that, okay, so I'll add my own email. Okay. And the next thing what you can do is it's a 3-step workflow. First, trigger the Google Sheets. Then you can use Zapier AI for tagging high or low priority leads. And then email is sent, email is triggered every 15 minutes to respective email. And let's say we have given the respective thing, and let us see what Copilot gives us. And you can see all your workflow is automatically being designed by your respective agent, and see as it has started doing it. We can wait for a couple of times to get it completed. So guys, let us now review the steps which our agent is trying to do. So you can see here it's saying add the Zap steps, select auth for steps called, get the fields, update the given Zap steps, and then it is trying to trigger all those given things. And you can see it is automatically filling and analyzing the things. Then it is trying to analyze and return the data. This is the most easiest thing what you could do all over here. And now it is going on the third step to do the respective thing. So this agent is actually kind of very much now you can see guys in the body it's saying new or high priority lead detected, and it is adding all the respective thing all over here. And let's say the given thing, we could also add or insert text or data, or enable read spirits also. Repeat, you could enable read receipts also, but this is fine. Now let us try to test the given step. This step is also completed. Now let me check my email and let us see whether this automation is being done or not. So you can see we have got email all over here. And this is so amazing. The Zapier has this amazing system of using agents all over here. And believe me, this is the revolution what is coming in the AI world. And it is going to automate a lot of things. So we are basically the given agent all over here. Okay, that was our ChatGPT thing. So this was one of the given way of automating the given thing, and we can recap the given steps one by one. If you want to publish this after your given workflow is done, you can publish this. After doing this, it says it is going to go live. So you can see our workflow is very pretty simple. First, read the spreadsheet. If you want to see the given data, the given name is untitled and there is a table data attached. Then in the next step, you have the Zapier AI, which is trying to analyze and return the data. And then you are going to send the outbound email. And then after analyzing the type of priority, it is going to share you the respective thing, whether it is a low priority or a high priority lead. And this is pretty much interesting, guys. With agents, you can easily create the workflow automation. No require of, even if you don't have the knowledge of too much by creating the workflow, you can easily use the agents, and agents are going to get your job done. But make sure you need to write very descriptive prompt, because that is the key of getting the work done. Now guys, let us move to the next part where we are going to understand the decision making and conditional logic process in engaging way such that we can use ChatGPT for making the smart decision. The key here is to take the user queries or data inputs, process them using the AI model, and then determine the smart action outcome. Let me tell you one scenario. Let's say we have a lead classification. Imagine you have a lead generation where lead is submitting their detail. Based on their answers, ChatGPT can classify them into high, medium, or low interest. So let's say I need a solution that helps me automate my social media campaigns. How would it cost for a team of 5? And then let's say if someone does like that, then on the lead 2 it says, can you tell me more about the product features? And then the chat gpt starts to respond like, thank you for reaching out, whatever the interest is, and it is going to find the minimum product category and all those things. Now this is the given idea that we want to implement. So let us try to do the same simulation. Let's say, guys, I gave this given prompt, and let us wait for the given thing. And you can see it has started giving me the respective solutions. Like, for example, it is saying you can use the Hootsuite or Sprout Social, okay, and Buffer Team. So all these respected idea you are getting. Now let us try the next prompt. If you type the next prompt, something like this could be like, can you tell more about the product features? And you just press the enter. So, and here you can see, based on the given tools that you see, it is started giving me the respective, solutions. What could be the solution for those things? Now, guys, let me also show you how you can customize your respective prompt for a specific solution. Let's say you are creating an AI agent, and let's say most of your customers may file this complaint on your portal that they have problem in payment processing. Then let's say if queries like these come up, so you give the query details to the let's say GPT, and let's say I'm interested in learning more about your product features. So how chat gpt decision should make, so you have to give prompt like this. So let's say if the query contains the word payment or billing, respond with thanks for reaching out. It looks like you have a billing issue. We will connect you with our finance team immediately. Now this is pretty interesting. It's just a programmatic if and else that we study. Then it says else if the query contains the word features, you respond with thank you for your interest, and here's more information on our product feature. You can also respond with, let's say, something like this, thanks for reaching out, and our support team will get you back shortly. So this way you can prompt, create a if and else conditional wise integration. Let's say if what we did right now on the Zapier, same thing, you could integrate this all over here also. So guys, let us talk a bit about real world use case scenario. So for example, let's say there is a lead generation. Basically, lead generation is a process of capturing and converting potential customers into actual paying customer. And it's kind of very crucial activity for sales team, especially in industries like real estate, SaaS, and e-commerce. Typically, leads come from various sources such as websites, form submissions, and landing pages. Now, what you can do with Zapier in this scenario is you can automate the process of capturing lead data from a lead generation form. Let's say you're storing the information in Google Sheets and you use Zapier to automatically segment the leads and trigger the appropriate follow-up actions. Now, let's say, for example, the trigger could be a lead form submission. And in this case, the trigger event could be a new form submission from, let's say, Google Forms. And this form may include, let's say, name, email, company, or industry. Then you have this lead qualification. For example, the given lead is interested, not interested, or follow up later. So each time when a potential lead fills out the form, Zapier will detect the submission and start the workflow. And in the action event, you can store the lead data in Google Sheet, and in the next action in Zapier, it could be automatically stored in the lead information in Google Sheet as a spreadsheet. And each submission is going to create new row with the lead details like organized columns. For example, it could be your lead name, email address, company name, and industry. And also you could update your lead status. So guys, this is what you can do, and your Google Sheet will become, very amazing with the database for managing leads, and it could give your sales team an easy to access overview of potential customers. And also you can take up the follow-up action and lead categorization and segmentation you can also do. So Zapier has this built-in filters and the workflow that can be configured to categorize leads based on their responses also. For example, let's say if the leads are marked as interested, it could be segmented into high priority list while others are added into a general follow-up list. And this segmentation ensures that your sales team can even prioritize their efforts effectively. So guys, this was a bit about our real world use case scenario. Now let us discuss the next part. Now guys, I will also show you some of the amazing things that you could look on Zapier. For example, like webhook, filtering and email support. So you can definitely try this, and this is a very amazing thing what do all over here. Now guys, you can also refer the respective official documentation of the Zapier, and you can see all over here. Let's say if you have a form encoded in the form of, let's say, first name and the last name, and let's say you have this respective JSON format data, and what you can do guys all over here, you can create your respective webhook. So webhook is something like a URL, and let's say whenever you are creating a webhook, you can use this URL. Let's say if I want to use this respective thing, so what I can do is I could go to my, let's say if I want to use Zapier based webhook, so let's go to the Google Sheets, and in the app script you can update your respective Google Sheets all over here. And you can see guys, whenever you go to your Google Sheet, all over here, you have to write a JavaScript function all over here. And you can create a variable URL, which is going to be called as your Zapier webhook. And you can easily create your webhook all over here. So what you need to do, let's say if you want to create a webhook, so just click on your respective event. Okay, so there will be a proper setup that you need to do. Let's say you want to create a trigger first. Okay, so in the configuration section, you need to use the respective thing. Now, let's say given condition all over here, you can also ask the Copilot, let's say create a webhook with, let's say, you can give your trigger action and with filter conditions on high priority to low priority leads, and you can also give a like 3-step workflow in a lead segmentation scenario, and sending email, and finally sending email, and you can give your email ID. So your agent will start working on this respective thing, and it is going to create its own workflow. It might take some time, but these are kind of very, very much important things to actually consider. And it is first going to remove, and let's say it is going to create the trigger on the first step, and then it is going to start adding the new steps. So now you can see it has started first creating the webhooks. So all over here, you can see on the configure section, it is trying to pick off a child key, and it is going to only continue, and you're going to get the respective option. And then you can also set up the respective app configuration by filter by Zap. You don't have to do anything, guys. Everything will be taken care by the agent. And when the first step is done, then it is going to create a workflow. And this is actually pretty good. And you should mind considering taking the paid version of Zapier. Believe me, most of your automation tasks could be easily done. Now guys, before I end this session, I want to tell you, whenever you are writing any prompt, try to give more depth idea about it, give in detailed description about it, and your agents will actually start working in that fashion. Now, this was a bit about our Zapier. It can easily integrate GPT all over here, and it could use the respective thing. And also, I would say, sometime it might ask, it is going to automatically detect the respective your OpenAI thing. Just you need to mention your mail ID, and you can see it has started adding all those respective things. Now you can just click to continue, and you can see it is going to start testing the respective thing, and you can start test the respective steps also. So this is an amazing feature, guys, and you can definitely try it out.
So before moving on to creating the agentic workflow, let's first understand what is AWS Bedrock. So AWS Bedrock is a fully managed AI service that helps developers build and use AI-powered applications without needing to worry about setting up or managing complex infrastructure. So it gives access to pre-trained AI models from top providers like Amazon, Anthropic, Claude, Meta, Mistral AI, etc. So with Bedrock, you can create chatbots, text generators, summarization tools, and other AI-driven features without needing to train models from scratch. It also lets you customize AI models using your own data, add guardrails to ensure your safe and appropriate responses, and connect knowledge bases so the AI can provide more accurate answers. So since Bedrock is part of AWS, it also works smoothly with other AWS services, making it easy to integrate AI into your existing applications. So whether you're working to automate customer support, generate content, or enhance decision making, Bedrock provides a simple and scalable way to bring AI into your business. So now let's talk about serverless agentic workflows. So as AI-driven automation continues to evolve, businesses require intelligent agents that can understand user queries, retrieve relevant information, and take meaningful actions. So Amazon Bedrock introduces serverless agentic workflows, enabling organizations to build AI-powered assistants that interact with users, fetch real-time data, and execute business tasks, all without managing infrastructure. So in a traditional AI chatbot, the system typically responds to queries based on predefined answers or static knowledge. However, with serverless agentic workflows in Amazon Bedrock, AI agents can dynamically retrieve information and trigger actions, making them significantly more powerful than basic chatbots. So now let's explore how these workflows function, their key components, and their real-world applications. So when a user interacts with an Amazon Bedrock agent, the following steps takes place. First one is user input processing. So the agent receives a query from the user, such as, I need to return a laptop I purchased last week, can you help me? And the foundation model processes the input, extracts key information, and decides the next step. And the next step is information retrieval from a knowledge base. So if additional details are needed, the agent queries a knowledge base to pull relevant information. And the third step is action execution via AWS Lambda. So if the agent needs to perform an action, it calls an AWS Lambda function to interact with backend systems. So the function retrieves the order details, verifies eligibility, and processes the return request, for example. And number 4 is generating and sending a response. So the agent gathers the information and constructs a natural language response for the user. And finally, the session continuity and follow-up. So if the user asks another question, the agent continues the conversation while maintaining context. So the entire workflow runs on AWS infrastructure, allowing businesses to deploy AI-powered assistants without worrying about managing servers, scaling resources, or handling background execution. So here are some of the key components of serverless agentic workflows. So number 1 is Amazon Bedrock Agent. So the core AI assistant that interacts with users, understands their queries, and determines the best course of action. So it basically uses pre-trained foundation models from providers like Amazon, Mistral, etc. to process and generate response. And then it has foundation models. So these are large language models that power the agent's natural language processing capabilities. So the model helps the agent to understand questions, retrieve information, and generate responses. And then there are action groups. So action group define what the agent can do beyond answering questions. They allow the agent to execute functions, fetch data, and interact with APIs. So for example, retrieving customer orders from a database, processing refunds using an e-commerce system, or creating support tickets in a help desk platform. So each action group is mapped to an AWS Lambda function which handles the actual task execution. And then we have AWS Lambda for business logic execution. So since Bedrock agents are serverless, AWS Lambda is used to execute backend logic without managing infrastructure. So for example, a Lambda function can look up order history, verify eligibility, and initiate a return process. And another Lambda function can check support ticket statuses and provide updates. And fifth, we have knowledge bases for data retrieval. So a knowledge base helps an agent retrieve factual information from structured databases, FAQs, or documents. And then finally, we have guardrails for AI safety and compliance. So guardrails ensure the agent's responses remain safe, ethical, and appropriate by filtering out harmful, sensitive, or restricted content. So here are some of the real-world use cases of agentic workflows. So number 1 is for customer support automation. So a company can deploy a Bedrock-powered AI agent to handle customer service tasks like answering FAQs using a knowledge base, retrieving order details via an action group plus lambda function, and initiating return requests and processing refunds automatically. It can also be used in IT help desk support. So an internal AI assistant can help employees troubleshoot technical issues such as checking server uptime using AWS Lambda, resetting passwords via an action group request, or submitting IT tickets automatically in support system. And it can also be used in HR virtual assistant. Like for example, a Bedrock agent can be used to assist employers with HR related queries like fetching leave balances, processing leave requests, or providing company policy details. So basically, serverless agentic workflows in Amazon Bedrock unlock a powerful, scalable, and cost-effective way to build AI-driven automation. So these workflows represent a significant step forward in AI-driven automation, like allowing organizations to deploy intelligent, action-oriented AI assistants that go beyond simple conversation. So now in the coming chapters, we will see how to create agent with Amazon Bedrock, how to connect with CRM and perform calculations, and how to read an FAQ manual and a short Amazon Bedrock console walkthrough. So let's get started. Okay, but before we start, in this course, we have used the Claude 3 Haiku model. This is one of the latest AI models, and here is a quick look at its pricing. For Claude 3 Haiku, the cost is $0.25 per 1 million input tokens and $1.25 per 1 million output tokens. So throughout this course, we'll be using Claude 3 Haiku as a primary AI model. So alright, let's proceed with the course. Hello all, welcome to our first chapter. So in this chapter, we are diving into Amazon Bedrock to build a simple cloud-based agent. You'll also learn how to invoke the agent and trace its workflow through traces, giving you a clear view of how it happens. So let's get started. The first step, just like in every chapter, is importing the Bottle3 library. So this is basically AWS official SDK for Python, which we'll be using throughout the chapters. But before we start, we have to set up an environment to run the code. So first, let's set up the environment. Import OS. I'll be explaining you everything shortly. ARM is equal to OS dot environ Bedrock agent role. So basically, this code will reset the environment and prepare the resources. So let's just run this. Okay, sorry, there is a syntax error. Let's fix that. Yes, as you can see, it is resetting the environment. So the agent reset process is completed, Lambda reset process is completed, guardrail reset process is completed. We have discussed all these in the introduction chapter. So the environment is set. So now let's start working on it. As I already mentioned before, let's import the Bottle3. Import Bottle3. Now the next step is we have to create a client object. So basically we create a client object to interact with the different AWS services. So let's do that. So Bedrock agent is equal to Bottle3 dot client service name is Bedrock agent, and we'll also provide the region name. So region name is US West 2. Now next we'll use this client to connect to the AWS and set up our agent there. So for your information, this code is configuring in a cloud-based agent that operates at production scale, so it won't be running in our notebook right now. So let's get started. So let's start by creating the agent. So this is actually pretty straightforward. We'll be using the Bedrock agent client and calling the create agent function. So let's write the code. So first, we'll be using the Bedrock agent client and calling the create agent function. So now let's, pass the parameters. Let's set up the parameters. So the first thing is we need to give our agent a name. We should call it something. So one thing to keep in mind is this name isn't something that the agent itself will recognize. It's just for our reference. So for example, I will name this one as laptop customer support agent. So now let's move on to the other parameters. First things first, we need to give our agent a foundation model. So basically this means selecting a specific large language model from Amazon Bedrock, which will handle the language understanding for how agent operates. So we'll paste the model ID over here. So the foundation model is Anthropic Cloud 3 Haiku. So now there are multiple models available, and you can find the full list in the AWS documentation, which I'll be showing in further chapters. So here we have set up with Anthropic's Cloud 3 Haiku. This is very small, fast and highly capable model. So the next step is we need to define the agent's behavior by providing it with instructions. Now these are also known as system prompts. So let's give the instruction. So we have given it the instruction that you are an advanced AI agent acting as a frontline customer support agent. So in this case, the agent is acting as an advanced AI assistant for the frontline customer support, especially for laptop businesses. Now that we have set up the model and instructions, there's just one more thing left for the configuration, that is the resource code. So predefined IAM role has already been created for us in this environment, and we are pulling in its ARN. ARN means Amazon resource name from an environment available. So basically this role defines the security permissions for our agent. Basically dictates which services the agent can access. So in this case, we are keeping the thing secure and minimal, following the principles of least privilege, meaning the agent only has access to necessary language model and nothing else. So let's set up that. And yes, we are good to go. As you can see, we have loaded this into a variable, create agent response. Let's just check it. Yes. So as you can see, our agent is ready, it is created. So now you might have noticed that we haven't assigned any tools yet. So in Amazon Bedrock, these are called actions and they belong to action groups. So for now, we have built a basic AI-powered laptop support agent, and the next step is learning how to invoke and interact with it. So let's see how to do that. So as you can see, our agent status right now is in creating state. We have the agent ID, we have the agent name. So basically what happens next is the agent moves to a state called not prepared. So basically this is the full process the agent goes through. First state is creating, where the agent is being set up, which is happening right now. Then the second state is not prepared, where it exists but isn't ready yet. And the third one is prepared, where it's ready to use. So once it's prepared, we can create an alias for it. Alias is like a stable version of the agent that we can use in production. So because it lets us control updates instead of changing the agent directly, we can manage different versions and keep things stable. But before doing anything else, we need to wait until the agent reaches the not prepared state, and that's when we can move forward. So now let's go ahead and store the agent ID in a variable. So basically I'm going to pull it from the response we created earlier, from the agent field where the agent ID is located. So let's do that. So agent ID, this is the variable. Create agent response. Agent ID. So this is really going to be very useful for us. Now we have to set up a few helper functions here. So for example, they'll help us wait for certain processes like transitioning to the prepared state, so we don't have to handle everything manually. And since we are working on laptop customer support, these functions will make it easier to manage tasks like checking the laptop's warranty status, troubleshooting hardware issues, and guiding customers through software fixes. So first, let's import the helper function. So from helper, let's first write the helper function and then I will explain the code to you. So wait for agent status. agent ID is equal to agent ID. A target status is not prepared. So as you can see that the agent has reached the not prepared state, which is actually a good thing. That's exactly what we wanted. So it has basically transitioned from creating state to not prepared state. So now the next step is to prepare the code so it's ready to go. So let's do that. We want it to be in prepared state. So as you can see now the agent is preparing, agent stated is preparing. So we have used the Bedrock agent, which is the client, if you remember we set up earlier, and we have called the prepare agent function. So basically we need to tell it which agent we are working with. So we'll pass in the agent ID also. We have passed the agent ID, which we had already stored in a variable. And thus it has reached in the preparing state. Now our target is for prepared state. So let's just take this code. And our target status is prepared. Let's see. So as you can see, the agent has reached the prepared state. But if you have noticed, as I showed you, it did briefly show preparing before it switched to prepared state. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the next step is to create an alias. And that is because we want to invoke the agent and have a conversation with it. So since the agent that we created is now prepared, we can go ahead and set up the alias. So let's do that. So let's move on to creating an agent alias using our Bedrock agent. Let's do that. Create agent alias. Response. Bedrock. Agent. Create agent alias. Yeah. So to do this, we need to provide a few key details. So first, we have to specify the agent ID so that the system knows which agent we are working with. Along with that, we need to assign a name to the alias. So this name can be anything. For simplicity, we'll just call it my agent alias. So let's do that. First, let's specify the agent ID. Then let's set the agent alias name. Which is my agent alias. So now once we have these details, we'll store the response from this operation in a variable, right? So this basically allows us to reference it later when we need it. So the process involves calling the create agent alias function, passing it both the agent ID and the alias name. So let's do that. For that, agent alias ID is equal to create agent alias response. We have given the, we have passed on the agent alias and agent alias ID. So now before executing this, there's an additional step to ensure that everything runs smoothly. So we need to extract the agent alias ID from the response and store it in a variable. So this is important because we'll use it to track the alias status. So to make sure that the alias is properly set up, we'll use a helper function that waits for the alias status to transition to prepared. So let's write the helper function also. Let's include the helper function also. So yes, this is the helper function. So we have already talked about helper functions earlier. So now let's execute the code and see what happens. So as you can see, everything is working as expected. The alias transitions into the prepared state, which is exactly what we were waiting for. Now that the alias is ready, we can actually start using the agent. So with prepared alias, the agent is now in a functional state, meaning that we can interact with it. So let's move on and see how to put it into use. So now to interact with the agent, we need to create a new client specifically for this purpose. So we'll be using bot23 to initialize it. So let's create a new client as we have done earlier. As you can see, we have, specified the service name and we have specified the region. Then we have stored this client in a variable. So let's run this. Now that we are ready to move forward and actually invoke the agent. So for that, we have to write a few lines of code. So first you have to import UUID. So we'll be calling the invoke agent method for our Bedrock agent runtime client, which is essentially all that's needed to start a conversation with the agent. So let's write the code first and then I'll explain it to you. So as you can see, this is the message that I've given as a customer that, hello, I bought a laptop from your store yesterday. There is an issue with the display and I want to return it. So as you can see, we have specified which agent it is by giving the agent ID. Similarly, we also passed the agent alias ID, which we had saved earlier in the process. And finally, we gave the message also. So at this stage, the agent doesn't have any actions configured, meaning it won't actually be able to troubleshoot the issue. However, it should still generate a response based on whatever logic it has available. So in addition to the message that we have given, we also have given a session ID. We have to establish a session ID to maintain the conversation, right? So you might have experience chatting with a, customer support agent, and you might have noticed that, there's a session ID and there's a session for each and every conversation. So once you end the conversation, when you're starting a new conversation, it's separately a new session. So similarly here also, we need to establish a session ID to maintain the conversation. So we have generated a unique ID using Python's UUID module, and that's why we have imported UUID first. So basically this ensures that each session is uniquely identifiable and the conversation history will be stored in the cloud, so we don't have to manage it ourselves. So here we have kept end session false, which means this keeps the conversation active instead of losing it after one exchange. And enable trace is true, which means this, and enable trace for now, let's keep it as false. Yeah, which means this disables request tracing for now, but we can explore it later. So let's just run this. Agent response. So as you can see, we have run the code over here. And as we print the response, you'll see that it doesn't display like a normal text response. And that's because it comes back as an event stream instead of a simple message. So since we can't just print it directly, we need to extract the actual response from the stream. So to do that, we'll pull the relevant data from the event stream, which will allow us to see what the agent actually said. So let's do that. Let's write a piece of code. Event stream is equal to invoke agent response completion. Event I event string, just print event. So as you can see, when we do this, we'll see that there's only one main event returned, and this event is called chunk. And inside it, we have some data, specifically bytes and a response from the agent. So basically, the agent has responded that I'm sorry, but I'm unable to assist you with the return process for your laptop at this time. Please contact our customer support team directly and they will be able to help you with it. So this message makes sense because right now the agent doesn't have any actions set up. It knows it's supposed to have some functions, but since we haven't defined any, it simply acknowledges its limitations. But how does the agent figure this out? And how does it do the necessary action? So for that, to get a clear picture, we have to enable the trace mode. So Earlier we have disabled the trace mode by keeping it false. So we have to enable it by making it true. So this will start a new session. It will reset everything and allow us to have another conversation with the agent. And this time with more insights into how it generates its response. So let's go ahead and do that. So as you can see here, I have enabled the trace and I've printed it. Here, as you can see, we can find some familiar details like they have given the agent ID, the session ID. They have given so many details. And I'm just finding the final response over here. As you can see, it has given a final response. To initiate the return process for your laptop with the display issue, please gather the following information: date of purchase, order number of receipt, description of issue. So as you can see, first it said that, I'm unable to help and please contact, some customer support agent, like, some human customer support. But as you can see now, it actually, gave us an answer that I want, some details like date of purchase, order number or receipt, etc., so that we can initiate the return process. So with this in place, we are now ready for the next step, which is adding actions to the agent so that it can actually perform some useful tasks. So we'll see that in the next chapter. So now that we have a basic agent set up and running, it's time to take things a step further. So in this chapter, we'll connect the agent to external services, allowing it to interact with the outside world. We'll simulate integrating it with a CRM system where it can retrieve customer details, log support tickets. So this will make our customer support agent more functional and bring it closer to real world use case. So let's see how it works. So first things first, let's set up the environment. Do that. So as you can see, the environment is being set up. This will take some time. Now next we need to import the required libraries. We'll start with module 3 to interact with AWS services. Import module 3. We also bring in UUID, which we discussed in the earlier chapter, which helps us create unique session IDs. And also we'll import some helper functions. So let's do that. Import UUID from helper. Import all. So since our environment variables are already set up, we're all set to go. So the agent from the last chapter, from the last environment, is still running. So we can continue using it. And this time we'll give more detailed instructions because we have added a few extra components. So now let's start testing and see how it works. So firstly, I'll generate a new session ID and set up another message similar to what we used in the previous chapter. Let's set up the session ID first. Session ID equal to and let's give a new message. For example, let's give my name as Via. My laptop has display issue and I want a refund. So once that's defined, we'll use a helper function to check the responses and see what happens. So we'll call invoke agent and use a print helper function to send a message and check responses. So let's do that. Invoke agent and print. Again, we have to specify our agent ID. Agent ID. Input text is the message. Do that as one more thing. Agent alias ID is equal to agent alias ID session ID. So as you can see, this is what our response is. This actually looks like a chat format. We said that my name is Leah, my laptop has display issues and I want a refund, and the agent has responded by saying that it's sorry, but it doesn't have enough information to process our request for a refund at this time, and all the details. So now what we need to do is we need to connect our agent to some other tools to make it more useful. And in Amazon Bedrock agents, these tools are called actions and action groups. These allow the agent to perform tasks beyond just responding with text. So the logic behind these actions is handled through AWS Lambda functions. So basically the Lambda function serves as the invocation point where the agent sends requests when an action needs to be performed. So when the agent calls this function, passes an event that contains key details like agent's name, action group name, specific function, and any parameters. So let's do that now. Let's write the code first and then we'll explain. So to connect our agent with tools, we need to define an action group using the Bedrock agent client. So this action group will allow the agent to perform tasks by interacting with an AWS Lambda function. So first let's create the client like before. So we have done that. The service name is Bedrock agent, region name. We're not specifying the region right now. Now next step is to set up the action group. So yeah, now let's see what the code is. So we have started by naming the action group. The action group name is customer support actions, and this is just for our reference. Now the next thing is we link it to our agent by providing the agent ID from our environment variables, and we specify the Lambda function that will handle the logic using the ARN. Now after that we have defined the actions. Like for example, inside the action group we define functions the agent can call. For example, the first one is customer ID lookup. So this function retrieves a customer ID based on details like email, name, or phone number, and the agent must send at least one of these details to proceed. Now the parameters are described in natural language so that the agent understands their purpose. Now the next function, the second function is sent to support. So basically this function escalates the issue to a human support team. Like for example, if the agent that we created is not able to respond, so it will escalate the issue to a human support team. It requires both a customer ID and a support summary, and if the agent doesn't have a customer ID, it will first fetch it using the customer ID lookup function. So this is what these two functions does. Now before sending the request, we have specified the agent version as draft. It means that it applies to the current agent setup. So once everything is set up, we have created the create agent action group response. This is a variable, create agent action group response, and we have stored the response in this variable. So let's look at the output. Create agent action group response. So as you can see, we have executed the request and we have our response. So this includes an action group ID. It has the action group state, which is enabled. And before we proceed further, we need to ensure that the action group is fully enabled. So although it's already enabled, as you can see in this case, we'll add a helper function to wait for the state. So this will ensure that, if we run the entire script from top to bottom, everything works smoothly without any timing issues. So let's add that helper code. Let's do that. So first we need to extract the action group ID. That's what we have done here. We have to extract the action group ID from the response, which will allow us to reference it later. Next we'll give our helper function, like how we have given helper functions before. As you can see, the target status that we want is enabled. So now that we have made a change to the agent, we also need to prepare the agent again to apply the updates and update the alias so it reflects the latest version. So let's do that. Again, we'll be using helper functions for that. It's enabled. Now we, want it in the prepared state. Agent is prepared, and next is we have to update the alias. So let's do that. So the agent alias has also reached the prepared state. So basically we have, as you can see here, we have used the prepare agent function. So now the alias is fully updated and the agent is ready to use. So now, we can start performing tasks and we can just test it by giving a message. So again, first, before giving the message, we are going to reset the session ID. So let's reset the session ID and let's give a different message, including an email address. So my name is Leah, and we'll just give a dummy email ID like Leah at leah.com. My laptop has display issues. And I want a refund. So this time I've also included, as you can see, the email address. Now the thing is, with this email, the agent can confidently match it to the customer ID. So in this case, it will just be a random number, of course. So this helps simulate a real customer support interaction. So now let's run and see what happens. So first I'll give a helper function and call invoke agent to send the message and print the response. So firstly, we'll just write the helper function. Invoke agent and print. We'll pass on the agent ID. Agent alias ID. Just copy paste it because we have already used this function before. And right now we have kept the enable trace as false. So as you can see, it has given the chat, the user, a query and the agent response. So it has said, hello Leah, I'm sorry to hear you are having issues with your laptop display. So to better assist you, could you please provide some more details about the specific problem you're experiencing? So right now, as we gave the email, it might have already got the customer ID. So now it's asking about more issues. Like what's the specific problem you are finding and what is the, purchase date and everything. And also at the end, it has asked that please let me know and I'll help you to escalate this to our customer support team if needed. So this is what our agent has responded with. Now let's just keep the enable trace as true and see what happens. So as you can see here, you can see the user query, the final response, and the thing is you can also see the agent's thought process. So this is basically thought process that's going on with the agent, which means, okay, let me give you the details we have so far. It has taken the customer name, customer email, the issue, the request. Issue is that the laptop has display issues. The request is that, we want a refund. And it has processed that it still misses some key details to fully process the refund, such as order number or purchase date of the laptop. So without these details, I won't be able to properly escalate this to the support team. So let me ask the user about it, and that's what it has done over here. So as you can see, so far we have built an agent that responds effectively and uses tools to process customer support cases. It can retrieve a customer ID and log a support request, making it much more functional. This chapter will be seeing what are guardrails in AWS Bedrock. Hello, also in this chapter we will talk about what are guardrails in Amazon Bedrock. So what are guardrails? So basically guardrails in Amazon Bedrock are a set of safety measures that help ensure AI generated responses are safe, ethical and appropriate. Act as filters and restrictions that prevent the AI agent from generating harmful, biased or restricted content. So guardrails are essential for regulating AI behavior, especially in customer support, healthcare, finance, and other sensitive domains, where AI-generated responses must adhere to compliance standards. So now let's see how the guardrails work. So when an AI model generates a response, guardrails analyze the output before sending it to the user. If the response contains restricted, offensive, or policy-violating content, the guardrails block or modify the response. So the guardrails in Amazon Bedrock can be customized based on business requirements. So users can define content filters to block inappropriate language, deny topics that the AI cannot discuss, and harmful category filters to prevent responses related to violence, hate speech, self-harm, or explicit content. So these itself are some of the key features of guardrails. In content filters means it can filter and scan AI responses for profanity, hate speech, or offensive content and block them before they reach the user. In denied topics, predefined topics that the AI is not allowed to discuss. Example, political opinions, personal health advice, financial investment recommendations, etc. And then comes harmful categories, where adjustable safety settings for restricting responses related to hate speech, self-harm, violence, harassment, and adult content. And then it has custom word filtering, where users can define a list of restricted words or phrases that the AI should not generate in its responses. And then we have custom guardrails via AWS Lambda for advanced use cases. Custom logic can be implemented by using AWS Lambda to validate and modify AI responses dynamically. So now let's see how we can implement guardrails in Amazon Bedrock with some code examples. So there are basically 4 steps. So the first step is to create a guardrail. So this is the code for that. So to create a guardrail in Amazon Bedrock, you have to use the AWS SDK, which is Botto3 for Python, to define the content filtering, restricted topics, and sensitivity levels. So basically, this code creates a guardrail named Customer Support Guardrail, as you can see. And it filters harmful language, it blocks specific words, example, fraud, scam, illegal. It restricts discussions on specific topics like politics, religion, and investments, and it applies different safety levels to content categories. Now the next step is to associate guardrail with an AI agent. So once a guardrail is created, it needs to be attached to an Amazon Bedrock agent to enforce content filtering in AI responses. So this step ensures that the AI agent follows the guardrail rules and does not generate restricted content. And next we have testing guardrails by invoking the AI agent. So we can test if the guardrail works by sending a sample query to the agent and check its response. So as you can see in this code, if the guardrail is applied correctly, the AI agent will refuse to provide investment advice and respond with a safe and predefined answer, such as, I'm sorry, but I cannot provide financial investment advice. And finally, we have step 4, which is fine-tuning guardrails. So if the AI agent still provides undesired responses, you can adjust the guardrail by modifying the sensitivity levels or adding new denied topics. So in this code, the AI agent will not respond to financial or medical related queries, ensuring compliance with regulations. So now, why are guardrails so important? Number 1, to prevent AI misuse. So guardrails restrict AI generated responses, preventing harmful, biased, or unethical replies. Next is to ensure regulatory compliance. So industries like finance, healthcare, and legal services must comply with strict rules. So guardrails help prevent AI from providing unauthorized advice. And then to enhance customer trust. So a well-configured AI assistant maintains brand integrity by ensuring all the responses align with company policies and ethical guidelines. And finally, to reduce AI risks. So guardrails act as a safety net, reducing the risk of AI-generated misinformations, hate speech, or offensive content. So basically, guardrails in Amazon Bedrock are a critical feature for ensuring AI models generate safe, ethical, and policy-compliant responses. By implementing content filters, denied topics, and harmful category restrictions, businesses can control AI-generated output and protect user interactions. And by using AWS Lambda and customizable filters, developers can further fine-tune guardrails based on business needs, whether it's preventing AI from giving financial advisors, blocking offensive language, or ensuring customer support consistency. Guardrails help maintain AI reliability and trustworthiness in real-world applications. So that was it about guardrails. Now in the next chapter, we'll take it a step further by making the agent smarter. So instead of immediately forwarding requests to support, it will perform calculations before sending them. So let's get into it and enhance its decision making. All, welcome to the next chapter where we are going to give our agent a code interpreter. So this means the agent will be able to perform accurate calculations by writing and running temporary Python code to support its responses. So let's dive in and see how it works. And before that, as we mentioned in all the chapters, let's run the code to set up our environment. So let's do that first. Let's set up the environment. So first, I'll load all the necessary libraries. Same as before, we need the bottle 3. We need UUID. And we need to import the helper functions. So once that's done, the next step is to create a client, a Bedrock agent client. Same as before, so let's do that. Done. So right now the agent in our environment is the same that we used in the last chapter. So to enhance its capabilities, we'll update it and integrate the Amazon Bedrock agent with new features. So let's write the code. So let's see what this code is. So this code basically updates an existing action group in Amazon Bedrock by modifying its function schema and adding a new function. So first we have the function called update agent action group. So this function is called to modify the agent's action group. So this ensures the agent can execute the necessary actions when handling customer support requests. And then we have set up the code parameters. As you can see here, we have the action group name, which is customer support action. So this names the action group. We have kept it same as before. The action group state is enabled. So since we are modifying the action group, we explicitly set its state to enabled. So by default, an action group is enabled upon creation, but when updating, we must manually specify the state to keep it active. And then we have given the action ID group, the action agent ID. And as you can see, the agent version is in draft. So this update applies to the draft version of the agent because Bedrock allows multiple agent versions. So changes are first applied in the draft state before being finalized. After that, we have the lambda function, ARN. So the agent will execute actions using a lambda function. So the lambda function ARN is stored in the lambda function ARN variable. Now after that, we have defined the function schema. So inside the function, as you can see, inside the function, we have 3 other functions. The first function is customer ID function. So this function helps the agent identify a customer based on the available details. So as you can see, this is the description just given. Get a customer ID, given available details. At least one parameter must be sent to the function. This is private information and must not be given to the user. So what this means is that the agent can look up a customer ID but must not share it with the user. So at least one parameter is required. It can be email. These are the parameters. It can be email, name or phone number. And then you have the send to support. So if the agent cannot resolve the issue, it can pass a request to your human agent. And then we have a new function, an updated function, which is called purchase search. So here they have given the description that search for and get details of a purchase made. Details can be used for raising support requests. You can confirm you have this data. Like for example, I found the purchase, or I can't find the purchase, so and so. So basically the agent can search for purchases and confirm whether it found the record. So however, private information like order numbers must not be shared. And as you can see, these are the parameters given over here. The first parameter is the customer ID. The second parameter is the product description. And the third parameter is the purchase date. As you can see, the purchase date, the date of purchase should be in this format: year, month and date format. So basically this function helps the agent verify past purchases before escalating the case. Before escalating the case, the agent must verify that, if the query is real or not. So for that, this helps. So now once everything is set, we have stored it to this variable, which is update agent action group response. So basically running this agent ensures that it retains previous functions, adds the new function. As you can see, these customer ID and send to support function we had already used in the previous chapter. So the new function that we have added is a purchase search function. So let's run this. Now let's extract the action group ID from the update response. So let's extract the action group ID. So here the variable update agent action group response contains a response from the update agent action group function, which we used before. So the response has a nested structure where the action group ID is inside the action group. So this line retrieves the action group ID from the response and stores it in an action group ID, which is for later use. So action group is enabled, action group status is enabled. So now let's give it a different message. We can give something like first we'll give the email, and then we'll say I bought a laptop 5 weeks back and now it has a display issue. I want a refund. So as you can see, the message has mentioned the date in weeks. So here we have already mentioned in the function that we need it in this format, year, month and date format, but right now we have given it as 5 weeks back. So as you can see, we have to do something. So we got to update our agent. So next we have to add a code interpreter to deal with date. So let's do that. Okay. So this code enables the agent to execute Python code dynamically by creating a code interpreter action group. As you can see, this is the code interpreter action group. So the process involves 3 key steps. The first one is creating the code interpreter action group. So the function over here, create agent action group, is called to create a new action group named code interpreter action. So an action group defines a set of tasks that an agent can perform, and in this case, it enables the agent to execute Python code using the Amazon Bedrock's code interpreter feature. So now let's just move on to some key parameters over here. As you can see, again, we have the action group name, we have the action group status, agent ID, agent version, which is still in draft. And then we have the parent action group signature, which is Amazon code interpreter. So basically this links this action group to Amazon Bedrock's pre-built code interpreter. This enables the agent to execute Python code dynamically, supporting use cases such as calculations, data analysis, and automation. So why this is important is because Amazon Bedrock provides built-in action groups like this, like for example, Amazon Code Interpreter to handle common AI tasks. So by referencing Amazon.code interpreter, the agent gains the ability to process and run Python code without needing custom Lambda functions. And after that, we are extracting the action group ID over here. So this ID uniquely identifies a newly created code interpreter action group, and it is stored in the code interpreter action group ID for later use. And then we have given a helper function, which is used to pause execution until the action group is fully ready. So the next step is to prepare agent and alias to add new action group. So let's do that. So first let's prepare the agent. Prepare agent response. Agent. Prepare agent. agent ID. Now let's just copy the function. The target state is prepared, and let's run this. Okay, there is some error over here. Let me just fix it. As you can see, it is waiting for first. It waited for agent status of prepared. Then finally, it has reached the prepared status. Now, once that's done, our next step is to update the alias. So let's do that. Bedrock update agent alias. We are going to update the alias. Agent ID is equal to agent ID. We have to give the agent alias ID. And we'll keep the agent alias name as test. And once that's done, wait, let me just format it. Yeah, once that's done, let's just paste our helper function. And let's run the code. So as you can see, our agent alias has also been updated and reached the prepared state. So now let's set a session ID and write our message again. So first, let's set the session ID. Session ID str_ID. Yes. And we'll rewrite our message. Oh, where was our message? Yeah, this is our message. So let's rewrite this. Let's run it. Now let's write a code which prints its response. I'll write the code first and then get into detail. Invoke agent and print. Again, here we have the agent ID, agent alias ID, input text, which is a message, and the session ID. And here we have given enable trace as true. So we've done it. So basically the invoke agent and print function, it sends a message to the agent and retrieves a response. Again, here we have kept the enable trace as true. So this is the response. We have the agent's thought process, invocation input, again agent's thought process, and finally here we have the final response where it has said that I have reviewed your request and found that you purchased a laptop approximately 5 weeks ago. Since this is within the typical refund period, I have routed your request for a refund to our support team. So they will review the details and get back to you shortly. You can also reference support case. They have also given an ID sort of thing for our ticket or our case. So as you can see, what it has done is, let's see the agent's thought process. So the agent's thought process was that the purchase search tool found a purchase for this customer that matches the details provided. So now I need to calculate the purchase date to determine if it is within the refund period. So first, to know that, because we haven't given it the correct date, we have given it 5 weeks ago. So to determine if it is within the refund period, it has to, come up with the correct date. So what it has done is, it has actually used a Python REPL to calculate the purchase date from 5 weeks ago, and basically it has calculated the date over here, and then it has come up with the conclusion, the final response, that it is within the typical refund period. Now let's look at another code with another session ID. So we'll give it the same message. Where is the message? Yeah. Next, let's set up the client. Basically, now we want to retrieve the response in streaming format. So for that, first we have to invoke agent response. We have that over here. And next we have to create the event stream. So event stream, invoke agent response completion. So for event, in event stream, if the chunk is in the event, print this, else print this. So this kind of looks cluttered. Let me just format it a bit. So as you can see, what happens here is, you already know the invoke agent response and the invoke agent function. Here in this particular part of the code, the loop iterates over the event stream and checks for chunk responses. So if the event contains chunk, like for event contains chunk, the response data is stored in bytes. As you can see in this part, the response data is stored in bytes format, so it must be decoded into a readable string. And the decoded text is formatted as JSON and printed. And for other event types, any metadata or function related events are printed as it is for analysis. So tracing provides insights into how the agent processed the request, and the conversation remains open, allowing continued interaction. So now let's move on to the output. As you can see, this is a pretty big output, so you can take time and see what it is. I will just give you a gist about it. I'll just give you a gist about it. So basically, the output represents a trace log of the Amazon Bedrock agent's orchestration process while handling this case. So as you can see, it has all the history, like the agent has been acting as a frontline customer support service, and it has taken requests from a customer named Leah who reported a display issue with a laptop 5 weeks ago. So basically, the trace shows the agent's step-by-step reasoning and its function calls, beginning with retrieving customer ID using the provided email, then searching for purchase details using purchase search function which we used, and finally escalating the issue to the support team with the send to support function that we used. So the AI adheres to strict guidelines, ensuring accuracy and compliance by leveraging the Python REPL for date calculations and enforcing guardrails to prevent incorrect assumptions. So it also includes model invocation reports, function calls, API responses, and trace logs, confirming that the request was successfully processed. And as you can see, finally, the agent has also given a final response. Like, I have reviewed Leah's purchase details and routed her refund request to our customer support team. The support team will be in touch with Leah shortly to assist her further with the display issue, so and so. And please let me know if you need any further assistance. So as you can see, the last portion of the output confirms that the response has been finalized and delivered, ensuring smooth AI-driven automation customer support workflows. That was it about this chapter. Now in the next chapter, we will see how to connect this agent to a repository of customer support documents. Hello all, welcome to the next chapter. So in this chapter, we will see how to connect the agent to a repository of customer support documents that discusses simple issues the agent can resolve. So once it is connected, the agent can resolve some issues directly and redirect others to human workflow. So let's start by importing the necessary basic codes and inputs. So the first step, of course, is to run the code to set up the environment. So let's do that. Next, let's import Auto3. Here we also need to import JSON. And let's import the help functions. Next, let's create the client. Talk agent is equal to auto3.client. The service name is Bedrock agent. Region name, we'll keep it as US West 2. Next, let's write the code to retrieve details about the existing agent in Amazon Bedrock. So for that, describe agent response is equal to Bedrock agent dot get agent. Inside, we'll give the agent ID. So basically, the function get agent is used to fetch metadata and configuration details about the specific Bedrock agent. So now let's run the code. For that, let's print the response. So print JSON dumps describe agent response agent is equal to 4 default here that's string. So this is the response. So basically this code prints the agent details retrieved from the Amazon Bedrock in a structured and a human readable format. The function JSON dumps over here is used to convert the dictionary stored in describe agent response into a JSON formatted string. So since API responses often return nested data structures, formatting them properly helps in analyzing and debugging the output basically. So the ident is equal to 4 parameter ensures that the JSON output is visually structured with proper spacing, making it easier to read. So without indentation, the response would be printed as a single long line, which is difficult to parse manually. And additionally, default is equal to str is included to handle any non-serializable objects such as timestamps or special data types. So by converting them into strings before printing. So this prevents errors that may occur if the response contains complex data structures that cannot be directly serialized into JSON. So when executed, this command provides a clear view of the agent's configuration, including its name, as you can see, including its name, its status, version, associated action groups, and execution settings. So this output is valuable for verifying whether the agent is correctly set up, checking its state before making modifications, or troubleshooting issues related to its configuration. So by displaying all relevant details in an organized manner, this step simplifies debugging and ensures that the agent is functioning as expected. But as you can see here, they have all the informations, including the instructions. So what we can do is let's take that and print it separately. So for that, we'll write another piece of code, which is print describe agent response agent and in instruction. So as you can see, this line of code retrieves and prints the agent's instruction from the API response. So the describe agent response dictionary contains various metadata about the agent, and within it, the agent key holds the main details. The instructions field over here specifically stores the system prompt or predefined guidance that tells the agent how to behave and respond to queries. So as you can see, it has an instruction. First, it has an instruction over here. It has just printed an instruction from the previous output, which is you are a frontline customer support agent for a company and your role is to process customer messages and so and so. And also it has given guidelines for processing customer messages. So first you have to analyze the customer's message to understand their issue. Then you have to determine the appropriate action. You have to use appropriate tools. You have to provide a summary, a clear and concise summary of analysis. And then again, for handling issues based on complexity, there are two types. Like if it's complex issues or those requiring human intervention, or then there are simple issues or general product usage questions. So this is just the instruction printed. So if you go through the output, you'll realize there is lack of knowledge base. Okay, so like they have given the instruction, they have given the guidelines, but still there is a lack of knowledge base. So our next step is to add the knowledge base. So let's do that. Let's write that piece of code. So get knowledge base response agent get knowledge base. Sorry. Knowledge base ID is equal to knowledge base ID. So as you can see, this code retrieves information about a knowledge base linked to the Amazon Bedrock agent. So knowledge base is basically a collection of stored informations like FAQs or company guidelines that the agent can use to give better responses. So this function over here, get knowledge base of, is called with knowledge base ID, which ensures that the correct knowledge base is assessed. The response is then stored in the get knowledge base response, which contains details such as knowledge base name, status, description, and stored documents. So running this function helps check if the knowledge base exists, is it active and properly linked to the agent. So this is useful for troubleshooting cases where the agent is supposed to retrieve information but isn't responding quickly. So now let's just print this and see. Print JSON dumps get knowledge base response content is 4. So as you can see, we have printed and the response contains a lot of configuration. Now next, let's connect this knowledge base with our agent. So to do that, first let's type the code and then we'll see how it works. Associate agent base response is equal to agent associate agent knowledge base. We have to provide the agent ID, the knowledge base ID, the agent version, which is draft, and the description, which is my knowledge base. We'll give it as my KB. Just format this a bit. So as you can see, this code links a knowledge base to an Amazon Bedrock agent, allowing the agent to use stored information when generating responses. So the function over here, which is associate agent knowledge base, connects a specified knowledge base with knowledge base ID to the given agent ID. And here the agent version is draft, which ensures that the change applies to the agent's draft version before being finalized. And the description, we had given it as myKB, which provides a short reference name for the knowledge base association. So basically, this function allows the agent to access and reference information from the knowledge base when answering queries. And by running this, you ensure that the agent can retrieve stored knowledge, improving accuracy and response quality. And it is useful for customer support, FAQs, and structured document retrieval. Now let's just look at the output. Associate agent knowledge base response. So as you can see, the knowledge base is enabled and we are ready to go. Now next, let's prepare the agent and alias. So I will just, take the code and paste it because we have done this multiple times by now. Now let's see the code. So basically this code prepares the agent for use, updates its alias, and ensures everything is fully activated before proceeding. So it consists of 4 key steps. I'll explain it to you again. So the first function, which is prepare agent, is called with agent ID, instructing Amazon Bedrock to process and activate the latest changes made to the agent, such as updated actions on a newly linked knowledge base. Waiting for the agent to be ready. So since the preparation process takes time, wait for agent status function ensures that the agent reaches the prepared state before moving forward. And this prevents errors from calling an agent that isn't fully activated. And the next one is updating the agent alias. So since the preparation takes time, so the function update agent alias assigns a new alias, like my agent alias, to the agent. So an alias is a version reference that allows different agent versions to be accessed in a structured way. And this step ensures that the alias is correctly linked to the updated agent. And finally, waiting for the alias activation. So wait for agent alias status function ensures that the alias is fully prepared before use. And this guarantees that any request made to the agent will work correctly. So these steps finalize all updates and ensures that the agent is fully functional before invocation. And this approach prevents errors, incomplete updates, or unresponsive behavior, making the agent reliable and ready to process queries. So let's just run this code. Let's wait for it to process. So once it's executed, you can see that we have a fully built customer support agent by now. So now let's just ask it some questions to see how it works. So first, let's give the session ID and our message. Again, we have given this multiple times by now. Creating a session ID. Message is leah@leah.com. I bought a laptop 5 weeks ago and now it has display issues. I want a refund. Now let's give the invoke agent function to print. Here we have disabled the trace. Let's print it. So it has actually given us a response saying that I've reviewed a request for a refund on the laptop you purchased about 5 weeks ago, and that is now having display issues. So I was able to look up the details of your purchase using the information. Based on my research, I've escalated your case to our customer support team for further assistance. So a support agent will get in touch. So you can, continue asking more questions. Like for example, let's try another message which says, let's ask, I am unable to connect my laptop Wi-Fi. What can I do? And let's print this. So we have enabled trace. So as you can see, this is the output, and the guardrail trace is none. It has given the agent's thought process like, okay, let me see how I can assist you with the issue of not being able to connect your laptop to Wi-Fi. And then it has gone through the knowledge base. And then it has come up with a final response, like to troubleshoot the issue of not being able to connect your laptop to Wi-Fi. Here are some steps you can try. And it is given to 5 steps. So similarly, you can prompt more questions and see the response, how the agent responds to your queries. So basically, the agent is now designed to follow the conversation flow and use agentic reasoning to decide how to handle each customer request. And it doesn't just respond blindly, as you have seen. It analyzes the situation and figures out the best course of action. So what makes this agent powerful is its ability to take different paths depending on the problem. So if it's a simple issue, it can resolve it on its own, but when a situation requires human assistance, it knows when to escalate to a support agent. So the way it makes these decisions come down to 3 things. Number 1, the agentic workflow that guides its decision making. Number 2, the instructions we provide to shape its behavior. And the third one, the tools and actions it has access to, like knowledge bases and APIs that you have seen in this example. So together, these elements allow the agent to be efficient, adaptable, and capable of handling a variety of customer interactions smoothly. So that was it. In the next chapter, I will give you a quick walkthrough of the Amazon Bedrock console. So now that we have successfully built a customer support agent using code, it's important to explore how the Amazon Bedrock console provides a visual and interactive way to configure AI models, manage agents, and fine-tune various functionalities such as guardrails and knowledge bases. So while coding provides greater flexibility and control, the console simplifies the process by offering an intuitive interface that allows for quick modifications, testing, and troubleshooting. So Amazon Bedrock is a part of AWS serverless AI infrastructure, which means it can integrate seamlessly with other AWS services while giving users access to pre-trained AI models from multiple providers. So this makes it an ideal tool for companies and developers looking to build and deploy AI-powered solutions without the need for extensive machine learning expertise. So to access Amazon's Bedrock, you first need to log into your AWS account, and once logged in, you have to navigate to the search bar and search for Bedrock and select Amazon Bedrock from the search results. So as you can see on the left-hand menu, you'll see several options that allow you to explore the different components of Bedrock. So these options include model providers, agent management, guardrails, knowledge bases, and playgrounds for testing AI models interactively. So by providing a centralized dashboard, the Bedrock console allows users to easily manage AI-driven workflows, configure their AI assistant's behavior, and enhance their knowledge retrieval capabilities. So one of the most important aspects of Amazon Bedrock is a variety of AI models it provides access to. So Bedrock allows users to choose from models built by leading AI research organizations, offering a range of capabilities such as text generation, reasoning, summarization, and question answering. So as you can see inside the console, the providers section lists the various AI models available in Amazon Bedrock. So some of these include the Amazon AI, Anthropic, Claude models, AI21 Labs, Cohere, Meta, Mistral AI, Stability AI, etc. So as you can see, each of these providers offers different types of large language models, which can be used depending on the specific requirements of a project. Like for example, Anthropic's Claude models are known for their safety-first approach, while Meta's Llama models are designed for high-efficiency reasoning tasks. So if you encounter errors when you're trying to use these certain models, it is likely because they have not been enabled for your AWS region or account. So the Bedrock console allows users to manually enable access to these models by navigating to the model access settings. So here users can agree to end user license agreements to enable specific models, modify access permissions to allow Bedrock to integrate with those models, and select or deselect models based on their respective project needs. So once a model is enabled, it becomes available for use within agents, knowledge bases, and other AI-driven applications. So first, let's have a look at agents for configuring and managing AI assistants. So one of the most powerful features of Amazon Bedrock is its ability to create AI-powered agents that can interact with users, process queries, and provide intelligent responses based on available data. So the agents section in the console provides tools for managing the assistants. So when you open the agent section, you will see a list of existing agents along with their current status. So these agents can be in different states, as we have already seen while coding. So it can be in the prepared state, which means it is ready to use and actively responding to queries. And it can also be in not prepared state, which means that the agent has been created, but it isn't fully configured yet. So to create a new agent, users can click the create agent, enter a name. You'll be having an option to enter a name, a description, and also select the large language model that will power the agent's response. So this step is crucial as the model selection determines the quality, response style, and processing capabilities of the agent. So basically, the agent builder provides a structured interface where users can define detailed agent instructions, choose best suited AI model, enable the code interpreter, which allows the agent to execute Python scripts when needed and customize its workflow and processing logic to suit business requirements. Now, a major part of setting up an agent involves configuring action groups, which define what the agent can actually do. So action groups allow the agent to connect with external tools, databases, and services to perform tasks beyond simple conversation. So within the console, users can link agents to external services using AWS Lambda functions. Amazon Bedrock simplifies the process by providing a quick create Lambda function option, which automatically generates sample Lambda code, configures the necessary AWS permissions for execution, and allows developers to customize Lambda functions for business-specific use cases. So, for example, if a support agent needs to retrieve a customer order details, an action group can be set up to query a database through a Lambda function. So, once the function is triggered, the response is processed by agent and delivered back to the user. And also, after configuring an agent, the console provides an interactive test environment, allowing users to send sample queries, debug unexpected agent behavior, and ensure proper integration with external systems. Now, next over here, we have the guardrails for controlling and filtering AI responses. So AI safety and compliance are critical when deploying automated assistants. So Amazon Bedrock offers guardrails, which we already saw while coding in the previous chapter, which allows users to filter and control an agent's responses to ensure it behaves within set guidelines. So as you can see, unlike action groups, which define what an agent can do, guardrails define what it shouldn't do. So these settings block inappropriate, harmful, or restricted content from being generated. So the console makes it easy to set up and manage guardrails through an intuitive interface, allowing users to specify denied topics that the agent should avoid, define content filters to block inappropriate responses, and adjust AI safety levels using interactive sliders. So, for example, if an organization wants to prevent an AI assistant from providing financial advice, a denied topic can be configured within the guardrail settings. And then there is knowledge bases, which is for expanding the agent's knowledge. So basically, knowledge base enhances an AI agent's ability to provide accurate and informed responses by allowing it to access structured data. So this is particularly useful for customer support, internal documentation, and FAQ systems. So the console simplifies knowledge base creation by guiding users through entering a name and description for the knowledge base, setting up access permissions, and choosing a data source such as Amazon S3, Salesforce, SharePoint, or a web crawler. So once a knowledge base is set up, the data needs to be indexed in a vector base to enable fast and efficient retrieval. So Amazon Bedrock supports multiple vector storage options like Amazon OpenSearch, Serverless, Aurora PostgreSQL, MongoDB, LTAS, and Pinecone. So when users queries the agent, the system retrieves relevant information from the knowledge base and integrates it into the agent's response. So the Amazon Bedrock console provides a comprehensive interface for managing AI agents, configuring workflows, and integrating data sources. While coding gives developers full control over implementation, the console simplifies deployment, testing, and fine-tuning, making it accessible for both technical as well as non-technical users. So by using all this AI model customization, guardrails for safety, and knowledge bases for enhanced understanding, Bedrock ensures that AI-powered solutions remain accurate, efficient, and aligned with the current business needs. So that was it. Congratulations on completing the Introduction to Agentic Workflow course from Simplilearn. Throughout this course, we explored key concepts of agentic workflows and how they can enhance automation. We learned how to create an agent using Amazon Bedrock connected with a CRM to perform calculations and read an FAQ manual for different information retrieval. We also walked through the Amazon Bedrock console, giving you a hands-on understanding of its features. So with these foundational skills, you are now equipped to build intelligent, automated workflows that streamline business processes.
And also, I request you that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the notification bell icon such that you don't miss out any update from our end. So let's get started. So guys, let us first try to understand what is AI workflow automation. In today's fast-paced digital economy, busy work is a silent killer of growth. And AI workflow automation isn't just replacing human effort, it's about augmenting it so that you can focus on high leverage tasks. Now, if I talk about what actually is AI workflow automation, it is something like this. If I talk about traditional automation, it actually follows if this, then that. So this is a logic. And it is kind of rigid and breaks the input change slightly. As let's say, consider if the input is changing, then you would see a slight variation in your output. But AI workflow automation integrates artificial intelligence like LLMs or large language models into these sequences. And it allows a system to reason, categorize, and generate content or decision. So instead of just moving data from point A to point B, AI looks at the data, understands what it is, and determines the best next step. Simple analogy, if I tell you, traditional automation is like a conveyor belt, where it moves a box from one side of the room to the other. And AI workflow automation is just like a smart sorter. It opens the box, reads the label, decides if the contents are urgent, and writes a summary for the manager before placing it on the correct shelf. Now let us discuss some of the key benefits of using this. So guys, if I talk about the benefits of using AI workflow automation, then this is like you're saving massive time. So by handling repetitive cognitive tasks like drafting emails, summarizing meeting, or data entry, AI can reclaim 10 to 20 hours of your work week. And it reduces also human error. AI doesn't get tired at 4 p.m. And it also maintains consistent level of accuracy in data processing, ensuring that copy-paste errors or missed notification becomes a thing of past. Also guys, it increases scalability. You can handle 1000 leads as easily as 10. AI also allows small teams to output the volume of a large team without hiring any more resources. So these are some of the benefits of using AI workflow automation. Now, let us also deep dive into what's the difference between traditional versus AI-powered workflows. Then, guys, if you see this diagram, so there are a couple of features where we can distinguish between your traditional automation versus AI-powered automation. Now, the features which we look for is what is a logic type, what is the input type, what are the decision-making process, and what is a maintenance. Now, if we look at the logic part, traditional automation, as we discussed, it was if then this. So it was kind of like a decision-making and very conditional based model that you had. But AI-powered automation is actually probabilistic. It categorizes the thing. It does the reasoning. So there is a flexible and also there is a way of learning involved because you'll be using LLMs. Now, if I talk about the input type, the traditional automation has structured data, means it is going to use the spreadsheets, where input type for the AI-powered automation could be voices, images, emails. So you can see there is a lot of diversity in the unstructured data when it comes to AI-powered automation. And in real world, this actually makes a lot of work easier. Now, if I talk about decision making, in the traditional automation, it was kind of binary, means yes or no. But AI-powered automation uses context where it summarizes the thing, then there is sentiment analysis done, and all these things are kind of very much important. Now, if I talk about maintenance, traditional automation is high. This is going to break if format is changing. But if I talk about AI-powered automation, the maintenance is kind of low and it can adapt to various text and data. Now, guys, at the end of the day, I want to say AI automation isn't just for tech giants. And it is kind of like a force multiplier for anyone who wants to manage any digital task. If I talk about entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs can automate and do the lead generation and customer onboarding so that they can focus on the strategy. If I talk about teams, teams can streamline internal communication, project management, updates, and meeting transcriptions. If I talk about marketers, they can also generate personalized ad copy, scheduling social media, and analyzing customer sentiment at scale. Then, if I talk about developers, they can automate code documentation, bug tracking, and repetitive testing cycles. In 2026, the AI tool landscape actually has transitioned from simple connectors to intelligent ecosystems. To build a truly competitive workflow, you need to understand the architectural strength of each player or each tool, basically, which you will be using. Now, in order to look at the top tools which you can use for automation, let us discuss about that. So guys, our first tool is Zapier. Now let me show you Zapier. It's a very amazing tool, guys. And with Zapier, what you can do is you can create amazing workflows. Consider it like an intuitive orchestrator. Zapier is the most recognizable name in the automation, and it remains undisputed king of connectivity. With over 8,000 integration, it acts as a universal translator for the internet. Now, if I talk about the Zapier, this is Zapier's biggest shift. They have included AI agents. So instead of linear A/B trigger, you can now build persistent AI agent. And these agents live across your apps. For example, you can train an agent on your company's PDF and tell it, whenever a customer asks any technical question in Slack, search our manuals and draft a response. But only post it if the sentiment is not frustrated. So you can see like how interesting this is. So if I tell you about this tool, guys, Zapier actually offers kind of free for there are some certain credits. So if you go to the payment page of Zapier, okay, so you're going to get somewhat around let's say there are two versions of it. So first is Zapier Pro trial. So let's say when you create any new Zapier account, you are automatically enrolled in the 14-day Pro trial. Then you can look for the premium apps such as you can integrate it with PayPal, Facebook lead ads, and there are webhooks are there which are very interesting. We are going to cover this. Then formatter AI fields. Now there are certain limitations definitely because based on the prices, the company offers something like a limit, and you can see the task limit is only 1,000, and the number of steps it's included is 30. And these two features are not available, like auto replay and pay per task billing. You can also extend your trials, like all the free trial actually lasts for 14 days. And for the pro trials, you can extend it directly from your Zapier account. Now there is something called team trials. For this, you have to request an extension, and you can click on this link and you can contact the team. So this is one of the Zapier Pro trial version. And then there is Zapier for Teams, where you have a 1-minute trigger intervals, 25 users you can add. There are user roles and permission, which is kind of pretty interesting. And there are shared app connections. You can also share your workspace. Now, if I talk about a task limit for the Teams version, it's something like based on the current plan, like 1,000 tasks are added, and import export apps are not available. SAML single sign-in option is also not available. And you can also extend your trials all over here. These are all coming in the free trial versions, but you can definitely go for the paid versions. You can see there is always a upgrade your Zapier account plan. You can read all over here that it's a complete documentation, guys, but I will give you a brief idea regarding this. Let's say, for example, if your current plan costs around $50 per monthly, then you can upgrade to 80 halfway through the current billing cycle. And you can also look that, let's say if you still have 15 days left in your current plan, and you can use $25 credit to your account and charge $55 at the moment of the upgrade. So this is kind of a thing which can be applied to the teams, and it depends upon task to task because every organization has a different set of automation. So there are a lot of things. I would suggest you to go through this, like what is the process of changing the billing cycle interval, if you want to downgrade your plan or cancel your plan. So do refer this documentation by Zapier, a very amazing tool for automation. This comes at number first. Now let us explore the next tool. The next tool that we have is make.com, and we call it as the visual architect. Now this tool is a very amazing tool, and you can use it for automation. So if I have to say, like, if Zapier is for speed, then Make, which was also formerly known as Integromat, is for precision and scale. In 2026, it is the preferred tool for automation engineers and operation leads who need to say this. Now, if you talk about what are the solutions they offer, so you can see the solution is in marketing. You can drive faster with the marketing. You can use automation in sales. You can use it in operations. You can use in customer experience. You can use in finance, information technology, people, and workplace. So if you want to learn more about it or explore your requirement, you can search these respective domains. Now, they have also given us certain case studies, like if you want to, do the social media automation. So you can read their solution, like they have respected blogs all over here. The apps which they are integrating, let's say Cloud LLM, Browse AI is there, then OpenAI ChatGPT is there, Facebook pages are there. So they have integrations with them. Now you can start with using the template also. They already have this respective thing. Let's say summarizing a website content and creating a Facebook post with ChatGPT and Browse AI. Now, if you go all over here, you can definitely use this thing with make.com. And similarly, there are a lot of other things, and you can also create your own workflow. Now, let us talk a bit about pricing. So you can see how many credits per month are there. So you can pay it annually or pay monthly. So for free, you can just get started. So 1000 credits per month, same as Zapier. No code visual workflow will be there. 3000 apps integration is there. Routers and filters are there. Customer support and 15-minute interval between runs. Now, if you look at, there are another plan called Core, which is $9 per month. So this is very best for freelancers who want to automate their workflows. So unlimited active scenarios, more control over scheduled scenarios. You can increase the data transfer limit. You can access to the Make API. And there is also a priority execution all over here with $16 monthly. Now, if I talk about Teams, with Teams, it is around $29 per monthly. And Teams and team roles can also use this thing. You can create and share your own scenario. Then if I talk about custom pricing, you can also use this. So let's say for organizations who are running very, very critical businesses, if they want to apply business automations, they can use this. So you can see custom function support, enterprise level app integration, 24/7 enterprise support also offering, which is pretty interesting, guys. And it is access to value engineering team, and advanced security features are also there. So based on the requirement, you can look all over here and you can explore make.com. And you can see these are the amazing thing what they have told. AI applications. You can also connect to your MCP servers. You can also extract your content. You can do the web search. You can make an agent. That's pretty interesting. You can make a toolkit also. Now, workflow scenarios also given. Let's say make a code app, or if you want to design any no-code workflow builder, you can use this. And system variables and custom variables can also be there. And there are a lot of things. And integrations, if you look at 3000 plus integrations, the custom apps are there. You can access to enterprise apps on premises. Then there is workflow execution also, maximum number of active scenarios, parallel scenario execution. You have maximum file size. You have data transfer. So all these respective things. And you also have governance and observability, where you have unlimited user. You can make a grid. You have team and team roles, analytic, and they offer amazing support and security also. Now, if I look at the security, they have the two-factor authentication, single sign-in options, and domain claim is also there. And amazing thing for hosting. So it's using AWS, available in North America, EU and North. So their data centers are all over here in North America. So this was a short idea about this tool. I would suggest you do explore this tool. Now let us move ahead with the next tool. Now guys, the third tool I would say is ChatGPT. So everyone is aware about ChatGPT, and I think most of the people are using ChatGPT in their day-to-day process. And this has become one of the most amazing tool which actually made a revolution in automation. So I would say this is a cognitive brain in 2026. ChatGPT has evolved from a chat interface to an API first brain of the API first brain of the global economy. It is the engine that provides reasoning inside your zaps and scenarios. It has deep integrations and capabilities. You can do the function calling, and you can also use the tool. You can now give ChatGPT permission to use your other tools also. And through automation, you can tell ChatGPT, let's say, for example, look at this customer complaint. If it is a technical bug, use a Jira tool to create a ticket. And let's say if it is a billing issue, you can use the Stripe tool to look up their last payment. Then it has the multimodal mastery, where ChatGPT can now be a visual step in your workflow, where an AI looks at a photo of a broken part sent by a customer. It could identify the number from its training data and trigger an order in your inventory system. Now, that's pretty interesting. As per the latest models, what you can use or integrate. So currently 5.2 is going on, and you can also access some of the legacy works, the earlier ones. But I would suggest using the latest one. The latest one is so advanced, and basically all these reasoning models which ChatGPT has are used for high stake automation. They don't just predict the next word, they think through problems, and this is used for automated, let's say if you are doing a legal contract review or complex financial forecasting. Now this tool is best. Now guys, you could use this for text generation, sentimental analysis, data extraction from unstructured sources like messy emails, and you can do it for complex decision making. Fourth up we have is Notion AI. This is a connected workspace, and Notion has transformed a doc and a database tool into an AI native operating system. Notion AI has this amazing AI agent, and it has recently introduced it. So the agent actually knows everything that you know, and it has access to your entire Slack history via connectors and Google Drive. You can ask it something like this: what are the outstanding tasks from the project? Let's say, for example, we built in the Slack yesterday, and what is going to happen? It is going to build a summary page for you. Now, this is kind of set and forget feature. You can create a database for meeting notes, even add AI property called action item. So every time you finish a meeting, Notion AI automatically reads the transcripts and populates the action item without you needing to click a button. It has also this amazing feature of Q&A with teams. Notion AI act as 24 librarian. So instead of an employee asking where is the PTO policy, like for example in Slack, you can ask Notion AI which the exact document and the section. This tool is best for internal knowledge management, project tracking, and teams that want their documentation to be alive and self-organizing. You can explore the pricing all over here, guys. So it is free, $0 per month. There are certain features. So these are the respective features. Then you talk about this one. This is $10 per month. And these are like unlimited collaborative blogs, unlimited file upload, custom forms, and all those things. Then for business, it's around like Notion AIs. You have SAML SSO, you have granular database, you can verify any page, you have conditional forms logic and all those things. And finally, you have Notion AI enterprise level tool, and at enterprise, you can see there are a lot of integration with other tools, and these are their respective features. Now guys, let us explore the next tool, that is Pabbly. So Pabbly is also amazing tool, and this is a ultimate tool which has carved out a massive niche by being the most cost effective, and this is alternative to Zapier, especially targeting the SaaS tax that kills small business margins. Why this tool is unique, you will be thinking about this. So the reason is there is no charge for internal task, and it has amazing killer features. Like for example, in Zapier, a filter or a data formatter counts as a task, costing you money. But in Pabbly, these are free. Now this is pretty much interesting. You only pay for the final action, like sending an email, like these kind of thing. And you have a lifetime deals also. Pabbly frequently offers one-time payment for a lifetime automation. For a startup, this could be around $2,000 per year, and you can see this respective thing. Also, this tool is highly reliable for marketing. Pabbly has deep integrations with unconventional marketing tools like mailers and SMS gateways that Zapier sometimes restricts or charge heavily for. Now, if you want to use Pabbly, this is a budget conscious for entrepreneurs, marketing agencies running high volume lead generation, and users who hate monthly subscription. Do check out all these tools, guys. This is amazing, and there are a lot of things you can look up to. So guys, let us try to build an automation workflow using Zapier. Now go to the official website of Zapier all over here, and you can access this by going to the zapier.com. Okay, just type Zapier. Now after this, what you need to do is you're going to create a workflow. So let's say if I am in the home, okay, all over here, and you can see I've created a lot of workflows, so I'm going to show you one of it. So you can just click on create, and let's say new Zap all over here, and then you are going to see your given workflow. Then click on trigger, guys, or you can describe your workflow to the copilot also. Now there are two ways. Either you could do it manually, or let's say you could do with the help of triggers and action. Let us say if I write create workflow automation using Google Sheets, workflow automation, such that the data from my email, let's say, or you can say such a data from my Google Sheets, and let's say which contains name and email and source, and let's say source includes LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And we can make something like this such that leads from Instagram and Twitter or Facebook are considered high priority leads, and the email is sent respectively. And you can give your email name so that, so I'll add my own email. Okay. And the next thing what you can do is it's a 3-step workflow. First, trigger the Google Sheets. Then you can use Zapier AI for tagging high or low priority leads. And then email is sent, email is triggered every 15 minutes to respective email. And let's say we have given the respective thing, and let us see what Copilot gives us. And you can see all your workflow is automatically being designed by your respective agent, and see it has started doing it. We can wait for a couple of times to get it completed. So guys, let us now review the steps which our agent is trying to do. So you can see here it's saying add the Zap steps, select auth for steps called, get the fields, update the given Zap steps, and then it is trying to trigger all those given things. And you can see it is automatically filling and analyzing the things. Then it is trying to analyze and return the data. This is the most easiest thing what you could do all over here. And now it is going on the third step to do the respective thing. So this agent is actually kind of very much now you can see, guys, in the body it's saying new or high priority lead detected, and it is adding all the respective thing. all over here, and let's say the given thing. We could also add or insert text or data, or enable read spirits also. Repeat. You could enable read receipts also, but this is fine. Now let us try to test the given step. This step is also completed. Now let me check my email and let us see whether this automation is being done or not. So you can see we have got email all over here. And this is so amazing. The Zapier has this amazing system of using agents all over here. And believe me, this is the revolution what is coming in the AI world. And it is going to automate a lot of things. So we are basically the given agent all over here. Okay, that was our ChatGPT thing. So this was one of the given way of automating the given thing, and we can recap the given steps one by one. If you want to publish this after your given workflow is done, you can publish this. After doing this, it says it is going to go live. So you can see our workflow is pretty simple. First, read the spreadsheet. If you want to see the given data, the given name is untitled and there is a table data attached. Then in the next step, you have the Zapier AI, which is trying to analyze and return the data. And then you are going to send the outbound email. And then after analyzing the type of priority, it is going to share you the respective thing, whether it is a low priority or a high priority lead. And this is pretty much interesting, guys. With agents, you can easily create the workflow automation. No require of, even if you don't have the knowledge of too much by creating the workflow, you can easily use the agents, and agents are going to get your job done. But make sure you need to write very descriptive prompt, because that is the key of getting the work done. Now guys, let us move to the next part where we are going to understand the decision making and conditional logic process in engaging way, such that we can use ChatGPT for making the smart decision. The key here is to take the user queries or data inputs, process them using the AI model, and then determine the smart action outcome. Let me tell you one scenario. Let's say we have a lead classification. Imagine you have a lead generation where lead is submitting their detail. Based on their answers, ChatGPT can classify them into high, medium, or low interest. So let's say I need a solution that helps me automate my social media campaigns. How would it cost for a team of 5? And then let's say if someone does like that, then on the lead 2, it says, can you tell me more about the product features? And then the ChatGPT starts to respond like, thank you for reaching out, whatever the interest is, and it is going to find the minimum product category and all those things. Now, this is the given idea that we want to implement. So let us try to do the same simulation. Let's say, guys, I gave this given prompt, and let us wait for the given thing. And you can see it has started giving me the respective solutions. Like, for example, it is saying you can use the Hootsuite or Sprout Social, okay, and Buffer Team. So all these respected idea you are getting. Now let us try the next prompt. If you type the next prompt, something like this could be like, can you tell more about the product features? And you just press the enter. So, and here you can see, based on the given tools that you see, it is started giving me the respective, solutions. What could be the solution for those things? Now guys, let me also show you how you can customize your respective prompt for a specific solution. Let's say you are creating an AI agent, and let's say most of the customers may file this complaint on your portal that they have problem in payment processing. Then let's say if queries like these come up, so you give the query details to the let's say GPT, and let's say I'm interested in learning more about your product features. So how ChatGPT decision should make, so you have to give prompt like this. So let's say if the query contains the word payment or billing, respond with thanks for reaching out. It looks like you have a billing issue. We will connect you with our finance team immediately. Now this is pretty interesting. It's just a programmatic if and else that we study. Then it says else if the query contains the word features, you respond with thank you for your interest, and here's more information on our product feature. You can also respond with, let's say, something like this: thanks for reaching out, and our support team will get you back shortly. So this way you can prompt, create a if and else conditional wise integration. Let's say if what we did right now on the Zapier, same thing, you could integrate this all over here also. So guys, let us talk a bit about real world use case scenario. So for example, let's say there is a lead generation. Basically, lead generation is a process of capturing and converting potential customers into actual paying customer. And it's kind of very crucial activity for sales team, especially in industries like real estate, SaaS, and e-commerce. Typically, leads come from various sources such as websites, form submissions, and landing pages. Now, what you can do with Zapier in this scenario is you can automate the process of capturing lead data from a lead generation form. Let's say you're storing the information in Google Sheets and you use Zapier to automatically segment the leads and trigger the appropriate follow-up actions. Now, let's say, for example, the trigger could be a lead form submission. And in this case, the trigger event could be a new form submission from, let's say, Google Forms. And this form may include, let's say, name, email, company, or industry. Then you have this lead qualification. For example, the given lead is interested, not interested, or follow up later. So each time when a potential lead fills out the form, Zapier will detect the submission and start the workflow. And in the action event, you can store the lead data in Google Sheet, and in the next action in Zapier, it could be automatically stored in the lead information in Google Sheet as a spreadsheet. And each submission is going to create new row with the lead details like organized columns. For example, it could be your lead name, email address, company name, and industry. And also you could update your lead status. So guys, this is what you can do, and your Google Sheet will become, very amazing with the database for managing leads, and it could give your sales team an easy to access overview of potential customers. And also you can take up the follow-up action and lead categorization and segmentation you can also do. So Zapier has this built-in filters and the workflow that can be configured to categorize leads based on their responses also. For example, let's say if the leads are marked as interested, it could be segmented into high priority list, while others are added into a general follow-up list. And this segmentation ensures that your sales team can even prioritize their efforts effectively. So guys, this was a bit about our real world use case scenario. Now let us discuss the next part. Now guys, I will also show you some of the amazing things that you could look on Zapier. For example, like webhook, filtering, and email support. So you can definitely try this, and this is a very amazing thing what do all over here. Now guys, you can also refer the respective official documentation of the Zapier, and you can see all over here. Let's say if you have a form encoded in the form of, let's say, first name and the last name, and let's say you have this respective JSON format data, and what you can do guys all over here, you can create your respective webhook. So webhook is something like a URL, and let's say whenever you are creating a webhook, you can use this URL. Let's say if I want to use this respective thing, so what I can do is I could go to my, let's say if I want to use Zapier based webhook, so let's go to the Google Sheets, and in the app script you can update your respective Google Sheets all over here. And you can see guys, whenever you go to your Google Sheet, all over here, you have to write a JavaScript function all over here. And you can create a variable URL, which is going to be called as your Zapier webhook. And you can easily create your webhook all over here. So what you need to do, let's say if you want to create a webhook, so just click on your respective event. Okay, so there will be a proper setup that you need to do. Let's say you want to create a trigger first. Okay, so in the configuration section, you need to use the respective thing. Now, let's say given condition all over here, you can also ask the Copilot, let's say create a webhook with, let's say, you can give your trigger action and with filter conditions on high priority to low priority leads. And you can also give a like 3-step workflow in a lead segmentation scenario, and sending email, and finally sending email, and you can give your email ID. So your agent will start working on this respective thing, and it is going to create its own workflow. It might take some time, but these are kind of very, very much important things to actually consider. And it is first going to remove, and let's say it is going to create the trigger on the first step, and then it is going to start adding the new steps. So now you can see it has started first creating the webhooks. So all over here, you can see on the configure section, it is trying to pick off a child key, and it is going to only continue, and you're going to get the respective option. And then you can also set up the respective app configuration by filter by Zap. You don't have to do anything, guys. Everything will be taken care by the agent. And when the first step is done, then it is going to create a workflow. And this is actually pretty good. And you should mind considering taking the paid version of Zapier. Believe me, most of your automation tasks could be easily done. Now, guys, before I end this session, I want to tell you, whenever you are writing any prompt, try to give more depth idea about it. Give in detailed description about it, and your agents will actually start working in that fashion. Now, this was a bit about our Zapier. It can easily integrate GPT all over here, and it could use the respective thing. And also, I would say, sometime it might ask, it is going to automatically detect the respective your OpenAI thing. Just you need to mention your mail ID, and you can see it has started adding all those respective things. Now you can just click to continue, and you can see it is going to start testing the respective thing, and you can start test the respective steps also. So this is an amazing feature, guys, and you can definitely try it out.
We are entering a new era where coding is no longer limited to seasoned developers. Thanks to groundbreaking AI tools like GPT, Claude, V0, and Cursor AI, the entire development workflow is being reimagined, making it accessible to anyone with an idea. GPT now acts as an intelligent co-pilot, helping users to write logic, debug, and explain the code in plain language. Claude streamlines the product planning phase by turning rough ideas into polished product requirement documents. V0 takes things to a step further by replicating any website from just a snapshot, eliminating the need for manual front-end design. And with Cursor AI, a more powerful IDE built on top of Visual Studio Code, users can describe what they want in natural language and see the entire application generated, refined, and enhanced directly within the editor. It doesn't matter if you're a non-technical professional, a digital marketer, or an aspiring creator. These tools break down the barriers of traditional coding. If you can describe it, you can now build it faster, smarter, and without even writing a single line of code from scratch. AI is transforming the way we program by acting as an intelligent assistant that understands natural language and translates it into the code. From generating entire functions to explaining complex logic and debugging it in real time, AI empowers both beginners and experienced developers to build faster and smarter. It's like having a coding expert available for 24/7 right inside your editor. Now, the tools that we will be discussing today are as follows. Let's begin with the first one, which is the Cursor AI. Cursor AI is a next-generation AI-powered IDE built on top of Visual Studio Code. It is designed to make coding conversational. It allows users to describe what they want in plain English and instantly generates edits or enhances code within the editor. With its Ask and Edit with AI features, Cursor AI turns your ideas into working applications, making it an ideal tool for both non-coders and experienced developers looking to accelerate their workflow. Proceeding ahead, we have the next tool, which is Claude. Claude is one of the top LLMs out there, and we will discuss its features. Firstly, natural language understanding. Claude excels at interpreting complex prompts and turning ideas into clear, structured content, perfect for planning software projects. Second one is product requirement drafting. Use Claude to write detailed product requirement, or also known as PRDs, without needing technical expertise. Context-aware assistance. It handles long-form inputs with ease, maintaining coherence across large documents and iterative edits. And lastly, the seamless collaboration. Claude is like having a thoughtful co-founder. It helps shape your vision into actionable specs for design and development. The third important tool that we will be discussing today is called as V0 Dev. So V0 is one of the tools out there which can recreate your front-end development just by using the snapshot. Following are some of the important pointers, starting with UI from screenshot. V0.dev can instantly replicate a website's layout and design by analyzing just a screenshot. No manual HTML or CSS needed. Prompt to UI generation is the next point. Simply describe your desired interface in a natural language and V0 generates production-ready React code. Third one is built for speed. It drastically reduces front-end development time, letting you to go from idea to UI prototype just in minutes. Perfect for designers and founders. Whether you're prototyping fast or launching MVPs, V0 bridges the gap between vision and front-end code effortlessly. Now that we have a detailed understanding of theoretical knowledge on these three tools and how AI assists in programming and coding workflow, let's now dive into the practical demonstration where we will use these tools to understand how exactly they help in real time and the coding workflow. Firstly, we have the Cursor AI, the code editor, which is built on top of the Visual Studio Code by Microsoft. You can say that just by the interface. The interface completely matches with minute enhancements with Visual Studio Code. And this particular tool is a trusted partner of Shopify, OpenAI, Replicate, Perplexity, Midjourney, Samsung, and many more. Downloading Cursor AI is really simple. Just go to the version that you need to download for. For now, I have Windows, so just download the exe file and just run the file and you will have the Claude AI editor in your system. Once downloaded, you will have this particular home page where you can start with a new project, clone a repository directly from GitHub or connect with SSH. Now on the right hand side, you can see we have the options. So it is connected to an agent, right? And apart from that, you have the ask and manual features. So when you're running with the agent, you just have to write a prompt here. For example, let me write down a prompt, a simple prompt. Build me a tic-tac-toe game using JavaScript, Bootstrap, HTML, and CSS. That's it. And now send it. Cursor AI will automatically create folders all by itself and build a program which is ready for execution. Let's wait for a while and allow Cursor AI to generate all the code documents that we need. While the Cursor AI is building our tic-tac-toe game, let's also explore the other tools like V0 and Claude. Now we are on V0. Let's write down our prompt. So our prompt will be, can you recreate a website using the snapshot? Now here you have the attach option. You can upload from the computer, or also choose Figma. Now I'm selecting this particular screenshot which is similar to Spotify and go. V0 is analyzing and there you go. It is also providing the ideology it's going through. And now the code will be generated within a couple of seconds. There you go. V0 has successfully created multiple files and it has segregated all the code files into their respective folders. And apart from that, it has also created a sample template here, which you can run in localhost. So your front end is now ready. Now, apart from recreating existing websites, if you wanted to create a website from scratch using the code documentation, or let's say you have the product requirement from your client, or let's say you just received an email that the client requires a particular product. Then you are preparing it from the scratch, starting from the product documentation. Then you have the help of Claude here. Now, let's create a new window of Claude and let's give the requirement in natural English language in one single paragraph as a prompt. So here is my prompt. So now I want you to help me scope out the product requirements for a new web app that I want to build. So it should be a very simple, lightweight testimonials management application. And the way I want to collect the testimonials is basically by providing a Notion template, because Notion has this feature now where you can collect forms, and this is stored on Notion and basically acts like a database. And then I want one feature which basically takes the testimonials in the database and just creates a static HTML embedded link so that you can embed these testimonials on any website. And then I want another feature that just creates nice exportable JPG images of each of those testimonials. Right? Now this is my prompt. You can go ahead with it and run. Now Claude will provide you a detailed project requirement documentation, and if you want you can make some edits to it, and if you find it too complex you can simplify, and if you're comfortable with the product requirement documentation that Claude just provided you, you can just copy paste it onto V0 and get an application developed instantly. So let's go through it. So there you go. I think I want a little more elaboration, so I'll pass this as my second prompt. Now let's execute it. So there you go. I'm good with it. Now it sounds good. So write me a product documentation from this so that I can start designing the application. Now it gives me an end-to-end project requirement documentation which I can directly copy and paste on V0 platform and get an end-to-end website designed. There you go. It's ready. Now what I can do is just copy and go to a new window for V0, and now I can directly paste it over here and ask it to run and create me a new website. As we have already seen in the previous execution, V0 automatically segregates the code into separate files. It creates an entire documentation and it creates an entire folder of all the code segments and prepares the application or website ready for us. Now it's processing. Let's give it a little time. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the previous execution in Cursor AI. So it's still running, maybe some connectivity issue. So there you go. The website preview is ready here. Let's run it in the local host. So as per the requirements, we have our web page readily available using V0 dev. Now let's get back to Cursor AI and see what's the progress. So there you go. I think we're almost done with the creation and it is now giving us some information about the process. I created a complete tic-tac-toe game with the following features. So it just took a little while. Don't have to worry about it. So now you just have to agree to all those things which the tool is giving you, Cursor AI is giving you. Now the game is ready. Now let's go ahead and run it in the local system. Now that the program is ready, go to the file index.html. Since it's HTML, you can just copy the file path. So now the path has been successfully copied. So just go to the index folder and just right click and there you'll have the copy option. Just copy the path. Since it's HTML, you can open a new tab in Google or any of the browsers you would like and just paste the path and execute. Just hit here, enter. So there you go. We had some slight issues with the npm server installation. So it automatically did it. So I just gave the prompt. The game did not load. So it did the background processes which we need to do. So it also included the npm and it installed and it gave us some directions. So go into the location, navigate to the folder and double click on HTML file which reads index.html and we did it. And after that, here you go. So X is mine. So that's O. This is my input. So I won. Layer X wins. There you go.
Now let's get into the questions. I have divided all the important questions into 3 levels. The easy level focuses on the fundamentals and core concepts. The mid-level dives into how generative AI model works internally, including GANs, VAEs, diffusion models, and LLMs. The hard level focuses on advanced topics and production systems such as evaluations, RAG architecture, and scalability. With that in mind, let's get started. Let's start with easy level question and answers. The first question is, what is generative AI? Now, generative AI is a category of artificial intelligence that focuses on creating new content such as text, images, audio, video, or even code. Unlike traditional AI systems that mainly classify data or make predictions, generative AI learns the underlying patterns and probability distribution of training data. Using this knowledge, it can generate original and previously unseen outputs that resemble human created content. Popular examples include ChatGPT for text generation, DALL-E and Stable Diffusion for image generation, and Claude for conversational tasks. Generative AI is widely used in chatbots, content generation, image generation, and code assistance, making it a key technology in modern AI systems. The second question is, how is generative AI different from traditional AI? Traditional AI, also known as discriminative AI, focuses on prediction and classification tasks. It learns the probability of an output given in an input, such as identifying spam emails or detecting fraud. Its main goal is to separate or classify data using learned decision boundaries. Generative AI, on the other hand, learns the entire data distribution and focuses on generating new data rather than predicting labels. It can create text, images, audio, or video from prompts or noise. In simple terms, traditional AI answers what something is, while generative AI focuses on creating something new like it. Let's move on to the third question, which is, what are key components of generative AI models? Generative AI models are built using several core components that work together. The process starts with input such as text or images. This input is converted into numerical form using embeddings, which captures meaning. This attention mechanism helps the model focus on most relevant parts of the input. Next is the hidden layers, perform complex transformation, and learn patterns from data. Finally, the output layer generates the final results such as text or images. This pipeline, which is input, embedding, attention, hidden layer, and output, enables generative AI models to produce meaningful, coherent, and context-aware content. The next question is, can you explain neural networks in simple terms? Neural networks are inspired by the structure of human brain and are made up of interconnected units called neurons. Each neuron receives input, performs a calculation, and passes the results forward. These neurons are organized into layers including input, hidden layers, and even output layers. The connection between the neurons have weight, which is adjusting during training to minimize errors. Learning happens when the network updates these weights based on feedback. Activation function allows the network to learn complex nonlinear patterns. In simple terms, a neural network learns by strengthening or weakening connections until it produces accurate results. The next question is, what is a transformer model? A transformer is a neural network architecture introduced in 2017 that revolutionized AI, especially in natural language processing. Its core concept is self-attention, which allows the model to focus on different parts of the input simultaneously. Unlike older models like NNS, transformers process entire sequence in parallel, making them faster and more efficient. They use multi-head attention to capture multiple relationships in data and position coding to understand order. Because of these features, transformers are highly scalable and powerful. Modern models such as GPT and Claude are built using transformer architectures. The next question is, what is the difference between machine learning and generative AI? Machine learning is a broad field of AI that focuses on learning patterns from data to make predictions or decisions. It is commonly used in tasks like classification, regression, and recommendation systems. Generative AI is a subset of machine learning with a more specific goal, which is generating new content such as text, images, or audio. While traditional ML models predict outcomes, generative AI models create original outputs based on learned patterns. All generative AI models rely on machine learning techniques, but not all machine learning models are generative. This distinction explains why generative AI is especially useful for creativity and conversational applications. The next question is, what are the real-world applications of generative AI? Generative AI is widely used across various industries due to ability to create and automate content. In text-based application, it is used for writing, translation, summarization, and chatbots. In image generation, tools like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion help create artwork and designs. In software development, generative AI assists with code generation and debugging. In healthcare, it supports drug discovery and medical report generation. The finance sector uses it for automated reports and fraud analysis. Additionally, generative AI plays a major role in marketing, social media content creation, and customer support through intelligent chatbots. The next question is, define natural language processing, which is NLP. Now, natural language processing or NLP is a branch of artificial intelligence that enables machines to understand, interpret, and generate human language. Since human language is unstructured and complex, NLP techniques help convert text or speech into forms that machines can process. NLP includes tasks such as text classification, sentiment analysis, translation summarization, and question answering. It is widely used in chatbots, voice assistants, search engines, and recommendation systems. By combining linguistic, machine learning, and deep learning, NLP allows machines to interact with humans in a more natural and meaningful way. The next question is, what is deep learning and its relationship to AI? Deep learning is a subset of machine learning that uses neural networks with multiple hidden layers to learn complex patterns from data. It is a part of broader field of artificial intelligence. Unlike traditional ML, deep learning performs automatic feature extraction, reducing the need for manual feature engineering. The layered structure allows models to learn hierarchical representation from simple features to complex concepts. Deep learning scales well with large datasets and high computational power, which is why it dominates fields like computer vision, natural language processing, and speech recognition. Most modern AI systems rely heavily on deep learning techniques. Moving on to the next question, which is, what are the main advantages of generative AI models? Generative AI models provide several important advantages. They enable automation by handling tasks such as content creation, coding, and customer support. These models are highly scalable, allowing the generation of large volumes of content without additional manual efforts. Generative AI helps with dependency on human resources. It also supports personalization, create customized content for individual users. Another key benefit is speed, as content can be generated in seconds. Additionally, generative AI offers 24/7 availability, making it ideal for chatbots and customer support systems across industries. Now we'll move into intermediate questions. The next question is, what are GANs, which is Generative Adversarial Networks? GANs are a type of generative AI model made up of two competing neural networks. GANs are a type of generative AI model made up of two competing neural networks working in an adversarial setup. The first network, called the generator, creates fake data samples such as images by learning from random noises. The second network is called discriminator, which evaluates whether the generated data is real or fake by comparing it with real training data. Both networks improve iteratively through competition, where the generator tries to fool the discriminator and the discriminator tries to detect fake samples. This adversarial process results in generation of high-quality, realistic synthetic data. The next question is, explain how GANs work. GANs work through an iterative training loop involving two neural networks, which is the generator and the discriminator. The discriminator is trained first to disguise between real data samples and fake samples generated by the generator. At the same time, the generator learns to produce data that can fool the discriminator into believing it is real. Both the networks continuously update their weights based on feedback from each other. Over time, this competition improves the performance of both models. Ideally, GANs reach an equilibrium state where the discriminator can no longer reliably tell real and fake data apart. This process enables GANs to generate highly realistic synthetic data. The next question is, what is generator and discriminator in GANs? In generative adversarial network, repeat that. In generative adversarial network, the generator and the discriminator play two opposite but complementary roles. The generator takes random noise as an input and learns to create fake data samples, such as images that resemble real data. Its goal is to generate output realistic enough to fool the discriminator. The discriminator, on the other hand, receives both real data and generated data and learns to classify whether a given sample is real or fake. During the training, both models improve iteratively. The generator produces better sample, the discriminator becomes more accurate. This competition drives GANs to generate highly realistic synthetic data. The next question is, compare diffusion models with GANs. What are the key differences? Diffusion models and GANs are both generative AI techniques, but they differ significantly in how data is generated. Diffusion models create data by gradually removing noise from an initial random signal through multiple denoising steps. The process leads to high realism, and greater output diversity through generation is slower due to multiple steps. GANs, in contrast, generate data through an adversarial process between a generator and a discriminator, usually producing results in a single step. GANs are generally faster but may suffer from issues like model collapse, resulting in less diverse outputs. Overall, diffusion models prioritize quality and diversity while GANs is emphasized on speed. The next question is, explain VA's architecture and loss function. Variational autoencoders or VAEs are generative models that learn a probabilistic latent space to generate new data. The architecture consists of an encoder which maps input data into latent space represented by mean and variance, and a decoder which represents reconstructed data from a sampled variable. Instead of learning a single latent point, VAs learn a distribution enabling smooth data generation. The VA's loss function has two components. Reconstruction loss, which measures how well the output matches the input, and KL divergence, which regularizes the latent space to follow a known distribution, usually a standard normal distribution. Together, these ensure stable training and meaning data generation. The next question is, how do transformers power modern generative AI applications? Transformers power modern generative AI applications through their ability to model context efficiently using self-attention. Self-attention allows it to understand relationships between all parts of the input simultaneously, improving contextual awareness. Transformers also support parallel processing, which enables faster training into interface compared to sequential models. This scalable architecture allows them to handle massive datasets and grow into very large models. Additionally, transformers enables strong generative capability by predicting the next token based on learned context. Because of these advantages, transformers form the foundation of systems like GPT, BERT, and models used for images and speech generation. Next question is, what defines a large language model and its training process? A large language model or LLM is a transformer-based neural network trained on massive amounts of text data to understand, generate, and reason using human language. LLMs learns language by predicting the next token in a sequence, which helps them capture grammar, context, and meaning. The training process begins with tokenization, where the text is converted into tokens, followed by pre-trained on large diverse datasets. After pre-training, models undergo fine-tuning or task-specific or instruction-based data to improve usefulness or safety. After pre-training, models undergo fine-tuning on task-specific or instruction-based data to improve usefulness and safety. Once trained and fine-tuned, the model is deployed as an LLM capable of performing tasks like text generation and question answering. The next question is, name major LLMs and categorize them as proprietary versus open source. Large language models can be broadly categorized into proprietary and open source models based on their availability and licensing. Proprietary LLMs are developed and controlled by companies, and their internal models and training data are not publicly accessible. For example, include OpenAI's GPT 3.5, 4, Google's Gemini, Anthropic Cloud, and even Microsoft Copilot models. These models typically offer strong performance and enterprise support. Open source LLMs on the other hand are publicly available and can be modified or deployed by organization. For example, it includes Meta's LAMA, Mistral AI's models, Big Science, Bloom, TII's Falcon. Open source models promote transparency, research, and customization. The next question is, how does the attention mechanism work in transformer models? The attention mechanism in a transformer models allows the system to focus on the most relevant parts of the input when generating output. First is input tokens are converted into three vectors called query, Q, key, K, and value V using linear projections. Attention sources are calculated by taking the dot product of the query along with the keys measuring how strongly tokens are related. These scores are normalized using a softmax function to obtain importance weights. The weights are then applied to the value vectors to produce a weighted sum. This results in context-aware representation enabling the model to capture long-range dependencies and contextual relationships effectively. The next question is, what is tokenization and why it is critical for LLMs? Tokenization is a process of breaking raw text into similar units called tokens, which may be words, subwords, or characters, so that a large language model can understand and process language. Since LLMs cannot work directly with the raw text, tokenization converts human language into model referable format. It enables models to handle large and diverse vocabularies efficiently and supports subword understanding such as prefixes, suffixes, and rare words. Tokenization also helps reduce out-of-vocabulary issues, improving generalizations. A well-designed tokenization strategy improves training, efficiency, scalability, and overall model performance, directly impacting the accuracy and quality of generated outputs. Now let's move on to the advanced level GenAI questions. The first question is, what is mode collapse in GANs and what are proven solutions for those? Mode collapse is a common problem in generative adversarial networks where the generator produces limited or identical outputs, failing to capture the fully diversity of real data distribution. This happens even though the discriminator may still be fooled, leading to poor variation in generated. Samples. Several proven techniques help address mode collapse. Mini-batch discriminators encourage diversity by allowing the discriminator to compare multiple samples at once. Mastering in GAN, which is WGAN, stabilizes training using better loss function, while WGAN-GP adds gradient penalty for smoother learning. Other solutions include feature matching, unrolled GANs, and spectral normalization, which together improve training stability and output diversity. The next question is, how do you evaluate large language models? And also explain LLM as a judge. Large language models are evaluated using a combination of automatic matrices, human evaluation, and task-specific benchmarks. Automatic matrices measures aspects like accuracy, perplexity, or blue, while human evaluation assesses qualities such as relevance, coherence, helpfulness, and safety. Task-specific benchmarks test performance on standardized datasets across reasoning, language understanding, and generational tasks. One modern evaluation approach is LLM as a judge, where strong, well-aligned LLM is used to evaluate the output of another model. Judging the LLM scores response based on predefined criteria like correctness, clarity, coherence, and safety. This approach improves scalability and consistency while reducing reliance on costly human evaluations. The next question is, what is latent space in generative models and why does it matter? Latent space is a compressed and continuous representation of data learned by generative model where each point encodes meaningful features of the original input instead of working directly with raw data. The model separates this latent space to generate new samples. Latent space matters because it enables smooth interpolation between data points, allowing gradual translation in general outputs. It also captures the cinematic structure of data such as style or attributes, supporting control generation. By learning an effective latent space, generative models improve generalization, diversity, and even realism, making them capable of producing new yet coherent samples similar to the training dataset. The next question is, what roles does self-supervised learning play in modern Gen AI? Self-supervised learning plays a foundational role in model generative AI by enabling models to learn from massive amounts of unlabeled data. Instead of relying on manual labeled datasets, the model creates its own training samples, such as predicting the next word or even reconstruction of masked inputs. This approach eliminates the dependency on cost human annotations and allows models to scale to internet-sized datasets. Self-supervised learning helps models learn rich language and visual representations, which are later refined through fine-tuning. It powers the pre-train of large language models and diffusion models, enables effective transfer learning across tasks, and improves overall generation, robustness, and performance in real-world applications. The next question is, explain in context learning, how do LLMs adapt without fine-tuning? In context learning is the ability of large language models to adapt their behavior using examples or instructions provided directly in the prompt without updating model parameters or retraining. Instead of changing weights, the model treats prompt examples as temporary guidelines within the context window. It detects patterns, formats, and instructions from the given context and applies them during the next token prediction. This allows LLMs to perform new tasks such as translation, classification, or even reasoning on the fly. Since no gradient updates or parameters changes occur, the adaptation exists only within the current context. In-context learning makes LLMs highly flexible and capable of handling diverse tasks without explicit fine-tuning. The next question is, when should you use RAG versus fine-tuning for LLM customization? Retrieval augmented generation, which is RAG, and fine-tuning are two different approaches for customizing large language models. RAG should be used when information needs to be up to date or frequently changing, or when a knowledge comes from external documents or databases. It enables factual source-based answers without modifying models' weights and is usually faster and more cost-effective. Fine-tuning, on the other hand, is preferred when you need consistent behavior, tone, or domain-specific adaptations. It is suited when data stable is well accurated and when the model must initialize patterns. In short, RAG focuses on knowledge retrieval while fine-tuning focuses on behavioral learning. The next question is, what is mixture of expert, which is MOE models, and their advantages? Mixture of expert MOE models are a type of neural network architecture that consists of multiple specialized submodels called experts along with a gating network. Instead of activating the entire model for every input, the gating network dynamically selects and activates only small subsets of experts for each input. This makes MOE models highly efficient. One major advantage is scalability, as models can grow very large without proportional. One of the major advantages is scalability, as models can grow very large without a proportional increase in computation. MOE models also reduce inference cost, improve model capacity, and enable specialization across tasks or domains. This design allows better performance while keeping computational cost manageable. The next question is, walk through the RLHF process for LLM alignment. Reinforcement learning human feedback, which is RLHF, is a process used to align large language models with human preferences and safety goals. It begins with pre-trained LLM trained on large-scale text data. Next, the model undergoes supervised fine-tuning, which is SFT, using high-quality human return responses. After this, a reward model is trained by having human rank multiple models, outputs based on quality, helpfulness, and safety. Finally, the LLM is optimized using reinforcement learning, commonly with proximal policy optimization, which is PPO, to maximize the reward signal. This process helps produce an alignment model that generates more useful, safe, and human-preferred responses. The next question is, compare different attention mechanisms and their trade-offs. Different attention mechanisms are designed to balance context, understanding, computational cost, and scalability. Full self-attention allows every token to attend to all others, providing the best global context and accuracy. But it has high time and memory complexity. Multi-head attention ruins the multiple attention heads in parallel to capture diverse relationships. improving representation power at a higher cost. Sparse, sparse attention limits attention to selected tokens. Sparse attention limits attention to selected tokens, making it suitable for long documents but risking missed context. Linear attention, approximate attention to reduce complexity, trading more accuracy and efficiency. Cross attention enables interaction between different inputs, such as text and images, at a cost of additional computation. The next question is, how would you design a production grade RAG system architecture? A production grade retrieval augmented generation, which is a RAG system, is designed as a modular pipeline for a reliability and scalability. It starts with data sources such as documents, PDFs, or databases, followed by ingestion and chunking to split content into manageable pieces. These chunks are converted into embeddings and stored in a vector based for efficient similarity search. At runtime, a retrieval fetches most of the relevant chunk based on a user query. A prompt builder then combines the retrieved context with the user question before sending it to the LLM. The system returns a grounded, accurate final answer, often with monitoring, logging, and feedback loops for the production.
So the first project is build a data science portfolio website with ChatGPT. So this project involves creating a professional portfolio website to display your data science projects, skills, and expertise. The highlight of this project is integrating ChatGPT to make the website interactive, allowing visitors to ask questions like what techniques did you use in your last project, or explain your expertise in machine learning. So key components are, for front-end development, you can use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for designing the website. Use OpenAI API to enable chatbot functionality. For deployment, you can use platforms like Netlify or GitHub Pages for hosting. So this is perfect for data scientists who want to showcase their work in interviews or networking. It also demonstrates technical skills in AI integration and web development. And if you want us to make video on this project, please comment down below. Second, we have personalized voice assistant with ChatGPT and Whisper. So you can build a conversational AI voice assistant that understands user queries using GPT and responds in a human-like voice with Whisper's text-to-speech capabilities. Features can include setting reminders, answering questions, or even casual conversation. Key components are natural language understanding, GPT for processing user inputs and generating meaningful responses. For text-to-speech, use Whisper for realistic, expressive voice output. For integration, you can use Python for seamless functionality. So this project highlights skills in conversational AI and can be applied to smart assistant, customer service bots, or personal productivity tools. And if you want us to make video on this project, please comment down below. And the third, we have AI powered translator. So you can develop an application capable of translating text between languages, potentially extending to real-time translation. The system can also provide context-sensitive translation, ensuring accuracy and fluency. Key components are Spacey or Hugging Face Transformer for processing language. You can use language translation API like Google Translate. For UI development, use Python framework like Flask for a user interface. So this project is ideal for application in global communication, education, or travel. It demonstrates proficiency in NLP and multilingual processing. If you want us to make video on this project, please comment down below. Number 4, we have research paper summarizer. So you can create a tool that summarizes lengthy research paper or articles into concise key point summarizes. This can save time for students, researchers, and professionals. Some key components are use tools like NLTK or Hugging Face for summarization algorithm. Implement extractive or abstractive summarization. Use Streamlit to build a web-based user interface. So a practical application for academia and research showcasing skills in NLP and application development. And if you want us to make video on this project, please comment down below. Number 5, we have automated code documentation generator. So you can build a tool that scans code bases and automatically generates structured documentation by extracting comment and function description. Some key components are, for parsing, use regular expression or abstract syntax trees AST to extract code annotation. Document framework, use tools like Sphinx to format and publish the documentation.
Focus on Python but extendable to other languages. Streamline software's development workflows and is a valuable skill for developers working on large projects. Number 6, we have automate PowerPoint presentation. You can develop a tool that creates PowerPoint presentation dynamically by generating slides based on data, visual or input content. Some key components are: use Python PPTX library for creating and modifying slides. Incorporate graphs and charts using Matplotlib or Plotly. Allow content to be updated based on external data sources like Excel or APIs. So this project is useful for business professionals and students, demonstrating expertise in automation and visualization. And if you want us to make video on this project, please comment down below. Number 7, we have AI generated music composition. You can create a system that composes original music based on user inputs like mood, style, or instrument. The AI can generate MIDI files that can be played or edited. Key components are: use OpenAI MuseNet or other models for music generation. Generate MIDI files for compatibility with music software. Allow user to input desired music style or moods. So application in creative fields like entertainment, gaming or music production, showcasing skills in deep learning and creative AI. And if you want us to make video on this project, please comment down below. Number 8, we have interactive story generator with reinforcement learning. So you can build an interactive storytelling tool where user can influence the plot and the AI dynamically adjusts the story using reinforcement learning. So you can train model to adapt narrative based on user choices. Use GPT or other NLP tools to generate dialogues and story elements. Build a text-based or graphical UI for user to interact with the story. So this is great for gaming and content creation, highlighting skills in reinforcement learning and NLP. And if you want us to make video on this project, please comment down below. Number 9, we have AI-based recipe generator and cooking assistant. So you can create an AI assistant that suggests recipes based on available ingredients and user preferences, providing step-by-step cooking guidance. Use algorithm to suggest recipes and incorporate datasets like recipe 1M for diverse recipe options, and provide instruction interactively via chatbot or voice. So this project is practical for food tech, showcasing skill in recommendation systems and interactive AI. If you want us to make video on this project, please comment down below. At the last, we have AI-driven personal fashion stylist. You can develop a virtual fashion stylist that recommend outfit combination based on user preference, trend, and wardrobe items. Integrate augmented reality to allow user to try on outfit virtually. Key components are: analyze upload images of clothing items using TensorFlow or OpenCV. Suggest outfits based on user preference, occasion, and current trends. Use tools like ARCore or 3D modeling libraries for virtual try-ons. So these projects cover a wide range of applications and technologies, making them excellent for building technical skills and showcasing them in interviews or portfolio.
And with that, we have reached the end of this session on Generative AI Full Course for Beginners. Should you need any assistance or any other resources used in these sessions like PPTs, project codes, or even GitHub links, documentation tools, or IDEs and others, then please let us know in the comment section below and our team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you and keep learning. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.